A world ruled by power and swordsmanship, where a martial family governs half the land, the Run-Kandel bloodline, a legendary lineage of swordsmen, with each member born into this legacy. With their physical strength, exceptional talent, and unmatched courage, they ruled the world for centuries, fighting, conquering, and dominating. These three qualities define the family, and this is also the place where our protagonist, Jin Runkandel, is the youngest son of the esteemed Runkandel family. From a young age during the family's traditional selection ceremony, the destiny of each child is decided. Jin took up his clan's sword, the blade of the founder, and the symbol of Runkandel, marking him as the one destined to lead the family. His father, the clan's greatest swordsman, was filled with pride and eagerly awaited what the future held. I had always imagined Jin's life would be defined by success and fame, but then it took an unexpected turn. Jin had no talent for swordsmanship, and rumors started spreading about why a member of the prestigious Runkandel family couldn't wield a sword. Whispering in Jin's ear, the shame and disgrace of Runkandel, DL, a family member who falls far below its standards. Jin lived each day in misery. One morning, as usual, he was practicing with his sword when his two older brothers saw him swinging the worthless wooden blade. They mocked him, saying, "You will always be the outcast of the family," mocked by his two older brothers who taunted, "Jin can only wield the special sword Barasada, right?" He could do nothing but swallow his frustration. "He's really a worthless member of the family," Jin muttered, continuing his sword practice while ignoring his brother's cruel remarks. Standing nearby, he remained silent, refusing to react to their taunts. A person approached and kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing painfully to the ground in the middle of the yard. The two of them continued shouting at Jin, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. As Jin bent down to pick up his fallen wooden sword, his hand was just about to reach it. The other brother's foot pressed down on his hand as he mocked, "You shouldn't be so stubborn. No matter how much you train, it's pointless." Ignoring his words, Jin persisted, stubbornly trying to reclaim his sword. Just now, that older brother found a book on basic swordsmanship theory. He couldn't help but laugh even harder, never expecting someone from the Run-Kandel family to be interested in it. "Is there really anyone who needs this kind of nonsense?" The other brother replied, "That's why people like you don't deserve a chance." With that, he snapped the wooden sword in half with a sharp twist. Despite Jin's pleading eyes, the two older brothers were about to leave after finishing their game when Jin boldly said, "You can't do this." That gave them yet another reason to beat him up and mock him. "Is that all that wet Nurse Gilly taught you?" Jin fumed when he heard this. She was the only one who ever treated him well in this house. But in the end, all he got was mistreatment from his two older brothers because the gap between them was just too wide. The days of being bullied by his older brother and the gossip about his lack of talent were nothing but nonsense. Jin knew that as long as he put in the effort, he could achieve his goals. One day he would earn his family's recognition. Jin joined under Runkandel, but life wasn't as perfect as he had imagined. Eventually the day came when someone like him, who felt worthless, was forced to leave the company, his efforts going unrecognized. That's how Jin, who was kicked out of his clan at 25, ended up drifting aimlessly until one day he met someone who would become his master. Jin had just realized that he not only possessed a natural talent, but also a deep mastery of magic, something forbidden in the Runkandel family. 3 years after being cast out, he sat in a small room. Jibai is learning how to merge natural mana with a mage's mana to restore, enhance, and continuously transform it. Then, one day, Jin was pulled into the shadows and a voice echoed from deep within. He introduced himself as Saldareb, the Lord of Shadows, and said he wanted to make a pact with him as the God of Darkness, once Jin agreed. At that point, he will be able to harness the power of darkness. Not only that, but he will also have the ability to erase any curse, Saldareb said, glancing at Jin with pity. Perhaps someone has hated him since childhood because of his talent, which was stolen by a vile curse. The Sword Mirage, a curse that devours all swordsmanship skills. A curse as dreadful as that could never exist within the Runkandel family. Perhaps it is this very curse that drew the Dark God to Jin, Saldareb said, lifting the seal from Jin. "From now on, no curse can harm you," Saldareb said as he walked away. "You must become a master swordsman, for I will always be watching over you." Jin had just been freed from the curse. He felt a surge of energy as he stepped outside, grabbed the sword, and swung it a few times. With each movement, Jin could feel himself getting better. Now the most pitiful and foolish name in the Run Candle family will be erased. In its place will stand Jin Run Candle, who will one day become a master swordsman. Not only that, but he will also merge magic with his sword. At that moment, everything that existed was on the brink of being erased. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, a group of people observed Jin and realized he had acquired extraordinary power. That night, Jinrun Candle was killed. While he was still asleep, Jin couldn't understand why his fate had turned out this way. He hadn't even tried to use the power granted by Saldareb. If this was the end, why had he been given a chance in the first place? Jinrun Candle's eyes slowly shut, his mind overwhelmed with countless questions. Why, he wondered. Then suddenly his eyes flew open, and standing before him was his family. This is where the sword selection ritual for the children of the Run Candle family takes place. Gilly's nurse smiled nearby and looked at Jin, leaving him even more confused and unsure of what was going on. Finally, his eyes fell on a special sword, Barasada, the family sword. At that moment, Jin realized his opportunity might lie in returning to this exact point in time, where he could start a completely new life by going back to the past and becoming Jinrun Candle. At the age of 1, the youngest master, Jinrun Candle, stepped forward once again and chose the family sword, vowing that this time he would control his own fate. As Jin gripped the Barasada sword, all eyes were on him in shock, except for one person, who watched with a look of satisfaction, the greatest swordsman of the clan and Jin's father. He then ordered someone to take Jin to the arena, where he would remain until he turned 10. 6 years later, on a windy, rainy day at the arena, Jin was still searching for books on swordsmanship, thinking to himself that he had 3 more years left to stay there. "That's so boring, he said. Just then he heard the maid scream from the next room. She had found a dead bird in the young master's room. Jin knows that only his brothers are capable of this in the arena. Just then his 2 brothers appeared, expressing disappointment at not seeing fear on Jin's face. Daytona Run Candle. At 10 years old, the 11th young master of the Run Candle family, and at 9, the 12th young master, both smiled at Jin and asked, "Do you like the gift your 2 older brothers worked so hard to prepare?" But Jin said nothing as he hugged the little bird. He remembered that in his past life, the 2 brothers had grown up to become infamous killers, but now they were just 9 years old. Doing this just to provoke him is absolutely repulsive. The 2 older brothers, noticing that Jin still refused to speak to them, assumed he had chosen the path of the clan leader and was now looking down on them. Haytona charged forward, determined to teach Jin a lesson, but Jin effortlessly blocked the attack with the power of darkness, all while his older brother watched in surprise, tinged with a hint of fear. Jin calmly told them both to shut up before throwing a punch at Haytona, which only made him angrier and more eager to fight back. But the more he tried, the worse it got, as he kept taking Jin's hits and losing ground. Jin told his 2 older brothers that it would be best if they stayed out of his sight from now on. Just then someone entered, curious about what was going on. Jin quickly withdrew his power and explained that the 2 of them had fought and passed out. Khan could only hum in response before leading the 2 young masters to see the doctor. However, just then Jin stopped him and insisted that he take his 2 brothers somewhere else. Jin turned around and led the way for Khan as the rain outside grew heavier. He was bearing the unfortunate bird from earlier, with his 2 older brothers still lying unconscious beside him, unresponsive. Seeing this, Khan asked, "Young Master Jin, are you really going to leave them here while the storm gets worse?" Jin replied, I need to make my brothers understand how serious this is." Hearing that, Khan could only respect Jin's decision and follow his lead. On the way back, Kai realized that the energy coming from Jin was definitely not aura. If it wasn't aura, could it be mana? But isn't that a family taboo? If so, this isn't just a typical sibling quarrel. It needs to be reported to the clan leader immediately. Khan then turned to the servant standing nearby. "Tell him to bring a horse here quickly," Jin thought as he looked down from above. Just as he'd expected, the man would return to report to his father. He knows that Khan isn't just their knight, but also their supervisor. In Khan's eyes, his power felt like magic, and he wouldn't hesitate to act, returning immediately. The spiritual energies were proof that Jin and Soldare had made a pact, one that still persisted in this life. Moreover, thanks to that pact, the curse of the illusionary sword has been lifted, and Jun Candel's foolish son will soon be gone. All that's left for Jin is to meet his father. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Khan reported to the clan about Lord Jin's disappearance following his battle with the Tona brothers. Upon hearing this, the clan instructed Khan to gather the knights at once, as he would be leading them to meet his youngest son. After some time, 7 of the Run Kandel clan's elite pioneers and 200 knights under their command had assembled. The pioneers were the clan's fiercest warriors, always the bravest and the first to charge into battle during the Run Kandel family's invasions. Under each leader were numerous soldiers and knights, and the chieftain, accompanied by 7 vanguards, made his way directly to the Thunder Martial Arena. On the way there, Mary asked Dyfus, "Do you know what this emergency summons is about?" She had already asked Luna, but it seemed she didn't know either. Dyfus mentioned that the Tona couple would be leaving the arena next year, which might be why their father was going there this time. It could also be because of the youngest sibling, and he might bring it up casually during the 4th lottery. Mary was surprised to hear about the youngest brother. She remembered that 6 years ago when they were choosing swords, it was this kid who had picked the family sword. But all of this was just speculation between the two of them. Was that really why their father had rushed back? She felt their conversation was getting too loud. Luna gestured for the two to stop talking and focus on the task at hand. Luna is the first seer of the Run Kandel family. Meanwhile, inside the arena, nursemaid Gilly was making adjustments for Jin after hearing the news. Hearing that the clan leaders was on his way to meet his youngest son, he guessed that Khan must have told his father, which explained why he was coming so quickly. Besides, Khan was pretty mischievous, so he probably hadn't mentioned anything about using magic. He's probably just speaking his mind, assuming his father came here this time to check on that strange power of his. Whether it will truly become something valuable for the Run Kandel family in the future remains to be seen. At this moment, the family's army had just arrived. Upon entering the palace, the family had immediately ordered someone to bring out the twin siblings, Tona. Then he asked, "Daytona and Haytona, why did you two fight with Jin?" and told them to admit their mistakes, which shocked both of them. Afterward, they teamed up to deceive him, claiming they weren't at fault and that it was all the little one's fault that the 2 kids got hurt. They then went on to discuss the incredible power displayed by Jin's people. It wasn't aura, but something more like magic. They ended the sentence with a smug smile. Since magic is forbidden in the Run Kandel family, Mari and Dyfus stood there, nodding in agreement. They knew they had to investigate Jin quickly. If they waited too long, the youngest would find a way to cover it up. The family opposed it and turned to the Tona brothers, telling them that both needed to change. If they continued behaving this way, they wouldn't survive in the Run Kandel family. Then someone called out to Jin. The moment he saw the head of the Run Kandel family, he remembered that this man was the strongest person he had ever known, cold, indifferent, and ruthless. Known as the Creator Knight, he was the pinnacle of demigods. Before earning those titles, he was just an ordinary person with the same emotions as anyone else. But over time, he gradually shed his earthly attachments and, as he is now, became someone who cares only about glory and his family's future. For him, people who knew nothing about swords like Jin in his previous life were worthless. But this time things are different. In this life, no one will ever look down on him again. After a moment's hesitation, Jin opened the main door and stepped inside, his older siblings watching him with curiosity. He briefly glanced at the youngest, who would one day become the clan leader, then turned to face the current leader and greeted him respectfully. He was surprised to hear that. Why had Jin called him the clan leader instead of father? He looked up and answered, "Because here, apart from the 2 of us, there are many other siblings, bodyguards, and over 100 clan members. It means that father is here on official business, so it's more appropriate to refer to him as the clan leader," Chiron said, praising his youngest child. Then he added, "But this time it's not about official matters. There's something else. Just call me father." He then asked Jin a question similar to the one the 2 older brothers, Tona, had asked. "Where do you think you went wrong?" Jin clenched his fist and replied firmly, "You just want revenge. Once you're part of the Run Kandel family, debts are settled and grudges are forgiven," Mary whispered, her voice a blend of admiration and mockery as she listened to the crowd. The head of the family, Kiran, called everyone outside to speak with Jin privately. The soldiers and clan members below were still wondering, could it be that the young master has already passed the clan leader's test? Noticing the ongoing whispers, a keeper stepped forward and told everyone to leave. At the clan leader's command, everyone filed out of the door. Mary, noticing Jin being questioned by his father, couldn't help but think that the boy was truly clever. Once everyone had left, the family turned to their son and asked if he really had the extraordinary power the Tona twins had mentioned. The Run Candle clan has a strict taboo against using magic, as it prevents them from ever reaching the peak of swordsmanship. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of power Jin had used. If Jin had really dared to use magic, he wouldn't let it go. Then Jin spoke to his father, releasing the power of Solderay and asking him to evaluate it. Because even he doesn't know the true dark power of Solderay, Kiron said, astonished by the power his son had just unleashed. This is the power of the clan's founder, Run Candle. He was certain he wasn't mistaken because that dark energy was the power of the Barasada sword, which meant this child was destined to become the clan's master. In response to Jin's answer, he confirmed, that is the power of Solderay, the god of darkness, who made a pact with the founder of the Run Candle family and has stood by their side ever since. Since Lord Tama passed away, Soldered hasn't been seen at the Run Candle family estate, but now perhaps that day has finally come, with the connection being made through his child, Jin said, pressing on. Does that dark god have more power than my father? No, actually, Chiron isn't sure. He's never fought a god before. At this, Jin muttered to himself, my father is so arrogant. At that moment, his father ruffled his hair and asked, with that power, how do you want to use it? Of course, Jin was determined not to disappoint him. Jin made it clear that he wanted to use this dark power to benefit his clan. He laughed when he heard this, calling it the most ridiculous lie he'd ever heard, especially after Jin had just pummeled his brothers. Then they threw them into the storm and still had the nerve to say it was for the family, he said, before adding, tell him the truth. After a brief moment of inner conflict, Jin finally spoke up. I want to use this power for myself, the young man said, and surprisingly, the old man actually appreciated the blunt response. Afterward, he left, warning that he would be watching him closely from now on and that he should be careful. After his father left, Jin let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have made it through unscathed. Plus, as mentioned, he could now freely harness the power of darkness whenever he wanted. This is an unexpected success. The difference between this life and the previous one is like night and day. Before leaving with her father, Mary turned around and gave Jin a gift. After handing it to him, she made sure to remind him. Jin quickly regained his composure, turned to Luna, smiled, and continued on his way. But the question lingered in his mind. Why did it have to be him? That is, until he opened the gift box and found a phoenix heart inside. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that Mary was absolutely crazy for giving this to a 7-year-old. However, to be fair to Mary Run Candle, she was a 6-star knight and the 7th knight of the Run Candle family, often referred to as Queen Fuji. But there's another name that few know, the Mad Woman of the Southern Territory. That's why Jin received this gift. What Mary truly wants is for him to grow stronger quickly and become her rival. If he consumes the Phoenix Heart, he'll not only gain fire resistance, but also acquire a key catalyst to summon a Phoenix as a 6-star mage. While reflecting on the power of the Phoenix, Gilly also brought the heart that had been cooked. Before that, however, the brothers had been hiding, so they had to reveal themselves. The two Tona brothers heard that Jin had received a Phoenix heart and couldn't resist sneaking over to see it for themselves. They both thought it was too much for to eat alone, so they hoped to get a share. Jin wasn't selfish, so he was willing to share with them. But first, they needed to do something. After a while, we only saw the Tona brothers digging a tunnel beneath the Vandai. This was probably exactly what Jin had wanted, the spot where Solderay was sealed. The two brothers finished quickly and returned, looking disheveled and scruffy. Feeling exhausted, they both perked up when they heard the Phoenix soup was ready. But when they reached the table, there was no soup, only 2 spoons. That's right, it's a disaster. Jin turned to me with an innocent expression and said he only promised to give it, but never specified how much. So the 2 older brothers had to take whatever they could. After a moment of thought, he realized the wall wasn't very thick, so he could use magic to break through and get inside. With that, Jin channeled his mana to break through the tunnel, which had been steadily building up with no way to release it. This is the moment, we said. With that, a sound echoed as the wall blocking the way crumbled, revealing the secret chamber of the Run Candle family to Jin. He then began speaking in an ancient tongue. It is the key to unlocking the door, which slowly opens after the incantation, revealing the secret chamber of Run Candle. This chamber holds records of the families the clan has defeated over the past 1,000 years, and only the pioneers of the Run Kandel clan are allowed entry. Jin remembered that in his past life, his older brother had told him about this room, insisting that he would never need to know about it because he would never become a pioneer. But because of that, Jin now knew the key to enter. Then Jin ventured further and came across something unusual. A person, sealed in place, their face covered in black spots that looked like scales. Jin wondered if this was a person, then suddenly remembered the chant he had heard upon entering the room, which included the phrase, "The child of Run Candle has come to control Murakhan." If he was right, what lies in deep slumber here is the black dragon Murakhan. Legend has it that Murakhan was defeated by the first pioneer of the Run Kandel family and fell into a long sleep. It was thought to be merely a myth, until now when Jin has seen him with his own eyes. Jin pushed aside thoughts of Murakhan and continued searching for the secretary. As he did, it seemed Murakhan was starting to wake up. After a while, Jin finally found the room where the secretaries of all the families were stationed. He decided to start with the Run Candle family, as they were also known for their swordsmanship, then move on to the families focused on magic and other disciplines. Even Jin wanted to steal the books to study, but that would have been too obvious. So he planned to copy them during each visit. Afterwards, he would head to the secret library to read them. A strange sound suddenly came from outside the door. Jin was still wondering who could possibly be entering the secret library at this hour when the person who stepped in was Black Dragon. He turned to face Murakhan. Jin was completely stunned, as he had never heard of the awakening of the Black Dragon in his past life. After a moment, he regained his composure and thought, "Isn't Murakhan the guardian dragon of the Run Kandel family? If that's the case, all I need to do is show respect and act like a child. That should be enough." Jin greeted the family's guardian with respect, but Murakhan responded with an angry laugh when Jin called him a protector. Following that, Murakhan unleashed a barrage of insults at Jin. After venting his frustration, Murakhan also complained about what had happened earlier. He had clearly smelled a pleasant fragrance, only to discover it was nothing more than a child. As he got closer to Jin, Murakhan felt a dark energy emanating from him. Although the Black Dragon has been in a deep sleep for thousands of years, he still remembers this scent vividly. Only those bound by such an agreement bear this smell. At that moment, he realized that the Black Dragon had likely been awakened by the dark energy surrounding him. Then Jin came up with a bold plan. He used Soldere's dark power in front of Murakhan and asked him to analyze it. When Muraka first witnessed this power, he was stunned for 5 seconds. He hadn't expected a 1,000-year-old agreement to involve a child like this. In fact, Muraka had once made a vow to the dark god, Solderet. It seems that he now has to work with Jin to keep his promise. Murakhan noted that Jin was still too young to hear about it, so he introduced himself first, saying, "I am Murakhan." The representative of Solderet is also his friend and the last descendant of the first dark creature. As per the 1,000-year agreement, he will now accompany Jin. On Jin's side, he introduced himself as the 13th son of Chiron. Jin Run Candle, having made a pact with the dark god, became his companion from that moment on. Long ago on Mount Muraka, a land swept by fierce winds, there was a place ruled by a powerful black dragon named Murakhan. However, about 1,000 years ago, Murakhan was defeated in battle by Tema. History tells us that after Tema's death and the destruction of the Thunder Arena, Murakhan had entered hibernation. But that wasn't the full story. Anyone who forms a pact with the gods must work alongside a dragon knight, and Tema's dragon knight is Murakhan, since he made a pact with Solderet. Now that Murakhan had awakened, Jin finally had his own guardian dragon. The next morning, he went to the secret base, brought food for Murakhan, and planned to stay there for the next few days. Jin kept asking questions about everything that caught his curiosity. But it seemed Murakhan was only focused on the strawberry pastries he had brought. When he saw Jin pull out his books to take notes, Murakhan was surprised. It was rare to see someone his age doing that. But Jin disagreed, saying, "You are a member of the Run Kandel family with 12 older siblings. To surpass H, you'll need to put in even more effort," Jin said, then asked about Mr. Tema, the founder of Run Candle. "Will he understand much of these books?" Murakhan replied, "Maybe Tema won't understand any of it. He's more of a hands-on person, really good in practice, even without needing to read the theory." Murakhan added, "Jin should take his time to learn since he's still very young. One day he could be as skilled as Tema, or even surpass him, because the god Solderet is known as infinite, and Salderate's power has no limits. It means his signatory holds unlimited power, Murakhan said, then decided to teach Jin a special technique to lift his spirits. It's called the release of dark energy, a technique known to all who command darkness. Because it is both the starting and ending point of dark energy, Murakhan then instructed Jin to first learn how to control the flow of mana. First, it might take him 2 or 3 years. Jin thinks that's too long. Besides, in his previous life, he already learned how to control mana, so he showed the skill to Murakhan. As he continued rambling about how Master Jin could control mana flawlessly, Muraka was left stunned. It seemed impossible. Only the rarest geniuses could achieve such a feat at such a young age. But who would have thought that Jin has lived 2 lives? After that, Murakhan used his skills to manifest darkness as a model. The energy of darkness comes from the shadows, all of which are born from Salderet, meaning all darkness ultimately belongs to him. The only one who signs for him will also hold the power to control everything here. In other words, Jin is the master of all darkness. At twilight on the Luna front lines, Run Candle is leading the Crusades. As usual, a soldier under command reported that the area had been cleared, leaving only 5 neighboring zones to be secured before the mission could be completed. Luna believed the remaining 5 areas could be cleared in just 4 months, so she decided to give everyone a break for the time being. She also asked the soldier what a 9-year-old might like, but the author doesn't reveal his answer. 6 months later, after meeting Murakhan, her 2 brothers, Tona, were 10 years old and preparing to leave the Thunder Arena. Jinrun Candle had just turned 9, and his nanny Gilly, along with everyone else, was planning a birthday party for him at the arena. Khan walked in from outside, apologizing for the interruption and saying that Miss Luna had come to see him. Just then, Luna entered the room. Jin was slightly surprised by this. Luna Run Candle is the eldest daughter of the 13 sisters in the Run Candle family and their firstborn, as well as a first-class knight. Known by the nickname White Whale Luna, she is the strongest among her sisters, but she has no desire to take on the role of clan leader. By choosing to walk away from the inheritance battle, she truly became a solitary white whale. This is also why Luna has never paid much attention to her siblings. Her relationship with them feels more like a shallow puddle than a real family bond. However, her sister has now shown up at the arena without any warning, so something must be going on, either related to the family or she already knows about Jin sneaking into the library. Jin went out to greet Luna. To his surprise, her friendly gesture caught him off guard. Noticing that he seemed a bit off, Luna asked what was wrong, and he admitted that he was feeling nervous. It was the first time he'd been this close to his older sister. Jin's words made Luna realize that the Run Candle tradition was for siblings to constantly watch over and challenge each other, and Jin had probably just thought he was checking on her. Luna leaned in closer to him. I hope he can ask his foster father to step aside so we can have a private chat for a moment. Though a bit surprised by the request, Luna seemed to mean no harm, so Jin agreed without hesitation. With just the 2 sisters left in the room, Luna spoke directly. She mentioned that during their last visit, Jin's behavior caught the attention of the other children, meaning that once he leaves the arena, everything he does will be under scrutiny. However, Luna also hopes that Jin refuses to let the family feud steal her happiness because she truly doesn't want her youngest sibling to suffer from the Run Candle family's traditions. Jin just discovered that Luna gave up her position as clan leader for these reasons. But if that's the case, why didn't she mention it to him in his past life? Was he not worth talking to? Or is it because he's not strong enough to compete with the others? After a brief pause, Jin responded to Luna, he values your words deeply, but he's determined to be part of the family's fight, especially after surviving an assassination attempt. Hearing this, Luna was even more shocked. In a fit of rage, she slammed the wine glass in her hand and demanded, who dared lay a hand on you at the Thunder Martial Arena? No matter how hard Luna pressed, Jin still couldn't identify the person. Jin noticed Luna's concern and reassured her that he was safe for now, asking her not to worry too much and thanking her for letting him know that not all of his siblings hated him. Luna, her heart breaking at how understanding her younger brother was, gently hugged him, realizing that he was now tangled up in the Ren family's mess. Then the 2 of them were happy again, because after all, it was Jin's birthday, and there was no reason to dwell on it. Luna pulled out a birthday gift she had carefully prepared. Inside the box was a blue necklace, which she lovingly placed around Jin's neck. As she did, she softly reminded her younger brother When you encounter problems that can't be solved alone, break the jade on this pendant. No matter where you are, I'll always be there for you. Then the time came for Luna to leave. Jin also said a quiet goodbye to his sister before returning to the secret chamber where Murakhan waited. Murakhan noticed the necklace around Jin's neck and grew curious, wondering who had given it to him. Whoever it was must care about Jin a great deal to give him something like that. Not knowing what it was, Jin asked in return. Murakhan said it's an artifact of the Demon King's organ, and over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives to claim it from his relics. Naturally, its rarity is matched only by the miraculous powers it grants to the wearer. The ability to resist and counter magic attacks up to 5-star level, enhance the wearer's magical power, and even summon things, Jin observed. Murakhan knows all about it. I want to understand the reason, especially since the organ is from the same period as Murakhan's. Besides, Murakhan also knows that this item was recently given to Jin by someone with powerful energy. Upon arriving, Jin was surprised by how far it was from the main lobby and wondered if Luna had already sensed Murakhan's energy. Seeing Jin's panic, Murakhan began explaining as he opened the cake. She gave him that precious gift, so there's no way she would report him and let you die. Jin recalled her words as she walked away. Please, my dear brother, no matter what you do or become, I will always stand by your side. The time when Jin thought the wrestling ring was boring ended up bringing him so much. His father's approval, Mary's resilient spirit, and his bond with Sister Luna. Meeting Black Dragon Murakhan was something he could never have imagined in his past life. Time passed, and soon Jin would turn 10 and be taken to the main castle. A morning at Thunderwind Pavilion was like any other. Jin was still training in martial arts with Khan, and each strike he landed was a perfect match for Khan's seasoned expertise. As Khan had hoped, Jin had become the family's most favored. It felt as though only Master Jin was watching, silently judging Khan's teaching. The strength and authority in his gaze were unmistakable. Eventually, the two of them finished their training. Today, as always, Khan expressed his gratitude to Jin for accepting him as a mentor. Teaching him has been the greatest honor of his life. Soon, when Jin leaves the Thundercloud platform, and until that time, Khan promised to dedicate himself to teaching Jin the best things. Seeing this, Jin smiled and thanked Khan for his kindness. After the training, Jin went to his room to practice with fire. After consuming the Phoenix Heart, his body gradually began to absorb more powerful mana. No longer affected by ordinary fire, Nurse Gilly was startled to see him playing with the flames. Didn't the young master feel the heat? But in truth, Jin felt no warmth at all. It was more like being submerged in warm water. Jin has already absorbed half of the medicinal power and will fully absorb the rest over the next few years. In the meantime, the wet nurse is making preparations for tomorrow, when Jin will leave the castle and head to the main one. Then she noticed some unusual books on his bed and asked, "Should I take these with me?" Jin replied, "Just pack them up. He'll read them." After finishing the cleaning, Gilly went to make strawberry cakes for the young master's snack. When she mentioned the cakes, Jin suddenly thought of Murakhan. He hurried to the secret library. Jin asked Murakhan how he planned to follow him, but Murakhan, with a triumphant smile, proudly replied that, although he was weaker than he had been 1,000 years ago, he still had his pride. But these are trivial matters. Murakhan will walk a path that no one will notice. Jin is worried about Murakhan's strength fading, but reassures him that it will gradually return. Moreover, in the future, Jin will become stronger than he is now. Since Black Dragon is just his bodyguard, he should hurry up and become a magic swordsman like Tima, Jin thought, clearly puzzled. The Run Candle family strictly forbids magic, so how could the founder of Tima be a magic swordsman? Earlier, Jin had learned from Saldare that the Run Candle family descended from a long line of sword-wielding mages, with the family's founder being the strongest sword mage in history. But now almost no one remembers this truth, Murakhan said. The reason the Run Candle family abandoned magic and turned to swordsmanship was because of an oath made 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the one who made a pact with the Dark God and the Black Dragon, Murakhan, would have been highly revered. But times have changed. Perhaps the people of Run Candle no longer hold him in such esteem, which is why, this time when Murakhan leaves, he will make sure to hide himself carefully. If anyone happens to find it, Murakhan will create an illusion here, though it won't last long due to his weakened power. After hearing Murakhan's plan, Jin felt a bit more at ease. He thanked him and gave him a few special gifts, But what Murakhan liked the most was the strawberry cake and strawberry wine. That night, they had one final feast at Thunder Peak before departing. The next morning, Gilly's nurse gave him some last-minute advice before leaving, telling him that life at the main castle would be much busier and more challenging than here, and hoping he would be careful. Jin reassured her to calm her worries. Meanwhile, the two knights, John and House, arrived. They had been assigned to escort the young master to the main castle, marking the start of Jin's new life. On October 30th, 1790, Jin finally left Thundercloud Pavilion and set off for the Run Candle Estate, the Garden of Swords. After traveling for a while, the snow started to fall more heavily. The two of them wondered if the teleportation gate would still function in this weather. Just as the carriage came to an abrupt stop, the guard announced that there was an ambush ahead and told the two of you to stay inside. Julie said, John and House are both second-rate guards, so Jin doesn't need to worry too much. Besides, I'm here with you. Outside, there are only about 20 enemies, and they're just low-level thugs, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Suddenly, he remembered something and told Gilly to get out of the carriage with him. He suddenly recalled that the bodyguard was from Run Candle. The protection of the Run Candle bloodline must never be neglected. One of them should have been here to guard them, which means that one of them has betrayed us. Or it's been impersonated, Jin thought, suspecting there might be weapons hidden in the carriage. They needed to leave quickly. Hearing the urgency in the young master's voice, Jilly instantly switched into combat mode. She protected Jin as a member of Run Candle, then hugged him and leaped out of the carriage. Together, they pressed on, undeterred by the growing snowstorm that made progress increasingly difficult. Jin asked Gilly to take him to where the others were fighting, hoping to sort a few things out. He wondered if the ambushers might actually be their allies. If they had meant to take them down, they probably would have done it as soon as they got out of the car. But it's strange how quiet it is. On the battlefield at Buketa, the captain of the Black King squad is ordering the entire army to search for young Master Jin. Meanwhile, Gilly has already brought him here. Jin noticed that there were also members of the magic clans present. The Black King squad must be certain that the two previous bodyguards were imposters. A member of the Mytel clan identified them, prompting the entire army to act in order to ensure the young master's safety. They were sent by the Run Candle family to rescue young Master Jin. On our side, the two imposters are struggling to fight back, which only proves they're fake. There's no way a real guard would have trouble with these people. Julie asked what their purpose was and who their accomplices were, but of course they didn't answer. Realizing she wasn't going to get any information, Gilly turned to the young master for guidance. He simply replied, just kill one of them. The last one had his hand chopped off and brought here on Jin's orders. Gilly swiftly stepped in to deal with one, severed the silver-haired man's hand, and delivered his head to Jin for interrogation. They might have underestimated the Run Candle family. To serve this family, one must hold at least the rank of 7th star. However, to assassinate a member of the Run Candle family, you must be at least an 8th star. The old man with silver hair cursed when he heard Jin rambling. The Run Candle family is on the brink of collapse. But little did they know, this was exactly what Jin wanted. He didn't care about the Run Candle Empire, only the Jin Run Candle Empire. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man instructed everyone present to bow their heads to Zippel. When Jin heard the name, he remembered that the Zippel family was a renowned witchcraft clan that ruled over the other half of the world. While the Run Candle family was famous for their unmatched swordsmanship, the Zippels were known for their mastery of magic. The Zippel family rose to the height of power in magic 1,000 years ago, following the death of the founder of Run Candle. Zippel then issued a disgraceful decree ordering that magic be taken from Run Candle, which resulted in magic being sealed within the kingdom ever since. Therefore, for Run Candle, the Zippel family is their millennial rival. This also explains why someone would dare to assassinate the children of the Run Candle family. Jin requested that the person assigned to kill him do so directly, without any interrogation, as it would lead to nothing. He suspected that this wasn't orchestrated by Zippel, but rather an action carried out by the followers on their own. But the strange thing is, how did they manage to outsmart Gilly, a fallen star knight? Could it have been his doing? After taking him down, Jin turned and asked Captain Muketa of the Black King squad, "Let him set up the portal quickly. I was safe earlier because they distracted those two, so I promised to report back and reward them." Muketa immediately agreed upon hearing Jin's instructions. He ordered the soldiers to quickly open a teleportation gate. He could sense an overwhelming power emanating from the young master, a 10-year-old child who exuded confidence and maturity. What he heard earlier wasn't just meaningless chatter. Muketa once again warned his subordinates to be cautious and avoid doing anything reckless. His subordinates still had no idea what had gotten into their captain. Julie turned and said, "They can leave now," and everyone immediately began to move. On the way, Jilly wondered to himself if it was safe to leave the bodies of the two men behind, to which Jin replied, "It's a warning for their comrades. We'll reach the nearest village in about 2 hours, and they'll stay there until the snow stops." Jin noticed that Gilly was blaming herself for the mistake, so he tried to comfort her. Since even a 9-star knight like Khan couldn't detect it, it's only natural that a 7-star warrior like her would have trouble noticing it too, along with Gilly's repeated apologies, even though Jin wasn't blaming her at all. She was just like in her past life, serving as a nanny in the Run Candle household. Her fate was intertwined with the child she cared for. Since Jin had been incompetent in her past life, Jilly had also been looked down on and humiliated. But she never blamed Jin. On the day he was expelled from the Run Candle family, Jilly was cast out with him. She told Jin, "Young master, I'm sorry I couldn't take better care of you." That's the person who's always been there for him in this family. So now Jin doesn't want to make things difficult for someone who has always supported him. But right now, they're in another country. And Jilly needs to toughen up, Jin said, turning to lecture her. If she keeps blaming herself for every little thing, she'll never be able to take care of you or accompany you in the future. So he never wants to see her like this again. After hearing those words, Julie slowly regained her composure. She realized that the young master truly cared for her. From now on, I need to be more careful to ensure the owner doesn't end up in the same situation as before. Seeing Julie like that, Jin felt a sense of relief. 2 hours later, everyone arrived at an inn in the village. While Muketa was booking the room, Jin couldn't stop thinking about the two bodyguards they had seen earlier. Their transformations were so flawless that only one person could have pulled it off: the shape-shifting witch, Bubare Gaston. Shape-shifting was a specialty of the dragon tribe. Even dragons can't achieve perfect transformation. Only Bubare, the one who can create such flawless changes, holds this power. He used it to disguise himself and commit various crimes, spreading chaos across the world. If Jin's guess is correct and Bubare is involved, things could get really messy. He hasn't done anything truly terrible yet, but who knows? Tomorrow in a past life, when Jin turns 20, Bubare will be captured by the Bement Special Unit. It would be extremely useful if we could bring him to our side, but the problem is, there's no real reason to recruit him. After a long day filled with a whirlwind of thoughts, Jin fell asleep without even realizing it. Eventually, the sound of meow meow came from the window, waking him up and making him realize that this cat is really unusual. That's right, that's Maraka, the one who said he'd quietly follow him. As soon as Maraka was let in, he suddenly got angry because Jin dared to mock him. But he forgot he's just a side character, so he ended up getting knocked flat on the combat floor. Hearing the noise, Jilly rushed in and saw a stranger standing next to her owner. She immediately decided to take action and fight the old man to the end. Just as Murakhan was about to be struck down, Jin managed to intervene at the last moment. When Murakhan heard the familiar name Gilly, he instantly thought of his little strawberry bun. He pouted, wishing he could eat strawberry buns forever, while Jin watched from a distance, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "That's enough," Jin said, then introduced Gilly. "This is Black Dragon Murakhan, the guardian of the Run Candle family," he added before turning to introduce Jilly to the other person. Realizing she had made a big mistake in front of the guardian, Jilly bowed her head in apology. But she's his little strawberry cake, so Murakhan will forgive her for anything. Gilly couldn't understand why Lord Murakhan kept calling her his little strawberry cake. She's amazing and beautiful, and she makes the best strawberry cakes. Gilly has only just realized why the young master asked for strawberry cakes every day. Then the three of them sat down so Jin could explain everything at his own pace, starting with the fact that he could use magic. First, there was the signatory of Solare, and now a dragon. Julie wasn't upset because all this time she had served a master who never told her anything. Instead, she was surprised and happy for him. In short, she's now on the same side as everyone else and has to keep the secret that Murakhan has awakened within the family. But that's fine because Gilly has a black dragon protecting her. At that moment, Gilly wondered if the noise from Lord Murakon's transformation earlier had stopped and hoped he would be more careful next time. But when he spoke, he realized the man had actually fallen and bruised his face, and it had nothing to do with the transformation. The dragon lost some reputation in Jin and Gilly's eyes. A few hours later, everyone had gathered at the teleportation gate. Once the snowstorm had passed, Julie thanked Captain Black King for his help throughout the entire protection process. A few days later, his entire team will undoubtedly be well rewarded. As for Muketa, he's even more eagerly awaiting the future that Master Jin will shape. Julie took care of the person, and aside from that, he has one question. He can't understand why someone as talented as Gilly would leave the Matt family to fend for itself. Becoming young Master Bun Candle's nanny, Jilly walked back inside without answering the previous question. Seeing this, the captain didn't press her and quickly apologized for the rude inquiry. With that, everyone said their goodbyes to the Black King's team. Upon entering the inspection area of the middle teleportation gate and presenting their ID, it's clear that, as a member of the Run Candle family, they will be treated as a VIP and given the best seats. Right now, Jin might have to wait 2 hours to reach Hufester. While waiting, Gilly informed him that Murakan might be exposed, and as a servant, she was deeply concerned about the young master's safety. Jin only promised to do his best to keep the magic and Murakan's issues hidden, hoping to ease Gilly's mind a little. However, during their conversation, others entered the room, one of whom was wearing a coat with the emblem of the Imperial Dragon. No one else. It's the Zippel family, the thousand-year enemy of Run Candle. Though the person in front of him seemed oddly familiar, he couldn't quite figure out who they were. As he continued to think, the person spoke again, this time with a sarcastic tone. It might not be the best idea to go to Hufester today, since there could be some pesky rats around. But he's curious about the black cat Murakan turned into. He wants to pet the little fluff ball, but it's not going to be easy. Murakan's pissed. One bite made Zippel jump in surprise. With the composure of a young master, he was ready to kill the cat, but he instructed the guards to be respectful in front of the Run Candle family. Drawing a sword in front of them would be nothing short of a joke. He now realized that what he had done earlier and it was just meant to tease the Run Candle guy a little, but he hadn't expected him to remain completely unfazed. Thinking that this must be the youngest son of the Run Candle family, who seemed unusually calm, he stood up. I introduced myself as Veridin Zippel, and I want to apologize for my earlier rudeness, Jin recalled from his past life. The name belonged to a genius wizard, the one most likely to inherit the Zippel family legacy, and an ideal role model for young wizards. Someone with both skill and charisma, Jin had once believed this person would surpass him in wizardry, but he never expected to meet him at the same age. Then Jin introduced himself and asked, "What kind of person is Veridin?" It was a relief to see that the person in front of him wasn't an idiot. In response to Jin's slightly sarcastic question, Veridin just forced a smile and asked Jin the same in return. How does he assess it? Although he was joking, if those two bodyguards had actually drawn their swords, he might have had to go around Hufester without them and could have even lost a few fingers. Jin casually replied, Verdin's joke was even more brutal than his last one, but does my face look like I'm joking? Jin snapped back, causing Verdin to go pale and quickly change the subject. But Jin thought Verdin's joke was pretty funny, because as he knew, his father, Chijon and Verdin's father, Kadiak Zippo, never interfered in kids' business. Upon hearing this, the family pretended to be surprised and smiled awkwardly, saying that he had learned something from Jin and would repay the debt later. However, our Jin isn't someone who can be easily brushed off. He wanted Verdin to settle the debt right away, knowing that if it was postponed, it might be forgotten. Jin insisted that Verdin repay the debt by remaining silent and coughing until the teleportation gate activated. The more Verdin observes, the more fascinating Jin becomes. He believes Jin will be much stronger in the future. If it hadn't been for the two associations, I would have gone to make friends right away. The two bodyguards, seeing how he was acting toward me, could only hide their faces behind their hands. It was such a bad look. As for Jin, he kept noticing that guy Zippel lingering around him. Even though he threatened to cut off his finger like that, he still felt helpless. Could the Zippel family be the problem? Have they all lost their minds? 2 hours had passed, and the temporary teleportation gate finally opened. People can now start heading to their destination. Before leaving, the family called out, "It was great meeting you, Jin. Hope to see you again next time." But over here, it's a different story. Honestly, I never want to see that nosy guy again. After a while, the journey came to an end. In front of Jin stood the main mansion of the Run Candle family, and ahead of him was Pedro, the second servant. Now Jin is about to start a new chapter of his life in this mansion, the main estate of the Dell family, known as the Garden of Swords. Here, those who have dedicated themselves to the prosperity of Run Candle are honored by having their swords planted in the garden. This place is, in other words, a symbol, a dream, and an honor for everyone at Run Candle. His former self had been weak and untalented, someone who wasn't a leader or an intellectual. He had been even more foolish to believe that simply working hard would make everything change. But he promised himself that this time, in this precious place, things would be different. You will live a more meaningful life than anyone else, surrounded by the love of your father and siblings. The woman known as Black Panther, Osa Run Candle, matriarch of the Run Candle family, greeted her youngest son with a curious look. The black cat, Murakin, locked eyes with the homeowner, Chiron, and asked, "Did you bring it in?" "I've taken it inside, father," Chiron replied. This subtle response is a big plus for both Chiron and Run Candle when receiving something. It's the perfect reaction. Rosa Run Candle gave a slight bow and gently stroked Murakin. Jin was asked if she knew the little one's name. She replied that it was Butterfly Run Candle. This surprised her. Naturally, the other children were equally shocked. Jin had dared to give her pet the Run Candle surname. They started blaming Jilly's nanny for teaching Jin that way, until Chiron, the head of the household, stepped in and told everyone to be quiet. He then turned to the youngest and asked, "Why did you give this cat the Run Candle name?" Jin replied that by doing so, he would take responsibility for it, even though it was just an animal. Since it was the first life he had taken, he felt its name should carry meaning. Chiron was even more surprised by this answer, but asked Jin again, "Do you understand the significance of the name Run Candle and what it truly represents?" Jin, of course, understood better than anyone. Anyone who insults Butterfly will pay the price. With that, Chiron pointed at him and said, "It looks like you have a real talent for making enemies," he said, nodding toward the people who were glaring at him. "Seems that way, but I also have a talent for destroying them, father." Jin casually replied to his father. Chiron laughed so hard he nearly dislocated his jaw, proud to have such a perfect son. Then he left, telling his other children they could deal with their rebellious younger brother if they were so concerned. 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. On a warm summer morning in 1794, Jin, now 14, was a knight in training, a low-ranking cadet of the Run Candle family. He was going over the day's training schedule with someone. He asked to end today's training session here since the young master has an appointment with Miss Luna. This is John, a junior coach from the cadet team, and bodyguard Run Candle. "All right, let's grab something to eat." "Are you still eating out with the other cadets today, young master?" John asked as he saw Jin heading out. As usual, Jin preferred not to join the others and had to attend the competition instead. Although Lady Elsa was displeased with Jin's actions, she could only report them to him while glancing at him as she ate. While waiting for his meal, a low-ranking cadet named Bellop approached Jin, offering him some food and greeting him. Bellop Smith, a 13-year-old commoner, had failed his training exam and was facing expulsion from the cadet corps. Nevertheless, he was always grateful to the Run Candle family, especially a young Master Jin, who frequently shared his meat with him, allowing him to enjoy these delicious dishes. Jin thought Bellop was bragging a little too much, so he told him to knock it off. He said something similar yesterday, and then Jin advised him to be more mature and live confidently, reminding Bellop that he's a cadet and a bodyguard of Run Candle. That way no one would dare underestimate him. But Bellop is still too naive. It's not an exaggeration to say that Jin's family targeted him. But how did they manage to turn someone like Bellop, trained by a master swordsman, into nothing more than a loyal lapdog of the Empire? When Jin heard the news that he had become a royal guard, only to take his own life shortly afterward, he was devastated. This time, however, Jin was determined not to abandon Bellop. He swore to make sure Bellop wouldn't be kicked out of Run Candle and end up the same way he had in his past life. Having already lived a miserable life and died once, Jin knew that was more than enough. As he made his way to meet his older sister, he quietly began planning his path to becoming a supreme master. At this rate, he believed he could reach 3-star swordsmanship in just 2 more years. Meanwhile, Luna waited outside. She told Little Ut, try a different approach to defend against the same attack as yesterday. Jin, use your inner sight. Jin closed his eyes and focused. This is a type of training he's never experienced before. Look with the eyes of your soul at those who live to sharpen their swords. Having the eyes of your soul is more important than anything else, Luna kept reminding Jin. Typically, a swordsman awakens the third eye only after reaching a level above 7 stars. But she's teaching him even though he's still just a novice knight. Moreover, a regular third eye is unlocked through the dispersion of aura. Since Jin couldn't use it during training, he finds it even harder to understand. Still, everything Luna does works for me, so I choose to trust her. Now the only thing left is to focus on training. One day you'll definitely understand this exercise. After a while, Luna ended the session. You did great today. You can head back now. Luna thought the youngest always performed exceptionally well, often surpassing her expectations with their potential and focus. Luna is confident that Jin will understand it in the next few years. Over here, all the cadets are gathering for the test. This battle will count for a large portion of their final score, and it's also a fast track to becoming a guardian knight, so everyone is pretty nervous. Today is also an important day for Jin because Lady Osa told him, if you defeat 10 people stronger than you today, I'll let you join the intermediate class at the start of next year. Jin glanced at Bellup, who was, as usual, shaking with worry, but knowing that Jin was there to help made him feel a little more confident. John also announced the competition format. Everyone will fight 3 times, switching partners each round. The top 10 will then face off one-on-one against young Master Jin. Afterward, the participants were divided into brackets and charged at each other. Jin stood outside observing and noticed that these people all had solid skills. Clearly, their intern certificates weren't meaningless. After a long battle, they finally identified the strongest among them. He then turned to Jin and told him to get ready. With that, Jin began fighting the 10 strongest opponents. Sometime later, he had already defeated 8 of them. Only 2 remained before he reached his goal. To do that, the person he needs to focus on is Mesa Milcano. She's a noble woman who will eventually become a knight protector after completing all the necessary training. Today I will defeat you no matter what. Mesa stepped forward and spoke, while Jin's face showed anticipation. Today's match with Mesa is the most important part of this test. It was clear that Mesa had grown stronger, but not enough for Jin to believe he couldn't defeat him. Jin chose to respond with a simple attack, even though Mesa had used all her skills, which surprised her. Mesa was certain he did it on purpose, but why? Could it be that young Master Jin is underestimating her, or thinking she can't defeat him? Seeing his vulnerability, Mesa quickly seized the opportunity and thought to herself, this time she won't be pushed down again. She's going to defeat the young master. Mesa leaped into the air, aiming to land a final blow on Jin, but to her surprise, he effortlessly blocked it, snapping her wooden sword in 2. Before she could react, Jin's sword was already pressed to her neck. The winner of the match is still Jin. Mesa couldn't believe it. Jin kept targeting the same spot on her sword with those simple strikes, even though their strength and endurance were equal. He won with strategy and precision. However, she promised that next time she would definitely defeat the young master. The next match played out as expected. By defeating the best, Mesa, the other trainees, would enter the battle already expecting to lose in a direct confrontation. The 10th intern was then defeated. John congratulated the young master and announced that next year, he would be trained by a professional bodyguard from the Run Candle family's mid-tier group. Just as John was telling everyone to get ready to leave, Jin suddenly stopped him. He wasn't done yet. He still wanted to challenge one more person, Bellup Schmitz. Bellup was stunned when he heard his name from the young master's lips. How could this be? The young master had just defeated 10 trainees, and now he was about to face someone as worthless as him. Bellup, he won't last in Run Candle if things keep going like this. Jin pointed his sword straight ahead and said, come on, step forward and fight me. I'll defeat you. With each hesitant step, Bellup moved toward Jin, his mind racing with questions. Why did the general choose me? Is it because I'm weak and can help him enforce military discipline? At that moment, Jin spoke up, addressing Bellups. I just fought 10 people, and I'm still pretty tired. But you seem fine, aren't you? These words were spoken aloud, causing the interns nearby to laugh, and even Bellup felt embarrassed. Before Belop could respond, Jin added, I'm still much stronger than you, which is why I want to fight you. Belop was left in shock. He never expected the master he revered to behave like this. Take that back, Jin shouted, rushing at Belop with all his strength. But Belop still managed to withstand the blow and asked, why has the young master become like this? Jin didn't answer and kept attacking Belops, aiming for his weak spots. In that moment, Belops glanced up at the young master, silently questioning to himself, why are you doing this to me? The only response was two words, fight. I want to fight you, and then I'll be able to kill someone. This angered the kind-hearted Belop. He grabbed his wooden sword and started using aura, leaving everyone around him in shock. No one could have predicted that Belop, the hopeless one, could wield aura. Not even the strongest among them were sure they could. Mesa asked the referee, John, to stop the match immediately, or Master Jin would be in danger, but Jin insisted that everyone stay. Just keep this a secret and don't interfere, so John can follow orders without hesitation. Belop asked once more, is this really what the young master wants? Of course, Jin wanted Belop to charge at him with all his strength, holding nothing back. So Belop raised his sword, infused with aura, and shouted, if the master wanted to fight, he should have come to me first, not to those other 10. Jin blocked the attack with his sword, but since he hadn't used aura, the blade shattered, and he was sent stumbling back. He knew Belop was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Every time he fights, he can easily identify his opponent's skills and tactics, and even knows how to lose on purpose without getting hurt. But Jin has never been able to do the same. He can use aura at this age, and then the sound of a clash rang out as a wound appeared on Belop's hand, surprising him. Belop was caught, off guard by another unexpected attack from Jin. I thought I was going to die, he thought. But then Jin released him and stood up, leaving Belop completely confused. Belop couldn't understand Jin's strange behavior. You clearly wanted to fight me, so why didn't you finish it? Do you enjoy toying with people like this? Jin responded calmly. Is that how you see me? Honestly, provoking you like this makes me feel sad. It hurts more than you realize. Indeed, Jin doesn't understand anything about Belop or know who he is, but there is one thing Jin is certain of. He cares. Only the strong can possess it, which is why someone as kind-hearted as Belop cannot survive in this world. Belop, you must become stronger to protect that kind heart, one that is kind to both me and others. Finally, we apologize for something like this. Meanwhile, the servants brought food during the break, and noticing the training hadn't finished yet, were about to leave. But Jin told them to bring it in, it's fine. This time, Belop was bolder and asked the young master to get their meals for the day. And of course, that's exactly what Jin expected. He gladly agreed and went to get portions for both of them. Is that why my youngest son said that? Yes, Chief. Khan is reporting Jin's recent actions to Chiron. I see. The boy is starting to make his own decisions, isn't he? He intends to protect the weak while ruling with force? If that's the case, let it continue. I want to see what it can do. Chiron advised Khan. I'll give the boy his first task. By the time Jin turned 15, in 1795, he had already been recognized as a third-star knight. During the first break, some students went back to their hometowns, while others continued training on their own to track their progress. Once they reach an intermediate level, they'll stop using wooden swords and switch to real customized ones. Many students have had blacksmiths forge personal swords, and Jin is no exception. He's also searching for a sword that suits him from his family's weapon collection. Unfortunately, Luna is determined to find one for him, so the decision is now in her hands. Jin remembered a month ago, when Luna had tortured him just to make sure she got to choose the sword for herself. Oh, well, it didn't matter. After all, Luna did have better taste than he did. Well, the sword chosen should probably be a good fit, Jin muttered, trying to reassure himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Luna emerged from the treasure chest holding a massive sword. The first thing that caught Jin's eye was a giant question mark. Huh? Could it be that I trusted the wrong person? Luna glanced at her younger brother and said with confidence, this sword is called Killing Heart Performance. I used it a lot when I was your age. It's a large, sharp blade, flawless in every way. This must be the original version of the Krantel sword you used, right? After saying this, Luna turned to Jin and asked if he liked the sword she had chosen. Faced with such a tough question, Jin racked his brain, trying to come up with a response. But the truth is, Jin feels like it just isn't right for him. When Luna heard this, she looked visibly upset, having put so much effort into choosing the sword for her brother. Luna then led Jin into the storage room, searching for a sword only he could wield. She had chosen this one because, from the start, Jin had chosen Barasada, making this sword seem like the perfect match. Since this sword is directly linked to the Barasada, the one wielded by the first clan leader, Jin said, raising the Bradamante with excitement, it truly is the most unique sword among thousands of exceptional blades. This is the sword Jin once swore to obtain at any cost, so it's surprising that Luna chose it for herself. Both the Barasada and Bradamante swords are perfect for harnessing dark energy. If Jin had chosen this Sonya sword for himself, others would have definitely opposed him and forced him to give it up. Jin is really grateful to Luna for choosing this sword for him, especially since everyone else wants it for themselves. Luna felt a little sad when she heard that. Thinking that Jin still hadn't let his guard down around her, she placed her hand on his and said that, although loved ones often try to bring each other down, they are also the ones someone who loves you unconditionally. Always keep that in your heart and don't be sad anymore. Luna has always felt lonely in her family, even before Jin was born. That's why she hopes Jin will understand why she doesn't want him to go through the same experience. After their conversation, Luna finally released Jin and left, giving him the space to practice on his own. Soon after, Jin returned to his room to show Murakhan his sword. He was expecting praise, but to his surprise, Murakhan told him to put it away, since he hadn't yet mastered the power of darkness. He said, if you want to use Bradamante, you need to reach at least the 3rd tier of dark power. But right now, you're just a 10th tier kid. I'll reach the 3rd tier soon and be able to use it then. Murakhan slammed the book shut in frustration. Honestly, that arrogant little brat. Listen up, you fool. Barasada and Bradamante are not swords to be wielded recklessly. The 3-star power of darkness is just the bare minimum of their strength. Then Murakhan tapped Jin on the head and told him to stick with regular swords until his dark power reached the 5th star. But as we know, Jin is impatient, so he swatted Murakhan's hand away and confidently vowed to reach the 5th star of dark power within a year. Murakhan could hear it, and it only made him more frustrated. You're just flogging a dead horse. I've been trying to help, but the more you talk, the more unreasonable you sound. Seeing the old man continue to scold him, Jin decided to get back at him. While the old man was still rambling, Jin reached over and grabbed the book Murakhan had been reading. When he saw his favorite comic about to be ruined, Murakhan raised his hand in surrender, no longer daring to speak. Just then Gilly entered and said, Guran's instructor is looking for the young master. He was supposed to come here himself, but he needs to finalize the strategy and requires your presence. Jin noticed something urgent, so he briefly left Murakhan and followed Gilly. Gilly also added, this mission is assigned to the young master and will depart as soon as the vacation ends. Jin wasn't surprised to hear that, especially since he was now a 3rd-star swordsman. On top of that, he had made rapid progress recently, which was why he had been assigned this task. After saying that, Jin added, Gilly, stay with Murakhan. I'll go check it out. A little while later, Jin arrived and saw the others studying the map and preparing for the mission. Along with him, there were also 10 beginner students who would be joining. The plan is to split into 2 teams and conduct the search mission south of the Gen Empire's border. The Gen Empire, located near Monsterland, is the stronghold of the White Wolf tribe, making it extremely dangerous. Jin thought missions like this shouldn't be assigned to low-level students. The deadline is also tighter than usual. Among the participants is Belop, whose performance has been inconsistent. This proves that only his father could have given this task to test the youngest son. That's why, this time, Jin was even more determined to show his unwavering loyalty to his father. 3 days later, in the southern border region, the search operation targeted the heir to the family. Everyone agreed to set up a watch camp at the southern border center until the preparations were finished. Once that was done, the team would start going through the squads, exchanging information by sending people to the camp at designated times throughout the day. Besides, no one calls Jin Young Master. They refer to him as Commander. If anyone gets injured, they'll stay in camp to rest if necessary. At that moment, someone was reporting to Jin about the discovery of the Shui Wei tribe. Jin knew the tribe was peaceful and steered clear of carnivorous animals, so it was likely they'd avoid the White Wolf tribe as well. With that in mind, he asked Bellup to leave 2 hours earlier for Area 13, since the snow would slow him down. Meanwhile, the others followed him, and before long, they all arrived at the Shui Wei tribe's settlement. Jin couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the mission. Because his father had given direct orders, everything was going smoothly. Ugh, everyone looks so damn poor, he muttered. As he spoke, one of the Shui Wei tribe members handed Jin a fish and told him to eat it. I have to admit, this tribe really looks down on others. Jin glanced at the map and thought, except for Area 13, the monster territory, no one else can challenge our group, so there's no need to worry. Just as the thoughts faded, the sound of rapid footsteps grew louder. It was Bellup, returning to report that Team 2 had been ambushed. Without hesitation, Jin ordered all units to prepare for movement. Meanwhile, Bellup also mentioned that Team 2 had been scattered to evade the enemy, and one member had managed to escape to the watchtower camp to report the situation. Were they ambushed by monsters? Jin asked. No, they were ambushed by 3 people. Hearing that, Jin found it hard to believe. There was no way anyone would dare attack Run Candle with just 3 people. Realizing the situation, Jin called Ardington and David back to camp to keep watch, while the others followed him toward Team 2 to rescue them. After walking for a while, everyone noticed blood on the snow. Belop panicked, worried that Mesa, who was also in Team 2, might be in danger. However, Jin assessed the situation and observed that the bloodstains were still fresh, with no signs of a recent struggle. It looks like there was likely a battle here, and Team 2 ended up fleeing. The footprints suggest that only one person ambushed them, and someone also found bandages to the west, which appear to belong to Hugh Fester. Now that we know their route, Jin said, after treating the injured person following the chase, they were ambushed by someone lying in wait and are heading west. He then ordered them to return and join the group at the camp, while he and Bella would head west to search. After walking for a while, the two of them found Team 2, who were being overwhelmed by the ambushers. Additionally, the number of ambushers had increased by 1 since their last encounter. Bellup, close your eyes for a moment, then after 2 seconds, attack the one on the left, Jin said, unleashing the power of darkness, known for its sharpness and destructive force. Jin coated the knife with dark energy and threw it at a man in front of him, taking him down instantly. Meanwhile, Bellup attacked the nearby man as planned, while the others were left confused about what was happening. The guy quickly spotted Bellup and managed to block his sneak attack. But now there were 2 of them. After Jin dealt with the other one, he turned, drew his sword, and swung it at the man Bellup was fighting, aiming for his leg. The last person also knelt at Jin's feet. Seeing that everyone was hurt, but not too seriously, I felt somewhat relieved. The problem is Mesa has been taken. The other one was pleading for mercy, his face filled with terror. Are you asking me to spare you? From where I stand, you look like just another one of Zippel's foolish disciples. I'll give you 2 options. First, confess everything and die peacefully. Second, you'll stay quiet and endure, just like your comrades, Jin said, fixing him with a cold, piercing stare. I'll keep my word, because my name is Jin Run Candel, and I swear it on my family's code and my honor. At that, the man had no choice but to confess everything. They were part of a revolutionary group called Kindelo. Kindelo was a terrorist organization that emerged during the chaos following Jin's death. After assassinating King Zhong and massacring the people, they proclaimed themselves a revolutionary group. However, their so-called revolution was really about making their own king the ruler of the world. Jin asked, are they trying to incite a riot in the kingdom of Zhong by killing Run Candle soldiers? I'm just a pawn, so I don't know much about it. I'm not sure where the base is, but the group I'm with is at the entrance to mutant territory, along with about 20 soldiers and 4-star mages. He responded quickly, but why are they capturing Mesa? It's for propaganda and to promote the Revolutionary Army, but as for the reason, he doesn't know. As promised, Jin will send this guy off as gently as possible. Jin turned and asked everyone, how long has Mesa been gone? It's been an hour, Jin said. Everyone should tend to their injuries first. After that, I'll go call for backup at their hideout. Wait, are you really going alone? One of the trainees asked. They're all 4-star rank, Jin replied. There are 20 people in total. It would be too dangerous for you to go alone, young master. He suggested that everyone accompany you. It would be safer. That's true, but one soldier has been captured. As the son of the Runkendel family, I can't just stand by. Besides, I'm stronger than you think, so follow my orders. And Bellup, since everyone in Team 2 is injured, you need to stay alert and ensure they all get back safely. Jin gave instructions to everyone and quickly headed toward the monster's territory, holding on to one hope, that he wouldn't be too late. As he walked, he thought, my enemies have 20 members at the 4-star level. It includes both warriors and mages, and he has 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and about 3-star dark energy. If we fought them directly right now, we wouldn't stand a chance. So our top priority is to rescue Mesa and avoid combat if we can. Jin cast the terrain detection spell, then followed it with the wind tracking magic. In an instant, he pinpointed their direction and quickly gave chase. As he charged forward, a group of strangers ambushed him. They had discovered he was from the Run Candle family and intended to eliminate him on the spot. However, when Jin unleashed his wind magic, one of them immediately fell asleep, leaving the others in shock. Since it was the first time they had seen a member of Run Candle use magic, they decided to target him first. But who could have predicted this? Even Jin's swordsmanship was equally impressive. Get out of the way, the fire mage shouted, activating his skill and ordering his allies to throw a fireball at Jin, hitting his arm with precision. But then it seemed the fire had no effect on him. He calmly joined his ancestors. Jin sent the reckless swordsman on his way, and the flame in his hand was gradually absorbed by Jin, who had consumed the phoenix's heart. Realizing the fire was useless, the sorcerer switched to ice magic and launched a barrage of ice shards. Hoping to tear him into 1,000 pieces, the mage had no idea that Jin would effortlessly shatter the ice shards and charge forward. No way, the mage screamed in terror, his blood staining the ground beneath the blood moon. The Candelo guys don't seem to be hiding anything. Jin moved closer and saw they'd met someone else here and were traveling by cart. Candelo is a well-organized group, so they likely divided the loot based on rank, knowing no one would dare take anything from someone higher up. Now was his chance to save Mesa. Jin pulled out the map and realized he was near the monster's territory, which meant their base had to be close. If that was true, he could distract them. Seizing the opportunity to rescue Mesa, Jin unleashed a flame burst, setting a large portion of the forest ablaze. If he did this, they would undoubtedly come out to extinguish the fire. On the barracks side of Candelo, they had discovered a fire, just as Jin had predicted. Everyone was scrambling to put it out. As Jin observed, he spotted a burly man giving orders, likely their leader. The leader noticed the fire was unusual, and with the cold weather, its sudden appearance could only mean it had been deliberately started. He immediately ordered his subordinates to find the culprit. At the same time, Jin was standing right behind the leader as he gave orders. By the time the leader realized it was too late, Jin had already taken the key to the interior from him. A little while later, Jin had searched through all the rooms but still hadn't found any clues. Just then, his eyes landed on a basement. When he went down, he found Mesa there. She was shocked to see him. This place is too dangerous. What are you doing here? Don't worry about me. Can you go? Jin asked. Well, Mesa said it's possible to leave, but running might not be an option. As Jin cut the ropes and prepared to take Mesa outside, a powerful tremor shook the ground above them. Seeing the danger, Mesa wished for only one thing, that if they were ever in real danger, she wanted the young master to leave her behind and run first. No matter what she said, Jin should always prioritize getting to safety. Everything above has been destroyed, and countless members of Candelo have perished. This is the work of the monster from the White Wolf tribe. They're bloodthirsty fighters and killers, Mesa said urgently. Master, run! I'll hold them off. But she, too, was soon struck and knocked unconscious. White Wolf turned to Jin and asked, Did you cause all of this? He was referring to the fire. Jin wasn't scared. With confidence, he replied, I'm Jin Run Candle, the youngest son of Chiron Run Candle. White Wolf Truca roared with excitement. That's right! Today is the day I catch the most valuable prize! The White Wolf tribe is notorious for its fierce and bloodthirsty nature. Every adult member is at least a 6-star warrior, and it's well known that the tribe harbors a deep hatred for the Run Candle family. The reason for this is that the first chieftain of Run Candle invited their god, the Great White Wolf, to come and kill him. Now Jin definitely can't escape with Mesa. At the same time, Truca shouted, I will sacrifice you to Javier so his soul can finally rest in peace. He then turned to Jin and gave him 2 choices, a duel of honor between the 2 of them, or they would both be torn apart while fleeing like cowards. Of course, Jin will choose to fight him in a duel of honor, Jin said, pointing the tip of his sword at him. As Truca mentioned, Jin is a Run Candle, someone who values honor. Let's have a fair fight. Truca raised his hammer and took his stance. He calculated his move and struck in one swift motion. Truca gripped his hammer tightly and charged forward with terrifying speed, leaving Jin stunned. In those fleeting moments of combat, even a single block blow from Truca sent a sharp pain through Jin's arm. It seems like this time, Jin will have to give it his all if he wants any chance of winning. He still has a shot, though, since he's holding on to a few trump cards the opponent doesn't know about. The pendant, infused with magic and dark energy, isn't worth using right now. If he doesn't overcome this on his own, he won't be able to grow stronger. Relying on magic isn't the right answer either. When the Baklang clan has such a strong resistance to magic, anyone who tries to investigate will inevitably uncover traces of sorcery and expose the forbidden secrets of the Run Kendall family. So there's only one option left. The dark energy unleashes my sword. Jin screamed as he gripped the white sword Bradamante. Charging at Truca, he yelled, "Nice sword, kid. Run Candle, right? But it's no match for the legendary black sword of the Truca clan." He taunted, then swung the heavy hammer at Jin again, aiming to take him down quickly. Jin was struggling, doing his best to fend off Truca's relentless assaults. Having just devised a new battle strategy, he recalled the moment he had drawn his sword that night. A dark mist had surrounded the white blade, Drama Man. Jin swung it to block Truca's hammer, surprising himself in the process. The darkness blinded the white wolf, rendering him unable to see anything. Meanwhile, Jin's hair whipped in the wind as he delivered the final blow to his enemy. Now Jin understands why his family is famous for the black saber. In front of him, Truca lies motionless, but in the deep darkness of the night, shadows creep closer to Jin. Including the shadow of Truca lying there, his body was swallowed by darkness. Useless! What can someone as weak as him possibly do? What an idiot. He doesn't even understand his situation. He's a disgrace to the Runkendell family. Insults kept pouring out from them. Finally, the familiar shadow of Black Dragon Murakan has appeared. I warned you what would happen if you tried to unleash it without enough dark energy. Are you planning to dig your own grave while that dark energy takes over? Get up, quickly. If you lose control, there's no saving you, Jin. Upon hearing the shadow's words, Murakan knew exactly what he had to do: unleash the dark energy. Earlier, the surrounding dark energy had been erasing it, forcing him to start over slowly and carefully. Moments later, it seemed Jin had overcome the ordeal, and the pain had faded from his body. One thing is that he feels a dark energy flooding his body. However, since his body is fine for now, he decides to save Mesa first. As soon as he stood up, he heard the sound of rustling in front of him. A young man with blonde hair and a dazed expression stepped out, his voice trembling. "Please don't kill me." At first, Jin thought it might be some leftover Candello soldiers and was ready to act. But the man quickly explained. "I'm from the kingdom of Jean Vilsember," he said. Jin knew this was the person he had to rescue on this mission, and introduced himself as Jin Run Candle. Sember was overjoyed to learn that someone from the Run Candle family had come to save him. Finally, they managed to escape that damn place. Jin was carrying the unconscious Mesa on his back as Sember led the way home. Jin couldn't help but wonder how Candello had managed to kidnap him, only to realize that Sember had followed his lover here. Actually, his girlfriend passed away 2 years ago. But for some reason, someone who looks exactly like her face, her voice, even the moles appeared. That person lured Sember here. When Jin heard that, one person immediately came to mind. Gaston. Only he could have created such a perfect shapeshifter. But what's the connection between Candello and Gaston? It looks like Jin will need to meet him in person to find out what kind of person he really is. While I was still trying to figure out how to find Gaston, Sember, who was standing next to me, kept rambling and crying, thanking me. I assumed it was because reinforcements had been called in because of Jin. If it had been possible, she probably would have transitioned and married Jin by now. After that, reinforcements arrived and everyone completed the mission safely. Back at the mansion, Gilly, the wet nurse, was visibly happy because the young master she had cared for had successfully completed his first mission. But right next to him was Murakan's deadly glare. Jin quickly turned, trying to charm his way out of it, hoping to gain the upper hand, but Murakan wasn't easily fooled. "How many times have I told you not to release it?" Murakan shouted, hitting Jin. The cat's transformation wasn't enough. He became human and kept fighting. Who could be more important than the one person who signed the contract with Soldero? Muraka looked at Jin intently. Why not use the pendant instead of relying on dark energy? Jin speaks his mind without hesitation, believing it's pointless to do otherwise. Hearing this, Murakami grew even angrier and was ready to act on the spot. Fortunately, Little Strawberry Cake stopped him, saving Jin's life. That's when Jin finally asked, "How did you know I'd awakened? Your dark energy sword has gone from a tri-star to a half-quart." "I'm not blind," Murakami said. Jin released a burst of dark energy, immediately feeling a powerful surge. "You should be grateful to Saldare for sparing your life," Murakami added, watching the display. "Out of the 11 people who experienced the overload early, Jin have died, leaving just you and me." Jin waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I don't want to go through that kind of pain again either." After that, he went to take a shower. Murakami saw this and got furious, muttering, "The Little Strawberry Cake can go hungry until the kid comes to his senses." But Gilly was on Jin's side, so Murakami's anger eased a bit. Inside the hall, members of the Run Kandel family were discussing how Jin had just defeated a member of the White Wolf clan. It was unbelievable. How could a third-tier knight possibly kill someone from the White Wolf clan? Perhaps there's an explanation for this. The Bak Lang clan name may be relatively weak. Anne Runkandel, the 9th generation of the Runkandel family, said Mu Runkandel. The 8th lottery was unbelievable. They couldn't believe their mother actually trusted it. Anne then asked the Tona brothers what they thought, and of course they shared the same opinion as everyone else. Daytona and Haytona whispered to each other, "Did Jin really do that?" Both of them know that the younger sibling is a real monster, but the bigger concern right now is that they're about to join the intermediate training class. If Jin makes it in, it'll be game over for the two of them. Hearing the whispers, the other two guys asked, "Are you really that scared of moving to the intermediate class? You better be honest, because the one thing I can't stand is a liar." Without hesitation, they both admitted, "We're really scared of Jin." As the older sister, Anne felt responsible for helping them, so she let the two guys borrow the slaves and use them as they saw fit. The intermediate class of Run Kandel is essentially a survival battle for those who are qualified. The list includes the missing cadets, ranging from 3-star to 5-star, some of whom are newly recruited, while others have been stuck in a class for over 15 years. Anne and Mew gathered a small group of repeat cadets and turned them into their servants. The two brothers, Tona, were clearly pleased to hear that. All four of them shared a strong dislike for Jin, but they'd better be cautious and handle things carefully, as these two aren't easy to deal with. Meanwhile, in Jin's room, he thought the decision to join the intermediate class must have already been made. On the other hand, I've also reached the 4th star in dark energy. To use this power effectively, I need to reach the 6th star in swordsmanship within 5 years. A 6-star swordsman is considered an extraordinary master. Starting with the 7 stars, they are seen as masters of swordsmanship, but only in the eyes of ordinary people. From the 8 stars onward, they are regarded as truly exceptional, and everything changes entirely. Moreover, out of the more than 2 billion people on the continent, fewer than 100 have reached the 9-star and 10-star levels, and only one person has surpassed them. Kiran Run Candle, the god of the field and the knight of the origin. Jin had promised himself that in this life, he would surpass his father. The first step toward that goal was his personal growth. Once he advanced to the higher class, he would be under the watchful eye of the seniors. The beginner class, on the other hand, consisted of students at the same level, which made it feel much more relaxed and friendly. But it's different in the intermediate class, where strength and skill are what matter most. All I need to do is dominate with pure power. Come on in. Did your mom call for you? That's right, we heard that you completed the mission safely and achieved excellent results. According to Metron's report, you declined my offer to switch rooms. As you know, that room is reserved for those who have the potential to become the future owner. Since Zosher left, it has been empty. From now on, you can use it, Jin. But Jin stubbornly refused. Thanks, Mom, but I'm not going to use it. It might be a nice room, but at the end of the day, it's just a room. And honestly, it feels a bit too much for me. Seeing that she couldn't convince her son, Rosa let it go. She can't quite decide whether it's because her youngest son isn't greedy or because he's too ambitious. The room she just mentioned is the elder's room, the one set aside for the future heir of the Run Candle family. As soon as he stepped into the room, the rewards would be worth it. But in that moment, he would also become the target of his siblings. He probably knows I'm testing him, Rosa thought. Now let's talk about your behavior in the intermediate class. Starting tomorrow, I'll be in the intermediate class and there will be several different groups. Since everyone is considered part of my group, they may face some challenges, but don't worry. I won't let them get away with this. They'll back off once I beat this intermediate level. Until then, we all need to stick together, at least 3 people, and avoid going off on our own. Got it? Jin taught the intermediate class alongside Zed Runkendel, the son of Elder Runkendel, a Grand Knight, and the younger brother of Chiron Runkendel. He addressed the class saying, this year, 10 new members have joined. There are 27 interns. The newcomers need to learn from the juniors, the experienced ones, and the seniors. My role is to teach and grade martial arts, so unless someone's life is in danger, everything else is up to you to handle. All the old soldiers I ever taught would always say, Run Candle doesn't need weaklings. Run Candle doesn't need weaklings. The real students would chant it loudly. Jin thought to himself, these harsh words are just for the amusement of the newcomers. Is that Tona's crew over there? The guy standing with them looks like a longtime cadet. I don't think they chose him on their own. It seems like Anne and Mayu had a hand in it. I'm sure they meant well and wanted to make the newcomer feel welcome. But soon enough, I'll show them they were wrong. Jin muttered to himself as he walked toward Tona and the others. What the hell is this? Why is that maniac coming toward us? Hey, stop being such a coward. We've got Anne and Mew with us, Tona reassured him, though his voice still trembled with fear. The longtime cadet stood before Jin, but in an instant, blood spilled, shocking everyone, including Sir Zed. One of the cadet's arms, which had been raised to block Jin, was severed. This is the one who needs a warning. Call the medic, Jin said softly. Jin, are you out of your mind? Why did you suddenly swing your sword? Murmured voices from the crowd. Jin turned to the man and asked, Cadet, what's your name? It's Kajin Romello, the other person replied. Do you know why I'm killing people? Kajin drew his sword and pointed it at Jin. Hey, why are you ignoring us? Draw your sword now. Brother, can't you see I'm talking to Kajin? I'll accept the fight later, but for now, shut up. You bastard, how dare you act like this after killing my cadet? Tona saw this and screamed, but as soon as she realized how foolish she sounded, she quickly covered her mouth. My cadet, so this guy is on my brother's side, huh? I only attacked him because he was looking at me like that. This is a battle for power, Zed said from above, clearly enjoying the performance rather than being demoralized by his brother. Jin taught his 2 brothers a lesson. According to Tona, Kajin had publicly aligned himself with them, so Jin's actions weren't random, but part of the long-standing tradition of the Run Candle family. The battle for power raged on. Jin turned to the cadets and shouted, Listen up, cadets! I'm Jin Run Candle, and you can point your swords at me. Stay out of sight like you did earlier, but the moment you show even the slightest sign of defiance, I won't hesitate to strike you down again, Zed said sharply, his tone laced with warning. Jin Run Candle, the youngest of the clan leader's 13 children. Do you really think you have the right to behave this way in front of me? That's right. We're not fighting Tona's 2 brothers. We're fighting a person, Jin replied. But Zed threatened, fighting me is interesting. Now explain yourself. Depending on your answer, I might just cut off your head right here and now. Despite Zed's threats, Jin responded firmly and without hesitation. Jin said, So you decided to target the new cadets, even though I'm in this class? I thought about it when someone attacked me. Are you upset because you think I'm intimidating them, and that's why you caused all this chaos? If that's the case, you should be swinging your sword at me, not at an injured long-time cadet, Zed said, pressing on. That's because I haven't beaten you yet, Jin replied. If I knew I could beat you, I wouldn't be targeting Kazan or my brothers. I'd be coming after you. It seems like you don't value your life, or are you just relying on being the son of the clan leader? As for Jin, that's not true at all. He said avoiding an opponent is not something a member of the Run Candle family would ever do. Losing one's life is but a moment, but honor lasts forever. How foolish. Someone as arrogant as Jin has made a fool of himself. Fine, I'll step aside for you now, because you are the one truly worthy of being part of the Run Candle family. Zed then turned to the rest of the group and told the young cadets not to forget this day. What you're witnessing right now is the very essence of the Run Candle family, the very thing this brat is showing us in this moment. It's a hallmark of our swordsmanship clan, young warriors. As you head into battle, never forget your roots. Now disperse. Training begins tomorrow. Noticing Tona's brothers looking grumpy nearby, Jin walked over to them and offered some words of advice. He said to his two older brothers, even if you're still afraid of your older siblings now, who knows if that'll always be the case? Don't just focus on what's right in front of you. Thinking ahead will be better for you. Afterward, Jin returned to his room and told Gilly and Moroccan about the hierarchy battle with the Tona twins. However, he suspected that it might actually be his two sisters, Anne and Miaoyu, who were behind it in supporting them. Jin also mentioned that he injured a young soldier on their side, and after digging a little deeper, it seems he's aligned with the faction of those two sisters. Apparently, his older brother let something slip earlier, which is why he's now on their side. If the sisters find out, they'll go crazy. With two older brothers, there's no way to have a top-tier knight on your side, since they only accept those weaker than themselves. Gilly wondered, weren't both women already seasoned knights? There's an unwritten rule that fate only confronts fate. That's the key because they are both fate. They have no reason to fight us, Jin replied. The only thing they can do is cause trouble for our team. The difficulty of the task is reduced by their fortunate privileges, which is a positive aspect since many high-difficulty tasks often involve solo missions, meaning we can give our best in these tasks. For now, we just need to be grateful to the sisters and focus on improving our own performance. Also, bringing a cat along won't be a problem. I thought Murakan would be stuck playing the servant for Jin's tasks, but nope, Jin had other plans for him, so until then, everyone had to stay under the radar. The next day, training for the recruits kicked off, and Zed was going over the rules and regulations with everyone. Everything will be specially trained in the secret arena, and only those with the Run Candle bloodline will be allowed to use it. These are privileges reserved for you purebloods, Zed added. Don't expect the training to be easy, got it? The Run Candle family's martial arts focus on raw strength. It's brutal and relentless, built for aggressive combat, and embodies the very essence of the Run Candle house. It's all reflected in their swordsmanship, which doesn't have a set definition, while some techniques and secrets can only be learned through experience. This style of swordsmanship has no fixed form, whether it's in footwork or rules. This is the main difference between the Run Candle clan and the other families. Noticing the confused looks on their faces, Zed asked, does anyone know why the clan's swordsmanship doesn't follow a fixed style? Jin replied, it's because of the abilities, physical strength, and special talents the Run Candle family possesses. He's right, being a Run Candle means you're born with noble blood. The person who possesses a body and swordsmanship skills beyond what ordinary people can imagine, even with a few flaws, is still far superior to the average person. After explaining, Zed looked at the group of students and smiled. He said, now I'm going to give each of you a steel ball. Then he added, this is crystal clear stone. It's called that because it produces a clear, ringing sound when struck. Now we'll let you hear the 3 different sounds it makes. Zed gently tapped the sword against the stone. A harsh, grating noise echoed, causing everyone to cringe. He struck the stone again, and this time the sound was much smoother. The pure stone produces different tones, Zed explained. It depends on how hard you hit it. If the strike isn't strong enough, it'll make a dull sound, but if it's powerful enough, the sound will be incredible. Jin had already figured this out. This training is designed to ensure that each strike produces the right sound, helping to develop the ability to control mental strength and focus. Considering the physical abilities of the Run Candle family, this exercise is ideal despite its simplicity. As Jin was lost in thought, Zed struck the stone, producing a sound. Finally, Jin wondered what the third sound was. He could feel a scratching noise, almost like metal scraping. Then it hit him. Something was wrong. Without hesitation, he pulled his 2 brothers down to the ground. At the same time, Zed's strike shattered the crystal with a loud bang, and the entire secret training ground was engulfed in the explosion and smoke. The Tona brothers were lucky to have gotten out of the way in time. I'm not sure what just happened. Uncle Ut seems to have a knack for these things. From a distance, I heard Zed's voice echoing, followed by, if you strike clear stone too hard, it'll shatter just like that. Now that you have all the information you need, let's get started with the training. Before we begin, though, Zed mentioned that after Luna, Jin was the only one who wasn't injured in the explosion, and that most of your older siblings were trained by me. These kinds of drills are just for show, so we don't expect much from them. After the person escaped the explosion, Jin wondered, How did Luna manage to avoid the blast? Zed shook his head and said, the answer might disappoint you. Back then, Luna didn't dodge like you did. She took the hit, just like everyone else. The difference is she wasn't hurt because it wasn't that strong. The three brothers were stunned, and Zed continued, from now on, you must practice diligently every day until you are skilled enough to consistently produce beautiful sound. Only then should you stop. Cut to Luna's room where she's asking her nurse about the person she had her investigate, the one who assassinated Jin. The wet nurse mentioned that after looking into it, she had been suspected by Miss Mayu and Anne. Moreover, they were already familiar with young Master Jin, so the chances are quite high. When Luna heard this, she said, they're being a bit reckless, but there's no real ill intent behind it. Anyway, they're barred from participating in the battle for the Run Kandel inheritance. If their father knew about their plan, this house would probably be in chaos. The wet nurse asked Luna, has she ever considered that young Master Jin might be lying? What if it was just a misunderstanding? The boy was only 10 years old at the time, so it's entirely possible. Plus, we've been investigating the case for 5 years and haven't found anything. Luna doesn't believe Jin lied. Since the boy had always been cautious around her, and for good reason, it's possible Jin sensed something was off. Therefore, the nanny will temporarily focus on investigating Miss Anne and Mayu first, as Luna has a strong feeling that something is wrong. The wet nurse, sensing her concern, said to Amu, you're the one who should be worried. You're afraid my brothers will hurt her again. But Luna had long outgrown that phase. She was well past the age of 13. She shouldn't worry too much. Luna changed the subject. I wonder how Jin's been doing lately. It's about time he starts seeing the results of his training. He'll probably get hurt a bit from the spirit stone, but he should be fine. The next afternoon, during the 4-hour training session, Jin felt it was one of the worst he had ever attended. And of course, his 2 older brothers were no exception. Fortunately, Sir Zed gave the 3 of them a 5-minute break. As they sat down to rest, Jin reflected that at first he had thought this training was all about strength and willpower. The truth is different. From the very beginning, he had to focus on restraining his own Kwang energy in order to destroy the pure stone. Jin still lacks basic strength, so he needs to continue developing his light energy. He must practice until he can clearly hear the pure sound and destroy the pure stones, skills that the seniors have already mastered. He had no reason not to be able to do it. Uncle Zed, standing nearby, watched the 3 kids and saw that they were all doing well and making progress. But Jin clearly stood out. It could break Luna's previous record. A few hours later, the training ended. Uncle Zed handed Jin something and said, make sure you tell your 2 brothers that if they pass out again tomorrow, they don't need to come back. After the 3 of them left, Lord Zed muttered to himself, the Tona twins stayed unconscious longer than I expected, and that youngest one from the Run Candle family. The thought filled him with such rage that he nearly spat blood. Why did it have to be Jin, the youngest? If it had been born about 15 years earlier, it could have become highly skilled by now. Someone who would have dominated the entire family. All of this is because of that damn older brother. What a shame. A month later, on May 5th, 1790, all the cadets gathered at the Junior Cadet Training Center. In the square, someone announced, the first task of the year for the junior class has been assigned. The cadets whose names were called stepped forward. The first task was to protect the newcomers of Minchi's company. Hoton Parting, the cadet selected for the task, took charge, and after a while, they moved on to the third task. The task of defeating the monster Odd is located in the unprotected area of the Diano territory. Those chosen to deliver the message must speak briefly beforehand, as it includes the names of the new cadets, including Mesa Belup. 10 cadets have been called up for a mission to eliminate 25 vultures. Since vultures typically travel in flocks, they can be challenging to manage, so make sure you are fully committed to completing the task. One person remarked, the others are still talking, wondering why this task of controlling the vultures was assigned to the newcomers. What can they even do? Half of them are definitely going to die. Might as well get the coffin and incense ready. One guy even said, right now anyone can go beg young Master Jin for help since one of the team members is in pain. However, Mesa is holding them back because they still can't defeat the enemy, and the mission is more important. That guy still wouldn't listen, so Mesa raised his voice and said, this is the Run Candel family. Everyone needs to accept the mission assigned to them and make sure to return once it's completed. That's the only way we can defeat them. A few days later, the three Run Candle brothers were still training with the pure stone when the two Tona brothers accidentally applied too much force, causing their pure stone to explode. A fragment flew past Tona, but unfortunately for Jin, he was standing right next to it and had no time to react. It struck him directly. Seeing this, Tona quickly asked, "Are you okay? I didn't mean for that to happen." Jinai is doing fine and asked him to move the stone to a different location. It's been a month since they started training with the sacred stone, and the Tona brothers can now move it faster than Jin expected. Then Jin recalled the sensation from earlier. It felt like the steel bullet was being pulled in. He quietly thought, if that steel stone comes flying at me again, I'll be able to dodge it easily. Could this feeling be connected to Luna's previous training? After a moment of thought, Jin decided to try again before the sensation faded. Just then, Lord Zed entered and announced that all three of them had been assigned a mission. Attending an event for the Bement Empire was their duty. The Tona brothers frowned when they heard the news, knowing these events were always painfully dull. To make matters worse, the outfits were ridiculously out of place. Watching this, Zed couldn't help but feel sorry for his nieces and nephews. Because of them, their other siblings didn't have to endure dancing in the Imperial Banquet Hall. Anyway, this is still a mission. Anyone who dares back out will quickly learn who they're up against. Just by looking, Jin can tell that this mission is a punishment from Mu and Anne for the two Tona brothers. Since this is a major event that Run Candle can't afford to miss, and with many influential people attending for entertainment, it's also a great opportunity to learn. After assigning the task to the two brothers, Tona and Zed, he turned to Jin and gave him his assignment. Jin's mission is to assassinate a key figure, the master of the Ice Castle's plaything and one of her lovers. The Ice Castle itself is a towering structure that rises from the sea on the continent's western coast. The 51st master of the Ice Castle, Teleris, is infamous as the Spider of the Abyss. She is known for the cruel torment she inflicts on anyone who dares to touch her lover. The Ice Castle is an independent entity beyond the control of the Run Candle and Zippel families. And of course, its master is no pushover. With that, Zed provided Jin with the details about the target, Alcaro Chenderer. He is a member of the Ice Castle and is currently in the lawless region of Mamit. The three brothers were shocked when they heard about it, as any mission involving Mamit is as demanding as the duties of a Night Protector. Although Jin is talented, that's still asking a lot. Jin asked, the Chenderer family assigned this mission. Aren't they essentially trying to kill their own descendants? That's right, it seems the Chenderer family has tried everything to bring him back, but nothing has worked. So they probably plan to kill him instead of letting him reveal the family's secrets. Zed asked, does Jin feel confident about completing the mission? Of course, Jin will handle it, came the reply. Zed wondered, why is my youngest so brave? Doesn't it know about the Ice Castle and Mammoth? Why else would it agree so quickly? I even considered giving this task to Kai Van if it had hesitated. Being decisive is probably the best approach. The three of them will leave in 2 days. Zed instructed, the afternoon training session will be canceled until the mission is completed, and personal training will be limited to avoid interfering with the mission. As they were about to leave, Tona turned to Jin and whispered, if you ever find yourself in real danger, just say you're from the Run Candle family. No one will dare touch you. Jin, hearing this, simply stared at her, confused. I didn't expect those two to start worrying about me like that, Jin said, turning to leave but pausing to add, by the time I get back, I hope you've decided whether you're with the girls or with me. Lord Zed also warned that Daytona and Haytona should stop picking on Ut before you all get strong enough, if you truly want to live long. 2 days later, everyone from Jin's team came to see him off. Everyone is asking, why has the young master's hair color changed? Well, it turns out Jin is disguising himself to avoid being recognized as a member of the Run Candle family. Jin and the others had different missions, so they would be using separate teleportation gates. Jin asked, why does everyone look so down? Is something wrong? Mesa replied, it's nothing. We just wanted to say goodbye to the young master because we're all worried this might be our last mission. Yeah, if we're unlucky, some people might die, but worrying about it won't help. Let's just focus on what we need to do right now. Jin reminded everyone, I'm sure I'll be back, so don't worry too much and make sure to stay safe. He then instructed someone to look after them all. The one he had in mind was none other than Murakan, who had taken the form of a black cat. Gilly said goodbye to Jin, assuming that both the young master and Lord Murakan had already left. so it would probably be quiet now. She was also deeply concerned about the young master's mission. Assassinating the lover of the master of the ice castle was no small feat, and she hoped he would approach it with caution. I will definitely return. Jin mounted his horse and set off on his mission to Mamet, a lawless region known as a haven for the most notorious criminals and a sanctuary for those who live beyond the reach of order. I've heard that the corruption here is so rampant that not even grass can grow. As soon as Jin stepped into this lawless land, he was met with the suspicious gazes of criminals who thought, where did this guy come from? At the same time, Jin handed over the money and asked the shop owner to bring the dish. One of the men noticed that this newcomer was unusually bold, so he decided to question Jin about his background. When Jin refused to answer, the man, feeling embarrassed, snapped, "You need to learn the rules around here. It's best if you stay quiet and kneel down now, and I'll let you go." Blood dripped onto the table in response to his words. After taking care of the guy, Jin stood up and shouted, "Why is the food taking so long, boss? How much longer do I have to wait?" The thugs were momentarily taken aback by Jin's actions, but things quickly returned to normal. Since killing people here was as routine as eating, Jin thought to himself, just like Master said, these are all real lunatics. To earn their acceptance, you must prove your skills and courage. As Jin thought about this, he remembered his master and hoped that one day he could repay them. At that moment, the restaurant owner brought out the dish and reassured him that it wasn't poison, so the boy could eat without worry. And of course, poisoning is prohibited here, Jin said. Already aware of that, he was still surprised to hear it, though, considering how young the boy was and how familiar he seemed with the rules of this place. "Do you live here?" When Jin didn't respond, the boy asked, "What brings you here? Do you need to buy something or find someone?" Jin asked. "Do you know anyone named Hyder around here?" "I'm pretty sure I don't," he replied quickly, signaling that his master wasn't around. "Could you recommend a few places to stay overnight? Ideally somewhere clean and well-maintained, not messy or run down." The innkeeper then suggested a guest house called Moonwell, located on the west side of the city. That's where the king of Mamet stays. As soon as he arrived, Jin couldn't stop thinking about Alcaro, the useless son of a count, who had been raised in a sheltered life, completely oblivious to hardship. As a result, he had become a madman who trampled on the weak and bowed to the strong. He has nothing but his blood in his face. The only reason he's here is to catch the attention of the master of the mysterious castle. Jin remembered what the innkeeper had said earlier. There's a new type of opium here. He's probably using drugs in the room, and since he's one of the lovers, there's probably someone standing guard outside. Jin wants to assess the situation inside before taking action. As soon as Jin entered the room, he saw the man yelling at his servant over the opium. What a stroke of luck. Who would have thought Jin would run into him like this? Nearby, the man was still angrily demanding the opium, ignoring the objections of his two bodyguards. They were assigned to protect him, not to constantly cater to the young master's every demand. The bodyguard watched as he shouted and cursed without stop. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance, and in an instant, they knew what had to be done. Moments later, the lover was knocked unconscious. They still couldn't understand why their master kept such a useless person around. Then the other two escorted him back to his room. Jin watched them, estimating that his bodyguards were at least level 6. He realized he would need to outsmart them in order to escape safely. Using poison is forbidden in Mamit, so that option isn't possible. Jin is desperately trying to find a way to kill Ankaro right here at the Moonwell. After a moment of thought, he finally makes a decision. Jin decided to deal with him that way. As for the other options, you'll find out soon enough. The next morning, a group of people walked down the road. "How many bodyguards does he have?" "6, miss," one of the bodyguards replied. "I'm sorry, everyone, for the trouble caused by that jerk who made things difficult for you. But starting today, it's over because I'm here now." The group headed straight to the Moonwell, where Alcaro was staying. Just then, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. A lightning bolt struck the road ahead of them. When they looked up, they saw it heading straight for the Moonwell, filling them all with immediate concern. A few minutes ago, Jin planned to unleash a magical barrage on the Moonwell. Now at the 4-star level, he's able to tap into dark power to reach the 6th star. The spell will make everyone believe the caster is an 8-star mage. Obviously, who would suspect a 15-year-old kid? No one for sure. Even Verdun Zippel, who had only just reached the 8th tier mage level. With that, Jin quickly cast a spell to make it appear like an external ambush, and summoning lightning was the perfect choice. After a moment of casting, thunder and lightning erupted from Jin's magic, infused with the power of darkness. The thunderstorm we had seen earlier was then summoned. This is Syria Aduma, the captain of the Hidden Pavilion sword team and the daughter of the Pavilion Master. She's currently leading her guards in search of Alcaro. Anyone who saw the recent lightning could likely guess that someone at the Moonwell has angered a high-level mage. The bodyguard beside Syria said, but it could also be an attack on the Hidden Palace. They suddenly remembered that 6 of their people were still inside, not to mention her mother's lover, Alcaro, who was there as well. The entire group quickly made their way toward the Moonwell. Nearby, the thunder and lightning summoned by Jin continued to wreak havoc. Below, everyone was pointing fingers at each other. Which one of you pissed off the Zipple wizard earlier? At that moment, the people from the secret chamber had just arrived and were being attacked. The thunder finally struck, and they barely escaped with their lives. They had just witnessed the intense assault, which was likely the final wave, and hoped everyone had made it out safely. In the Moonwell, Jin was on the verge of falling asleep from his last attack. That final strike, which drew on all of his spiritual energy, was nearly as powerful as the 7-star magic. Fortunately, the necklace saved my life. From what I can tell, all the guards at the secret chamber are still alive, but I don't see Alcaro anywhere. If he's still alive, this could be the perfect opportunity for him. Suddenly, Syria appeared in front of Jin, looking confused. How can someone her age be here, she asked. Did the attack hurt you? She glanced at Jin, then quickly urged him to leave, signaling for her guards. If you find Alcaro, deal with him immediately. If you encounter any sorcerers, just tie them up. Jin looked at her. Isn't she the daughter of the hidden sect leader? From what we just heard, it sounds like they're here to look after Alcaro. If that's the case, his fate is already sealed, so there's no need for him to check the situation any further. The only concern now is that it could cause trouble if she remembers his face, so it's best for him to disguise himself as much as possible and leave. A soldier came to report, Alcaro has been found dead in the recent attack. When Syria heard this, she considered it good news as she had come here to free them from this mission. She pointed up at the sky and said, for now, the secret chamber will take control of this inn. Anyone who opposes us will be considered an enemy of the chamber. A man pointed at her and said, even if you are the daughter of the secret master, this is Mahmet, and no one can challenge the authority of the city's kings to take control of the situation. Besides, the attack might be connected to the secret palace. He was sent off by Syria, just as we heard earlier. Anyone who opposes will be seen as an enemy of the throne. And as for the other kings, they're just playing emperor in their own little fiefdoms. If the real goal is the secret chamber, we will compensate accordingly. However, if you're not involved because of your actions, what will you do? Everyone who heard her say this turned pale with fear. She ended with the final sentence. The secret organization's use of this inn is simply a matter of fairness. But what really matters now is identifying the sorcerer responsible for this. You must have guessed that one of us provoked the sorcerer while causing trouble somewhere, so stop resisting. And you, why are you still dragging your feet? After what you said earlier, I'm a little scared, and my leg's injured too, Jin replied hesitantly. Syria took out a bottle of medicine and applied it to Jin's wound, unaware that he was the mastermind. She smiled and said, no need to thank me. How could you ever repay the great Syria? Just think of this as a lovely memory. She then turned to say goodbye to the charming swordsman. Jin nodded in reply, though secretly he felt a sense of relief and happiness that the mission was finally over. The scene shifted to the group tracking down Oxford. After several days of hunting, they had managed to bring down 18 in total. They secretly rejoiced, hoping that they might actually make it back alive. When they did, they'd be able to crush the pride of those bastards who had dared to mock them. The nearby Mesa shouted, you two shouldn't be careless. There are still 7 monsters left. Then Mesa thought, monsters usually travel in packs, but right now they're scattered and wandering alone, so taking them down is pretty easy. Could it be that the gods are supporting them? Or maybe now that Master Jin is gone, she no longer has their protection, and that positive energy isn't spreading to everyone like it used to? She has no idea that the god she's thinking of is actually that black cat. Murakan, nearby, was feeling down, hoping the cadets would catch the remaining chickens soon so he could hurry home and enjoy his strawberry cake. A few days ago, Murat-Khan appeared at their den and issued the following command. From now on, each of you must move alone. If any of you disobey or form pairs or groups, I will send you all away. If you understand, leave immediately. Back in the present, Murat-Khan was still grumbling about how that little brat Jin always assigned him annoying tasks. As for the fake contract, whatever, Jin really thinks he's the center of the universe. It's exhausting. Murat-Khan stood nearby, watching everyone, lost in thought. I'll make Jin buy me some new comics when we get back. Suddenly, he felt a surge of powerful energy approaching. It's heading straight for us, so Murat-Khan decided to use his energy to resist. Fortunately, those kids are only at the 3rd-star level, so they won't be able to sense his energy. If it were Jin, he'd definitely notice. A shield of darkness suddenly surrounded them. Belop noticed the light dimming and thought it might rain. Outside, the man who had been approaching was confronted by Murat-Khan, who had transformed into a dragon. How dare you move your forces without my permission? This isn't a living creature, but an ancient relic. The tomb giants must have had their dragons wipe them out 2,000 years ago, but why are these giant guardians of dead gods still here? Anyway, this reunion wasn't enjoyable, so let's end it quickly. With that, Murat-Khan spat at the statues, and under the moonlight, they disappeared without a trace. Murat-Khan shifted back into his human form and paused to assess the situation. Why is it here? No way, a gravekeeper giant just appeared out of nowhere. Maybe this has something to do with the Zippel family. It's better to keep the child's name a secret. If anything unexpected happens, we can protect him. If he continues to develop like this in 15 years, he'll definitely be strong enough to take on the Zippel family somewhere else. The shape-shifting wizard, Boubare Gaston, was reporting to his superior, Lord Bishkel, that his masterpiece, the Tomb Guardian, had been destroyed. He racked his brain, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. You can never be sure who could have defeated your masterpiece, Bishkel said. Said, stepping forward to explain. After examining the scene, I determined it was a shadow dragon. At this, Bishkel's expression grew worried. Since the dragons may have noticed their actions by now, though it's still uncertain, Bishkel is urging everyone to be more cautious. He will also be arranging a meeting with the Zippel family soon. A few days later, at the junior cadet training field, Colonel Zed welcomed everyone back after their mission. He chuckled and said, "The next group assigned to this task is going to lose it." Jin and the others exchanged sarcastic remarks. Since everyone returned safely, the senior apprentices were discussing how Jin had completed the mission with the timely help of a high-ranking sorcerer. How lucky is young Master Jin? God damn it, this world is so unfair. Not only am I from the Runkendell family, but I also have the worst luck, he muttered under his breath. The guy with long hair then added, "It's one thing if young Master Jin stays quiet, but his new people are all third-rate. Are we just going to let that slide, Kazan?" Kazan could only shake his head. Even if Jin is a spoiled young master who's looked down upon, he's still a full-blooded member of the Runkendell family. They can't act until Lady Miyu and Anne give the order. While they were talking, Jin stood right next to them, making everyone feel like they were being overheard. And that's exactly what happened. Jin heard everything, not missing a single word. "Kazan Romero, is your hand okay?" "It's fine. The nurses said it's not difficult to reattach, and I have you to thank for making such a clean cut." After asking a sarcastic question, he turned to all of you and said, "Looks like you're having an interesting conversation." Kazan responded sharply, "The only thing we can do is talk behind your back. Hope you'll let it slide." "Yeah, whether we skip it or not doesn't really matter since it's not the critical moment yet." Kazan asked, "Isn't it true that with just one word you could get all of us to fight? Why don't you do that?" In his eyes, Jin's success in completing the mission was nothing more than luck, and hardly something to be proud of. Jin drew his sword and, as a 5-star knight, challenged Kazan to a duel. He's stronger than most junior cadets. Backstabbing him is unacceptable. Face him head-on like a warrior instead. And when you fight me, don't hold back. The point is that Kazan doesn't need to hold back his aura. "You'll definitely regret this," he said, drawing his sword and charging at Jin. Jin could tell Kazan's attacks were strong, but compared to the opponents he would face in the future, they were nothing. "Have you seen the truth yet, young master? You're still too weak compared to me, Kazan shouted, swinging his sword with full force. Jin barely managed to block the strike, and in that instant, he realized something, his movements. He could see it clearly, just like when Haytona's steel rod struck him. He was beginning to read Kazan's attack trajectory, even though the number of sword techniques Kazan could unleash across space seemed endless. Despite his five-star abilities, he couldn't fully leverage them, especially when his judgment was clouded by anger, as it was now. With that in mind, Jin was determined to end the fight in just 3 moves. First, a slash from the left, followed by a sudden strike to the head, and then the final blow, something even a 4-star aura user wouldn't be able to block. Kazan had lost his sword and was still dazed. How could this happen? Jin knew how many years it would take him to reach the 5-star level. Kazan then asked, "Are you lying to me? That last attack had the aura of a 5-star knight." Of course, Jin has never deceived anyone. It's just that Kazan doesn't understand him well. Jin would never get involved in a fight unless he was certain he could win. Meanwhile, Tona's brothers rushed over, flustered and completely confused, unable to grasp what was happening. When Kazan was struck down by his sword, Ut and Jin exchanged a brief glance and sneered, "Your subordinates are useless." A moment later, in Miu and Anne's room, the question hung in the air. Could what he said actually be true? Maybe they went easy on him, Ut, because he's from Run Kandel. There's no way a 15-year-old could reach 5-star rank, right? But Kazan replied flatly, "It's not just me who saw it. Everyone there saw what young Master Jin was capable of. It was beyond 5 stars. Forget it. Relying on someone like you was our mistake," Miu said, motioning for Kazan to leave. Miu asked Andy if the youngest was the one threatening them. "Actually, it's not just us. It's threatening the whole family," Andy replied. "For the next mission, we'll need to involve our team. It must be the place it reaches. And when it returns, it's nothing but a corpse." In Jin's room, the maid Gilly was recounting the lively scene in the swordsmanship garden, where everyone had been amazed by his achievements, as only the family head could accomplish such a feat. Father and Luna became 5-star knights at the age of 15, a remarkable achievement in the history of the Run Kandel family. Now Jin has earned 5 stars in swordsmanship, 4 stars in magic, and 5 stars in dark energy. Honestly, Jin didn't expect to master 5-star swordsmanship just by practicing with ordinary stones. It seems that whenever one of the 3 powers he possesses strengthens, the others are affected too. Earlier, Jin, overwhelmed by dark energy, also unleashed a surge of aura and mana. When the news of Jin becoming a 5-star knight spread, his siblings, including Joshua, who had been nominated to become the next head of the family, grew restless. When Luna Run Kandel stepped down as the first heir, the second heir of the Run Kandel family unexpectedly became the front-runner for the next family head. With the support of his mother, Rosa Run Kandel, Jin chose the path of excellence. Even though his skills were already impressive, he believed it would be more rewarding. Once the 5-star news leaked, it was sure to spread beyond Run Kandel. At that point, his story will be all over the world, Merkin said, staring at the self-congratulatory screen with a deeply sarcastic expression. "I believe that once you're the center of attention, Joshua will start behaving better. What's even more important, though, is that his father will come to the martial arts garden in person, because he's always wanted a different heir, not Joshua. He once told him, 'Aside from Luna, I've never been truly satisfied with anyone else.' But Luna, the only one who caught his interest, wasn't interested in becoming clan leader, so he decided she wasn't suited to lead the family. The next position in Joshua's line of succession was confirmed, with Dyphus and Mary named as the designated heirs. Although this line had been remarkably stable, everything changed when Jin appeared. His father refused to let age be a barrier, ensuring that everyone would have a chance. Jin is pretty sure his father will give him an order, and that order will involve 2 things. The first is the challenge of whether he can overcome the age gap with his siblings and become a serious contender. Monday will be the defense, since he definitely doesn't want Jin to die before the test. It's all because Jin is a special case. Gilly said, "When your business hits the headlines, a lot of families will want you to visit. The best way to handle all of that is by throwing a party." Jin said, "When my father arrives, there will be a banquet, so you need to prepare. Also, keep a close eye on Murakhan. If he secretly transforms into a human and sneaks in, it could be a disaster." A few days later, Gilly updated Jin on the Chiron family's schedule. He will arrive in a month. The visit dates for the other families have been set as well, but the young masters and ladies have been relatively quiet. Jin said, if they want to correct me while I'm getting this much attention, it's just arrogance. They either fear me or hate me. Just then, the butler rushed in, speaking urgently. Young master, you've been assigned a new mission. The task took place at the Colon Ruins, where many of Jin's brothers and sisters had gathered to hear Lady Rosa scold them for the audacity of sending the youngest to Zippel's territory. Among them were Rutian Runkandel, from the third generation of the Runkandel family, Ran Runkandel from the fifth generation, and Vigo Runkandel from the sixth generation. By the time Jin arrived, Rosa was already there. As soon as he walked in, she asked, have you heard about the Colon Ruins mission? She then told him it had been canceled because it would be impossible to reach Colin. Miu and Anne strongly protested when they heard that, but Rosa told them to shut up. You idiots, all you care about is killing the little one. Anne retorted, is it really that strange we're trying to kill him? Exactly, honestly, I don't understand why you're still trying to protect him, Miu added. One of the children spoke up asking, isn't it true that Mom and Dad encourage us to compete with each other? Isn't that because our family thrives on competition? Surely you know we've been competing since we were kids. Rosa nodded and replied, yes, you're right. Competition is essential. It's not about the method or the deeper meaning. Has anyone here become a 5-star knight at the age of 15? The youngest among us is on a whole different level. If any of you had achieved what he did at that age, I'd protect you too, but as it stands, you're not worthy of my protection. Runtia, June, and Vigo must face the same punishment as the other two, since they are all members of the Kai clan. Runtia will discipline herself immediately, while Ran and Vigo will return the high-grade swords that belong to their clan. Although Ran and Vigo opposed the punishment, their mother's decision remained unchanged. Rosa glanced at Jin, silently wondering, what will you do now, little brother, in this situation? What will I? We'll involve your irrelevant siblings, and you'll either pretend I'm punishing them or accept the favoritism and become arrogant. Let's see how you handle it. At that moment, Jin spoke up, saying he really liked the task you gave him. Despite Rosa's warnings about the dangers of the Colin remnants, Jin knew it was part of the Zeppel territory that Run Candle had once tried and failed to seize. Now, it was a perilous area, but Jin had no intention of backing down from the fight. You really like the big task the sisters assigned to you, Jin said to his mother. I know it's risky, but I don't think it's unfair. On the contrary, it feels like a sign that they truly value my abilities. Isn't that why they gave you this mission? Rosa asked. Very brave. Or are you questioning your own mother? Of course not. If the mission were suddenly reassigned, it would make everyone working for the Run Candle family think our status and power are in decline. Jin replied to his mother. Lady Rosa said no one would dare question the Run Candle family over something so insignificant. This is just your two sisters trying to undermine you because they can't confront you directly. But this is exactly what Jin wants, because if you had to fight them now, you'd definitely lose. However, you can turn things around by completing the mission flawlessly. This is the battle you're heading into, Rosa reminded him one last time. One wrong move at Colin, and you could lose your life. Jin, of course, was still prepared to take on the mission, though he had one small request. If this mission is successful, Jin wants to be given the sword your men returned. Hearing this, Ran asked, why do you want to keep the sword we gave back? If that's what you need, we'll find someone for you. Forget about this mission. You just need to stay alive until your father gets back. Jin replied. Didn't you think it was your responsibility to stop Anne and Miu from the beginning? Rosa shouted. Everyone, stop right now and promise you'll hand over your swords to Jin if he completes the mission and returns. Now you can all leave, she said, ignoring Ran and Vigo's continued protests. Because I was afraid Jin might turn out like Luna, I ended up sacrificing the honor of my other children. But maybe I was worried for nothing. When Chiron returns, he'll be really proud of how much Jin has grown. Mayu saw Jin getting ready to leave and quickly asked, what are you thinking? Do you really believe luck is still on your side? This isn't a solo mission. You won't be alone. Throughout the entire journey downstream, Jin ignored her and kept moving forward. A few days later, Jin greeted the people who would be accompanying him on the mission. They were all Miu and Anne's henchmen, casually smiling and exchanging greetings outside. Everyone knows that inside will seize any opportunity to stab Jin in the back. As for this mission, the Kholin ruins are home to thousands of natives, according to the tribes. The territory is currently controlled by the Zippel family, part of the Balan kingdom. Kholin was developed several hundred years ago by members of the Zippel clan. After discovering the ruins, they killed and enslaved most of the natives. The Zippel clan now claims to respect the Kholin natives, but that's merely a way to save face. Outwardly, they are respected, but internally they are nothing more than slaves with no policies in place to improve their situation, as their lives mean nothing to the majority of humanity. The only reason Zippel spared them was to preserve nature and to put on a show of atonement for their cruelty. In the past, the Zippel clan often pursued rational, fair laws in an effort to gain the voluntary submission of those they ruled. However, in the past, they pushed the limits with Kholin. Their obsession with the Kholin ruins, to the point of sacrificing their reputation, stemmed from the fact that the relic mirror was hidden by the natives. The existence of the mirror was still classified, known only to the Zippel family, but the truth came to light before Jin's resurrection, thanks to a brave reporter. The headline revealed that the Zippel family was searching for a certain relic. The relic obtained from the natives is called the Source of Mana. Just by possessing it, one can increase their mana to up to 7 stars. With this item, Zippel created countless mass-produced mages. As Jin remembered from his past life, Zippel would begin training magicians soon. 15 years from now, they still won't have access to the mana source, so this time he's determined to steal it from them. A few days later, they plan to seize the treasure. As far as they know, it's stored in warehouse number 3. It won't be hard to raid, but there will definitely be defensive spells in place. Jin turned to the group and said, "We need to conserve our energy to make it back safely, so everyone should rest. Now everyone take your portion, just as planned." The other 3 roll over and fall asleep because his food is laced with sleeping pills. Jin doesn't want to risk getting his hands, feet, or back stabbed during the mission, because it's instinct for hunting dogs to obey their master's orders. A moment later, at the warehouse, 2 sleepy guards were talking when they suddenly realized someone had attacked. It was Jin. He quickly defeated the 2 gatekeepers and started his investigation. Jin noticed that there were only 2 guards outside and the lock was simple, with no signs of magic. Warehouse number 3 is sometimes guarded by Zippel's commoners, which suggests they don't take it very seriously. Jin opened the door and stepped inside, where he saw a magic circle on the floor. It was a blood magic circle for exploration, commonly known to most people as a magic guard. It is designed to confirm whether the person entering shares the same bloodline, but its actual purpose is to distinguish between ordinary people and magical beasts, or to detect certain diseases. Just a single drop of an ordinary person's blood is enough for it to work. It doesn't matter whose blood it is. Jin used the guard's blood just now to save time and leave evidence. After Jin placed the other guard's blood into the magic circle, it activated. He was certain that the blood of an ordinary unconscious soldier would be safe. But since the blood magic circle was still active, it meant the guy either had some sort of disease or wasn't human. Just thinking about it, the other 2 guards also transformed into monsters and charged toward Jin. He had no choice but to retreat temporarily, using wind and lightning to hold them off. However, as soon as he cast magic, any nearby mages would be able to sense it. But things are different now. It seems Jin won't be able to avoid the fight. With that, Jin drew his sword and plunged it into the golem's stomach, making it scream in pain before pushing him away. After that, Jin activated his aura, causing the other 2 to retreat in fear. It was clear they recognized the power he was emitting as something extremely dangerous. Jin noticed that the wounds he had inflicted earlier were healing rapidly. This recovery speed is typically found only in high-level magical beasts, yet these 2 were once human. This is the territory of the Zippel family, where countless immigrant magicians reside, while the natives are oppressed. Those mysterious monsters are most likely primeval golems. Jin thought to himself, creating a primordial golem is a serious crime. Maybe the Zippel family uses this place as a lab for forbidden magical experiments. These primordial golems possess strength nearly on par with that of a knight. While they are rated 4 stars based on their power, their movements lack finesse, making them relatively easy to fight. These golems will continue attacking their targets even if they are injured, but you only need to destroy one of their core points: the head, heart, or stomach. Jin immediately rushed forward, aiming for the first target, its head. Even so, its strength and speed remained unchanged, even increasing further. Jin continued attacking its abdomen, but it was still ineffective. Finally, there was only one place left. He swung his sword, splitting the golem in half and striking its core. He quickly dispatched the remaining one that had rushed to grab Jin. He easily blocked its claws and then struck through its heart, destroying the core and killing it instantly. The golem regained some consciousness after its core was destroyed and begged Jin to end its suffering quickly. I had no choice but to grant its wish. It didn't understand what had happened. But surely no one in this world would willingly become a proto-golem, especially since once transformed, they'd be reduced to a mere pawn, with no future ahead of them. Jin has uncovered the horrifying truths about the Zippel clan. However, he knows that now is not the time for anger. This sudden revelation only exposes the true nature of the Zippel clan even more. Jin also suspects that his sister knew about this before assigning him the task. Even if he spreads the news, the Zippel clan can simply deny it. However, creating a proto-golem is a serious crime. Even if it's just a suspicion, the Empire will still investigate it. That's why Jin wants to gather evidence first before continuing the mission. Either way, let Jin know that Zippel might try to interfere with the investigation using his influence. The mages haven't taken any action yet, which means they probably think this is just a regular warehouse. If they knew a primordial golem was here, they wouldn't be guarding it so carelessly. This only strengthens Jin's belief. Not everyone in Kolon practices forbidden magic. Jin enters and notices a stone slab with a simple protective spell, but the bowl nearby is much more intricate. It usually takes a lot of effort to break the protective spell, but with the golem dead, he believes Jatipal will erase all traces here. With that, Jin unleashed his fire and darkness powers. He'll use the heat to burn this place down. At the Run Candle family mansion, Mew and Anne are facing the full force of Luna's anger. Luna can't understand why these two younger siblings would send their 10-year-old brother to Zippel's territory. Mew and Anne defend their actions, insisting that fighting is just a normal part of family life. But Luna immediately fired back. If you two are already so lucky, why are you comparing yourselves to the youngest brother who's just entered the intermediate class? Luck should be matched with luck. That's the unwritten rule. What you did was too much. You should be ashamed of yourselves because I am ashamed since you are the future of this family, Luna said. Mew heard this and objected. Why would someone like you, who has never cared about power, act this way? That's because you won't be able to win. Jin just completed the mission at the Kolon ruins, so Mother will receive the report right away. Do you see now why I said I'm ashamed? In the end, you're just helping the boy. Besides, from what I can see, Jin isn't very noble, so you two should be careful from now on. Luna gave her final warning. Since you're both my brothers, I just want to remind you. Back in the room, the nanny was also somewhat shocked when she learned that Luna had just punished her younger sisters, as if Miss Luna had reverted to her violent teenage years. She was also worried about Luna, knowing that Jin wouldn't let this slide easily. She believes that within 5 years, Miss Mayu and Anne will no longer be a match for young Master Jin. Luna asked the wet nurse about the previous request and was told that it seemed the assassination had nothing to do with Anne and Miyu. The twins, Tona, Yona, and Mary, are not the culprits. That leaves only 5 suspects: Joshua, Dyphus, Ran, Vigo, and Juntia. Apart from Ran and Vigo, the other 3 are very difficult to investigate. Since the foundation is already solid, it's best to just stand by and observe for now. The wet nurse agrees, especially since young Master Jin is still growing up healthy and strong. Jin has just returned to his room. Jilly was deeply relieved to see the young master return safely. If anything had happened to young Master Jin, she would have gladly given her life to avenge him. Some people were concerned when they heard this, but if she did sacrifice herself, who would bake cakes for her to enjoy? Murakhan approached Jin and asked, "Did you report everything properly this time? Last time, everyone assumed you completed the mission by luck." This isn't important to Jin, though. Anyway, I have something to show you both. I'll bring it out. It's a sample of the proto-golem's heart. Murakhan was surprised to see that the corpse of a giant gatekeeper had transformed into a primeval golem. What exactly do the Zippel clan want? As he pondered this, Murakhan asked Jin to spend some time with him. To go back there, he'll need to ask them about these things himself. Jin is a little worried about returning, but it should be safer if Murakhan goes with him. If we're lucky, We might even discover the source of the mana. So Jin decided to spend some time with Murakami. As for the three people who accompanied Jin, once the mission was completed, Kajin and the Haas brothers returned to the Run Candle clan, but Mew and Anne stripped them of their cadet titles. Pushing them out of the clan was a harsh punishment for the cadets, but no one sympathized with them. Then, in June 1795, Jet told Jin, "From now on, there's no need for stone taming training. Starting tomorrow, only the Tona twins will come." The two brothers heard and saw it, and they were filled with jealousy. Moreover, it seems the morning training for the cadets is no longer needed. "Next week, the family head will have something to tell you," Jet added. The Tona brothers were amazed when they heard this, as it was highly likely that their father would appoint Jin as a temporary fortune teller. At that point, Jin would have to leave the clan to earn honor and become a true fortune teller. Finally, the day has arrived. This is what Jin has wanted for a long time, to grow stronger on his own terms without anyone's attention. The scene shifts to Chiron's army marching back. Khan announced that there were only 2 hours left to reach the Sword Garden, while Chiron, troubled by concerns about his youngest son, planned to retreat to the Black Sea for 15 days. But what now? Khan added that when he was at the Thunder stage, he noticed that young Master Jin was an incredibly special person, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. What he did in the Sword Garden completely stunned him. Chiron remembered that from the moment he first met Jin, there had always been hatred in his eyes, even though Jin tried to hide it. Chiron couldn't forget how Jin had provoked his brothers on the very first day he arrived at the Sword Garden. Since Jin is the youngest, the others tried to bully him. "But just look at it, Mom. He's already reached 5 stars, Khan said. Actually, it wasn't the Mammoth mission or the Kallin ruins, but the first mission against the White Wolf tribe made the biggest impression on me. No one our age could have beaten a member of the White Wolf tribe." Chiron thought the same. He believed Jin would use his people as cannon fodder. But he proved his potential and defeated the White Wolf on his own. While Jin didn't completely defeat him by himself, he's still an interesting kid. "I'm really looking forward to meeting him this time," Chiron said. 2 hours later, Chiron and his army returned to the Sword Garden. Rosa and her children also came to meet with the family heads. Of course, Joshua, the future family head, was there as well, but it seemed he wasn't particularly fond of Chiron. Chiron walked past Jin. Seeing the 2 special swords on him, Chiron asked Ran and Vigo, "Why are you bringing the sword I gave to the youngest?" Ran explained that the sword had been stolen by Jin, not given to him. Chiron heard the story and laughed out loud. He then placed his hand on Ran's shoulder and said, "You need to find a way to get it back." That night before the ball, Jin and his father were talking. It was the first time Jin had ever attended a ball in this life. In his past life, thanks to his master, he had attended several small balls, but he had never been to one hosted by his own family. Now, however, he was an honored guest at his father's side. Chiron asked, "Did you know my family only holds balls for truly special occasions? Your achievements this time are truly impressive. This year's ball will have 1,000 guests compared to 800 at the event 7 years ago. This growth clearly reflects how much the Run Candle family's reputation has expanded over the past 7 years. Although other clan balls also attract many guests, or even more, like the ones who attended today, they are all elites, despite the fact that Chiron has spent the past 7 years training and hunting monsters in the Black Sea. The clan's prestige has continued to grow. He's the only shining knight of this era, so if he were to die, most people here would turn their backs on Run Candle. Jin would feel the same way if his father weren't here. How could the Run Candle family have such prestige? Originally, Zippel and Run Candle were the 2 largest families. But when my father disappeared, the gap widened even further, allowing the Zippel family to become the dominant force. Chiron turned to Jin and asked, "What would you do if those people turned their backs on us?" Jin replied without hesitation, "I'd leave this family." Chiron was taken aback by his response. Jin explained, "I don't want to die here for nothing. If the Run Candle family falls, the next head will be someone without the ability to lead." He knew them because he had asked Vigo to show him the secret documents about the fortune when he returned the sword. Almost every family that came here had been caught by the Run Candle family. Of course, Jin knew this. My parents have things even fortune tellers don't know about. He believes that since the future family head isn't a creation knight like his father, the first thing to do is make use of these items. To control other families, although the Zippel family is similar, Only the Junkan and Dell families are truly suited to play the role of villains. Therefore, if the next family head possesses so many weapons but cannot wield them effectively, then I'll definitely leave this family without a second thought and find a way to get revenge on the Zippel family, no matter how long it takes. Kiran rubbed his chin in satisfaction after hearing Jin's words. While the other children never say such things in front of him, it's impressive that the youngest spoke his mind so thoughtfully. Jin seems to have it all in this family. With Luna's talent, Mary's sharp intuition, and Dyfus's aggressive nature, he believes he'll be able to hold the position of clan leader for another 10 to 15 years. After that, we can see if the youngest son is capable of changing the clan's inheritance. Thinking for a moment, Chiron exclaimed, "Jin, let's head downstairs. It looks like all the guests have arrived." At that moment, a servant rushed in from outside, announcing the arrival of uninvited guests at the Run-Candle family estate. The uninvited guests could only be the people of the Zippel clan. There were 5 of them in total, including Andrew, the clan's second in command, and 4 other members. Chiron ordered his servants to go over and stop them immediately. Jin watched as his father struck the Zippel family's ruler in the face. Chiron coughed a few times, then turned to Jin and asked, "Do you think I'm being too harsh?" "No, I think it's refreshing to handle it that way," Jin replied. "Considering he ignored the permission of the Runkandel family head, that's unacceptable." In this sword garden, Andrew must now listen to Chiron, or he'll lose his legs before he can make it back. It's time to begin the banquet. Chiron introduces his proud youngest son, the guest of honor for today's event. He then announced, "There are 2 things to keep in mind at the ball. As always, if anyone gets drunk and starts a fight, they'll be dragged to the arena. The loser will have to surrender and the winner must show mercy." Jin now knows the name of the Banquet of Fateful Encounters. It's where the continent's most influential people gather, each with their own complex relationships. As long as he pays attention to the 2 things his father outlined, he'll be fine. Although they couldn't kill each other, they still fought fiercely and tried to assert their dominance. After that, Chiron urged everyone to join the party quickly. He turned around and said, "The same goes for Jin. If you find someone suitable, go ahead and bring them out. But remember, never challenge anyone weaker than you, and most importantly, don't lose." Of course, if that's the case, Jin's father will take everything back. Not just his sword, but also his wet nurse. Then the main character came down to greet the guests. The Tona brothers, curious when they saw Jin, came over to play. The 3 brothers exchanged a few polite words before the Tona brothers moved on to other things. A tall man, the first heir of the Ken family, approached Jin. Just then another man appeared from somewhere and grabbed his head. He introduced himself as HG and said he had come to see what the young man looked like. Jin was also happy to meet him. But there's something about the way he greeted me that I didn't like, even though he's a junior. Jin turned to HG and told him that his actions just now had been an insult to everyone present. Even though they are both senior to you 2, they were very polite when greeting him. So you should admit your mistake and apologize to them. HG saw this and his face turned pale as he quickly apologized. Fortunately, Jin spoke up first. "If we wait any longer, we're definitely going to end up fighting," Luna said sarcastically from behind. "You're really good at making enemies. Wouldn't it be easier to just act like a normal kid?" Jin replied, "I'm representing the Run Candle family today, so that's how it has to be. Even though that's true, I'm worried HG might challenge you." Jin wasn't concerned. He had been observing everyone there. If he dares to challenge, the others will act. Luna didn't think Jin had been paying that much attention to the situation. This little brother is truly sharp and clever. Maybe that's exactly why he was targeted. "I wonder who recognized Jin's talent so early," Luna said. "These parties aren't really my thing, so I'm going to do something else." With that, she ruffled Jin's hair, signaling to everyone how close they were as sisters. He avoided those who intended to challenge his youngest brother. A nearby man, furious at what he saw, was so enraged that he nearly vomited blood. Everyone longed for the ability to treat the white whale Luna in such a way. Jin wondered where the Zippel family had gone. Although it was a bit of a hassle, he still wanted to find them. As he wandered around searching, someone brought over a bottle of wine. "Miss Ceres, a Noma of the Secret Palace would like to have a drink at the star of the Run Candle House. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Jin." After that, the 2 exchanged a few polite words. Jin was sure she recognized him, but why didn't she bring up the event at Mamit? Thinking about it, Ceres turned to Jin with a question. How's your leg? Is it feeling better? Now that it was clear, Jin replied, thanks to your medicine, I'm fine. Ceres pressed on, asking, why were you in Mammoth at that time, and why couldn't my subordinates find that magician? Maybe it's because you let him go. Jin reminded them that the Run Candle clan couldn't use magic, so it wouldn't be fair to consider him a suspect. However, at that time, the person who took on the mission for the clan might have hired a mage to carry it out. So what? The series added that she believed the only people who could be targets of the Run Candle family were members of the secret palace, so Jin definitely couldn't be spared. Jin privately thought that it wasn't entirely wrong for her to be mistaken. When she killed Alan, he had already injured many members of the secret palace. Naturally, Jin continued to deny it, since these were just Ceres' hypotheses. Seeing this, Ceres decided to challenge Jin. The two of them would settle the matter in the arena. She wanted to beat Jin to her heart's content and spit on his hateful face. Jin replied, my father always told me not to fight someone weaker than me. But if you're so determined to fight, then I guess I have no choice. After a while, the two of them held hands and made their way to the arena. Jin ordered everyone to step back, leaving only the healers behind. He did this to spare the daughter of the secret palace master from any embarrassment in front of the others. Before we begin, Jin, promise me this. If I win, you'll tell me everything that happened at Mammoth that day. And if you win, we'll both pretend we never met. The series said, of course Jin accepted. He quickly grabbed his sword and rushed toward her, but her response was a unique technique exclusive to the Aduma family, an ice sword. Jin hadn't expected her to use her special technique right at the start of the match. He sarcastically remarked that I was unlucky to be the youngest son and hadn't had time to learn the family's secret technique yet. But that wasn't Ceres' problem. She kept attacking Jin with her ice sword. Ceres could feel the difference between herself and Jin. Jin reached 5 stars despite only having 4. She wanted to use countless ice swords to close the gap, but her stamina was lower than Jetton's, so Ceres aimed to end the match quickly. She planned to counterattack after Jin delivered the finishing move, and he was thinking the same. The new Ceres only has 4 stars, so she'll be at a disadvantage in both attack and defense, even with her numerous ice swords to make up for it. Since she's aware of this gap, she'll likely intensify her efforts to turn the tide. He decided to use one of the many secret techniques he had learned in the Thunder Arena, with his strongest move being the Storm Sword. At the same time, Ceres unleashed his ultimate move, unleashing countless sword energies that caused the surrounding air to freeze into shards of ice. Although it was tough to resist, everything went according to Jin's plan. Ceres watched him smile and wondered. She clearly used a snow avalanche, even for a 15-year-old 5-star swordsmanship prodigy. She couldn't resist the secret technique of the hidden palace, but a sense of unease still lingered in her chest. At that moment, Jin's sword was aimed straight ahead, and he shouted, "Move out of the way, quickly!" Thanks to his reminder, she narrowly avoided Jin's attack. Jin secretly blamed himself. He shouldn't have used the family storm sword. How could someone like Ceres, a quadriplegic, possibly withstand that level of destructive power? If he couldn't avoid it, he would definitely die or at least be crippled. As the sword energy explosion slowly subsided, Jin found himself staring at a dazed Ceres. She thought, did I really value my life? No, I was just afraid of death and avoided the attack. Jin approached her and offered comfort. He knew that Ceres had heard his warning, even though he hadn't tried to dodge the storm of swords. But no matter how high his honor was, a 15-year-old still can't control the urge to live. Jin comforted her, saying that if he were in her situation, he would do the same. So let's not talk about it anymore. Ceres took the medicine bottle from her body, just like last time, and applied it to Jin's injured face, seeing it as a gesture of gratitude for saving his life. She had just promised herself that since this was a life she had to beg for, she would cherish it more. Finally, as promised before the match, today marked the first time the two met. Let's meet again tomorrow. It looks like there will be fewer people the next day. Starting from the second day, everyone will be able to watch the matches. Jin thinks it's a good thing that many people left early. Now he can go look for the members of the Zippel family. I heard that the guests from the Zippel family are all around 15 to 20 years old. That would be perfect for assessing his current magical level compared to theirs. As for the Colin ruins, he'll probably go check it out with Murakan himself. Whenever it turns into a miracle, just mentioning it brings Murakan right in front of him. Jin feels uneasy whenever that happens. If this guy shows up, isn't there a good chance he'll be ruined? Jin was about to teach Murakhan a lesson when a voice called out affectionately from a distance. The Zippel family's comedian has arrived. He followed Murakhan in an attempt to track down Jin. The series noticed that this guy talked too much, so they deducted a reputation point. Veridin kept talking endlessly, trying to remind Jin of his memories, even though Jin pretended not to remember. However, he couldn't do much against Veridin's stubbornness. Oh, I see now. He was looking for Jin all day yesterday but couldn't find him. I wonder if this god is as blind as the blue-haired guy. After the introduction, Veridin bragged about becoming a 5-star mage. It's a step above Jin's swordsmanship, but little did he know, Jin couldn't believe that the Zippel genius had only reached 5 stars at the age of 18. If it were him, he would have definitely surpassed 7 stars by now. Then Jin thought, maybe he lied about his level? But with that smug look on his face, it's probably true. If that's the case, then after the head of the Zippel family, he's the next one who'll approach him. Jin turned back and resumed talking to Veridin. He asked why Zippel had come to the ball without an invitation. Veridin puffed out his chest and replied that it was because of him. He had kept pestering Uncle Andrew to make sure they met, so now here they were. Jin couldn't understand why the deputy head of the Zippel family would rush into enemy territory for a child. Well, let's just hope this guy keeps quiet and leaves. Veridin mentioned that one day he hopes Jin will attend his family's ball. Even if Jin causes trouble, he won't kill him, and if a fight breaks out, he won't get involved. Jin was getting frustrated. Call out that guy hiding in the back and see if he has anything to say. The fat guy asked Jin to deliver his love letter to Luna and even called him his brother-in-law. Veridin would spit in disgust at that, let alone Jin. Of course, Jin was furious. He ripped up the stupid love letters and said, "It seems like the Run Kandel family must really be pathetic in his eyes, or else he wouldn't have dared to do this." Then he ordered his subordinates to take the guy to the arena. The overweight man on his way to the arena kept talking about love, unaware that things would be different if he were handsome. He thought to himself, maybe Jin has figured out who I am, but that's impossible. Then why are you doing this to me? Bishkel and his sister Maria Garden were dragged onto the stage by Jin. Some were worried, while others were excited. Series 2 couldn't understand what this match was about. It was clear that she had approached him to challenge him, but now Jin was fighting someone like her. The comedian Veridin saw Series and wanted to talk to him, but this woman was even more aggressive than Jin. "Go away," she said, and then the main event of the ball began. A match between young master Jin Run Kandel and the fat guy was about to begin. The fat guy tried to introduce himself, but Jin punched him first. His teeth and lips were all over the place. But if he had introduced himself as Jin's brother-in-law, it would have been a disaster. The heavy-set Burba also unleashed his aura to attack. Jin now realized he was up against a 5-star fighter. It turned out that Jin had chosen a strong opponent, both literally and figuratively. But that was all. Jin was still vastly superior, even though he was only a 5-star. This is the difference between real combat and training. Below, Veridin's enthusiastic fans were cheering for Jin, but beside them, Maria looked confused. Why is young Master Jin acting like this? He clearly won, yet he's still tormenting Booba. She also mentioned that Jin picked an opponent weaker than himself, unaware that Booba was a 5-star fighter. Despite her brother's explanation, she insisted that he teach Jin a lesson. Encouraged by the fun-loving men below, her brother had no choice but to give in to his sister and throw the match. Bishkel stepped into the ring and challenged Jin to a fight. Jin realized that facing one of the 7 knights of the Ibiano house, whether he won or lost, would not be a defeat for him, so he accepted the challenge. The Ibiano family's swordsmanship is highly respected by his father, so this is a great opportunity for him to learn, Jin said. You really care about your sister. Brother Bishkel and I also care deeply for our sister, so from now on, I hope you'll keep the logistics staff in check. Bishkel mentioned that the other person wasn't his logistics partner, but a companion. Jin then realized something. The person he had just beaten up was Burba Gaston. Bishkel and Burba Gaston share some kind of connection, but he's certain that the Abrano family had no involvement with the Gaston in his previous life. Anyway, that's in the past. It's better to focus on the current opponent, the 7-star knight. Before the match began, Bishkel relentlessly attacked in Jin's direction. Even from the first few strikes, it was clear that he was no ordinary 7-star knight. Jin couldn't predict the movements of his sword. Down below, everyone was talking about both of their swordsmanship. Anyway, for a young five-star like Jin to hold his own like that was already impressive. You should know that the Ibiono family's swordsmanship is all about relentless attack and pressure. If their style is like a snake, then the Run Candle family's is like a mighty rhinoceros, one that, even with a broken horn, will keep charging at the enemy. The Run Candle clan is known for making unexpected moves at crucial moments. Jin knows that Bishkal is giving him some breathing room, but even so, when he's trying to balance things with a 7-star, Night Jin has reached his limit. In return, he gradually felt his sword shift, almost like a blur in his subconscious at that moment. Jin stood still, closed his eyes, and let the sword move. Bishkal saw this and secretly sighed before rushing forward to deliver the final blow. The moment their swords clashed, Jin unleashed his heart sword. Despite that, Jin was defeated, and Bishkal emerged as the winner. He touched the wound on his neck in surprise. Apparently, when the sword broke, he had felt its sharpness, which meant he had exposed the blade's core. If Jin had been just 1/10 of a second faster when he was only at the 5th-star level, if he had been just a bit slower, the outcome would have been different. Jin realized that Murakami was truly a frightening person. 2 days later, while Murakami was resting on a soft pillow, Jin woke him up. Jin asked, "Did he faint during the match against Bishkal?" It was true, he fainted during the last 2 days of the banquet. Now that the banquet is over, he can't greet the other guests. Once again, Gilly said, "Don't overthink it. For the past 2 days, your match has been the main topic of conversation." At the final moment of the battle, young Master Jin displayed his swordsmanship, which was truly impressive. Although his heart sword is still incomplete, it proves that the long days of training with Luna-san have paid off, even though it only activates in dire situations. Being able to fight Bishkal is already an achievement in itself. Additionally, at this banquet, Jin accomplished several other things, such as confirming Viradin's identity in Zippel and forming a friendship with the heir to the secret palace. It was also discovered that Berba Gaston and Bishkal Ibrano had been colluding. While Jin was deep in thought, Gilly set down a new vase of flowers and said, "These are the flowers the heir of the secret palace gave to the young master." Jin could understand the meaning behind the snowflakes. They signified that the battle would never end. It seemed like Siri still wanted to keep fighting him. Murakami noticed this and sarcastically remarked, "After all, this is the first time he's received flowers from a girl, so you could call it a great achievement." Gilly told Jin, "As for Master Chiron calling for him, it seems that now, after waking up, it's time for him to leave home and prove himself." A while ago, beneath the tomb in the sword garden, Chiron Run Candle was waiting for him. He asked, "It seems you already know you're about to leave, don't you?" "Yes, I plan to leave soon," Jin replied. Chiron then explained the significance of the tomb. "This is where those who have achieved great things for the clan are laid to rest. The sword garden is open to visitors and is also the final resting place of the family's heroes. This tomb has stood for thousands of years, but there's something you might not know. The first family head, Terma, was never buried here. The dark power you possess is the same as mine. That's why we can't respect the first family head. After Lord Terma passed away, the Run Candle family was forced to sign a humiliating treaty with the Zippel family. Run Candle was forbidden from using magic ever again and was also barred from honoring the ancestors who had wielded it. As a consequence, the gods of Jatipal came together and cursed the entire Run Candle bloodline. From that point on, no Run Candle born after the first head of the family could use magic." Chiron asked Jin again, "The dark power he used to defeat the Tona brothers when he was young. He wants you to harness the power of the one who signed with Sodaret. Use it to defeat your brothers and sisters and take control of the family. I'm leaving to travel the world. If there's nothing more valuable than the Run Candle family out there, I'll return to take over," Jin replied. Chiron laughed as all of Jin's siblings set out to earn recognition from the sword garden. But Jin was the complete opposite. He was searching for something more valuable than the Run Candle family. This left Chiron unsure whether to feel proud or if it was just boasting. With that, Chiron held up 5 fingers. "He will give you 5 years. During that time, figure things out on your own and bring him the answer when you return. Promise your father that you'll come back after 5 years." A moment later, Jin joined Murakami and Gilly, who were waiting outside. Now everything depended on him, as the Nanny clan's rules couldn't be revealed during this process. Until Jin becomes a fortune teller, Gilly will no longer be able to use aura. Despite this, she remains fully committed. From now on, all of Jin's honor will be Gilly's as well. And so, the three of them embark on a new journey together. Let's explore the world. Inside the tomb, Chiron's mind was filled with a constant stream of thoughts. With nothing but a sword, he had reached the realm of the demigods. Yet the family curse remains unbroken. With Sodaret's contract and the dark energy, the youngest son may be the family's only hope. Jin is the one with the power to free the Run Candle family. I wonder what Jin's future will be like, Gilly said. Is it really okay for young Master Jin to leave without saying goodbye? Miss Luna must be so worried about him. Don't worry, Jin replied. Luna is a very generous person and the other cadets are pretty upset, but it's not like we won't see them again. Gilly then asked, where are you going now? She heard that most of the other fortunes would go to Mamet first, where there are many bad guys, making it easier to become famous. Before the fortunes arrived, Jin's siblings must have worked hard to build their reputation on their own, without any help from their family. For example, Mary defeated all the strongest fighters in the Northern Continent and became famous under the title Wind Fury, known also as the Northern Woman. Jin remembered that, aside from Sister Mary, most of the others returned after about 6 months to 2 years. But now Father has given him 5 years. There's only one reason for this. Search for everything related to power and darkness, then come back. Jin decided that the three of them would first head to the Aken Kingdom, a country affiliated with the Lutero Magic Association and located within Zippel's territory, to explain why he needed to go there. Jin said he had heard that a group of magicians was working with warriors, causing trouble for the people there. When Gilly heard this, she thought he had come to deal with the troublemakers, so she was really excited. Little did she know, it was all just a story made up by Jin. He already knew all of this from his previous life. The people involved were part of a dark organization. What truly caught his interest, however, was the auction held by this group. Many antiques and items of uncertain value are being auctioned there. He needs to find some sword techniques, magic, and a ring. But there's a problem. The three of them don't have enough money. To use the teleportation gate there, according to the family rules, the wet nurse is only allowed to bring 10 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Jin said, the three of you need to hurry to the Gen Kingdom first, and to get there, you'll need to fly quickly. Once again, Murakan is being exploited for labor. Although riding a dragon carries a high risk of being discovered, this might be the best option. How will you know if you don't try? With that, Murakan transformed into the Black Dragon and told the two to hurry and head to the Gen Kingdom first. Tomorrow's flight will be quick. As expected, Luna from the Sword Garden spotted the Murakan dragon. She instantly guessed that Jin was riding it and quietly exclaimed, what a different little brother. Leaving without saying goodbye to you and your brother in the Gen Kingdom? A few hours later, it seems that Gilly got seasick after riding Murakan. Now little strawberry cake will be taken care of by Murakan, while the rest is up to Jin to enter the castle alone. Jin realized that Murakan is indeed a strange dragon. I wonder if this dragon likes Gilly or her strawberry cake. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Gen Kingdom's capital, the Vincamber family mansion is brainstorming ways to repay young Master Jin. He remembered that last time he had promised to do anything for him, but now he still hadn't shown up at the last banquet. It seemed like a failure, but just as he thought about it, Jin suddenly appeared right in front of Samber. He signaled for Samber to calm down and quickly bring some gold coins. The rules stated that the identity of the temporary fortune teller must remain hidden, and they needed to build their reputation through swordsmanship, or else they would have to rely on their family. It's normal for Run Candle kids to be dirt poor for the first month or two, until they start earning money from hunting criminals or taking on missions. But it was different with Jin Run Candle. They ate well and stayed in luxurious places, thanks to the money they made from Samber. Gilly had thought she'd have to tighten her belt for the first few months, like the other wet nurses, but luckily, Samber paid off the debt. That said, Jin turned to Murakan and asked, is it okay if he eats too much? Remember the last time he used the portal and threw up? Murakan heard this and replied confidently, if you don't want him to throw up, then just ride me. Why keep insisting on using the portal? Jin explained that in a kin of the Zippel clan, about 80% of the dragons are on their side. If they actually flew there, it would be no different from provoking them. Murakan replied, if they heard their name, I'm sure more than half of them would be terrified. For now, a regular black cat like this will do. As you know, the Zippel clan owes its current existence to the dragons, the gods who created them, and the many clan members who made contracts with those gods. The number of their guardian dragons is also very large. If Jin's father, Lord Charon, hadn't been here, Run Candle would have been destroyed by them. That said, Jin wondered, why did Zippel have so many contractors? And how did they manage to gather so many in the same generation? This couldn't have been a coincidence. After a while, they arrived at the teleportation station. Jin was using the alias Jinwei. That's Julie. They went to Akin for tourism, and of course, the information provided by the Run Candle family was flawless, so they easily passed through the checkpoint. Prepare to head to Akin in a few minutes. A few moments later, the teleportation began, and the most unfortunate person here was none other than Murakhan. The kingdom of Akinshan is part of the Luktero Magic Federation, the place where, before the revival, Jin spent his final years here, where beggars and homeless people were everywhere. The faces of those on the streets were filled with despair, all due to the tyranny of the ruthless plunderers. Jin then led the other two in search of an inn to stay. After a while, the three of them arrived at a run-down inn on the outskirts of central Murakan. Why stay in such a shabby place when we have the money? It was all part of the plan. If we flaunt money in a city like this, full of crime, wouldn't that be suicide? With that, the three of them went inside. The innkeeper watched them, a stalker close behind. A new swordsman and a beautiful girl who could be a maid arrived. He offered them 3 glasses of water to welcome them to his inn. He thought to himself, as long as the 3 of you drink this water, after you wake up, your life will take a new turn. In the underground auction house, as he imagined the beautiful scene, Murakhan threw a glass of water in his face, shattering his dream. Is that wretched insect out of his mind? How dare you serve us poisoned drinks here? Now you'll burn in hell. The innkeeper begged for his life, desperately trying to negotiate, but who would negotiate with a dragon? He was beaten even more. Jet was an informant for the Empire and someone Jin owed from his previous life. The only reason a weakling who had been cast out of his family managed to survive here was because Jet took him in. As a result, the two became close, but not for any noble reasons. He deceived him by pretending to introduce him to an underground fight club and took everything he had, but this time it's different. Now it's Jin's turn to use him. I've seen Murakhan toy with him enough. Jin told him to stop and waited to hear what he had to say. Seeing this, Jet immediately begged Jin to spare his life, promising to do whatever it took to make up for his mistakes. Just moments ago, Jin had asked him a few simple questions, and if he wanted to survive, he knew he had to tell the truth. Otherwise, there's only death. So what do you do? Jet responded, he's an innkeeper and an information broker, but he's also a con artist and a human trafficker. He pleaded with Jin. If we let him go, it will definitely be beneficial for him, Jin asked. Is it because they drugged the 3 people in order to sell them somewhere? He answered honestly, that's right. That place is the Tessing Underground Auction House. Tessing is a dark organization. Running the auction house, dealing with poison, slaves, and various items, where everything is auctioned off. Afterward, Jin was the one who temporarily spared his life and called a doctor to treat him. He told Jilly and Murakhan that the 3 of them needed to lead the way to Tessing, so he let him go. Besides, it wasn't too late to deal with him later, depending on how he behaved. When he returned to his room, Jin let out a sigh of relief. It was all just an act. Jin had already known the answers to the questions he was asked, but that was the only way to avoid being exposed as a regressor. Jet reflected on this after being treated. Why are they so crazy? After beating me up, they called someone to treat me. While he was sitting there, lost in thought, Jin startled him from behind. He said it was time to go and left for the auction house right away. It turns out this Jet has some pull around here. He just had to call the 3 people from Jin's group, his clients, and the security guard let him in. A few minutes later, the 4 of them entered the hall. This place is decorated extravagantly, and there's even an orchestra. Everyone believes the leader of Tessing is Sokka, but the truth is, it's someone else. The real leader is a man named Alu, also known as Spiderleg. The entire place is decorated to his taste, but the truth is, he's just trying to cover up his lack of education. He can't even clean up the mess outside. He's also a 7-star warrior. Rumor has it that he has connections to the Run Candle family across the Murakan coast. When Gilly heard this, she told Jin to ignore it. There's no way the Run Candle family would ever collude with people like this. But only Jin knows that some bastard placed a 7-star curse on him, one that prevents him from wielding a sword and that he can't remove. Jinny had never encountered that person in his 15 years in the Thunder Arena or his 5 years in the Sword Garden. This time, however, he hoped to find some clues about them. After learning some important information, the three of them then head down to the auction house and explain why it would be unwise for those guards who look like elite soldiers to attack the enemy directly. Jin said, "You two relax, I have a plan." Jin turned to everyone and said, "Listen carefully." After a moment, Murakan and Gilly also understood the plan. Murakan thought, is this brat Jin really just a 15-year-old kid? He couldn't believe the kid's mind came up with something like this, and Gilly felt the same way. She was surprised that Jin would come up with such a plan. As a member of the Run Candle family, she could always escape if things went wrong. Jin said that after a while they arrived at the underground auction floor, Tessing's Flower, where anything could be sold. As soon as he sat down, the next item was brought up for bidding. It doesn't matter where they come from or why they're here. They're tools that the masters can use without a second thought. This is a slave. Jin looked at the slaves below. Remembering what happened last night, Jet clearly intended to sell them alive, so he cursed him out. However, Jin secretly felt relieved because at least the slaves down there didn't have children. "What should we do now?" Murakan asked. "Wait," Jin replied. "He's waiting for something useful to come up for auction. If there's anything valuable, he'll try to bid on it, and then he'll start making his move." From the beginning, his goal was to acquire the items here. Now he just had to be patient and wait. A week later, Jin still came to the auction house every day, but it seemed there were still no items he was interested in. Jet saw that and said, "You've been sitting around, just looking, for the past week. If you don't buy anything today, the auction house will start bothering us." "Aren't you bothering me too?" He heard this and spoke quietly to Jin outside. But inside he was cursing. Jet believed that at this rate, he was sure to be kicked out. The next auction item was a magic book by Martone, the mage who had once ruled the entire continent, and its starting price was 80. Jin felt a bit annoyed because he had misread the owner's name. It wasn't Martone, but Mornick. He knew that all of Mornick's magic books were managed by the Zippel clan. There's no way that book down there is real. The next item is a magic book by Jenny with a starting price of 50 gold coins. As the price for the book was still being quoted, Muraka suddenly placed his hand on Jin and said, "You'd better buy it. If that book really belongs to Jenny, which I know would be an incredible deal," Jin didn't hesitate to offer a whopping 150 coins. Below, people were talking. Why would he offer such a high price for this unknown book? Must be some rich young master, he thought. He bought the book for 150 coins. Meanwhile, Murakan kept muttering beside him, "How did this end up here?" The next item is supposed to be a magic book. It was written by Truvi Hister. Jin was surprised when he heard the name and immediately offered 200 coins for the book, a rare item that almost no one knew about. The others couldn't help but wonder, why does that strange kid always pay so much for things that seem useless? Murakan also asked, "Why did you give 200 for the first time? Do you know this book?" Jin replied that he simply wanted to buy another magic book. A moment after receiving the auction item, Murakan checked the book. It was indeed written by Jenny, and he knew he had truly struck gold this time. However, the text inside is written in an ancient language. Jet, sitting next to him, is also happy because Jin finally bought some items. If he hadn't, the four of them would have been in big trouble. Jet is going to see Alu. Jet heard this and quickly replied, "That won't work, even if you're my client." He then added, "Tell him that Verid and Zippel came to see me." With that, Jet immediately flew toward Alu's residence. He kept thinking about how he would escape with the help of this noble member of the Zippel family. Feeling a bit excited, he rushed to the room, threw open the door, and shouted for someone to call Alu. But when he saw a group of fierce-looking underlings in front of him, a wave of fear hit him. A man brought his subordinates to Jin's place and ordered him to follow quickly, saying the boss wanted to meet his friend. Without warning, Jin punched him. "Are you kidding me? Call that Alu guy out to meet me." The other underlings saw him use the fireball and, terrified, said that Lord Alu had called them here. Without hesitation, Jin threw another fireball to warn them and said, "Tell him to come here and see me himself." A few minutes later, just as Jin had said, Alu crawled toward him. He introduced himself as Alu the Spider, the manager of the Tessing auction house. Please forgive me for not recognizing you sooner, he said. Behind Jin, Jet remained ecstatic. He was certain this was the real Veridin, because the fireball spell he just cast was that of a 5th-level mage. At his age, being able to use 5-star magic was impressive. Aside from the Zippel family, it's hard for anyone to pull that off. A week ago, Jin's plan that he shared with Murakan and Gilly was to disguise himself as Veridin Zippel. Even if Alu knew the Zippel family well, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They would strike first, and when he was scared, his judgment wouldn't be as sharp as usual. But that wasn't really what Gilly was afraid of. She's worried that if the young master uses magic and the family finds out, she'll be in serious trouble. These are magic books, and I sincerely apologize for taking them without the Zippel family's permission, Jin said, explaining that the 2 books were highly valued by the Zippel family. How much money did you make from them? Alu asked, concerned when he heard that. I'll do my best to gather them. You think it'll be faster for you to collect them yourself than for me to go get them? Stop talking and hand me the customer list. My family will start the investigation tomorrow. Alu knew deep down that it was over for him. No matter how hard Tessing tried, he was no match for the Zippel family. If the investigation uncovered anything that could upset the Zippels, that would be the moment for Tessing to disband. Alu handed Jin the client's information. He mentioned there was additional information, but it was stored in the warehouse. Alu asked Jin for permission to go out and gather more details, which would take about 2 hours. Jin heard this and realized that Alu was going out to investigate his identity. But Jin agreed anyway and decided to stay around the warehouse to investigate Alu further. Before heading out, he made sure to tell his juniors, "Don't let that guy leave the mansion until I get back." Alu stormed out, his face twisted in anger. He had already spent a fortune on the Zippel family, and now they were asking him to buy back the books he'd sold? No chance. Inside the warehouse, Jin, Gilly, and Murakan were tearing the place apart. Murakan asked Jin, "When he returns, he'll definitely figure out that you're an imposter. What's your plan after that?" Of course, Jin was planning to smuggle some valuable items in and steal them before he came back. At that moment, Jin also discovered a special box. He opened it, and it contained exactly what he had been looking for. Meanwhile, Jet returned with a stack of information about the slaves, which included details about their nationalities. Their names and ages were given. Then Jin walked towards the guard, punched him, and knocked him out on the spot. Jet wondered, why did young Master Veridin do that? Jin turned and said, "Do you have a family? Then take the boy with you and escape, preferably to the Bement Kingdom. Give the people there my letter of introduction, and tell them what you know about this place. That's the only way to survive." Jet, of course, disagreed because he was determined to stay loyal to the Zippel family. He said, "I will stay by your side for the rest of my life." But the truth was much harsher. Jin claimed he was just an imposter, leaving Jet speechless. 2 hours later, Alu returned after investigating Veridin Zippel. He had long white hair, completely different from the man who had just claimed to be him. The underling reported, "Those guys have taken all the information and documents of the slaves and customers." Alu became angry, grabbed one of his subordinates by the head and ordered, "Hurry up and chase them down. Tell all the trackers to bring those swindlers back here." Outside, Murakan was surprised to see Jin holding the item. He hadn't expected that, alongside the investigation between Alu and Runkandel, Jin would also be planning to take these items. He was shocked to see him wearing that ring, not expecting Jin to know about such ancient things. Meanwhile, in the distance, the others had also spotted the 3 of them. Maybe it's time for a change of scenery? Alu glared at Jin, seething with anger. "How dare you think you can fool me and escape so easily? I'll make an example of you, so everyone will know what happens to those who dare to challenge Alu." Jin casually replied that he had already spread things like transaction records and customer lists. Starting tomorrow, the entire continent would be focused on this. Honestly, people were bound to die. Jin intended to use this Alu as a test subject. Moroccans should focus on taking care of the surrounding underlings and not interfere in his battle. Alu commanded his subordinates, from mages to warriors, to charge forward, but when they faced Murakan, they were like ants. A slight wave of the hand, and they would have fallen to the floor, but Alu had given orders, so they kept charging forward. The warriors at the front were battered and broken, while the mages behind hesitated to attack, knowing they would also strike their allies. Alu saw that and told them not to target Murakan anymore, but to focus on hitting the two people in the back instead. So they unleashed a series of attacks, ice, wind, fire, and all sorts of other things, toward Jin and Gilly. Jin noticed that all the attacks were below 5 stars, so he didn't bother fighting back. Thanks to the power of the necklace Luna gave him, magic below 5 stars couldn't even touch him. Murakami realized that this chaos was nothing more than a string of numbers. Furious, he struck them all down with overwhelming force. Alu and the mages stood in shock at the sudden attack. In the end, it was his hand that brought it all to a halt. Alu drew his sword and swiftly took down all the subordinates around him, clearing out the pests just as Murakami had said. "Now then, who sent you?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Jin. Jin didn't respond. "Since talking to the dead is pointless," Alu said, pointing his sword at him, "I won't let you leave so easily." Perhaps this was the most formidable opponent Jin had ever faced. A 7-star warrior, Murakami even joked that he's different from the Bishko you fought before. This guy is out for blood, so use all your strength and remember not to die. Alu pointed his sword at Jin and asked, "Do you think you can beat me? How dare a mere bay mage like you stand before me? Are you trying to mock me?" Jin didn't say a word. Instead, he drew his sword to defend himself. Seeing Jin wielding a sword, Alu now realized that Jin was no mage after all. As a swordsman, he had previously suspected that Jin was using an ancient artifact for the fireball attack. Then, Alu launched a series of rapid attacks towards Jin. Avoiding his sword strike and leaping behind him, he swung a powerful blow. Luckily, Jin managed to dodge just in time. Jin realized that the man was incredibly fast, even though he hadn't yet used all his strength. Alu knew this too by now. Who is the most formidable opponent? Not the one standing in front of him, but the one who took down all his subordinates in an instant. He's definitely stronger than I am. Meanwhile, Alu wondered why that guy was just standing there. Then Murakami laughed, thinking that Jin was probably in trouble. Seeing this, Gilly advised, "Murakami, you should go help the young master. Even though he wants to take him down himself, it's still too soon for him to face a 7-star martial artist." Murakami said everything would be fine, confident that Jin would win. Meanwhile, the other two were still locked in a fierce battle, and it seemed like Jin was at a disadvantage, on the verge of losing. But there's one thing Murakami knows for sure. A long time ago, when the swordsmen of the Run Kandel family were still battling, a 2-level difference meant nothing to him. At the same time, Jin gathered his energy and launched a fireball at Alu. It was then that Alu realized Jin was using magic, not an artifact, meaning the person in front of him was a true magic swordsman. Meanwhile, Jin prepared to deliver the decisive blow. He channeled mana, summoning lightning around his sword. The lightning strikes relentlessly bombarded Alu's direction, and Alu thought to himself that Jin was such an idiot. "If you just stand there like that, you'll die soon," Alu warned. But little did he know, Jin had another trick up his sleeve. He summoned the helmet and armor from the ancient ring. To Alu's surprise, Jin's body was soon encased in an impenetrable suit of jet black armor. Jin swung the Brahman sword at Alu, leaving a scar across his chest. Alu, a 7-star warrior, was defeated by Jin, a 5-star knight. Murakami exclaimed from outside. As expected of the Muta artifact, thousands of years ago, Muta was created for the first king of Bement, a man who was greatly favored by demons. It was also during that time that a war broke out. A masterpiece capable of blocking all attacks below the 7-star level. And now that artifact is in Jin's hands. Looking back in my previous life, it was about 5 or 6 years from now. This Muta artifact will be returned to the king of Bement. During that time, the academy and everyone else were thrown into chaos because of the helmet. Because of this, he was able to recall the exact location and day when he first discovered it. Thinking, Jin approached Alu and inquired about his connection to the Runkendel family. Alu laughed, finally understanding what Jin had done earlier. "So you're Jin Runkendel," he said. "You're a failure, after all. You're just the youngest son. You won't be able to stop me." While Murakami still couldn't make sense of what he was saying, Jin seemed to have found the answer. "Allah, that's not your real name, is it? A 7-star martial artist and the leader of a gang. You must have some connection to the Runkendel family." Jin recalled what Alu had said earlier. Even though he already knew who he was, he still said those things, which meant he was aware that the brothers in the Runkendel family were vying for power. As he understood it, Yona had left home, so she needed to be eliminated. The twins, Tona and Miyu, are too immature, and the other siblings aren't clever or resourceful enough. So the only one who becomes completely obsessed with rankings and takes action when Jin's talent is revealed is the next heir to the Run Candle family. Joshua Run Candle, whether or not this conclusion is correct, is confident that Jin will figure it out soon. The next day, news of Tessing's disappearance flooded the newspapers, with the cause attributed to Beaumont and Zippel's cooperation in the investigation. The fall of Tessing, the evil that had long targeted innocent people, was eradicated in a single day. Jin and Murakan also read the newspaper and felt that Jet had likely done his job well, even though the Zippel and Bement families probably wouldn't let him off the hook. Still, that outcome was better than losing his life, even though Zippel and Bement had gained fame from it. But the one who benefited the most was Jin. He got 10 rings, ancient magic books, and even defeated a 7-star knight. Gilly, seeing the two of them joking around, reminded them, even though he's a 7-star knight, he still doesn't meet the standards. She hopes Jin will become more careful next time and not so careless. Of course, Jin understands this and promises to try harder in the future. Now, where's the next location? Murakan asked. Jin replied that the three of them would be heading to Tekin, an independent city. Gilly heard that and wondered, is it because Rainbow Tide isn't like that? Jin replied, Tekin's Rainbow Tide is a major news hub. Apart from Run Candle, Zippel, and Beements, it's the most reliable. Even though all this information came from Jin's previous life, he knew that from now on, whenever he used memories from that life, he'd need to come up with a reasonable excuse for Murakan and Gilly. On top of that, he had to be careful about anything related to Bishko. All of Alu's past is also tied to Run Candle, and everything needs to be investigated. The most logical destination is Rainbow Tide. At this point, Murakan arrived and told Jin something important. The magic of the Jenny tribe that he discovered earlier was light magic. Although it's not entirely clear, Murakan is certain they were once enemies of Zippel, and Zippel eliminated everyone they didn't favor. That's why there are no more records related to light magic. It's the same with the Run Candle clan. If Jin can't break the limit of his power, it's likely that the Run Candle clan will end up like this in the near future. So Murakan decided to teach Jin the Jenny clan's light magic. Open your eyes and watch this magic. This is the magic you need, Murakan said to Jin. Jin stared at it, wondering why the light magic was black now. The sphere exploded, blinding him temporarily with a brilliant flash. Murakan laughed heartily and said, this is its true power. This light magic is like a flashbang. It can be used for both offense and defense. Jenny's ultimate spell. Murakan then pulled out another book from his body. This is an encrypted system that could drive even him crazy. I'm not sure what's inside, but it will definitely be useful, so let's leave it here for now. One day, someone was finally able to decipher these ancient characters. A week later, the boat Jin was on arrived at Tekin. Tekin was an independent city located on a small island in the north, off the central continent. This place is not under the rule of Run Candle or Zippel. Although the population here is small, it is a famous tourist destination, as reflected in the name of the independent city. You can imagine how lively it is here. The three of them made their way to the city center to find a place to stay. As usual, Murakan shifted from a cat into a human. He grumbled to Jin, who told him not to transform in the city. If anyone finds out, it's over, Jin warned, almost predicting the future. It's really over, guys. A little girl had just seen a cat turn into a human. The little girl pointed and said, there's a black cat that turned into a man with black hair over there. How did he do that? Teach me, Julia. So it was up to the expert, Jin, to step in. He explained, how could a cat turn into a human? You must have seen it wrong. But little Julia wasn't so easily fooled, and the scam failed. He switched to the contract plan, hoping she would pretend she'd never seen anything. But how could a child lie? This plan was doomed too, guys. Jelly was worried. Had she made the right decision by bringing the girl to the authorities? What if she spread the rumor she had just heard? Wouldn't the Zippel family find out? She turned her gaze to Murakan, her eyes sharp and focused. He had listened to the young master from the very beginning. This isn't happening. After a while, she arrived at the information center. Little Julia didn't like this place much because it was full of military personnel, and they always caused trouble for her mother. Jilly also wondered, could this place be like Aki? It's a place of exploitation and violence against civilians. But it's not. All the gatekeepers here know Julia because she's the captain's daughter. He immediately called the commander. Miss Julia is back. Then Julia's mother arrived, and I have to say she was absolutely stunning. When Jin saw her, something clicked in his mind. Not only was she the head of the Central Region, but she had also been an agent in the BMANT Special Forces before. But despite her intimidating appearance, she is very gentle with her daughter. Despite her intimidating appearance, she is very gentle with her daughter. Jin, I'm Alicia Badger, the commander of the Titan garrison, Alicia said. Jin introduced himself in return. I'm Jinwei, a new visitor here. He then asked Alicia for recommendations on nearby inns. Meanwhile, Julia whispered something to her mother. It must be the Miracan transformation thing, Alicia said. She handed Jin the letter of introduction and added, as long as you have this seal, you'll be treated well anywhere in the city. Jin took the letter, thanked her, and then left with Murakan and Gilly. Alicia heard the transformation her daughter described and immediately recognized that the other person was a dragon. Only a dragon could do such things. In the room they had just found, everyone was feeling great about the service, likely thanks to the commander's letter of recommendation. Since the three of them arrived, it seems like they've been on a lucky streak. Just now, Gilly said she wanted ice cream like Julia, and of course Jin gave the go-ahead, so Gilly went right out to get some. As for the other two, Murakan asked, how do you plan on meeting the 6 swords? They won't be easy to find. He said he wanted to meet someone first, the Sword Saint Kashmir. He was a renowned swordsman, known by everyone. In the past, he had even been offered the position of sword trainer for the Run Kandel family, but he turned it down. Just like in his previous life, in 15 years, he will reveal his true identity as the King of Bement, using the information he gathered from the 7 colors. After that, he will hold supreme power over all 3 families, Bement, Zippel, and Runkandel. Additionally, he is an incredibly cautious person. Not only does he possess exceptional swordsmanship, but he also has the patience to wait. For years, he's been the one who can help Jin find all the information he needs. Yet he still hasn't figured out how to approach him. Gilly rushed in from outside and announced, when I came down, the inn was empty. All the staff and guests were gone. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder from behind. He asked about the health of the 3 people and said, is it all right if we go in? His hand was making Murakan a little hot-headed. He immediately rushed over, ready to confront the guy who dared to mess with his strawberry cake. Fortunately, Jin stopped him just in time, so Murakan held back. He simply pulled Gilly back towards him. He was threatened with, if there's a next time, I'll kill you. As for Jin, he was wondering why the great sword Kashmir was here. They hadn't caused any trouble and the group had only just arrived. More importantly, it's not just him. There are many guards below. If a fight breaks out here, Gilly will get caught up in it. Murakan asked Kashmir one last time, do you know who I am? And what's with the greeting as soon as you walk in? Are you all right? Then you took my strawberry cake. Who taught you manners? Jin felt a bit relieved when he saw Murakan finally starting to use his mouth. He then called out to Murakan to stop. Isn't that enough? Turning around, he added, is this the high sword Kashmir? Your reputation precedes you, so he's no stranger to you. Kashmir noticed that Jin knew his name and wondered, who is this young master? Jin quickly introduced himself, saying, I am Jin Run Kandel, without hesitation. Then he made his request. Sir Kashmir, please come to a quieter place so we can talk. I'll answer any questions you have. A moment later, inside a room, Kashmir spoke to Jin. After dismissing the army, he silently regretted bringing them earlier. Because he had heard that the dragon had appeared, but it seemed like a mistake to act on it. Doing so would only provoke him further. He was certain that the black-haired man in front of him was the dragon, judging by the pressure radiating from him. It couldn't be a normal person, Kashmir thought, silently thanking Jin. If he hadn't stopped him just now, he and his army might have been killed. He then turned his attention back to the woman beside him. He knew it was Gilly McLaurin. He had met her before. When she was removed from Bement Palace, her military presence was unmistakable. But now I can't sense that same aura from her. What kind of relationship do the 3 of them have? Lost in thought, he turned to Jin and asked, why is he traveling with a dragon? Since ancient times, dragons have been linked only to magicians, those who have made pacts with gods, or individuals with extraordinary supernatural powers, most of whom belong to the Zippel clan. If his clan found out about this, they wouldn't let it slide. But why did he reveal this secret so easily? So Jin replied, "The issue here isn't whether I'm a run Candle or not, but tell me, why did you still come knowing there were dragons here?" Kashmir then revealed his secret. The child Julia that Jin met earlier was his daughter. The girl is no ordinary child. She's someone who has made a pact with an AMU servant. There's no way anyone who has formed such a bond could have been mistaken. That's why he believed there was a dragon and came here. Morikon sensed something was off when he heard this. Many people outside want to become fake memories with AMU. Why did Kashmir reveal this secret so easily? And if the girl is really the contractor, where is her dragon? Morikon, I don't sense any dragon presence here. Why would a dragon known for its respect and dignity abandon such a child? At that moment, Kashmir explained, a year ago, Julia's guardian dragon suddenly disappeared. This appears to be connected to the Zippel family or the Bement Empire. Hearing this, Murakin disagreed with the argument. No dragon is foolish enough to be kidnapped, especially for more than a year. Speaking of which, Murakan suddenly remembered something. Julia is only 5 years old. If she's the one who made the contract with the Chadamu, it could be extremely dangerous without the guardian dragon by her side. If this continues, Kashmir's daughter will either go mad or be reduced to a vegetable. Kashmir was shocked when he heard this. Murakan explained, the person who signs a contract with AMU gains the ability to see the future, and that future becomes a heavy burden on the mind. Even dragons can't tolerate it. Maybe she's too young to distinguish between reality and fantasy at the moment. So she's okay, but if this continues for another year or two without the guardian dragon's protection, her eyes will gradually lose control and become damaged. This is especially true for Amu's contract holder. Even though they saw the future, they couldn't do anything to change it and had to follow its course. It was the law of cause and effect that had already been set in motion. So in short, Kashmir now had to find her guardian dragon as quickly as possible. Hearing this, he knelt down and pleaded with Murakan, please save my daughter. Even as the head of Rainbow Tide, I haven't been able to find her guardian dragon for the past year. Only the mighty guardian dragon here can help. But Murakan waved his hand and said, no, even if you beg him, he won't be able to help. If you want assistance, go ask my boss. He pointed to Jin as he spoke. Then he stepped closer, lifted Kashmir up, and promised to save his daughter. Everything seemed to be going according to Jin's plan, but he couldn't relax. Rainbow Tide was still nowhere to be found, which meant they needed information from Run Kendall and Zippel, but that was impossible. Meanwhile, Murakan inquired about the other dragon's whereabouts. Rainbow Tide has collected 10, Jin was surprised to hear. Could it be Murakan? Go find that dragon. After all, there's nothing that dragon doesn't know. The scene shifts to a house in the forest in the kingdom of Bement. This is Quicontel, from a timeline outside Enya. The one who made a pact with the god of time is now entering. She holds a newspaper featuring information about Jin, who has reached the rank of 10-star knight. It seems this girl is one of Jin's favorites. The two were talking when Quicontel suddenly sensed something. She immediately told Enya to return to her room and stay there until she came back, warning her that something dark was approaching. A few minutes earlier, out in the sea near Beeman territory, Murakan was carrying Jin and planning to reveal his presence to the dragons. Jin's job was to stay hidden and avoid being caught. Going back to the day before, when Kashmir shared information about the dragons in Bement with Murakan, he mentioned, there's a rather dangerous dragon there. But it's probably fine. That's just how dragons have always been. So Murakan and Jin set off for Bement. Before leaving, he made sure to tell Kashmir, keep Julia busy all day with games and AMU's power will weaken too. After unleashing their energy, the dragons of Bement appeared before Murakan one by one. Robert led the group, followed by 2 earth dragons. These 2 had been defeated by Murakan multiple times in the past, so seeing them again made him break into a sweat. Murakan turned to his 2 subordinates and said, I've awakened to carry out an important mission, so you must assist me. Robert and Don scratched their heads and looked at each other. Should we tell Murakan about this? He doesn't seem to know anything, one of them said. After a brief discussion, they turned to Murakan and told him, you need to leave here, and fast. Since he didn't want any conflict, Murakan was, of course, unwilling to back down easily. He was determined to stay and not go anywhere. Seeing this, the other 2 dragons quickly warned him, The silver dragon is coming to kill you. If you don't leave now, your entire family will be ruined. Murakhan was momentarily stunned when he heard that name. Jin also wondered, is that silver dragon connected to you? Murakhan? Well, just an ex, Murakhan replied. The two earth dragons quickly begged for forgiveness and fled the area as Quikuntel had arrived. Though her face wasn't visible, there was already a powerful presence welcoming them. Fortunately, Murakhan dodged the attack just in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit. The silver dragon's power relentlessly struck, with countless beams of energy and light targeting Murakhan and Jin. With great effort, Murakhan managed to defend and evade them. Jin watched the attacks just now. He must be at least level 8 to pull off moves like that so effortlessly. He's truly a monster. Then from a distance, a voice called out affectionately, "You bastard, what do you think? Bringing those shameless bastards here again?" Murakhan quickly explained. "It was all just business," he added, then whispered to Jin, "That ex-lover of hers, he's known her for about 500 years, which is roughly 5 years from a human perspective, before urging him to do whatever it takes. Well, we have to drive that Brandaman sword into her, but isn't she still your ex?" "Isn't that a bit much?" Jin asked. It seemed like he still hadn't grasped the problem. "Right now, we're both in a tough spot." Right after that, Silver Dragon Quikintel transformed and flew toward Murakhan. He quickly explained, urging her to stay calm and focus on the important matter first. But who could ever reason with a woman? He kept taking hits from Quikantel. In this situation, Murakhan could only dodge, as it seemed he had no advantage in terms of strength or strategy. Then came the relentless pursuit of the ex-lovers, followed by a barrage of slaps. Silver Dragon could only lament his fate as he thought about his love for Murakhan. How had he ended up with such a hot-tempered girl? Another attack came, this time at close range. It seemed Murakhan wouldn't be able to dodge. That attack just now was nothing to take lightly, but the rank of Dark Black Dragon is no joke. Although he's weakened significantly since awakening after 1,000 years, he still has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Murakhan has created a barrier enveloped in darkness, and within it, he's clearly very pleased. Murakhan was confident that he could at least buy some time. No matter how strong Quikantel was, there was no way she could get in here. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was struck blind. Quikantel effortlessly tore through the barrier with her claws and sneered. "Is this really bringing darkness? How pathetic, you fool, Murakhan. You have no idea how weak you've become. If you still think you're the same as before, you are gravely mistaken." Murakhan realized he had no more cards to play, so he resorted to the one about the past. "The past, huh? If I really think about it, tearing you into 10,000 pieces wouldn't be enough." While Quikantel was still furious, Murakhan rushed forward and grabbed her wing. He said, "You two broke up peacefully, so why are you acting like this?" Quikantel punched him, her mind flashing back to the past for clarity. "Wasn't it you who kicked me out without any warning? Where's the nice part in that?" Murakhan shouted immediately. "Now go, kid!" Jin grabbed the Bradamante sword and took off. He knew its exterior was nearly impenetrable, since even Murakhan's teeth couldn't get through it. He needed to close the distance now and use the remaining dark energy of Murakhan nearby. With that in mind, Jin raised the absorbing sword high, drew in the dark energy, and delivered a powerful slash. The strike severed one of the silver dragon's arms and wings. Murakhan quickly caught Jin as she fell. "Even though I used all my strength, you did well," he said. "Now we just have to hope she calms down a bit." Jin was surprised. "That's it?" "Of course not," Murakhan replied. "Most dragons would die from that attack, but Quikantel is different. Dragons who control time don't die so easily," Jin thought to himself. Could it be that before they found the missing dragon, the two of them were also missing from here? After observing Quikantel for a while, Jin asked, "Is she traveling back in time?" "That's right," Murakhan replied. "That's why power and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much. Using power just consumes a lot of energy." After a brief pause, Quikantel restored his arm and shifted back into his human form. Murakhan asked if she had calmed down, but as far as I can tell, does this look like calmness? Then, Murakhan added, "I never thought she still had so many emotions. Didn't we break up peacefully?" "Peace, my ass," Quikantel shot back. "You dumped me without a word and just walked away. Is that your idea of peace?" As for Murakhan, he shrugged. It's the same as always. The reason we broke up is because we weren't compatible. We never cheated on anyone. Jin, standing next to him, couldn't understand either. Was this really a conversation between beings who had lived for thousands of years? It sounded more like a chat between teenagers just hitting puberty. Quick-and-Tell glanced at Jin and wondered, is he the human who made the contract with Soldere? That doesn't matter right now, Murakan replied. What matters is that someone from our species is in danger. Quick-and-Tell heard the words our species come from the Black Dragon's mouth and snapped. How many dragon clans has someone like you wiped out? You still have the nerve to say that? You must be kidding. It's true that I killed many from the dragon clan, but most of them were her brother's enemies. For her revenge, I ended up killing people who had nothing to do with me. With that, Murakan turned and walked away. He said it was a mistake to come here to find her and that it would be better to ask another member of the dragon clan. Quick-and-Tell then told Murakan to stop. She explained that every time she saw him, she became emotional, so now he should ask her what he needed to. Murakan immediately said, recently, an AMU guardian dragon has gone missing. Upon hearing this, Quick-and-Tell instantly recognized that it was Taikun's Roturi, a young guardian dragon. She felt a strange unease. Hadn't that child just been taken by Beretta? Jin suddenly recalled the moment he heard about guardian dragon Beretta. Wind Dragon Beretta, one of the wind-type dragon men, is the guardian dragon of Andrew, the deputy head of the Zippel clan, isn't he? If that's the case, it's once again connected to the Zippel clan, so it's important to keep that in mind. They had surely heard before that they would be taught Roturi, the dragon language magic. Before she could finish, Murakan suggested they find somewhere else to talk. Upon hearing this, Quick-and-Tell decided to take the other two to his house. In a forest on the outskirts of the capital, Bement, 3 people were still talking at Quick-and-Tell's house. Jin, sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier, he said. He introduced himself as the one who signed a contract with Solderet. Quick-and-Tell already knows him very well. This is the descendant of Tamar Kendall and the youngest son of Chiron. Murakan wondered, how does she know all of this? Don't tell me she's been investigating. Quick-and-Tell explained, he gives off an energy similar to Timar's. The 3 of them spent a lot of time together. 1,000 years ago, but now, to get to the main point, Beretta took Roturi a year ago. The claim that they would teach Roturi dragon magic might just be a tactic to deceive the Silver Dragon. Murakan also mentioned that, at present, the person who signed the contract with AMU, still too young to control the power, it will become very dangerous without the Guardian Dragon's protection if things continue like this. He figured that Beretta must have known that as well. Quick-and-Tell seemed to recall something the moment Beretta brought Roturi in. A year ago, she visited Bement and introduced me to Roturi, but she kept checking the time, almost obsessively, and insisted on meeting the contractor of the God of Time without offering any explanation. Later, the contractor's identity was revealed, which is how the 2 of them ended up here. Since many members of the Zippel family are part of the Bement Noble Circle, it's curious that, despite the AMU signatory still being unknown, the Guardian Dragon was taken. Murakan speculated, could someone have created an identity detection spell? Those who make contracts with the gods argue that it's absurd. No one can know anything about the contract unless the master personally demonstrates their power. Even so, what do they gain from it? Jin replied, they gain 2 things. First, they can reduce the risk. Then they kill the fake signatories outside their territory. Second, by killing the signatories, they gain the chance to form a contract with the gods. Jin knows that the Zippel tribe has a unique method for making such contracts. In his previous life, the one who formed a contract with the God of Time, Oda, appeared. They were a member of the Zippel clan, which means they could definitely form a contract with the gods if they killed their contractor. That's how Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped. As Jin was thinking this over, Quick-and-Tell spoke up saying, it seems like what you just said is pure speculation. Why would a family with so many fake contracts like Zippel want them? Are you being overly suspicious just because you're a run candle? Jin said bluntly. It looks like Quick-and-Tell is trying to turn a blind eye. Humans are creatures of insatiable greed, always wanting more and never truly satisfied. But is that the case here? No, Quick-and-Tell fears the Zippel clan. Murakan, having heard Jin's nonsense, is worried about being eliminated. So he immediately stood up and said, I no longer need your help, and decided to leave Bement. Silver Dragon Quicontel laughed when she heard that. You've really changed, Murakami. I didn't expect him to sense danger so quickly. Then she slammed her hand on the table and said she would help you. She wanted to confront Beretta and find out if things had really happened the way Jin described. This might be a good opportunity for the family. Zippel needs to teach her a lesson, and it's also her responsibility to Timar. This descendant of Timar dares to provoke her. Everything about it reminds her of the arrogant Timar from the past. After that, the three of them continued discussing tactics to lure Beretta over. Just then, Enya burst through the door and rushed in. 4 pairs of eyes locked. Quicontel quickly introduced Murakami and Jin to her, explaining that she was the one who signed the contract with Ota. Then he turned to Anya and introduced her to Jin and Murakami. Enya could hardly believe that young Master Jinrun Kando was standing right in front of her. It felt like a meeting between an idol and a die-hard fan. Overwhelmed with excitement, Enya quickly tried to explain herself. She then turned to Jin and introduced herself as the servant of the Dragon Clan's young lady. As a privileged member of the Academy, I believe that the time god Ota has always put in great effort to preserve the bloodline of the signatory. So, the talent of the girl in front of me must be incredible. Enya was planning to ask for an autograph. Then Quicontel scolded me, saying, I clearly told you not to leave the house. Enya replied, It was Izaim. It was a bit boring at home, so I thought I'd come here to see you. And now, thanks to that, I'm seeing young Master Jin in front of me. It was truly a wise decision. Looking at Enya, Jin could easily imagine her being bullied at the academy. Those vehement, noble bastards were exactly the type to push anyone more talented than themselves down. Enya then asked, Why did the young master come here? Jin turned around and said, I came here because of you. Someone might be targeting Miss Enya, Ota's current contractor. So will you come with me now? I promise I'll keep you safe. What more could she ask for? With words like that, Enya was completely captivated. Nodding in agreement, he thanked God for answering his long-standing prayers. Quicontel was left speechless upon seeing this. After all, they were the same age and both were fake signatories, so why was this girl so foolish? Now that Quicontel's worries were behind her and Enya's work was finished, the two turned to discuss the black dragon lying on the chair nearby. Quicontel mentioned that she had agreed to help him earlier. It's not just because of his loyalty to Tamar or Enya's safety. The main reason is that Murakami has become too weak. He may not even realize how weak he's become. And I certainly can't fight Beretta in that condition. So if we really have to fight, it has to be me, Quicontel told Jin. Jin asked, Is Beretta really that strong? That's true, but it's also because the Black Dragon has weakened so much. If the Silver Dragon's previous sea attack was anything like that, then 1,000 years ago, it would have been child's play for Murakami. While waiting for Beretta to arrive, Jin and Murakami need a place to stay. Quicontel hopes they can stay at her house, as long as Jin can convince Murakami. Since this is an ex-lover's house, Jin naturally agreed with Quicontel. He also couldn't help but feel that Silver Dragon is indeed a thoughtful creature. I guess I'm the only one who thinks Mr. Muraka is crazy. Now all that's left is to explain things to Enya. As soon as he said that, Chow Chow woke up immediately, completely unaware that Jin would be so surprised by her quick recovery after Quicontel's powerful knockout. After several hours of explanation, Jin finally understood everything they had been struggling with. Given that Enya now has a faction of her own, aiming for Amu's contractor, and their next target is most likely you, it's no surprise that Enya chose to trust young Master Jin. She believes this will be an exciting adventure involving a little girl. The dragon stands guard, along with Prince Jin, the young master. Fortunately, Enya adapted quickly, even though she was more optimistic than he'd expected. After a few more minutes of discussion, we decided it was time to set off. The sooner the better, Enya said, or we could leave tomorrow. I just need to say goodbye to him and the dog. All right, then you should go back and pack, Quicontel replied. Enya smiled and went back to her room. See you all tomorrow. Quicontel and Jin had decided to tell the academy that Enya was sick, as they knew that if they asked her to drop out, she would cause a scene. Just then, someone knocked on the door asking for firewood. Quicontel heard it and was about to go answer the door, but Jin stopped him. What kind of guest would come here just to ask for firewood? He guessed that the person outside, who seemed to be from Bayment's special forces, must be Miss Enya. They had probably been lurking around for a while, likely trying to gather information. Look who the alien decided to show up. Quicontel heard someone following her and Enya, which immediately made her angry. She opened the door without saying much, grabbed the man by the collar and demanded, "Are you from the Bement Special Forces? Who sent you?" Just then, footsteps echoed from inside the house. A man showed up and claimed he was the one who sent the other guy. "Can we release him now?" He also threatened that if Quicontel got involved, he'd kill him and that the special forces would arrive immediately. Silver Dragon thought the red-haired guy was the boss, so all we need to do is handle him. As she spoke, she lunged at him. Bang! An explosion erupted at the back of the house. Silver Dragon's attack had been incredibly powerful, yet the man was still standing. He turned around and asked, "Has this calmed your anger?" Jin, standing nearby, watched in shock, a cold chill running through him. He never expected the man to still be standing after such a powerful blow. Looking closely, it's clear this guy is no ordinary person. In the Special Forces, only the elite command group is allowed to wear the red mask. On top of that, the sword he carries is intricately crafted. Anyone who meets all these criteria can only be the Emperor's right-hand man. The commander of the 3rd Squad of the Bement Special Forces, Raz, a man known for his swordsmanship, is currently at Runkendel. Jin is convinced that he's at least an 8-star rank, if not higher. Raz told the guards what he did was necessary to confirm the identities of those guests. Quicontel wouldn't let this slide so easily. Who would be rude enough to barge into someone's home and just leave? Raz mentioned that Miss Enya left not long ago, right? Letting her walk out alone at night like this is way too dangerous. The other guy directly threatened Quicontel. He also said, "If we fight now, even though she might be able to beat me, you won't be able to help Enya. If anything goes wrong, I'll let it slide this time. But remember, there won't be a next time." You have to prioritize the most important person in your life, right? The thing you're willing to protect with your life. Be prepared to lose it all because of a wrong choice. As he stepped out, Raz spoke to his juniors. "I've confirmed the suspects' appearances." She requested a return to investigate their identities. Additionally, all surveillance of the Guardian Dragon will be suspended for now. Seeing this, the underling wondered, isn't this exactly the time to monitor the movements of Quicontel and the suspicious individuals? Now is not the time to provoke the Silver Dragon. That will only make things worse, he said, pressing his hand to his mouth, rubbing the wound he had just received from the beating. In short, you need to halt any close-range surveillance until you notice anything unusual from them. Inside the house, Quicontel blames herself for the two of you being followed for so long without realizing it. If Jin and Murakin hadn't shown up, she probably would have underestimated their strength. Now she's even more determined to leave as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, Jin and Quicontel stood watching in the direction of the ship that had taken Enya. Both of them felt a sense of relief, knowing that with Murakan escorting her, Enya would likely reach Tychon safely. But who knows? That's the real concern. Anyway, let's go contact Beretta. She's the guardian of the Zippel family's deputy head, so she might have a lot of useful information. A week later, Murakan completed his escort mission and returned, preparing for the battle with Beretta. He was standing in front of her house. He hadn't expected Quicontel to take such good care of it. They had built it together in the past, but now it was just a memory. Just then, Quicontel returned and announced that he had received Beretta's reply. She would arrive tomorrow night. The next evening, on a deserted island south of Bement Beach, Quicontel waited for Beretta to arrive. If what was promised was true, Beretta would come alone. Quicontel had made the reason for the meeting clear: to ask her about the whereabouts of the Dragon Guardian Emile Latre. If she really pretends to be innocent, I'll give her a beating. Quicontel believed that, out of respect for the Dragon Clan, she would have come here alone. However, Jin thought differently. He believed that Beretta wouldn't have come by herself if the Zippel clan had truly kidnapped Latre. If they're planning to make shady deals, they'll definitely come prepared. As she spoke, Beretta arrived, and as expected, she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by Andrew Zippel. He introduced himself to Quicontel. "I'm the deputy head of the Zippel family, representing Malzir." Quicontel saw this and angrily asked, "Beretta, didn't you promise to come alone?" Beretta replied, "I was with Andrew when I got your letter, so I hope you understand. Now let's get down to business." Beretta asked about Enya, wanting to meet the contractor of the god of time, Olta. At the same time, Quicontel inquired about Raturi's whereabouts. "Hurry up and answer, Beretta. Wasn't it a year ago that you took Raturi? because ever since then, Osmiel's contractor hasn't been able to find the guardian dragon. Beretta heard this and smirked. I wonder how Miss Quicontel expects me to respond. It seems like Raturi is still doing quite well. Quicontel, hearing this, was furious. How dare Beretta joke with him? Murakan and Jin, who were hiding nearby, hadn't expected her to be so arrogant. It seemed like she was losing patience. Using her power, Beretta made a proposal. If you hand over the contract, I'll spare your life. But Quicontel firmly refused. You're just an old gecko, after all. Naturally, everyone would be furious upon hearing that. Beretta immediately attacked Quicontel, who quickly countered with a proposal. If Raturi was returned here, she would allow Beretta to die peacefully. Andrew, overhearing this from outside, sneered. It seems this lady easily dodged Beretta's attack. So now, behold my power. As he spoke, he raised his staff and summoned his mana, creating a massive barrier. Jin sighed when he saw this scene. It was the first time he had witnessed the power of a 9-star mage. After being resurrected, Andrew Zippel, despite having been humiliated by the Run Candel family at the ball, stood there with overwhelming strength. But he's still a member of the powerful Zippel clan. Inside Andrew, after creating a shield to protect himself, he began to attack. Quicontel saw this and wanted to fly up to avoid the strike, but it seemed the wind here was controlled by Beretta. Quicontel had to endure the full force of the old man Andrew's attack, while above him, Beretta started closing in. She gathered her strength and with a hint of sarcasm said, "She's never been a match for me." Quicontel laughed at the comment. What a braggart. Andrew quickly summoned his guardian dragon to join forces with him. Right after that, 2 attacks, one of wind and one of lightning, struck Quicontel. Seeing this, Jin realized she was in danger and quickly called for Murakan's help. But Murakan calmly said, "It's not time yet. Who knows her better than I do?" Indeed, within Quicontel, its power was also at work. Time had stopped, and even the magic that was attacking stood still. Andrew was shocked when he saw this. It had been a long time since someone his age had witnessed such a scene. He then shouted, "Beretta, keep attacking." But no matter how many times he said it, it was futile because his guardian dragon could no longer move, its time-manipulating powers having been drained. At the same time, Quicontel charged toward it. She grabbed Beretta's tail and snapped it. Now everyone knows who the favorite is. What thunder dragon would dares to boast before the time stream? Seeing this, Andrew shouted, "Quicontel, stop right now." But who did he think he was, trying to stop her just because he said so? Get your tools ready. That person is next. Although she said this, Quicontel knew deep down that defeating Beretta had required more effort than expected. To take down that mage, she would need Jin and Murak's help. At that moment, Andrew pulled something from his body. Murakan was stunned when he saw it. If he was right, it was the Origin Stone. That couldn't be possible. It had been destroyed thousands of years ago. How could such an artifact be in the hands of that old man? Andrew summoned the monster from the Genesis Stone and mocked her for being born a silver dragon. She probably always thought of herself as strong, but that was just an illusion, whether it came from the dragon folk, humans, or the holy gods. Everything, in the end, must submit to the Zippel clan. Quicontel, accept it. You have no right to resist. On this note, Murakan explained the Genesis Stone to Jin. The Genesis Stone is a divine artifact created by the gods as a precaution. If one day the world is destroyed, it will be the gods who do it, because the stone's power is so immense that it not only protects the world but can also bring about its destruction. That said, Murakan immediately wanted to rush over to Quicontel to support her. By the time Andrew was still deep in conversation with the silver dragon, Murakan had already arrived. The old man was utterly shocked to see a black dragon here, as he knew there were only 2 black dragons in the world. From its appearance, he guessed that this must be Run Candle's Murakan. It had awakened after thousands of years of slumber. He then turned his gaze toward Jin and surmised that he was the one who had made a pact with the god of darkness, the youngest son who had recently left his parents' side. After Jin finished speaking, he flashed a sinister smile. From the start, his plan had been to devour the person who signed the contract with Ota, but now it seemed the feast would be more plentiful than he had anticipated. He commanded the monster in the stone and began to awaken Beretta with an ancient incantation. Then Beretta woke up, looking even stronger than before, surrounded by the dark power of the Genesis Stone. She quickly approached Murakan, noticing that he was much weaker than before. Determined, Beretta intended to deliver a single blow, sending her friend back into eternal sleep. But Murakami easily dodged her attack and countered. As expected, that's how it should have gone. If it had been too easy, it would have felt like a lie. Beretta was thrilled, knowing she was about to make history. When defeating a legend from the past, Andrew said, "The other side is so fierce. Should we continue?" At first, I only intended to persuade her and spare her, but because she was something she shouldn't have, she had to die, he continued, speaking to Quicontel. But he sneaked a strike at Jin. Fortunately, Jin was always on guard and avoided the attack. Then, Jin used light magic to blind the old man. Seeing this, Beretta quickly swung his tail at Jin. He was knocked back, gasping for air, while the monster charged toward him, eager to devour him. Seeing this, Jin had no choice but to play his trump card. He shattered the pendant Luna had given him earlier, summoning her. And then, boom, a bright light lit up the night sky. Right behind it was Luna, wielding a massive sword. This brat didn't even bother to say goodbye when he left. He must have been really desperate to ask for my help. Andrew saw Luna and broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected the white whale to show up here. Luna locked eyes with the deputy head of the Zippel clan and the Wind Dragon. His guard is impressive, and calling me here is quite a compliment. You managed to hold your own for a surprisingly long time against an opponent of this caliber, huh? Jin only mentioned that he almost lost his life, not forgetting to thank his big sister for coming. Hearing those words, I can already tell that Andrew is about to be ruined. He won't hurt anyone else, but if he touches Luna's younger brother, it'll be the end for him. Luna turned to Andrew and asked, "Did something happen to my brother? I need an explanation now." Jin had been thinking just moments ago, with the Zippel clan's deputy head and that powerful wind dragon as my opponents, I'm still scared. Even if Luna-san were here, I wouldn't be confident of winning. But looking at things now, it seems I was wrong. This battle has already been decided. At that moment, Murakami and Quicontel also arrived at Jin's place. He said, "It's best if all three of you step back, since Beretta has control of the wind and can't help Luna. But thank you anyway, Jin, because if it weren't for your sister, Luna would probably be finished by now." Andrew, though surprised, affirmed. He said, "The Run Candle clan broke their oath with Zippel. Your youngest brother, Jin Run Candle, used magic. The Zippel clan won't let this matter go easily." Luna sneered when she heard that, knowing the matter would never reach the Zippel family. Andrew fumed with anger, enraged that the brat had dared to insult him. He ordered the monster to attack Luna, but she remained calm, handling the situation like a pro. With just a few sword strikes, the monster was sliced into 1,000 pieces. She sneered, "Every member of the Zippel family I've met is all talk. Seems like the deputy head of the family is no different." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Beretta again, asking, "Do you still want to stay in that form, Fong Long? It'll just give me more places to slash." At that, Beretta shifted into her human form. Under Andrew's command, she knew exactly what she had to do. He harnessed the surrounding wind energy, shaping it into a spear, and merged it with the dark energy from Andrew's Genesis Stone, an evil force that wasn't quite magic, but closer to raw power, resembling the energy emitted by the demon race. Luna suspected that the Dragon Clan member needed more time to use the relic effectively. It was hard to believe that the deputy head of the Zippel clan and the powerful Wind Dragon would risk their lives on such an object. "Do you really think that thing can save your life?" As Luna spoke, Beretta lunged at her, thrusting his spear with all his strength. Luna swung her sword to block the attack. After a series of intense clashes, the outcome was clear. But that was only when Luna hadn't used all her strength. Shortly after, she effortlessly delivered a severe blow to Beretta. Seeing that Fong Long had nothing more interesting to show her, Luna decided to finish it quickly. She raised her sword to the sky and unleashed 3 sword techniques. As the meteor shower returned, Jin recalled what Uncle Zed had taught him. "Our family's swordplay is like that of a conqueror. It carries immense destructive power. Fighting, conquering, ruling. Our family spirit is infused in every strike of the sword. As a unified force, the swords of the Run Candle family do not have a fixed shape. Ultimately, the family's ideology is reflected in the swordplay of Luna, the third sword, known as Meteor Shower. It was dazzling, beautiful, and powerful, hopelessly so. Andrew remained frozen under Luna's attack. Beretta stepped forward to shield him and urged him to snap out of it. But Andrew couldn't bring himself to believe what he was seeing. It was too absurd. How could someone who hasn't made a contract with or the Dragon Clan possess such power? How could it possibly be the power of a human? Beretta regained his focus. As long as you're alive, we can still win. Even if I die, can't you bring me back to life with the magic stone? Those words sparked Andrew's fighting spirit. He believed that as long as he still had the magic stone, he wouldn't die. As long as he holds it, he remains the incarnation of a gun. After the meteor shower, Luna appeared, her expression far from happy. Although the Wind Dragon had only one wing left, Luna felt she needed to train harder to reach her father's level. But then again, that was enough to teach the Zipple clan a lesson. Plus, little Jin stayed motivated all the way through. If I don't reach my father's level, it will be thanks to you, Luna thought to herself. As she was lost in thought, a creature approached her. It was Andrew, merged with the magic stone. Murakami glanced over and guessed that the stones were likely created by the Zipple family using the contractor. They may look like they're of poor quality, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous, Murakami said as he shifted into his Dragon Clan form. He said he'll take Jin and Quiquintel away from here. Naturally, Jin disagreed since Luna was still here. We should all fight together, he insisted, though Murakami still advised him to leave. With that level of skill, his sister could have handled it, but Jin insisted on staying. After signing the contract with Saldare, he was revived and met Murakami. From the start, it was clear that his beginning and luck were superior to those of his siblings. However, right now he doesn't even know where he stands. If he just agrees to run away without fighting back, he'll be no different from a useless member of the family. This time, Jin cannot allow himself to feel that way. He has to become stronger next time. Murakami watched the scene and recognized that Jin was truly a brave person. The sheer intensity of his fighting spirit filled him with immense pride. If he maintains this drive, it won't be long before that kid becomes the best on the entire continent. Until then, Murakami will always watch over and protect her. Meanwhile, Luna keeps asking, "Do you think a little transformation will kill me?" What a delusion. Upon hearing this, the other guy immediately proved her wrong by reaching out his hand towards her. With great difficulty, Luna managed to withstand the powerful blast of energy. Andrew laughed smugly and said, "Right now, there are 12 gods whose power is being drained by him. So Luna Run Candle, what do you have left to fight me with? For a swordsman, just having a sword is enough. If you choose to fight me with that repulsive magic, I'll at least show you half of what I'm truly capable of, along with a sense of contempt and pity." Luna swung her sword and charged forward. Andrew was taken aback. He had faced many swordsmen before, but this was the first time he had seen such a blood-red glow. Still, this was the end of the line. He was confident in his transformation, certain he had reached the level of a god. So she counterattacked, and right after that, using her heart sword and blood moon skills, Luna sliced the self-proclaimed god, Andrew, in half. However, there was one thing she hadn't expected. The elemental stone also exploded. Luna was now very close. It was almost impossible to avoid. She braced herself to endure the attack when suddenly a shout rang out from the sky. It was Jin and Murakami coming to her aid. It seemed her youngest brother had saved her once again. The next day, in the Bement Empire, Raz is reporting to the king about the disappearance of the southern island last night. A tornado was also detected nearby, consuming everything in its path. Additionally, a large amount of mana was detected in the area, partly due to human activity. Most of the power comes from Silver Dragon and Fong Long. The king was puzzled when he heard this and wondered, isn't Fong Long the guardian dragon of the Zipple family? This must be connected to them. Raz then added that it seemed Fong Long was dead and showed a few pieces of Beretta's cloth. As for the source of the energy, mostly because of the signatories. Additionally, there's another concerning energy source. As for Andrew, Raz says he's still searching, but hasn't found anything yet. The other person slammed their fist on the table in frustration. There have been too many flaws in the recent reports. Have you identified Quiquintel's previous guest? At this, Raz lowered his head in shame and admitted his fault. Well, it can't be helped. If you can't do it, then who can? And remember, don't leak anything to the press. If Enya isn't found by tonight, reporter is missing. Send more people to the Zipple territory And just so you know, the person who just spoke to Raz was Emperor Amir Bement of Bement. Elsewhere, Bishkel had just learned about Andrew using the Demon Stone. Bubare kept cursing the Zippel people for daring to use the Demon Stone he had created, unable to forgive them since it was still incomplete. But Bishka was also angry about their actions. Because of the Zippels, he couldn't kill the pig yet. Bishkel informed Bubare that Candelo would temporarily suspend their relations with the Zippels, meaning they would no longer be in contact with them. They were currently in the Zippel family's secret chamber. Keliark also realized that his brother was dead. His guardian dragon suggested that he had likely left with the Beretta and had taken the Demon Stone with him, but still been defeated. Keliark speculated that the power of the Silver Dragon and the people involved at the time was beyond anything he could have imagined. Guardian Dragon suspected it might be Dark Dragon Misha. She was the one who had destroyed the giant graveyard in Candelo. Given her power, this made sense. Misha was Murakan's older sister, and on top of that, Quicantel had once been Murakan's lover, so she wasn't exactly a stranger to her. Now Keliark understood. So you know what we need to do next? You want me to find that black dragon? Guardian Dragon Kadun said it was impossible. If the black dragons wanted to hide, even the heavens wouldn't be able to find them. Keliark remained calm, though understandably saddened by his brother's death. Still, he had expected this outcome. The real problem now was having to ask someone to create another Demon Stone, if not for it. Taking over the Run Candle family before Chiron dies is impossible, and the same goes for the Shadow Sea King. It's essential to either conquer the world or, at the very least, become a supreme god. Jin's group finally arrived a few days later. Gilly was taken aback to see them, especially since, in addition to Jin and the others, Miss Luna was also with them. For the next few hours, Murakan had to keep a close eye on her, as Gilly couldn't stop thinking about it. Young Master Jin is about to be expelled from the family. Luna saw this and wondered, did your wet nurse misunderstand something? She seems really worried about you. At that moment, Sir Kashmir entered as well. He came right away when he heard that you had returned. Jin introduced the man standing nearby, saying, "This is Luna Run Candle, my sister." Hearing the name Luna, Mr. Kashmir was completely taken aback. "It's truly an honor to meet the white whale here." Jin continued, "Allow me to introduce the person sitting on the sofa, Miss Enya's guardian dragon, the Silver Guardian Dragon. Quicantel." Kashmir's mind raced as he quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, greeting her. He wasn't foolish enough to offend a dragon again. Quicantel fixed him with her bullet-shaped eyes and asked, "Where is Enya?" Kashmir quickly replied, "She's with her daughter in Raturi. Raturi just got back 3 hours ago, but I found something very strange. He no longer remembers what happened while he was missing. The only thing he recalls is that Valletta refused to teach him dragon speech. As for the rest, I don't remember anything. Raturi is perfectly fine now, so they can't claim that the Zippel family kidnapped Tina Moem." Quicantel disagreed when she heard this, because she had heard them admit it with her own ears. Murakan then said, "Maybe the Zippels erased all traces of the Devil Stones, along with anything related to them, including Raturi's memories. The Devil Stones must have some kind of power if they went to the trouble of copying the original one." He added, "Perhaps they want to become one. With the power of the stone, they can harness the strength of the gods. At that point, they'll be able to eliminate anyone who stands in their way and become the supreme deity. But that's a concern for the future." Kashmir said, "For now, just rest here. He'll gather more information through Rainbow Tide. He will also bring Quicantel to Miss Enya's place." At the same time, Gilly woke up and asked the young master, "Why did I faint?" As he regained consciousness, his eyes still wide open, the first thing he saw was Miss Luna. "So now we know why he fainted earlier," Luna said. "That night, everyone threw a party to celebrate the victory. Jin has accomplished a lot over the past 2 months, from destroying the underground auction house in Tikkun to killing the deputy head of the Zippel clan in his Feng Long. Also, you can use magic even though you've never been taught it before. That's incredible." Gilly, sitting next to her, smiled awkwardly. She thought that if Miss Luna found out about all this, she'd be in big trouble. Who would have thought Miss Luna would be on the young master's side? Now all that's left is to hide it from the head of the family. As soon as she finished speaking, Luna replied, "My father already knows about this." Gilly froze. Luna added, "Everything has been reported to my father." Jin then said, "Gilly, don't worry too much. Tomorrow, you and Luna will go see your father." Hearing this, the other two were even more surprised. How could a reserved fortune teller by you return to the clan at a time like this? Jin told him to go back and warn about the Zipple clan's plans. They were plotting to attack Run Candle. Luna shot back. Wouldn't it be better if I told father about this? If you leave without permission, there will be serious consequences. Are you really going to give up the exam? Jin replied, since father already knows everything was my doing, it's better if I tell him myself. Luna warned him one last time. If you keep being this stubborn, he'll actually kill you. Don't think that just because you're his favorite, you can get away with anything. Jin pretended to be innocent and said, isn't there still Luna? I'm sure you can stop her. Seeing that her younger brother was determined, Luna decided not to stop him. She would return with Jin tomorrow. Gilly watched them and asked, why is Miss Luna doing this for the young master? Luna just smiled and said, since this family is always on the brink of tearing each other apart, Jin needs at least one person who can protect him, and I've always believed he has his own way. The next day, as soon as they got home, the two of them were warmly welcomed by the family. Ruxian led the family army to stop Luna and Jin. She couldn't believe Luna hadn't stopped her and had even brought Jin back. Vivo pointed at Jin and said, are you out of your mind, youngest brother? How dare a reserve lucker enter the sword garden? Maya and Anne also chimed in with a few more remarks. Maybe it's because Luna is too soft on him. Everything here was just as Luna had expected. The younger siblings had all prepared for this, and even their father was aware of it. Inside, Mary and Dyfus couldn't make sense of what the other two were doing. Does the youngest really want to find out what it's like to die? If the youngest dies, who will fight me, the older sister? Outside, Luna and Rutian were still arguing. It was clear that Jin wanted to find his father, so Rutian allowed him to go to the study to see him. As for Luna, she had to stay outside. The first priority is to put down the weapon and wait. What if I don't want to? Upon hearing this, the other brothers immediately tensed. Rutian said, this is the family head's order. If you resist, you will be killed on the spot. At that moment, Jin replied, don't worry, I just came to speak with father as his son. It's nothing serious. The siblings were speechless when they heard that. Damn that crazy guy, Jin muttered as he walked to the study. Maybe you've never really understood Dad. Even though bringing the fortune back to the family goes against the rules, he's not the type to care about those kinds of things. He believed that if he had the chance to speak like last time, nothing would happen. So Jin knocked on the door. Just as he expected, nothing happened, except the door exploded. Jin hadn't expected that. All my godlike data was completely off. His father shouted, maybe I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years, so why are you here now? Jin has also learned about something called the human sword, a fusion of sword energy that can easily defeat opponents from a distance. This means he's still holding back on him. Jin replied that he just wanted to visit his father. Deep down, he knew he couldn't say sorry. Even though he was confident, he couldn't afford to be arrogant. Chiron fell silent upon hearing this, as he had never heard his son speak to him in such a way before. Then he said, going out helps you get that ridiculous family love? Jin replied, no, I've always loved you, father. Immediately, Chiron's murderous aura enveloped him. Jin had no idea what was wrong with what he had just said. This time, I might actually die. Chiron covered his mouth with a book, thinking to himself, I almost laughed out loud. It seemed his son's heart nearly jumped out of his chest from the near laugh. Then Chiron said, Jin, let's get to the point. What did you bring me? Yes, it's Deputy Chief Zipple, the one my father mocked at the banquet. He's dead. There are also a few other things. If it's all right with you, would you like me to report what happened? Hearing this, Chiron closed the book he was reading, stood up and said, sit down, I'm listening. After that, he went over everything that happened to Jin in detail. Jin suspected that Andrew Zipple couldn't be the real right-hand man of Keliark, even though he was the deputy head of the family. But his strength is on a completely different level compared to Luna's. Chiron nodded in agreement with Jin's deduction. That's correct. That guy is just the deputy chief. The person who holds the second most power after Keliark is someone else. Once Chiron finished, Jin moved on to discuss other important matters. It was those Zipple bastards who used a relic called the Devil Stone. From what I can tell, it's a replica of the Genesis Stone created by the gods. Chiron heard this and rubbed his chin. Did Murakhan tell you that? Jin was slightly surprised but nodded in agreement. He asked if his father knew about it. Murakhan had woken up earlier, and Chiron mentioned that he was aware Jin could use mana. So Jin had no choice but to reveal all his secrets. Finally, his father laughed heartily because returning to Murakhan had been nothing more than a guess. How could a grain of rice challenge a chicken? A great black dragon had fallen from the altar, reduced to a mere cat, Chiron thought. The matter of that stone requires further investigation. If it's a replica of the original, then it's definitely very dangerous. He doesn't know. Does the Shadow Sea King know about this? After all, those guys are just a small fragment of the original stone. So if they're aware, they'll almost certainly take action. Thinking it over, he said to Jin, I won't pursue this matter and will allow him to make a request. Jin replied, please don't let anyone from the Run Candle family set foot in the free city of Tikkun. Kiran agreed to his request, but on one condition: capture the hidden master of Tikkun, the great swordsman Kashmir. Do this to prove yourself. He gave Jin a year to make that bastard, who dared refuse Run Candle, kneel. A few seconds later, Supreme Sword Kashmir stood right in front of Chiron. This time, the grain of rice is about to fight the Chicken Brothers. Kashmir felt an immense pressure standing before Chiron. It was his first time meeting the continent's strongest swordsman, Chiron Run Candle, but he reassured himself that he was Jin's guest and had nothing to fear. With that thought, he bowed his head to calm his nerves. Chiron turned to his son and asked, what is the relationship between the two of you? Jin replied loudly, as for my connection with the great sword Kashmir, it's as if it was destined. Hearing this, Kashmir became extremely panicked. If you're saying the two of you are destined, does that mean Tikkun is Run Candle's shared property? Or he might have said, destined, huh? Then Run Candle and Tikkun could be like that too. Chiron now realized how clever his youngest son was, deceiving his father yet still so arrogant. That being said, he also agreed to Jin's earlier request. From now on, no one from the Run Candle family is allowed to set foot in Tikkun without your permission, Chiron said, then told Jin to leave so he could speak with Kashmir. Now Kashmir would have to face the evil demon alone. As soon as Jin stepped outside, he saw Tona and his brothers running toward him to greet him. It seemed that, noticing the tense situation, the two brothers had hidden in the bushes to watch. Jin was fine now, but he quickly asked them to keep an eye on the young soldiers in his group. He assumed they agreed. So Jin quickly ran off before the two men could say anything. The Tona brothers couldn't understand how the younger brother could face their father so casually. He was truly a devil. Outside, everyone was shocked to see Jin come out unharmed. He said, Sister Luna, come inside quickly. Father has something to tell you. Just then, Kashmir stepped out as well. After a brief conversation with Sir Chiron, he gave off an air of authority, right? Andy saw these people rushing into the sword garden and muttered a curse, but it seemed like no one heard him. Rushin sheathed his sword. Since it seems the clan leader has finished taking care of everything, they no longer have any right to interfere. As for Jin, he said his final farewell to Luna-san. This time he returned to Tikkun to focus on his training. A month later, at the underground training grounds of Kashmir's mansion, the 30th duel between Jin Run Candle and Alicia Badger, marking Jin's 30th loss and soon to be his 31st. In early August 1795, the Zippel family officially announced the deaths of Andrew and Beretta, though they did not reveal the cause. Many rumors have been circulating. Some say they were killed in an internal conflict. Others claim they died fighting the guild. A few even suggest they were assassinated for insulting King Beeman. The most reliable rumor is that they were killed in a battle with the Run Candle family. It's predicted that a war between the Zippel and Run Candle families will break out soon. The debate has already begun over whether swords or magic will prevail. The answer will soon be revealed. When the Central Power turned against one of the two factions, a guard informed Chiron that several small kingdoms had requested assistance. Chiron asked for both help and gifts to be sent to them, as that was what was needed at the moment. It appeared that all of this had been the result of the youngest son's deceit. He's taken control of the whole family now, Chiron said, informing Khan that he was heading to the Black Sea. If Kashmir sends a letter, bring it to me right away. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Kashmir mansion, Jin was training as usual. It had been months since he last saw his siblings. Even though he had swung his sword 1,000 times, Jin still felt his swordsmanship hadn't improved. He remembered the battle on the island that night. If it hadn't been for Luna, he would have died there, despite being one of the continent's elite at his age. But that's still not enough for the battles ahead. Father gave me 5 years, so I have to become stronger than my siblings in that time. At that moment, Kashmir arrived from afar and told Jin to stop his training. He explained that if Jin kept pushing himself like this every day, even with the Run Candle family's natural strength, he wouldn't be able to keep it up. As for Enya, watching Jin push himself to the point of self-torture made her feel sorry for him. Kashmir also spoke up, saying he understood how Jin felt right now. However, haste was the most dangerous thing. It would only lead him away from the path he had chosen. It's embarrassing, but even though I know that, it's not easy to avoid. Kashmir, hearing this, replied, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Who else can train as much as you do in a day? That's impressive, but you should still try changing your training method to something that helps you feel calmer." Jin wondered, is there a way to do that? Yes, he should try dueling someone stronger than him, Kashmir replied. Jin asked, "Do you mean I'll fight you?" At that, Kashmir drew a sword, showcasing his skill. Although his recent performance in front of Jin has been a bit lacking, the title of Swordmaster is no joke. Kashmir then sheathed his sword and said, "Until Jin calms down, the two of you will fight each other. Now you should train with the strongest defender available." It was Alicia who had just brought her daughter here. Kashmir had given Jin a 6-month deadline to defeat his wife. He could use anything at his disposal, whether magic or hidden weapons. Jin glanced at Alicia and at first glance thought she didn't seem very strong. Aside from her physical strength. Just as he was thinking this, little Julia cried out from the other side, "If Jin is weak, why did you fight with him? I'll stand by his side." "Because my mother told me to protect the weak." Alicia tried to comfort him. "Jin, don't be sad, and my daughter can't lie." Jin was left speechless. Was that supposed to be comforting? After that, they both agreed the match would take place after dinner and that they would train every day for the next 6 months. Jin was worried about bothering Alicia when he heard that, but he reassured himself that it would be over soon. 2 days later, Jin's first day of training with Alicia arrived. Before the session began, Alicia introduced herself. "I'm a former member of the Bement Special Forces. There will be no concessions in matches with Jin, so make sure to tell him in advance that he shouldn't get discouraged even if he loses badly." After saying this, he took a defensive stance, ready to counter her move. Jin remained confident. He managed to take a few hits before finally going down, but then Alicia landed a thunderous punch. Through the dust, Jin managed to block the first strike. After activating all her equipment, Alicia was surprised he was able to deflect it. In that moment, Jin used light magic to temporarily blind her. Right after that, he took a stance and charged at her. Now that Jin knew what he was in for, he was certain he'd be seeing the doctor soon. A few days later, at the Kashmir mansion, Jin and Alicia were discussing the match from the day before. Alicia looked surprised, thinking he wouldn't be able to attack again. On the first day, she mentioned that Jin seemed to have prepared meticulously for that battle. She also asked, "What was that light thing Jin used during the fight?" Jin explained it was some kind of ancient magic. He admitted that he probably wouldn't win with those tricks. Alicia objected when she heard this, as she believed that was the very reason Jin always won. Against opponents stronger than him, he always prepared meticulously. Before the battle began, Jin realized that this was the first time he had ever been completely defeated. Would he be able to defeat her in the next 6 months? Outside, Kashmir continued to meticulously record every conversation between the two. It seems that the previous conversation with Sir Chiron was about this. He will report Jin's situation to him. 1 month later, on September 22nd, 1795, in an unprotected area in the eastern part of the continent, also known as the Black Sea, Chiron is training and hunting monsters here. At this moment, Khan arrived to deliver news about young Master Jin. He handed the Master Kashmir's letter, which had been received 10 days earlier. Chiron opened the letter and began reading. Inside, he found some cringeworthy words from Kashmir. "Dear Sir Chiron Runkendall, I am but a humble knight. Please allow me to send you this letter," and so on. The rest was just as unbearable, but I'll skip to the point. Chiron read it and nearly vomited blood. "I told him to report on his youngest son, but he seems to be a very sensitive person. Khan heard this and immediately replied, "Next time, I'll ask him to keep it brief." Kiran wondered, what's his youngest son doing on a secluded island? Did he hear that Jin was recently knocked out by Kashmir's wife? The first duel ended in 3 moves, the second in 5, the 7th in 10, the 12th in 25, the 13th in 10, and this letter mentions the 14th. Looks like he lost badly, Kiran said. Hearing this, he wondered if Lord Chiron found it interesting that the young master had lost. Just then he heard more from Lord Chiron. The person who fought the young master is a member of Bament's special task force. Khan quickly congratulated the head of the Chiron family, noting that not everyone could go up against those from that special department. Chiron then continued, "The letter says that in the 14th match, Jin withstood 120 moves. He has surpassed his own limits. If he were the eldest son, I would have handed the Run Candle family over to him without hesitation." But it's also a shame. Khan was taken aback by these words, as it was the first time he had heard them. He had heard the head of the family mention the heir several times, but never pointed to anyone specific. Joshua was in that position only because Luna had stepped down, not because the head of the family had suggested it. Despite this, Khan still advised Lord Chiron, "Let's not discuss the inheritance just yet. While young Master Jin is suitable for now, the future is uncertain. He's not cold. Although he's kind, he can be very soft-hearted." Chiron agreed, noting that in this respect, Jin is very different from Joshua. When necessary, one must be able to abandon their family. That is the instinct of a Run Candle man, Chiron said, then ordered Khan to return. However, he didn't forget to ask, "Why was the letter delivered here 10 days late?" Khan apologized and said, "The road here was too crowded with monsters, causing the delay." Upon hearing this, Chiron casually swung his sword energy, slicing through the mountain, and replied, "Next time, make sure to arrive earlier." It was already the 93rd day at Jin's place, where he had started training with Alicia. She commented that Jin was a truly wonderful person. She never imagined that in such a short time, he would be able to push her back this far. After speaking with Ali, Jin went back to drawing his sword and practicing as usual. Ali stood by, watching, and could feel his progress with every swing. One swing of the sword, yet that progress is still unusual. She suspected it was likely because his aura and mana were steadily increasing, and what made that possible was probably the dark power. After all, no matter how talented he is, it's his strong will that gives all of that meaning. At this rate, we'll probably have to forget about the 6-month deadline. Elisa thought Jin might be able to beat her the next day. The following day, Jin and Alyssa practiced as usual. Alyssa noticed a large gap in Jin's feint. "I thought it would be just another victory, but this time it was different." Jin tricked her, sneaked up behind her, and brought his sword down on Elisa's already injured shoulder. He immediately stopped the match and went to get Enya. While Enya was healing Elisa, Jin thought to himself, something was off about that match. Alyssa could have easily dodged that stab. That's right. Elisa had felt it herself when Jin launched that attack. She thought he was still moving normally and didn't dodge. Even though the victory had been a fluke, she believed that once Jin reached 6 stars, she would truly be defeated by him. On December 1st, 1795, Jin and Murakin were out buying ice cream on a winter day when they happened to run into Kashmir and his daughter. Kashmir wanted to speak with him briefly about work. He had looked into Bishkel Eveliano. The family was currently in decline due to a lack of talent, and the only one with the potential to become the next head of the family was Bishkel. In addition, this Bishkel may also be connected to the Kinzello organization. According to the information gathered, he passes through the Kurano territory once a week, and during his visits, he stops by Bubare Gaston's workshop. Kashmir also suspected that Bubare's rank was slightly higher than Bishkel's. Now Jin realized that the Kinzello organization was more complex than he had originally thought. For someone at level 8 like Bishkel to be willing to join, it's no surprise they did such things in their past life. Jin then asked, "Is there any other information about Alus Spiderleg?" Kashmir replied, "Even though the Rainbow Tide members have thoroughly searched, they still haven't found any information about him." Before arriving at Tessing, Jin suspected that someone might have intentionally erased his tracks. After finishing his work, he also thanked Kashmir for helping him gather information. It was almost time for the match, so Jin asked Kashmir to come over and watch. This time, Jin was determined to show him something he had only recently discovered. At the arena, Alyssa was surprised to see her husband arrive. Why did he come here today? Because I didn't want you to see me lose. Hearing his wife's words, Kashmir was a little surprised. It's only been 3 months since it started. Has he already surpassed Alyssa? Well then, let's begin. As he spoke, Jin summoned something for the first time, causing everyone to watch in surprise. A blue phoenix appeared behind him. In this world, mages from the 6 stars are granted the ability to form a contract with any being. However, no mage knows which species of phoenix they will bind with. Since the mages can only open portals to the fiery world, the decision will rest entirely with the phoenixes. They will choose their own worthy masters. That's why every mage hopes to be chosen by a special phoenix. Among all the species, the phoenix is said to be the rarest of the special ones. Tess is a phoenix who wields the power of blue fire. All the mages who succeeded in summoning Tess were masters in their time, and now they return to battle alongside Alyssa. It was now an uneven battle, with Jin's side outnumbered by 2. He ordered Tess to attack Alyssa's group. She could tell that the fire magic wasn't just ordinary fire. The blue flame held a strange power. When it makes contact with her, her body begins to feel heavier, as if some force is overpowering her. Realizing this, Alyssa decided to end the battle quickly before it was too late. Jin can still summon Tess for 3 more minutes and plans to end the battle quickly within that time. Next, Jin used a sword technique combined with wind magic. That made Alyssa step back and take a defensive stance. Jin realized that with every attack, Alyssa aimed to overwhelm her opponent, no matter the situation. She must be eager to regain her dominance now, and he will take advantage of that to strike. With that thought, Jin swung his sword toward Alyssa. He continuously combines dark power with sword techniques, slashing relentlessly, while also using magic to launch attacks. Under Jin's assault, Alyssa knew she couldn't stay on the defensive forever and decided to counterattack. She grabbed Trinion's sword and said, "It finally came. This time I've got you." But just as Alyssa was about to strike, Jin vanished from her sight. He was right behind her at that moment, and with a blast of wind magic, he defeated Alyssa, a former B-Men agent. Minutes later in Kashmir's mansion, Murakhan stared in shock when he heard the report. Not about Alyssa's defeat, but about Jin summoning the Phoenix Tess. Even Yuria couldn't believe it and fell to her knees. Down on the training ground, Jin and Alyssa were still talking. Jin felt very grateful to her for the past few days of training. At the same time, Murakhan and Kuikon heard the news and rushed over. Murakhan immediately called Jin, saying, "Well, hurry and bring Tess out so I can see." So Jin called Tess out. Meanwhile, Kuikon immediately knelt down. "I pay my respects to the Lord of Flames," Murakhan said awkwardly. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "What's taking so long?" Tess asked, flying over and planting a kiss on Murakhan's cheek. Looking at the scene, Kashmir felt strangely refreshed. Jin watched it, unsure of what to do next, so he summoned Tess to help save Murakhan. Curiously, he asked, "Why did Mr. Murakhan lose to that bird?" Murakhan had a headache while explaining to him. He said, "That is not Tess's true form. You can only see its true form in the fire world. The fire realm is simply a name the gods and dragons use to refer to the place they inhabit, because even the greatest gods don't know its true name." Jin wondered, if the gods don't even know where it is, then it's beyond their control, right? "That's true," Murakhan said. "That's why even the fire god, Shinu, can't use fire there." He then pointed to the sky as if preparing to say something important. In the past, several gods and dragons left the fire world on their own. One day they caused trouble and angered Tess, who burned 5 gods and 7 dragons on the spot. Hearing this, Jin rubbed his chin and asked Murakhan, "If Tess is so strong, is there any way to fully unleash that power?" "Of course not," Murakhan replied. "No matter how strong someone is, it's impossible to fully tap into that power. There's nothing that can fully unleash the power of an entity from another dimension. In a way, it's a form of balance. That's why the gods of this world are powerless." In short, Murakhan thinks someone like Jin should have been burned in the fire world. "But how could he summon Tess like this?" he added. "Tess wanted me to tell you that he really likes you." Jin now sees Tess as far greater than he initially thought. With Shinu being the god of fire and ruling over the flames of the entire world, his Dragon Guard's fire attacks and false contracts were ineffective. But now he has Tess. Once the Runkandel and Zippel families clash, that blue flame will provide crucial support. On January 2nd, 1976, at the Black Sea, Tryson Runkandel was reading a report about Jin. He knew that his youngest son had just been selected by Tess. But he wasn't interested in the Phoenix. Additionally, Jin's report on swordsmanship barely mentioned it. He complained that even though he had allowed Jin to use magic and hidden weapons in the past, he was still a member of the Run Candel family. With that, Trison called Khan. Does John Heron have a grandson? Khan had also received information a few days ago about John's nephew, who had just participated in the current world competition. Dante Heron entered the contest under a fake name. The competition is currently a battle between pirates. 10 years ago, Mari Run Candle emerged as the overall winner. Trison ordered Khan to send Jin to participate in the competition, believing that with so many witnesses watching, Jin would be forced to use his sword instead of magic. Fighting a genius will make him realize that the Run Candles are forced to prove themselves with the sword. Meanwhile, in Tikkun, Kashmir also received a letter and an application to join the competition, sent by Khan. He also told Jin that John Heron's nephew was participating in the competition. John Heron was once regarded as equal to Sir Trison before he became the head of the family. Dante Heron is his favorite grandson, so he must be very strong. Jin thought for a moment and then decided not to participate, leaving Callum pale with fear. I have to convince you, or else I'll have to fight you alongside Lord Kairon. Seeing this, Jin stopped teasing and agreed to join the competition. He now realized that the Kaltamir standing before him was no pushover. Kaltamir announced that Jin needed to leave tomorrow since the deadline was almost up. With that, he immediately started preparing, worried that if he delayed, Jin might change his mind. A few days later, Jin arrived at the Bellador Empire, an island located in the southern part of the continent. It was the first time he had been to a place like this since Marmid, and it was even more twisted than Marmid. He never imagined a tournament would be held here. The current event, a event, though referred to as a competition, permits killing opponents and imposes no restrictions on weapons. Even before the match begins, participants can assassinate or poison their opponents. To think that the grandson of the great Hiron family would take part in a competition like this. The head of that family is truly insane. Well, it doesn't matter what the reason is. Thanks to that, I got the chance to fight him. As he thought this, Jin walked past Dante and Veridin. I never expected our clown to show up here, guys. After that, Jin went to the registration area for the competition. In front of him stood a gruff old man who appeared to be the manager of the competition. He asked Jin who he was and whether he was there to participate. That's right, Jin replied. I'm here to register. The old man waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave. He said, the registration period is over. You might as well go out and die somewhere. Jin was fairly certain the registration was still valid until sunset. The old man's ears twitched at hearing that. He said bluntly, I'm not in the mood right now, so I won't register you. You idiot, can't you understand? Or are you just pretending not to? Jin took 2 gold coins and walked up to him. Everyone thought Jin was going to bribe that old man, right? Well, you're totally wrong. Jin punched him so hard that his lips and teeth got knocked out of place, leaving him dizzy. He looked at him and said, is this enough? Now write my name down. The old man heard this and chuckled. You've got some guts, don't you? I like it. I'll enroll you now. He then handed Jin the application form and said, you'll be in the 13th panel. Take it and hurry there. Those inside will guide you through the rest with all the romance and love. I am the master of the island, the king of pirates. Cosmod is excited to welcome you to this competition. Moments later, Jin was walking with a guide toward room 13. The other man, noticing that Jin was still just a kid, grumbled, this year it feels like the number of young participants is as high as ants. He said, there was another kid who also took down the captain like you. It's a shame you two aren't on the same team. I'd love to see you two go at each other. With that, he wished Jin good luck. If you fight well, you two might meet in the finals, but that will take a lot of luck. A little further ahead, and we reached the 13th board's gathering place. He mentioned that Jin would be here until his board started. Hopefully you'll still be alive by then. As for the rooms, just go inside and find one for yourself. Jin sensed that there weren't enough rooms for all the candidates in this competition. From the beginning, each room had 2 or 3 people in it. They probably wanted the candidates to fight each other even before the match began. This feels more like a survival game than a test of strength, Jin thought as he walked in. A guy turned to him and said, get out of here. Can't you see there are already 3 people in here? I'm going to count to 3. You better be out of my sight by the time I reach 3. With that, Jin immediately began counting. 1. The other man broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing it. 2-3. With that, Jin kicked the other guy out of the room in front of the others. The two remaining men were quickly sent to the other world by Jin as well. He then picked up his sword and asked, "Now who else wants to stay? What more could we ask for?" The guys charged forward all at once. A moment later, the pirates who had just charged at Jin started to regret their decision. One by one, Jin took them down effortlessly. His blade sliced through them as easily as cutting sugarcane. In the end, he eliminated all resistance. Jin thought, even though this place is more lawless, it still doesn't compare to Marmot. A few hours later, the guide returned to the 13th room. He looked at Jin and said, "This is going to be a bit of a hassle. Are you planning to kill everyone before the match even starts?" Jin laughed and replied, "This is just a warm-up before today's main event." The other guy was equally pleased to hear that. "I didn't expect you to be more than just an arrogant guy, but just like the captain said earlier, you really are a man of character." With that, he told Jin to hurry up and follow him. Groups 1 and 2 are about to start, so let's head out and watch. Outside the arena, the atmosphere is electric. The instructor reminded Jin not to bring a sword into the audience area. It's forbidden. "So behave, super rookie." Jin looked around and exclaimed, "I didn't expect so many people to show up." Even though no one would recognize him, it felt like he still needed to lay low a bit. At the same time, there were whispers nearby about a guy who had defeated more than half of the contestants in the 13th group. Jin overheard this and immediately knew who they were talking about, so he quickly ran off. But there was also an equally exciting story unfolding here. They were discussing one of the contestants, someone from the Run Candle family. My family, a Run Candle reserve. The news had leaked from some pirates under Cosmos. The audience couldn't help but get excited. Is that Run Candle person Daytona, or Jin Run Candle? But little did they know the other person was right in front of them. Jin, standing beside them, wondered how they knew the names of Tona's 2 older brothers. But if the 2 of them actually participate, he promises to make you both stand guard as punishment. And now the main event of the day begins. Up above, Cosmos is speaking. "Welcome everyone to today's race. Thank you for answering Cosmos's call and gathering here. The race is about to begin. The first competitor to enter the arena is the one who made it to the round of 16 last year. The beloved champion of the Hassa Pirates, Maltit, faces off against a new challenger for the first time. Is there more to this youthful appearance than meets the eye? Let's welcome the young swordsman, Balmik." Jin glanced at the Balmik youth and recalled something. Didn't the guide mention a young man who had knocked out the captain earlier? Meanwhile, the battle below had already begun. The Maltid guy mocked the young man by tasting his blade. "Just look at his tongue, everyone can tell." Moments later, Balmik used his sword to sever the pirate's head from his body. All eyes in the stands were wide with surprise at the scene. They used to criticize that spoiled brat, still with the smell of milk on his breath. But who would have thought he was actually a young man hiding his abilities, pretending to be weak to catch others off guard? Captain Cosmos watched this unfold, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Those pirate bastards must have lost their minds too. As for Jin, he watched the young man decapitate his opponent with a flash of sword energy. Now Jin can guess who the person below is. Dante Hyron, Zone's cherished grandson. As he was thinking, a familiar sound came from behind, making Jin's hair stand on end. Isn't that Veridin, the Zippel clan's gossipy bastard? Veridin is shouting loudly because he just won a big bet. "This is it, Balmik. I bet all my money on you. Go, Balmik." The young men nearby saw this and joined in. Seeing that guy win so big, why wouldn't he follow suit? He invested everything. How could it not triple or quadruple? Jin looked at the others, feeling truly hopeless. Then he thought back. Wasn't that Veridin guy on a mission? That's a bit much. It's better to hide from him. It'll be a hassle if he finds out. Anyway, what's done is done. Veridin seemed to recognize something. Isn't that Jinrun Candel? What's he doing here? Under the arena, Dante looked up at the name Balmik, and by chance spotted Veridin waving. Isn't that Veridin, the young master of the Zippel family? I didn't expect him to come all the way out here to cheer for me. Dante greeted Veridin with a warm handshake and a smile. However, if Dante knew the truth, he would be devastated. At that moment, Captain Cosmos approached Balmik, asking for a private word of reassurance after the victory. Right now, I'm just happy to have removed a potential disaster from the world. Hopefully, in the next life, he won't turn into a regular pirate again. Hearing this, I was left speechless. I thought a bunch of pirates would come down and finish him off, but Captain Cosmos placed a hand on his shoulder and said the answer was interesting. I really like it. And now for the next match. Please step into the arena, players. A few hours later in room 13, Jin had watched all the matches and hadn't noticed anyone of importance except for that Balmec guy, which meant he was probably, no, definitely Dante Hydron. He looks very young, but his swordsmanship is exceptional. That's the only explanation. Jin still isn't sure if he can win against him. If he can use magic and dark energy, it would be much easier. But right now, relying solely on sword skills isn't guaranteed. We'll find out after we fight. According to Jin's calculations, with 3 or 4 matches a day, his group should be defeated in about 3 days. So from now until then, he'll probably need to overcome the darkness within. Dante's expression was somewhat lethargic, which was only natural, given that pirates could kill their opponents while waiting for the match to begin. A few days ago, at the Zippel family mansion, Veridine was playing with a necklace that held something inside. You'll find out what it is soon enough. The nearby elder cautioned, this item is very important when the time comes, so please be more careful, young master. The elder then asked, does the young master know anything about the competition between the pirates on the southern island? Upon hearing this, he quickly denied it, unwilling to admit anything. I know the general reason why young Master Veridine goes missing around this time every year. He paused and then added, there's word that Dante is participating this time. As the future of the Hydron family, you should go and see for yourself the level of someone who could be your future opponent. That's a valid reason for Veridine to be here. But if it weren't for that, wouldn't he still be here? At that moment, Veridine had a headache from the guards following him. On top of that, there hadn't been any matches worth watching in the past few days. So he headed to the competition board to see if anyone he knew was listed. The first thing that caught Veridine's eye was the name Jean Grey. Wasn't that the fake name he had used during his brief streak of luck? That meant there was a good chance of a match between 2 formidable opponents. Back with Jin, he was still in the room. Before he heard the announcement that 35 people had died and 147 had survived. However, only 5 of them died in the match, while the rest died outside the arena. Doesn't that mean the ones who are good are more likely to be eliminated while they're sleeping? The past 3 days without sleep had truly been a nightmare. As I was lamenting, I heard footsteps approaching from outside. Jin wondered who would have the nerve to approach this place without even trying to hide their presence. It seems like that guy is really confident in his abilities. He was about to draw his sword and kill the arrogant man outside when he saw Balmec in a pitiful state. He looked like Jin, exhausted from several days without sleep. Balmec opened his mouth and asked if they could work together. He asked Jin to watch over him while he slept and promised to do the same for Jin tomorrow. He was about to ask some questions when Mr. Balmec fainted. Jin didn't even have a chance to refuse. He could smell the strong scent of blood on Balmec, as if he had been dealing with trouble from several people before. Meanwhile, outside Jin's room, a few pirates were lurking around. Jin stepped out, his gaze cold and murderous, making them flinch. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, cutting down one of the men in front of him. Haven't they heard the rumors, he said? Anyone who enters this room must die. One of them signaled to stop. He said, they just want to kill that Balmec inside. At the same time, a guy behind him fired a crossbow at Jin, seemingly having made a mistake. Of course, Jin easily avoided these childish tricks. He noticed the arrow was poisoned as well. That's more than enough reason to kill you all, right? They did all this just to kill a child. Can they take responsibility for that? A few hours later, Balmec woke up, surprised to see Jin still standing in front of him. Jin explained that the bastards chasing him earlier were the one-eyed subordinates. The last thing he said before he died was that they had planned to make money by kidnapping a run candle. Hearing this, Balmec realized that the young man in front of him had protected him, and he was deeply grateful. Balmec laughed, surprised that the others had mistaken him for a run candle. He then explained to Jin that he was merely a noble from Bement, but couldn't go into further details. Jin knew who he was, so he didn't say anything and rolled into his bedroom. Make sure to wake me up before the 13th group match starts, Jin mumbled in his sleep. Dante Hydron looked at the man in front of him, noticing how distant he seemed. yet still willing to protect him, even though it was their first meeting. It looks like I've found a great friend. The next few days were filled with intense battles. Balmec only needed one move to defeat his opponents, and Jin was the same. He quickly took them down. The people above are debating whether Jin Gray or Balmec is stronger. One man said, no matter how strong Jin Gray is, he can't compare to someone from the Run Candle clan. Balmec was furious when he heard that. It's clear I'm not from the Run Candle family. Meanwhile, in another corner, the pirates were whispering about the high chance that those two filthy-nosed monkey kids would make it to the finals this year. One of them suggested leading the brothers in to round them up before the battle started. After all, they're just two kids. At that moment, loud laughter echoed from outside. You guys should stop, the guide said. You can't beat them. Jin's nickname is Death. Plus, the two of them are in the same room. Do you really think surrounding them will work? After advising the other pirates, the young man left. Hearing this, they shuddered. Well, now all we can do is hope. It would be a waste to die here. In Captain Cosmo's room, he reported the incident to him as soon as he got back and asked, what are you going to do about it? If they keep setting things up like this, the competition will be boring. Cosmo was furious, his veins bulging. If he wanted to do that, he would have canceled the whole program, since Jin Gray and Balmec were the ones advancing to the finals anyway. Let those scum face off against those two kids, and they'll be easy prey. He told the others, except for those two brats, to raise the dividend rate as much as possible, so they wouldn't be able to sleep unless they made a bet. Now the pace of all the matches will be lightning fast. Tomorrow promises to be just as exciting. Veridine is wondering if one competitor is a supernova from the first match, or if the other is a Grim Reaper. Even before the match began, the nearby guards were already picking Balmec as the likely winner. They believed Balmec's swordsmanship was slightly more skillful. Then they asked in return, Young Master, are you betting on Balmec too? Well, the young master is placing a bet on Jin Gray. I only wagered 100,000 gold. Hearing this, they wondered if the odds for betting on Jin Gray were 3-1. Even if you win, do those pirates have enough money to pay? Veridine remained confident. Isn't that Cosmo guy down there a notorious pirate? He could sell a few islands to pay me. The long-awaited battle is finally here. Balmec, a young swordsmanship prodigy, will face Jin Gray, the Grim Reaper of the 13th tournament. Of course, the stands were filled with enthusiastic applause for Jin from Veridine. Now, without further delay, let the match begin. Jin and Dante, who had just entered, both assumed defensive stances. Neither had made a move yet, but both were carefully sizing up their opponent. At that moment, Dante's eyes suddenly grew cold. He charged at Jin with blinding speed. Though outpaced, Jin still managed to swing his sword in time to block the attack. Dante saw this and laughed. I knew these tricks wouldn't be hard for you, so this time I'll play for real. With that, he raised his sword high, ready to strike. Give it everything you've got. Jin was right behind, ready to face Dante's strike. As soon as their swords met, the entire arena erupted in an explosion. The spectators watching were left in awe. I didn't expect their swordsmanship to be this strong. Below, the two continued to clash, each trying to overpower the other. Jin was certain that Dante's first strike had been his fastest yet. Now he only accelerates when necessary to manage his power effectively. If that's the case, I need to match his speed. The more I fight, the stronger I become. The pirates above exclaimed, who would have thought we'd see a match of this scale here? Veridine, now looking more like a boss, glanced down and watched the clash between his two future opponents with admiration. Dante then said to Jin, show me those hidden techniques you've been keeping under wraps, because I'll be even faster soon. This new speed left Jin feeling a bit overwhelmed, and of course, what had to happen, happened. He was hit when he couldn't adjust to Dante's new speed in time. However, Dante didn't get complacent. As soon as that happened, Jin recovered and gradually adapted to the rhythm of the match. Dante also recognized the extraordinary power of his destructive swordsmanship and the natural physique to wield it. There's no doubt about it, he also used a fake name. This person is Jin Run Candle, the youngest son and the greatest genius of his generation. But that's all because he made a mistake. Dante charged at Jin, but just as his sword was about to strike, a quick glance at him made him immediately pull back. Everyone watching wondered why Balmec suddenly retreated just as the battle was nearing its end. But only Balmec knew what had happened. It was the moment Jin looked at him. He's definitely going to get hurt by something, Jin muttered, blaming himself for letting his killing intent slip. But things are getting serious now. With that, he shrugged off his outer jacket and added, "Now it's my turn." He swung his sword, and Dante barely managed to defend himself. Dante knew that Jin's strikes weren't just simple slashes. Each one carried the same power, with not a single mistake. "Looks like I lost from the start," Dante thought. The moment Jin raised his sword to strike, Dante hoped he wouldn't make another move. "Really, I'll kill you," Jin run called. With that, Jin drove his sword into the ground in front of Dante. "You dare hesitate in front of me?" Jin sneered. "I'm Jin Run Candle. Don't disgrace this match, Dante Hydron." Everything seems to be going according to plan now. Jin and Dante both know that the other understands them well, so the next few minutes should be ideal for both of them. Jin and Dante continued to clash relentlessly, exchanging rapid attacks that left inevitable injuries in their wake. At that moment, Jin saw an opening and swung his sword to knock Dante away. Immediately after, he delivered a strike that would likely have been the decisive blow if Dante made a mistake. But then Dante dodged the attack and countered. Even so, Jin predicted that he had reached his limit. But how was he able to withstand the pressure for so long? Dante Hydron is a once-in-a-century genius from the Hydron family, a talent blessed by the gods. However, the heavens do not grant everyone everything. He was born with a frail and fragile body, which has limited his potential. Perhaps he's been descending into hell ever since, trapped by this damn curse, just like Jin was in his past life. A solitude in endless darkness, disappointment at his frail body, and the struggle in every life or death battle to reach his rightful place. Hydron was also thinking about Jin at that moment. Jin was the 13th youngest child of the Run Candle family, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a healthy body, and the family's natural talent. With all that, what Dante felt was despair. Why is someone like Jin so pitiful and desperate? Is it because of anger, or because he's the youngest? Because he's not in the line of succession? No, not for those ridiculous reasons. Thinking of each other, the two fought for who knows how many rounds. Suddenly, Jin glanced at Dante in surprise. Before his eyes, Dante's body was slowly cracking, but he couldn't pull his sword back. Doing so would surely insult him. The match would continue. Damn it, I'm sorry, please understand. With that thought, Jin swung his sword at Dante. Just as the blade was about to strike his neck, Jin stopped it in time. But before his eyes, Dante collapsed to the ground. Jin immediately shouted, "Get the healer here, quickly!" At the same time, Veridine arrived and saw that Dante's condition was even worse than she'd expected. "But don't worry, Jin, I'll definitely save him." After a while of using magic to heal Dante, Veridine was sweating heavily. Even though he wanted to tell Jin, "Don't worry," it was too late. His body had already reached a point where magic could no longer heal it. Not just his bones, but his internal organs were severely damaged as well. On top of that, his aura is still coursing through his broken body. Using healing magic will only prolong the pain. There's only one way for him to live now, Veridine thought, looking toward Jin. This will be a secret between the three of us. As she spoke, her guards rushed over, urging the young master not to use it here. When their attempts to convince him failed, they took out their cloaks and draped them over Veridine. Cosmo was shocked when he saw the Zippel family symbol on those wings. To stay alive, he knew he couldn't go against the family's wishes. He quickly told everyone to cover their ears and close their eyes. If they kept looking, they would die. Veridine noticed that the old captain was just as quick-witted. At the same time, he pulled an object from his necklace. "This is a gift from the clan given to him, the blood of the numbers, those who witnessed the god of hope." The founder of the Van Kela sanctuary was killed in a tragic event. During that time, Numbers shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood. The tears could bring the dead back to life, while the blood could heal any wound or illness in an instant. This became the talk of everyone. They are truly priceless treasures. Many large organizations, like the Zippel family, have searched far and wide for them, and now they are considered the legacy of the gods, spoken of only in legends. Jin saw Veridine take out the object and asked, "Are you planning to use that?" "That's the plan. That's why we need to keep it a secret." Jin was confused. Didn't the Zippel and Hydron families always have a hostile relationship? Hearing this, Veridine said, "Isn't losing a rival like losing a friend?" As he spoke, he placed a drop of Numbers' blood into Dante's mouth. His body then began to glow, like in those stories where the main character is suddenly powered up by the author. Moments later, Dante woke up to the surprised and joyful expressions of the other two. Of course, he had no idea what had just happened or why Veridine Zipple was down here. Meanwhile, Jin was thinking about Veridine. That numbers blood thing could bring someone back from the brink of death, but he had used it for that exact reason. Maybe I should see him differently now. But since he remembers, isn't he from the Zipple family? What are his circumstances? At the same time, Veridine raised her finger, signaling Jin to do one thing. Treat everyone to a round of drinks once this is over. You're staying a bit longer, right? So I won't let you refuse, and when you see me again, don't act like strangers. Jin now knew exactly who he was. He was an idiot, but a cool one. That night on Pirate Island, as promised, Jin bought drinks for everyone. Veridine asked him, "How did you manage to get both rewards when you were only supposed to choose one?" "How can I choose just one when I'm about to die here?" Jin thought to himself. Then he said, "You don't need these, so I'll give them all to Dante." Although the Hydran family wasn't short on money, Dante took everything as souvenirs. Mr. Veridine, sitting next to me, wanted my share too, but he had already bet 300,000, right? It was a scam. Just then, Jin opened the second gift box and pulled out some kind of map. It looks like a treasure map. As for the box, Jin tossed it to Zipple, who was sitting across from him. Zipple's just happy to get anything from Jin, even if it's an empty box. At that moment, Jin looked at Dante and asked, "Why didn't you use any secret techniques before the fight? I'm sure you could have." "Well, aren't you the same?" Dante replied, "I don't know what other skills you're hiding, but it's not fair to say that when you haven't used your full abilities yet." Jin heard this and realized he was being foolish, so he just mumbled and let it go. Dante added that if they felt it was unfair, they could fight again, and this time no one would hold back any skills. Veridine also spoke up, saying one day, the three of them will face each other in the name of the family. "But wouldn't it be better if we sat down as friends?" Jin asked sarcastically, mocking the Zipple family's successor for speaking so weakly. Veridine was scratched in the right spot, causing her to shout and order a beer. Dante watched them and could only smile, letting it go. Despite everything, the three of them were sitting and chatting like old friends. But one day, fate will bring them together. In that moment, something suddenly occurred to Veridine. He asked if anyone had heard about the Veridine imposter. Dante was taken aback when he heard it. Someone had the nerve to impersonate Veridine, and it happened on Zipple's land. He wondered who it could be, but they must be pretty formidable. Veridine sighed, his expression heavy. "This is the issue that's been weighing on me. Our family's reputation is in ruins now." He also mentioned that there were rumors the Run Kandel family was involved. Jin knew that Veridine was determined to use any means necessary to investigate that guy, so he objected. "If it were up to me, I'd use this rumor to draw him out into the open. But if you announce that the Zipple family is searching for the imposter, it will just make you look foolish. It's like admitting you're being played." Veridine heard this and thought it was partly true. "I'll try this method when I return to the clan," he thought. But he didn't realize that the mastermind was the one who had just given him the plan. How did he fall into the trap? After that, Jin stood up and said he was very busy, so he had to leave immediately. "Maybe the three of you can now be considered friends?" Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, Carmi sent another letter to the head of the Run Kandel family. The letter announced that Jin had defeated Dante Hiran and achieved the rank of 6-star swordsman. Chirian stared at the words on the page, speechless. He had asked for it to be written more concisely, after all. "Isn't it like this? Does Carmi think I'm an idiot? Anyway, there's some good news about the youngest son. Apparently, he's been working really hard. It's settled now. He asked Khan to tell Carmi that he wants to talk to him. I really want to see this friend right now." Into Khan, Carmi suddenly felt cold for some reason, even though he was sitting right in front of the fireplace. Getting to the point, Jin pulled out the map he had gotten from the pirate competition and handed it to Carmi. Julia, who was playing nearby, noticed this and decided she wanted to join in the search for the treasure as well. Suddenly, the Amil power inside her surged to life. She pointed out that there was something important here, something crucial, and that people were guarding it, something deeply painful. Then she collapsed to the floor, crying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Murakhan quickly took the little girl to Weilong Nashi for help in calming her down. After a while, little Julia fell asleep and was returned to Alyssa. At that point, Murakhan asked Nashi, "What did Julia see? Was it the future?" Nashi replied that it was the past, and the condition for Emil's contractor to see the past was that it had to be something cruel or haunting. If I had arrived just a little later, things could have gone terribly wrong. Nashi then glanced at the map and saw that this area was an ancient land. The people there had isolated themselves from the outside world and only believed in their gods. Thanks to that, they lived peacefully with the outside world. It was a brief peace, however, before they arrived. The first person to find them was a magician. He approached the locals and said, they wanted to learn about the culture, but then they began making unreasonable demands while ransacking the land in search of something. This eventually led to them killing the children here. When they could no longer conceal their intentions, they started killing and threatening the natives. Nashi suspected they were after a sacred object that the villagers worshipped. Jin suddenly had a realization when he heard this. He quickly asked Nashi to carefully examine what kind of divine object it was. After thinking for a moment, Nashi recalled that it looked like a silver mirror, but with light emanating from it. Now Jin understood that it was the photometric relic, the source of mana. Before his regression, it had been a relic discovered by the reporters who exposed the Zippel family's crimes. The Zippel clan raided Colin for that item and exploited the villagers. He witnessed it during his final mission as a cadet. The ancient land on the map is Colin, and the first mage to discover it was the Zippel family. This map must be the one that leads to the location of the photometer. The scene shifts to a forest where a young man is drinking heavily. He reminded himself that he would likely have to stay with those frustrating people. But thankfully, it was quiet for now. At least the wine here was excellent. In a small house, a girl was performing a ceremony. It's finally time, she said, tears still flowing. Now I have to prepare to welcome the guests. At the mansion, Jin was still amazed that the pirates had such a map. Murakhan noticed his expression and asked, is something wrong? But Jin didn't say anything because he couldn't let anyone know he was a fake regressor. Instead, he turned to Ali and Carmi to apologize for the incident with baby Julia. It's okay, Carmi said, adding that they should act quickly. Let's have Rainbow Tide investigate first. Jin thinks things are going well. But now it's even harder than before. After the Colin residents were massacred by Zippel, they were nearly wiped out. The survivors are being held captive in Colin. So can we find the observer before the killers do? 2 weeks later, on February 17th, 1796 in Tikkun, a young man was stumbling drunk in the street when someone approached him and struck up a conversation. It was Jin Runkendel. How about we chat? We're in the same boat after all. I'm a wine lover too. He was thrilled to find a drinking buddy. Jin then asked, his skin color looks a little unusual, doesn't it? He replied, it runs in my family. My hometown is quite far from here. So far from here, I actually have something like that too. As he spoke, Jin pulled out a map and handed it to the man. The man was surprised when he saw the marks on it. Then, in a sudden rage, he smashed the bottle of wine he was holding and shoved Jin aside. But it was too late. He was surrounded by members of Jin's group. Now he realized they had approached him because he was a Colin. That guy Colin asked who you all are? Upon hearing this, Jin pointed to Murakhan and Nashi and said, these two are dragons. We follow the commander of the T-King garrison, he added. The young man had now calmed down. He thought the three of them were from the Zippel family. Then Jin explained everything. How Nashi had witnessed the past, what had happened, and the map he had obtained from Pirate Island. After sharing all of this, Jin instructed them to follow him. It seems you need to meet my sister. When they got home, she greeted them and said she had been waiting for everyone. Murakhan and Jin heard the word waiting and it sounded a little off to them. Jin looked at her, wondering if he should call the energy coming from the ancient figure holy power, something that shouldn't even exist. Was it due to Colin's noble bloodline, or was she someone chosen by their faith? At the same time, Lao Sha looked at Jin and said, the one born in the temple of the sword, chosen by the darkness. He then turned to Murakhan and Nashi. She said, the last dragon of the Dark Dragon clan and the guardian dragon of the Great Emil. Then turning to Jin, she added, no need to be surprised, it's just a little trick. Jin gazed at the girl in front of him, wondering if she was a god. He had seen this aura before. Lao Sha clarified that she was merely an intermediary. Murakhan then asked if she was the physical form of an ancient god. If that's the case, your presence will soon fade away. He then asked, which god do you serve? She didn't respond, but instead said, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. More importantly, can you show me the map? Jin asked. He handed her the map and asked her to translate the title. As she translated it, she realized that it had been created by her late grandfather. This map presents two possibilities. Either it will bring the evil Zippel clan or offer hope to Jin Kandel, meaning their daily prayers have finally been answered. With that, she rushed toward Jin and Murakhan and made an offer. She will repay him by calling upon his god, Soldaret, with all her remaining power. Hearing this, Jin, who had already planned to go to Kulin, saw no reason to refuse. But he had also mentioned beforehand that he wasn't sure he had enough power to save all of them. That was enough for Laosha. She then shared insider information about Kulin with Jin, hoping it would help him. A few days later, the group stood in front of a sign that prohibited entry to the Kulin historical site. Karmi scratched his head and said, "I should have sent Rainbow Tide to scout first." Jin remembered that this area had been open in his past life, but it seemed that a lot had changed since his time as a cadet. Under normal circumstances, it would take reporters 10 years to uncover the horrors of this place. But with the current situation, that's unlikely to happen. At that moment, Karmi turned to Jin and asked, "What should we do? We can't go in if this place is being used for magic testing, like you said," Jin replied. While I was speaking, Murakhan and Jin had already gone inside, so Karmi had to crawl after them. Jin explained, "Isn't it odd if there's just a sign in a restricted area? There are no guards or traps here. Would the Zippel family really be so careless with such an important place?" "That's true. If that were the case, wouldn't they have already found the treasure?" Karmi said. Jin thinks they probably gave up after searching for it for hundreds of years. Murakhan believes they simply used this place as a resting spot. Just then, the three of them noticed someone nearby. At first glance, they seemed like just locals. But when Jin looked closer, he spotted a rather troublesome figure, a silver-haired man who appeared to be a pure-blood Zippel. Given the way he was drinking, it was clear he was a Muron Zippel. Muron Zippel is also known as the madman among the Tower Mages. Instead of being recognized as the sixth son of Kaliak, he's famous for his eccentric personality and reputation as the Mad Mage. He is the master of the 7th Mage Tower in Zippel. When Jin and Karmi noticed that he wasn't accompanied by any guards, they assumed he must be confident in both his skills as an 8th-level mage and the items he had brought with him. But what's the point? Murakhan confidently decapitated him and saved the people here. While he was feeling victorious, Jin disagreed. He pointed out that since he'd already killed Andrew, if this guy died now, it would be a serious issue. Even if Muron is killed, there still needs to be a reason for the Zippel clan not to interfere. As he spoke, Jin glanced toward the bushes beside him, where a young man who looked like an explorer was also watching the natives. Jin quickly stepped up behind him and asked, "What's going on?" The young man immediately introduced himself as Dino Jack, a journalist. "Jin, that name sounds familiar. Wasn't he the reporter who wrote the report on Cullen in his past life? The report is set to be published 10 years later, so he must have figured everything out on his own." At the same time, Jin told him to turn back. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his 20s, but despite his frail physique, this person who had started a war with the Zippel clan was impressive. After a moment, Jin asked, "Did you come here looking for a big topic? What's it about?" Before answering, Dino wanted to know who the person in front of him was. Jin said they were just passers-by, so there was no need to worry. "By the way, we're here for the same reason as you, reporter." Dino was surprised. "Could it be that you three are also aware of the current situation with the Cullen people?" He then took a document out of his pocket and handed it to Jin. As Jin read through it, he saw that it contained the diaries Dino had obtained from the Cullen people. Dino also mentioned that he had approached Muron John Zippel before. A few days ago, he got drunk and, after asking a few questions, realized that he didn't have any bodyguards with him. So Dino definitely had no reason to find 3 people to get answers from him. Killing would be the easier option. Now Jin understood. He had asked Dino for a favor, though the author didn't specify what it was. Meanwhile, Muron John was still drunk, having downed several bottles of alcohol. He was complaining about his fate because the clan elders had sent him here over a simple joke. Frustrated and in need of an outlet, he threw a bottle of wine at Colin, who was standing nearby. At the same time Dino arrived, he looked happy. Wasn't this the friend from a few days ago? But it seemed like he wasn't alone today. Dino quickly explained, "These 3 are travelers and storytellers, so I brought them along because I thought you'd enjoy their company." With that, he pretended to scratch his head and apologized. Upon hearing this, Muron agreed to let Jin's group in. "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Muron Zippel," Jin recalled, remembering the last time on the pirate island when Veridine had mentioned his brother. It is well known that Veridine's Uncle Andrew is bad, but he's nothing compared to Muron. Veridine also doesn't understand why the elders chose Muron to be the master of the magic tower. In fact, she prays that one day Jin will be able to defeat him. If Jika can't do it, something bad will happen to you, Jin Runkendel. Back in the present, the drunken Muron hopes Jin's group will share the details of their journey with him. Jin heard that and laughed it off. But things weren't that simple. Muron gave a sinister smile before saying, "Hey Dino, the last time I saw you was 2 weeks ago, right? I was really curious about you. A reporter entered the Zippel family's restricted area without permission, and I'm not trying to blame you, but Dino, why did you learn about the Indians here in that way? Don't tell me you think I don't know anything. You've been running around everywhere while I was gone. And you know what? I've already made you disappear, you pathetic insects. Now crawl around while I let you. I wonder where you got the nerve to do this. But now I understand. Sword Garden. They're the ones behind you, right?" At the last moment, Murakin quickly grabbed Dino and pulled him away from the raging mage. Right after that, a huge explosion erupted around him. Jin barely managed to retreat in time. He turned to Muron and saw a magical shield in place. He didn't realize he had just used it for that. But even if he masked the activation of the magic with the flame, there's no way he wouldn't have felt any magic at all. What kind of trick did he really use? Jin thought to himself. As he was pondering, Murakan shouted at him to be careful. Even if he could conceal some of the magic, it was impossible to completely erase the traces. He must be hiding something, and this only makes Jin grow more impatient. Muron glanced in his direction and asked, "You're Jin Runkandel, right? I assume a runaway monk reached out to a Runkandel." Jin wasn't keen on talking to this bastard. He pointed his sword at him, ready to fight. "Let's begin." Muron summoned countless magic spheres and launched them directly at Jin. However, these attacks were too predictable for Jin, and he easily dodged them. On the other hand, things were different on Murakan's side. He had to bring Dino along while also saving the Indians targeted by the attack. "Hey Dino, get everyone to fall back and move away from here, quickly." Dino quickly turned to the crowd and shouted for them to run. But what he saw in front of him was utterly terrifying. The people were barely able to speak. "Hey, you bastard Muron Zippel! How dare you do this? What did you do to them? You bastard, you should go to hell." But all that responded was Muron's savage laughter. "Yes, this is the face. I've always wondered what your face would look like if you knew about this. I really like your face right now, you silly Dino. Are you happy that you can't save those who are inferior to you? Look, Dino, the reason those bugs are like this is because of you. You're the one causing all the problems." As Muron, the madman, was busy taunting Dino, a fist flew toward his face. "Enough bragging. Stop talking or we'll kill you right here, Muron Zippel." Carmi, standing nearby, was surprised by Jin's attack. Even though Muron hadn't been on guard, it was still unexpected. "But I didn't expect an 8-star mage to be blown away like that. That must be the power of dark energy." Muron is also frustrated, not knowing how to handle this. It wasn't magic or aura. It was as if darkness was consuming his power. As he thought about this, a sudden realization hit him. If it was darkness, then could it be Saldared? The god of darkness has aligned with Runkandel once again, meaning Jin Runkandel has broken the contract. It was believed that Jin would gain the upper hand, but countless magical points set up by Muron began to appear in the sky. Jin and Murakan hadn't realized it earlier. That clever guy had concealed his aura and used magic to distract them beforehand. Muron also laughed loudly when he heard that. As expected of Jin Runkandel, "I went through the trouble of preparing this move. This is a feast just for you insects." Without saying much, Jin, aided by Murakan, charged straight at Muron. Muron grew concerned when he saw this and immediately launched a barrage of magic he'd prepared in advance. However, with the power of darkness, Jin effortlessly dodged every attack once again. However, Muron drew his weapon, summoning his magic staff and launching a powerful strike towards Jin as he charged. "I thought everything was settled with that final blow. But you're celebrating too soon." Jin appeared behind him without a sound. "Now go for it." Jin attacked again, but Muron managed to hold on. He was worried that no matter how much magic he used, he would still be consumed by Jin's darkness. This dark aura of soldier death is a real nuisance. But isn't that more exciting? What would you do in this situation? Looks like you've fallen for it, Jin Runkandel. But this time he celebrated a little too soon. Jin quickly escaped Muron's trap. Haha, Jin Run Candle, you're giving me a real thrill. It would feel amazing to take your life. Thanks to you, I can shine in this damn place. Jin glanced down, his expression uneasy. They're all magic traps. If I actually fight them, I'll die from exhaustion. It's better to avoid them. At the same time, Murakhan and Karmi were busy, their faces grim. Murakhan told Dino to hurry and get everyone out of the magic circle. But these words only amused Muron, as the magic's range extended to anything within his line of sight. Now, Jinrun Candle, let's enjoy the feast together. With those words, a massive explosion erupted right before Jin's eyes. He stepped back and assessed the situation. As expected, this was corrosive land, and even the slightest touch would transform it into nutrients. If that's the case, there's only one option: to fight. With that thought, Jin swung his sword toward the source of the magical power. But then something unexpected happened. Jin thinks that even if Muron has the power of an octagon mage, there's no way he could control so much magic on his own. He must be hiding an artifact nearby. On Muron's side, he was equally puzzled by Jin's actions. That brat, does he even understand the magic he's casting? He dodged the fire pillar without touching the corrosive zone, then destroyed it directly. There's no way someone who doesn't understand magic could pull that off. Could it be that you're a magic swordsman, Jinrun Candle? Shouldn't you have kept that hidden? Very well. If you already have magic, I'll defeat you with a stronger one. Monoride is the most severe condition, occurring when magical energy becomes unstable and attacks the caster's body. In battles between mages, the one with lower mana is usually the one to experience this symptom. Unlike swordsmen, this is considered an effective and quick way to rank mages. Haha, very impressive! A member of the Run Candle family with magic. I won't even need to fight. I can take you out in an instant. In response to his laughter, Jin's voice was laced with sarcasm. What were you thinking getting so close to me, Muron Zipple? As expected, this is a gift. Take a good look. After that strike, Muron was temporarily blinded. He sensed that the attack just now wasn't a dark aura. It was powerful magic right in front of his eyes, a source of magical light, blindingly strong. The next attack would be... With that thought, he quickly stepped back to avoid Jin's next strike. Ancient light magic? I didn't expect that. You possess both light and dark powers. Looks like you're the main character in this story. Jin glared at that bastard Moran, breaking out in a cold sweat. He's forcing all that dark energy out. His awareness and reaction speed are nothing like a mage's. He's more like a monster. Even though his mana isn't as strong as Aldil's, he's much tougher to handle alone, especially when you take his combat experience into account. Besides the mana riot, he must have a lot of other tricks up his sleeve. Muron was also concerned about something at that moment. He glanced at Jin and laughed. Hey, Jin Run Candle, you must think I'm a lunatic. And you're not cooperating with me, right? But I'm different. I can tell we're the same kind of person. Jin listened to the idiot babble on and could only sigh. Are you trying to buy time with this nonsense? How boring. Muron laughed again, noticing Jin's confidence. You really think you can take my life? That's going to be tough, especially since the Manji are always protecting me. Are you interested now, Jin Run Candle? We always do whatever it takes to achieve our goals. I'm sure you realize that my control magic surpasses even the 8 stars. You're wondering how I can do this, right? Well, I use them as mana amplification weapons. They may look like corpses, but many of them are still alive. Because of that, they help me replenish my mana. Now, Jin Run Candle, you said you wanted to take my life, right? Then go ahead and get rid of these guys first. I told you we're cut from the same cloth. You're someone who'll do anything to get what you want. Let's wrap this up and have one final battle together. He's lying, a Kalong girl shouted. Everything he said is a lie. There was nothing that amplified his mana. After torturing us, he figured out how to use the relic. They're all dead, my poor clan. Please kill that madman, Sir Jin Run Candle. Muron was so furious that she wanted to use magic to kill the witness after her secret was revealed. In an instant, a surge of magical energy flooded into her. You little brat! How dare you ruin my play? I kept you around because you were useful. Nearby, Dino towered over Jin and said, Hey, Mr. Jin, you need to save her. That girl is Tika, the leader and sole protector of the natives here. Please save her. Jin shuddered as he looked at the scene before him. What Muron was using was the Zippel clan's secret technique, the Blue Fire Demon Eye. He had heard of it before, a secret technique known only to the Zippel clan. Just by looking into the demon eye, blue fire would ignite, burning endlessly until the victim was consumed. The only way to fight it is with a hotter flame to burn away the blue fire, and that hotter flame is what Jin possesses. The fiercest flame, one to which both humans and gods must yield, the flame of Blue Phoenix Tess. Muron watched as Tess appeared, and his eyes widening in surprise. How could he believe that the person Tess chooses in this era would be from the Run Kandel family? He should know that whoever Tess selects would become one of the greatest magicians. So how could he possibly be a magic swordsman? At the same time, the girl in Jin's arms woke up. She realized the fire around her wasn't hot at all. In fact, it seemed to be protecting her. "Thank you," Jin said, looking at her. "If it weren't for you, I would have fallen into that bastard's trap. Now you can rest in peace." But she refused to leave, knowing that the magic he was using came from a divine relic. Still, it's not all bad. He hasn't gotten it yet, but has gained a bit of power through the natives. Tika also mentioned that the relic is hidden in a place only they know about. "Tika, Sir Jin came here at Lao Sa's request. Once the battle is over, I will take you to where it's hidden. Please help us end this suffering once and for all." "What's with that face, Muron Zippel? Surprised to find out I was the one Tess chose? Is that all you've got? Magic traps and evil eyes? It's time to end this. I'll send you to hell soon." Muron was surprised when he heard that and asked again, "Hell, I, the former lover of the witch Hellerum? You once drank with the king of the Black Sea, and now you have the audacity to speak the word hell in front of me? I'll show you what hell truly looks like." With those words, a massive magical black hole appeared. Then, under its power, Tessa's power was slowly being drained. Despite that, the overwhelming strength of the blue flame made it incredibly difficult for the Muron. Jin watched the scene in awe. He could feel Tessa's anger. It had to be because of that bastard Muron's last move. At the same time, Murokan appeared before him after relocating the natives to safety. He quickly reminded him that the move Muron had just used was the signature technique of the Demon King Ogun. "Quickly stop Tess as fast as you can. Use everything at your disposal, your dark power, your sword. Show it all." With that, Murokan immediately unleashed his power to stop her. Jean hurried forward, determined to destroy the gate of hell. However, things weren't easy. The overwhelming surge of mana quickly caused internal injuries. He couldn't help Tess escape right away. Muron watched the scene with a smug smile. "Just a little longer, Jin Candle. Soon I'll be the one with divine power, and you'll be the one facing death and heading to hell." As he was gloating, a sudden sense of unease struck him. Right before his eyes, Jinrun Candle continued swinging his sword upward and charging forward. "No matter how many times I swing my sword, the outcome will always be the same as the first. Everything I have is in this sword, so I'll cut you down, you damn thing." With that, as Jin's sword came down, Zippel's body and demonic power were cleaved in two by the strike. A dark power slowly built up, causing cracks to spread across Muron's energy source. Moments later, his infernal power shattered in a shockwave, leaving him still unable to comprehend what had just occurred. How could he believe this? He thought everything was over for that brat. Why is this happening? That look of surprise in his eyes. A blue flame coursed through his body. The power of the great Phoenix mage, Tess. Behind the flame, Muron was left as nothing more than a lifeless, shriveled corpse, still echoing in agony. Staring at the scene before him, Jin still couldn't understand the kind of power he had just unleashed. The black mist the shadow had released felt strangely unnatural. Moreover, this was the first time he had felt it. Could this be a fragment of the sword heart? Jin wondered, his gaze turning toward the dying Muron. At that moment, his staff began to glow, and Jin felt a chill of fear. He can still use his power after that attack? Without giving Jin a chance to be surprised any further, Muron raised the staff and collapsed to the ground. His body shattered upon an impact. It seemed he'd reached the limits of what a human could endure. At that moment, as he watched his opponent fall before him, Jin finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. But almost immediately, he collapsed in front of Murokan, overcome with exhaustion. The battle had drained nearly all of his strength and left him with nothing more to give. The magic staff, used by the masters of the Zippel family's magic tower, has a special function that few people are aware of. Thanks to a small, trembling character at the top of the staff, whenever its owner swings it, the character activates and sends a distress signal to the magic tower. That means, Jin, you don't have much time to rest. Wake up and get out of here quickly. The next moment, Jin woke up to a strange sound. You're awake, huh? If you're awake, drink this. As he spoke, Murakhan poured something directly into Jin's mouth. Jin had no idea what the hell Murakhan had just made him drink, and he couldn't stop himself from throwing up. Murakhan asked, "What is this?" and discovered that what he had just drunk was a unicorn horn, a special remedy known for its powerful effects on those suffering from mana backlash. As he spoke, Jin too began to feel the medicine's miraculous effects. He felt better and noticed the mana in his body gradually calming down. Although the heavy air and dark aura still lingered, it was much better than before. Only then did Karmia dare to approach and speak to Jin. "Young Master Jin, you did very well." Jin quickly responded, curious. "Where did you get that unicorn horn, Mr. Karmia?" It is known that the unicorn horn doesn't actually belong to Karmia, but to the two people standing over there. In fact, while I was drinking with Moran, he told me he had stolen the unicorn horn from his family, and that Miss Tika here found it. This was when Tika had the chance to introduce herself. She introduced herself as La Tika, the one temporarily replacing Miss Lausa as the holy maiden of the clan. Tika also promised that she would never forget Jin's kindness today. If everyone were here, the holy maiden would surely have asked everyone to help us, right? Well, not literally. She wants everyone to help restore our relic. Murakhan stood up abruptly upon hearing this and asked, "I'm a dragon who's lived for 3,000 years, but I've never heard of such a relic." At first he thought it was just a lie, but after seeing the madman's magical power, he reconsidered. As you said, he used a holy relic to greatly enhance his power, right? Now he has a question. What is the name of the god you worship, the one who owns that holy relic? Tika quickly answered Murakhan's question, saying the god's name was KLM. After hearing this, Murakhan asked, "Who is KLM?" Tika paused for a moment before replying, "KLM is a powerful god, but also very mysterious." Murakhan was even more confused. He had never heard of a god by that name. Before the heated interrogation began, Karmia shared his opinion. "Well, if that's the case, we should just go find the relic first and leave. Wouldn't that be enough? Furthermore, this is the Zippel family's territory, and who knows when they might discover it and launch an attack." Sir Karmia agrees, and Miss Tika doesn't object either. However, there's a small issue. In order to obtain the relic, we first need to restore it, and to do that, we require solar energy to break the seal. Murakhan heard this and exclaimed, "Isn't it the middle of the night? Where am I supposed to find the sun to open the seal? It's such a big deal." And she dares to call it a small problem. "I thought it would be difficult, but it's not." Tika then added a few more conditions to break the relic's seal, like gathering everyone and performing a ritual, which almost made Murakhan faint. At the same time, after hearing the entire conversation, Jin began to piece things together. "Go home, Zippel, with the relic, and there's also the daylight." What could that be? It felt like something was still missing, something important that I had forgotten. Then Jin suddenly remembered. The tower. "The magic tower," he shouted, surprising the other three. "We don't have much time. They'll be here soon, thanks to this." Just as Jin had said, the army from the 7th tower, led by Elnor, the deputy tower master, was charging straight toward them. Returning to Jin's group, Karmia nodded in agreement after hearing his warning. The runes on the staff confirmed that Muron was indeed the master of the magic tower. While it wasn't certain, the information gathered suggested that the masters of the Zippel family had some way of summoning mages weaker than themselves. Mr. Murakhan was shocked when he heard this. He wondered if the descendants of that family were aware. "At least, aren't we all standing in fire now?" To ease Murakhan's tension, Karmia added, "As you know, each tower houses at least 100 mages. Most of them are at the 7th or 8th rank. On top of that, we need to protect the civilians now. If they come in large numbers, we'll be in serious trouble." Jin wondered, how long will it take for them to arrive? It was known that it would take at least 2 hours, since the 7th tower was at the northern edge of the continent. With that in mind, Jin immediately began to come up with a strategy. A few minutes later, he turned to Karmia and asked for his help. The details of the plan would be revealed later. Mr. Karmia opened his mouth in shock. "Are you serious? If you delay, even for a moment, you and everyone else will die. They'll definitely reject you. In response to Karmia's concern, Jin remained completely calm. He assured him that, no matter how insulting they were, those people would not refuse. There's not much time left, Mr. Karmia. Everything is in your hands now. Mr. Karmia has reached this point and has no choice but to obey the young master. I will succeed for sure, so you must return alive. A few minutes later, Jin's group arrived at the location where the relic was sealed. The Tika clansmen had also gathered in full to prepare for the ceremony. Now there's only one problem left. Can the group handle the overwhelming number of Zippels? As he thought about this, Mr. Murakhan grew even more frustrated. It's all your fault, brat. Who calls their enemies subordinates after killing him? Back in my day, if you lost, you took the blame alone. Jin was used to Maraka's complaints. Didn't I also call Big Sister Luna? And on top of that, even Sir Karmia came to pick up that person. Without making everyone wait too long, the group from the 7th Demon Tower arrived in the sky. One of the group informed Elnor that the ancient ruins of Kalon were just ahead. Through his magical light, he saw the natives performing a ceremony, and 2 strangers were present as well. There's still no sign of Sir Murin. Upon hearing the last sentence, Elnor's face flushed with anger. How is that possible? How can we not find Muron? A nearby person saw this and suggested to the deputy captain that he remain calm. Considering the situation ahead, it seemed likely that those people had taken Sir Muron hostage. Upon hearing this, Elnor thought it made sense. How could my brother have died so easily? If Muron really dies, I'll make them all kneel and beg for death at my feet. Below, Murakhan also sensed the Zippels approaching. At a glance, there were 6 dragons and around 30 mages. If anything goes wrong, I'll transform into my dragon form to fight. So be careful, Jin. Before Murakhan could say anything more to Jin, the entire army of the 7 Demon Pagoda appeared before them. Looking ahead, it was clear that all 6 dragons appeared to be fire dragons. However, Murakhan knew nothing about these kids. They were too young for someone like him, a 3,000-year-old man, and besides, they weren't fire dragons. They were red dragons, a lesser species. They must all be Kaduni's subordinates. While they were talking, Elnor suddenly shouted from the front, introducing himself as the Deputy Tower Master of the 7th Tower, led by Elnor. So, what I want to know now is, where is Master Murin Zippel? Jin didn't say much, only briefly mentioning that he hadn't seen any sign of Murin. Despite his words, Jin couldn't shake the strange feeling in his chest. He remembered that in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone having Elnor. When faced with Elnor and Jin's response, his anger only grew. He wondered if the 2 bastards in front of him were members of the Runkindel family. Mr. Jin wasn't one to back down either. With Murakhan's protection, he raised his voice and taunted, provoking Elnor's fury. And now everything had reached its climax. Elnor asked the final question. I need to know if my brother is still alive. I ask as someone who shares his blood. You have a family too, so you understand how I feel, right? If you tell me the truth, I promise I won't lay a finger on you. I thought so. It turns out this guy is really cowardly. On this side, Jin feels the same way. He finds the guy in front of him pretty amusing. You monsters who have caused so much pain to others dare to speak of brotherhood here? You'd better stop talking. Elnor felt a wave of bitterness as he heard Jin's insults. How dare you say that? How can those worms be compared to our noble Zippel family? At that moment, his eyes landed on something. The black lump of coal behind him gave him the clarity he needed. Looks like I'm late, huh? But I still wonder about one thing. If it had just been you dogs, you wouldn't have been able to scratch him. Then you must have used some kind of trick, right? With that, he commanded the entire army to prepare for an attack. In the next instant, the mages began casting a barrage of elemental spells. Under Elnor's command, they were all released at once. Jin stared at the screen, a look of horror crossing his face. They were all octaves, and this time it looked really bad. Knowing Jin was no match for him, the author sent someone else. With a confident smile, she effortlessly shrugged off the 8-star magic attacks as if they were child's play. A snowstorm swept through, leaving Elnor shaken. Well then, let's see. I came here because I heard my daughter gave flowers to someone, and it seems I'm too late. Do you understand now? So it turns out Mr. Jin couldn't defeat him, so he had to call in help from his mother-in-law. This is Talaris Indorma, the 51st Lord of the Ice Palace. Elnor was still in shock. Who could have imagined that someone here could so effortlessly freeze the 8 stars magic? The air around them seemed to grow colder by the second, and that person herself felt even colder than the surroundings. One of the subordinates, witnessing the scene, quickly realized who she was and shouted to Elnor that this was the Ice Palace Lord, no one to be taken lightly, even if she was from the Zippel family. Meanwhile, the Zippel family's magicians looked on, their faces filled with panic. Jin and Murakhan were clearly thrilled. It seemed that Kashmir had succeeded. Mr. Murakhan gazed at the scene before him, his excitement growing. This is an ice toad, a creature that can only be controlled by someone chosen for it. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there are still people capable of doing such things. Enough of this display of power. Ice Palace Lord, please call your precious toad inside to rest. Now let me have some fun here. With that smile, a massive ice barrier shot up, enclosing everything inside. Only then did Talaris have a moment to ask Jin if he was the one his daughter had chosen. Yes, that's correct. Jin also introduced himself as the youngest son of the Runkindel family. Talaris stared at the young man in front of her, shocked. His internal injuries were clearly far more severe than his external ones, yet somehow he was still standing. Well, let's put that aside for now. Is he really the one who killed my toy? It was only then that Jin realized his mission to kill El Kazo, back when he was a cadet. That Ceres girl clearly couldn't keep quiet. Even though she asked, Talaris had no intention of blaming Jin. She just wanted to introduce him to a new man. Look no further. It's right in front of you. Isn't Mr. Murakhan just perfect for the gentlemanly standards the gang leader set? I'm just kidding, but it's even more fun to say it. Talaris turned to her daughter Ceres and said, "Go over there and hypero of your boyfriend." It made Ceres blush. Even though she denied it, she still had to go. Ceres slowly walked over to Jin and took care of him as usual. By the way, she mentioned the flower delivery person she had asked to send something earlier. He looked like he was about to sacrifice his life. A man who doesn't understand the vastness of the world and still dares to wake my mother. You've really got some bold comrades. Ceres' words of comfort and encouragement made Jin feel uneasy. Moments later, he vomited a pool of black blood, which left Ceres deeply concerned. As always, she quickly took out the medicine and carefully treated him. This is love on the inside, still shy on the outside, guys. No more sentimental nonsense. Back on the battlefield, Talaris suspected that Elnor was definitely a mixed-blood Zippel. That black hair was the proof. Elnor knew his opponent was no match for him, and so he had already alerted his family. Now all he had to do was buy time until reinforcements arrived. With that in mind, he stated his name and title, hoping to intimidate Talaris into surrendering. However, things weren't as easy as he had imagined. The gang leader replied with a challenging tone. Before Elnor could get angry, the old man beside him was already fuming. He pointed at Talaris and angrily scolded her for daring to insult them and cause trouble in Zippel territory. He just said it for fun, and now he realizes how foolish he was. Sure enough, right in front of him, Talaris was like a python, slowly slithering toward him. "Shut up!" With just 3 words, the authority in his voice made the old man collapse to the ground. Instantly, all the Zippel mages present erected a magic barrier. Elnor believed the barrier would shield them from the icy wind of the Ice Archer. At the same time, he used fire magic to attack, hoping to suppress her cold aura. Although he knew that fire and ice canceled each other out, strength was his top priority. With overwhelming magical power, Talaris effortlessly blocked and destroyed all of Elnor's spells, despite the sweat beading on his forehead. Knowing that he might die here, but driven by his pride as a Zippel, he refused to surrender. Elnor, undeterred, drew his staff once more and continued the assault. Just as the gang leader Talaris wore a look of dejection, a world-shattering explosion erupted, lighting up the entire sky. How does it feel? This is the power of fire that the head of the family personally bestowed upon me. Not even you can escape it. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Not only did he escape, but the flames didn't even singe a single hair on Talaris. It seems Celiac gave you power, but he didn't teach you anything useful when facing the ice bow, did he? This time, I'll personally teach you the valuable lesson of the ice bow on his behalf. With those words, a sword strike imbued with ice energy shot straight toward Elnor. He still couldn't grasp the full extent of the situation. By the time the gust of wind passed, all the Zipple mages behind him had already been frozen. Oh my, what a surprise. Talaris suddenly appeared in front of Elnor and with a sarcastic smile said, "Was it because your clever trap vanished so quickly? Or is it because your arm has disappeared?" As the words left his mouth, Elnor suddenly realized his arm was gone. He didn't feel any pain, though. One shock after another, Talaris' sword pressed against his neck. This completely shattered Elnor's perception of reality. How could he have ever believed such power could exist? At this rate, even if the rescue team arrives, they'll only become prey for that monster. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, a magic circle appeared beneath Elnor's feet. To their surprise, the magic teleported Elnor and all the Zipple tribesmen to safety. Meanwhile, in a different location, Elnor and his subordinates were teleported in. The others assured him that from now on, he could leave the remaining tasks to them. The White Knight Society would take care of everything smoothly. Back in the forest, Talaris was furious after being tricked. Meanwhile, high above, a massive ship was being steered toward the area. At first glance, Murakhan recognized the vessel as a Kozak, a war machine used by the Zipple clan. Jin stared at the ship, fearing the worst. Who was inside, controlling it? The White Knight clan is the most powerful group, made up of the most carefully selected Zipples in the clan. As you all know, misfortune rarely comes alone. Seeing the situation growing tense, Ice Palace Master Talaris bid farewell to Jin and Murakhan here, but promised to take them and the locals to safety. However, Jin disagreed. He wanted to complete the ritual before leaving. If the ritual wasn't finished, no one would be able to fight against Zipple in the future, and more victims would keep falling. So please help me. Meanwhile, on the altar side, the ritual was proceeding smoothly. At least, that was before Jin arrived and told them about the situation that was about to unfold. He asked if there was any way to speed up the ritual, but Tika simply thanked him and wished for him to leave quickly. She knows exactly what's going on. Jin had to leave before they even got here, but everyone must have been aware of Jin's personality. He's not someone who fears death. Besides, there's a sacred relic here, something that could help him grow stronger in the future. He firmly asked Tika if there was any way to speed up the ceremony. Tika had no choice but to answer Jin's heartfelt question, though her response wasn't what he had hoped for. Only the Saintess Lyosa could help speed things up. Ceres overheard their conversation and muttered, "If that Lyosa girl weren't dead, this would be an easy fix." As she spoke, Ceres summoned, "Now with this, we can bring her here, no matter where she is." Outside on the front lines, Talaris saw her daughter playing happily. Although she didn't know what Jin was planning, she must have kept her promise. Mr. Murakhan shook his wrist, looking cool and ready for a fight. "Now let's do this." At the same time, the person above introduced himself as White Knight, the Knight of Zipple. "I'll make it clear right now, Lord of the Ice Palace. You have a chance to leave, as long as you hand over the one who killed Muron Zipple and the others." However, the only response was Talaris' indifferent expression. "If you want to cooperate, bring Celiac here," the Ice Archer said, pointing his sword at the commander. "In that case, there's no other choice." With those words, the countless fireballs he had created instantly scattered, hurtling toward Murakhan and Talaris in a direct assault. Of course, they were no match for a dragon like Murakhan. Together with Talaris, wielding their combined ice fists, they effortlessly shattered the magic and launched a counterattack. Up here, the White Knight Society is more than just a name. With the might of the strongest army, they can easily repel that attack. As he issued the command, the commander glanced toward Murakhan. He wondered, who is that person standing in front of the ice bow? There's no way a normal person could block that magic with their bare hands. This guy is clearly difficult to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he immediately ordered his subordinates to inform the clan. "We'll activate the war cannon at the same time on Jin's side." He and Cardmia had just returned to Lausa's room. Lausa had been waiting for Jin for a long time, and his surprised expression didn't escape her notice. Everything was within her view. "Let's go now before it's too late." Back in the intense battlefield in the forest, this place now feels more like a night of a musical performance. The two streams of ice and fire collided, intensifying the chaos. And within that bubble magic, there's still one person who relentlessly fights with his fists, or more precisely, a dragon in armor. Mr. Murakhan dreamed of tearing through that warship with his bare hands. Frustrated, he was suddenly presented with a new gift. This is a gift from the ice-armored ice archer. Whenever you have a new product, you have to show it off before it loses its appeal. So Mr. Murakami continued his performance at the concert, laughing wildly. He easily lifted a massive rock with his bare hands and hurled it straight at the ship. Nearby, Talaris chuckled. Before all this, the brat Jin had said that the Zippel family wanted this land, so they wouldn't resort to using war cannons. Both sides must avoid casualties in this battle. Clearly, if things continue at this pace, our side will prevail. At the same time, the commander of Baiye knew exactly what the gang leader was thinking. He's confident that he can surprise Talaris. However, he can't shoot just yet, especially with the natives and the two missing people involved. The commander wondered, what do they really want to achieve? At that moment, the clan's orders were passed down, destroy, and nothing more could be expected. The White Knight Society's most powerful attack was about to unleash its war cannon, and a massive mana ball was forming. Just before the decisive strike, the commander urged once more, the palace master must make a wise decision. This is your last chance. When I count to 3, if you haven't left by then, I'll destroy all of you. And then, one by one, the voices rose. 1, 2. At the count of 2, Celiac and the others suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This time, it's really a tyrant, motherfucker. As soon as they touched the ground, everyone was forced to stare at the nightmare looming above them. The words had just been spoken, and in the next moment, an enormous surge of energy shot out, nearly obliterating everything in its path. As soon as the explosion hit, Talaris quickly slashed with an ice blade, hoping to stop it. Naturally, everyone knew this move wouldn't be enough to stop the cannon fire, but it did have some effect. The ice archer's strike succeeded in breaking the explosion into smaller fragments. This was a unique property of ice. Anything that came into contact with the blade would freeze. While Celiac was explaining this, Jin also began to tap into his dark powers. Together, Jin and Celiac's dual blades cut through the scattered fragments. However, in the end, it wasn't enough. Jin suspected that those people wouldn't let them take the Sane test to the ceremony without a fight. Celiac also found it hard to believe that the White Knights were fighting on the same level as his mother. It seemed like those Zippel bastards had brought something truly massive. Meanwhile, the White Knight's captain was completely baffled. He wondered how the people below could possibly withstand the power of her cannon with nothing but mortal strength. After a moment, he called down, "This is your final warning, Ice Palace Master. If you don't back down, we'll kill all your guests and destroy this place." Of course, Lady Talaris is tired of hearing those threats. She looked up and sneered at the members of the White Knight Society. "It seems you no longer have the courage to speak of killing me. I am the Palace Lord of the Ice Palace, Talaris and Dorma. Even if you bring your entire Zippel clan here, you still won't be able to kill me. So know your place and leave, you little brats." In response to Talaris's insult, the captain shot back, "So what if you can't kill the Ice Palace Lord? You won't be able to protect all the guests behind you on your own. Today you'll have to bear the shame of this failure." Hearing this, Talaris turned to her daughter and asked, "Is the girl behind you the one needed for the ceremony? If that's the case, listen up, Tika. I'll block their attack. Then you and Jin need to get her to the shrine today. One of you, either at the Ice Palace or Zippel, will face an unspeakable humiliation." Along with Talaris's confirmation, the captain swiftly signaled his subordinates to load the cannon. Today, the Zippel family would erase that dragon from the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Jin glanced at Celiac, silently hoping she would protect the Saintess. Jin will be the one to clear the way, making a path for Celiac and the Saintess to reach the shrine. Naturally, Celiac strongly objected when she heard her girlfriend was putting her life on the line. She urged Jin to reconsider. "How can you handle all that flying debris on your own?" But at that moment, Jin had made up his mind not to wait for help any longer. This was the time to risk it all. As for Lao Sa, in that moment, it felt as though she was seeing the past through Jin's image. Back then, her fellow clansmen had given their lives to protect the Saintess. All they had wanted was for Lao Sa to survive and return, then bring the tribe a savior. At that moment, Lao Sa questioned whether she had made the right choice. Was it right for her to choose a life of seclusion on a small island while slowly losing her holy power? Did that savior ever truly exist? These are the questions Lao Sa constantly asks. But now perhaps the answer was clear. With Jin's urging, Lao Sa knew what she had to do. She had to reach the shrine no matter what. Just a few seconds later, the next shot has been launched, Can Jin, Celiac, and everyone else complete their part of the mission now? Who knows what the future holds? One thing Jin is certain of, though, is that he must believe in every swing of his sword. As soon as they collided with the ice sword wielded by the archer Talaris, countless fragments flew out. Realizing that Jin couldn't handle the massive workload on his own, Murakhan quickly rushed to their aid. With each shot fired by the captain of the White Knight Guild, Talaris, Jin, and Murakhan had no choice but to brace themselves and fight back. Mr. Murakhan wasn't ready to stop playing yet, and he kept teasing the two children. Of course, retribution came quickly. A moment later, Jin, unable to keep up with his exhausted body, was struck. The sight of it made both Murakhan and Celiac worry. If he really dies, how will we explain it to the Run Candle family? We know the mission was planned in advance, but still. Celiac was very worried about Jin, but she could only bring Lausa to the shrine. Soon after, as her concentration faltered, Celiac was quickly struck as well. Now Lausa has to go there alone. Go, and don't look back. Don't let our efforts be wasted. Keep running. Lausa kept running straight toward the shrine, determined not to let everyone's sacrifice be in vain. Above all, she realized she could no longer rely on the gods for help. Meanwhile, Jin was sinking deeper into his subconscious, a voice continuously calling his name. When he finally opened his eyes, the scene before him left him in shock. Celiac died in her mother's arms, surrounded by the men of the Zippel family. But that wasn't all. Behind Jin loomed a massive red dragon, far larger than the others. It was the guardian dragon of the Marius family. The one gasping for breath in his hands was the black dragon, Murakhan. It became clear that everything was over. As Jin looked at his lifeless body on the ground, he realized he had failed. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke to him again. You must be wondering when things went wrong, right? Maybe you think it's better not to end Moran with death. Or did you think you should have taken the others and escaped? It's a shame they didn't. You never should have helped them in the first place. Your mind must be full of regret. In response, Jin angrily retorted, because the thing that angered him most at that moment was himself. Even though I'm dead, the fact that I'm weak hasn't changed. Because of me, everyone died. I understand. That was the voice's response. Then never forget this feeling. With the other person's snap, a new vision appeared before Jin's eyes. The person introduced himself as Clam, the one who had been sealed into the mirror with Soldoret's help. I've been waiting for you, Jin Run Candle, chosen by the dark god Soldoret. Jin listened, completely baffled by what she was saying. The more he tried to respond, the more confused everything became. From this moment on, he must have realized the path he needs to take. Jin Run Candle, let's continue our conversation outside. Right after that, Jin suddenly woke up, his mind still reeling. In front of him stood Celiac, the same person who had died in the vision he just saw. This person is definitely Moroccan, only he would hit me like this, Jin said, still in shock. He then curiously turned to Murakhan and asked about everything he had just witnessed. Hearing Jin's question, Talaris burst out laughing from a distance and replied. She was shocked that Jin had summoned a god. Murakhan then explained, a god just descended into the saint's body, and it wasn't just any god. As soon as it arrived, all the White Knighters instantly collapsed. I'm not sure what kind of power it was, but it must be nearly impossible for them to survive. Above all, this powerful magical barrier clearly belongs to a mighty god. At that moment, Laosa, more precisely, Clam in Laosa's body, explained everything to Jin. She gestured toward the body and expressed her deep gratitude to Laosa. It was thanks to this child's sacrifice that I was able to descend to the mortal realm. And Jin Runkandel, the pain and death you endured today, consider it a small lesson. Hearing this, Mr. Murakhan noticed Jin's behavior and turned to Clam, asking, did you do something to my boy? Why are you doing this? In response, God Clam said little and pulled out the mirror of the source of mana, because I'm waiting for its owner. I am the creator and source of magic, but I could not control my own power and nearly destroyed the world. At that time, Soldoret helped me. He sealed both me and my power inside this mirror. As he spoke, Clam pointed to the dark seal on the mirror as proof. At a glance, Murakhan understood the problem. The seal is too weak now. You'll need someone who can maintain it. That's right, Clam replied. The infinite magic in this mirror is me, and if I break free, it will be the end of the world. To prevent that, I asked Soldoret to seal it and have the Colin children guard it. Colin was very different back then. Nothing could defeat them back then. However, after he was sealed, My blessings couldn't reach them, and in the end, this tragedy occurred. But it's all over now. The 1,000-year contract that Salderay mentioned, Clom said, glancing at Jin. Hearing this, Celiac couldn't help but be surprised. Her mother, Talaris, was quietly laughing to herself. With that expression, she must be planning to kidnap her son-in-law. With those words, Clom held out the mirror that trapped him, facing Jin. Take it now, Jin Runkandel, the one who holds the power to protect the world. The power of the god Saldret. From this moment on, it is yours as well. This is your responsibility. I'm not just asking you to maintain Salderay's seal. It's a gift he left for you. It's both a masterpiece and a symbol of all the power Salderay poured into it at the height of his strength. As for Jin, he knows that the seal will help him greatly, but there's something else that matters even more to him. Jin turned to the bard and asked about Salderay. Saintess Leosa had previously mentioned that she would summon Salderay for him. The god fell silent for a moment before replying that Laosa might have made a hasty promise in her final moments. Salderay would never respond to anyone's call, not even his black dragon guardian. Afterward, the god also apologized to Jin on Laosa's behalf. Jin also understood Laosa's suffering. Hadn't she sacrificed herself without asking for anything in return? At the same time Jin spoke, the god within Laosa's body suddenly had a realization. Perhaps time has run out. She turned to Jin and said, "You also mentioned that Jin has now received everything he needs for the future. Above all, his actions saved the poor Colin children. And for that, I am truly grateful. Son of Saldered, you are our savior." With that, the god slowly faded into the mist, or rather he returned to the mirror, leaving his blessing for Jin's journey ahead. As soon as the conversation between Jin and the ancient god ended, Talaris interrupted. Though she was surprised to see a god thanking a human, there was something more pressing. "We should probably out of here. Zippel's men won't stay like this forever." Jin heard this and immediately agreed. He will be the one to lead us out of here. At the same time in the mirror world, Lausa, in his subconscious form, is meeting with the tribe's god for the last time. Even though both of you apologize for what happened, isn't the mission already accomplished? Now is the time to follow in Jinrung Kandel's footsteps. His unwavering determination will create a new world, a world where pain no longer exists. Back to reality, Jin began saying his goodbyes to everyone. The Colin girl thanked him once more for what had happened earlier. It has been over 10,000 years since Colin became a slave to the Zippels. Fortunately, the mirror is finally in your hands. Otherwise, all the sacrifices would have been in vain. As for Jin, he no longer mentioned the past and told the other two to go to Hugh Pester. "I've already arranged accommodations for everyone at the Hugh Pester Union," he said. Hearing this, the other two looked at each other and wondered, "Aren't you getting any help from your clan?" Jin didn't respond right away, but simply pulled out a piece of paper. "Here is the letter of introduction from Lady Luna Runkandel. Just present it when you arrive at the association, and it will be of assistance." After saying that, Jin immediately left, but not before reminding Dino to badmouth the Zippels in the articles. Although Dino quickly disagreed, believing the Zippels would find a way to cover it up, Jin had a different perspective. He's not the only one who hates Zippels. He's just the catalyst, and I'm sure he'll make a great journalist in the future. A few minutes later, in the room of the Talaris Palace Lord, Jin finally had the chance to properly thank the Ice Palace Lord. However, Talaris is worried about something else. It's quite possible that after this, the Icebow and the Zippels will become enemies. But then again, it might be fine. The Zippels could just think that an ancient god has descended to Earth because of the Icebow. They'll probably be more worried than angry, Talaris added. Besides, you don't need to thank me. I was asked to do this. As for Jin, after asking the Ice Palace Lord if she had any requests, he was met with an expression of sheer disdain. Just seeing that look, Jin knew his life was as good as over. He had expected the Palace Lord to make some outrageous demand, but that wasn't the case. She glanced at her daughter and said, "I'll let it slide this time. If I don't say anything, everyone will know something's off." With that, Talaris quickly left with her daughter. As for Celiac, before leaving, she made sure to threaten Jin one last time. "Next time will be the battle that decides the winner between us." But this sentence from the mother's words is very strange, shifting from conflict to love. A few minutes later, in the northern Black Sea region, as usual, Chiron, the head of the Runkandel family, is training here alone. However, this time it seems he was contacted by a friend. Palace Master Talaris, who had just returned to the Ice Palace, teleported here to discuss matters with Kairon. I'd like to talk about the youngest son of the Runkendel family, the little one named Jin. Do you want him to marry my daughter? At the same time, at the Hugh Pester Association headquarters, Luna finished reading her younger brother's letter and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It looks like the youngest has done something interesting again. She asked the other two about Jin's condition and was told that he was fine. He had fully recovered before arriving in Tikkun. Once she learned about Jin's health, Luna decided to get down to business. She didn't want to let them stay here as refugees, even if Jin had introduced them. That said, Luna asked the wet nurse to find a suitable job for Tika. Integrating with the locals would help her settle in more quickly. Tika was, of course, very grateful for the young lady's kindness. As for Dino, she also promised to support him in any way she could. However, before that, he had to deliver the result his youngest son had requested. A month later, the incident in Colin was all over the newspapers. The world began talking about the massacre of the Colin natives, including the mysterious travelers who had avenged the Zippel family's crimes. Seizing the opportunity, rival factions like the Runkendel family quickly spread rumors. Although the Zippel family claimed that this was Muron Zippel's own doing, evidence found at the scene suggested that Zippel was involved. It wasn't until the emperor of the Bement Empire unilaterally declared Zippel innocent that things began to settle. In the end, it was the Runkendel family who emerged. Those who leaked the news gained fame among the people, while Bement received support from the Zippel family. Meanwhile, Zippel's reputation suffered and his honor and status declined. That must be why Zippel remained silent for a while, from the death of the deputy head until the Colin massacre. It was undoubtedly a huge shock to the magician family. Dino also realized that he had completely misunderstood the Runkendel family, from young Master Jin to eldest Lady Luna. I thought they were just obsessed with swords, but it turns out that's not the case at all. Surprisingly, many people have learned about the Colin people and sent money to support them. After being forgotten for hundreds of years, Colin is finally getting the attention it deserves. And it's all thanks to young Master Jin. One day, everyone will know about this unknown adventurer. When that time comes, he will become the banner bearer who raises the status of the Runkendel family, while also marking the downfall of the Zippel family. A few days later, in the northern Black Sea, Khan was on his way to report the situation to the family head when he stumbled upon something unbelievable. A massive ice mountain rising in the middle of the Black Sea. Before he could process what he was seeing, he realized that the ice mountain belonged to the ice archer, Talaris. It turned out that she and the Runkendel family were discussing the engagement of their two children. However, Kairon despised being disturbed while meditating. As the two were talking, Talaris suddenly attacked in a different direction upon noticing someone eavesdropping. She didn't engage in a fight, but after the skirmish, she realized it was Khan. The palace master was taken aback to learn that this was Kairon's man. Despite not having seen him in a long time, she immediately recognized him as Khan. Kairon told Khan to ignore the woman and give me the letter. The letter from Cardmere mentioned young Master Jin's recent accomplishments, including how Jin Runkendel had beheaded Muron Zippel, the master of the Seventh Tower. Behind Khan, he mentioned that there had been rumors of a massacre in Colin recently. The papers spoke of an unknown traveler who had punished Zippel and freed the natives. During the rescue, the master of the Seventh Tower of Muron had been defeated, and both Koreg and the White Knight Society confirmed they had been attacked as well. Hearing this, Kairon was surprised, as the youngest among them wasn't that strong. He paused for a moment, then turned to ask, "Did you do it, Talaris?" Talaris didn't hide the truth and admitted he had received a request from Cardmere. At that point, Kairon was even more confused, as the letter hadn't mentioned the help of the ice archer. Surely the swordmaster needed to be warned. Hearing this, Talaris immediately opposed Kairon's foolish idea, insisting that Kairon should reward him instead. Cardmere has made it clear who he is serving. He is not loyal to him, but to Jin Runkendel. After hearing the explanation, Master Chiron understood and acknowledged that he had put his son in danger. He also thanked Talaris for her help. However, with a name like Talaris, the ice archer, how can he be so easily forgiven? If you owe something, you should repay it. So think about what I said earlier. Your youngest son and my daughter get along very well. At that moment, Tukanjin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be the lingering effects of the battle at Colin? Nearby, Cardmere immediately confirmed, "That's right, young master. I sometimes get shivers like that too." Nanny Gilly had a different thought. Could this be due to the rapid growth he's experienced? That seemed entirely possible. Ever since the battle at Colin, Jin's swordsmanship had reached 6 stars, his dark power 5 stars, and his magic had reached 7 stars. Becoming a 7-star mage with just a Juo Guang was truly astonishing. However, Jin can't go any further right now, as that could weaken the seal. Also, while everyone is talking, outside a butler entered to report that someone was looking for Cardmere. The man also claimed to know the location of one of the Rainbow Tide's secret bases. Upon hearing this, Jin was curious about his identity. But before he could think it through, what caught his attention was an unfamiliar figure. He was Jet, the person he'd met back in Aiken. Thinking back, this con man Jet had deceived Jin countless times in his previous life. But because he had a child, Jin had let him go. From his current appearance, Jin could tell he was in serious trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cardmere was conducting an investigation. Although Cardmere directly asked why Jet knew about his base, Jet kept dodging the question with irrelevant details. However, Cardmere also suspected that Jet was from Tessing. As for the original question, he wanted Cardmere to accept him before providing an answer. After all, for an intelligence agent, confidentiality is paramount. Of course, Jet quickly triggered a fit of rage from the Rainbow Tide commander. The other person wasn't far behind, continuing to reveal the second crucial piece of information. The Rainbow Tide was investigating Alu Spiderleg, and she knew something about him. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, asking for the information Jet had just mentioned. Jet glanced at Cardmere's expression, feeling a bit confused. He wondered why the commander of the Tukin garrison was afraid of that man and referred to him as young master. When he returned, he was shocked to discover that the man was someone he knew. Meeting Jin again felt like facing death for Jet, especially since it had been so difficult to escape last time. Overcome with panic, Jet shouted, "You liar! Sir Cardmere, this bastard is a fraud. He's the one who impersonated Veradil Zippel back in Aiken." At that moment, just as Jet spoke, Cardmere was about to draw his sword and strike him down. But then a surprise interrupted. Murakin suddenly burst in from outside, urgently needing to speak with Cardmere. Now that I think about it, this Cardmere guy promised to buy ice cream for Black Dragon but totally forgot. As for Jet, Murakan recognized him as the one who put drugs in the orange juice earlier. After that, Jet couldn't stand anymore. He finally realized that Commander Cardmere is the most pathetic person here. The person he had just cursed turned out to be the highest-ranking individual. Realizing his mistake, he immediately kowtowed and apologized repeatedly. "I'm truly sorry, sir. I was blind and foolish not to recognize you." Jin, already familiar with his personality, got straight to the point. What he needed to know was information about Alu Spiderleg. It was soon revealed that Alu's real name was Takan Marius, a former cadet of the Runkendel family. Jin felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the answer, so he turned to Gilly. She mentioned the name Taimun Marius, the wet nurse of Lady Luna, and explained that was her surname. Alu Spiderleg came from the Delki Kingdom in the Hugh Pester-affiliated region. As a commoner, he passed the Runkendel House's cadet test. Jet added that the name Takan Marius was erased as soon as Alu Spiderleg took on his new identity. At that moment, Gilly also confirmed that the wet nurse, Taimune, was indeed from the Delki Kingdom. The test had taken place in 1776, 20 years ago. As soon as Cardmere heard this, he immediately pressed his sword to Jet's neck. 20 years ago, Delki had been in the midst of a civil war, and it was impossible for one of its citizens to have taken the test during that time. Unlike Cardmere, Gilly believes that Jet is telling the truth. It's quite possible that someone in the Runkendel family helped Alu. If that's the case, there are only two possibilities. One, the purebloods of the family, or two, their wet nurses. The wet nurses of the Runkendel family don't just raise children. Their status also grows based on the individuals they care for. 20 years ago, Luna was recognized as a temporary head of the family. Of course, at that time, Nurse Taimuni held considerable power as well. If Taimun and Alu were connected, then the person from the previous generation who despised Jin was probably that individual. With this in mind, Jin asked Jet to lead the way. He wants to go to Delki himself to verify what was said. He wanted to know whether it was just Alu and Taimune's scheme, or if someone else was involved. In the Delki Kingdom, Alu had returned and was leading a criminal syndicate. However, while he was asserting control over his underlings, another figure emerged. Alu recognized her the moment she appeared, and if she was here, that guy would be too. Before he could finish speaking, Alu collapsed. To him, someone like Alu doesn't deserve to live. Relying on his mother's help while still acting like a gangster and then marrying a junior from the neighborhood, it's all the same. It's not that they want to do that, but everything they do is for that person. Back with Jin's group, Cardmere is currently investigating the Marius family, the wet nurse Taimune. According to Rainbow Tide's intel, although this family is quite well known across the continent, in the Delki Kingdom only one organization uses them. The place is none other than the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage. While it may appear to be a typical orphanage on the outside, it is actually where the Delki royal family trains children to become assassins or spies. There was a rumor that, in that place, children were allowed to form friendships with one another, only to end up killing their friends with their own hands. The last surviving children would become the ones entrusted with the mission of assassins. However, the place was eventually shut down after the prince's side won the civil war. 10 of the children were freed and became citizens. One of them, Alu Spiderleg, was assassinated recently. With that, Kashmir handed the files of the remaining 9 to Jin. These contain full details, including their addresses. Holding a pile of documents in his hand, Jin was confident that this time he would catch the person who had cursed him, preventing him from using a sword. A few hours later, Jin and Jet arrived in the Delki Kingdom after using the teleportation gate. According to the information, the last surviving person was Garber Marius. He's a gangster in the Nemtara area. Even though Jet suggested they find a motel first and act tomorrow, Jin wanted to leave right away. A few more hours passed, and the two finally arrived at Garber's house. They knocked on the door, but no one came out. Just then, Jin noticed something nearby. On the riverbank, a crowd had gathered, discussing something with excitement. When he arrived, he found 2 corpses. With a glance, Jin immediately recognized that they had been killed by poison and wind magic. The person who committed the crime was incredibly bold to use magic in the Hewfester Association's territory. As Jin was deep in thought, someone suddenly shouted at the man lying below. According to him, the person on the ground was Garber, the one Jin had been searching for. He also mentioned that just the night before, he had seen a drunk Garber pass by this spot, and after a scream, the murder occurred. Jin speculated that the original goal of those guys might have been to kill the witness, Garber, and the man with him. If that was the case, they were probably in a hurry. Thinking quickly, Jin immediately told Jet to continue on his way. He learned that the next person was Weatherway Marius, who was about 2 hours away. Hearing this, Jin told the 2 of them to try to get there within the next hour. Just an hour later, as he feared, Weatherway Marius was the only one left. From the state of his body, it was clear that he had been poisoned. Given his condition, he couldn't have been dead for long. After putting everything together, Jin was sure that someone wanted to kill all the survivors at the orphanage. The 2 of them had to hurry before it was too late, so Jin and Jet worked their way through each address in the file one by one. Everything went as expected. They all died from the poison. Even so, Jin didn't give up. As dusk fell, he visited another house. This time he discovered something different. This is the trace of 8th tier wind magic Hellwind. It's clear that the battle is intensifying. Nearby, Jet announced that only 2 people remain to be investigated. If this keeps up, it'll be hard to catch up with those guys. Hearing this, Jin paused to think. After a moment, he made a decision. That night, in the capital of the Delki Kingdom, there was only one name left uncrossed on the other person's list. She was the very person Jin had been tracking. Only then did she turn to the person next to her and say, "This is so boring. Didn't I hear those people were trained just like us? Why are they so weak?" From their conversation, I gathered that they too had been trained by the Lunar Sacrifice Society. However, these guys are specially trained. As for the ones who were just killed, they're nothing more than defective products to them. While talking, the 2 of them finally arrived at the last person's house. In no time, each swing of their swords severed the door. However, the scene before their eyes caught them off guard. This last person wasn't as foolish as the others. Meanwhile, 3 members of Jin's group were running for their lives. One of them, panicked, turned to Jin and asked, "Are the others all dead?" It was true. Jin explained that some people were attempting to wipe out everyone from the Moon Sacrifice Society. Moreover, because he had ignored one person and charged straight for him, he was able to warn them in time. At that moment, the other person's response truly stunned Jin. He said that even though they were older, experienced fighters, they couldn't be killed so easily. Only two people were capable of doing that, Varys and Kujan. They were on a completely different level. Hearing this, Jin wondered, didn't the announcement say there were only 10 survivors? The other person responded that there were actually 12 survivors in total. The two people chasing him are monsters trained by that person. As soon as he finished speaking, a storm gathered behind him. Who else is here, besides Varys and Kujan? They quickly closed the gap and prepared to strike. However, just as they were about to make their move, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, interrupting their attack. Before the surprised eyes of the two, only a young man in a jet black cloak stood there. Jin didn't say much, only confirming that they would have to pay the price for daring to cause trouble on Runkendel's land. He looked at the girl named Varys and could tell she was definitely not from Zippel. However, it was clear that she was at least an 8th level mage. After some discussion, the other two also made a decision. Wouldn't it be enough to just turn the old man into minced meat and interrogate the guy? In response to Varys's arrogant words, Kujan warned her not to become complacent. He suspected that the man in the black cloak was no ordinary person. Immediately after, she quickly unleashed a wind technique to attack Jin. Despite its power, he blocked it effortlessly. It was only then that she wondered, could what Kujan said actually be true? Or perhaps it's a sign of fatigue after a long day of work. On the other hand, Jin knows that the attack just now was a level 4 wind sword. She must be conserving mana after casting so many. However, the real problem was still that silver-haired guy. As he thought this, he glanced at Kujan, only to notice that he was drawing his sword, meaning he was a poisoned swordsman. Seeing the dire situation, Jin instructed Jet to quickly take Dan and his daughter and get out of there. Before he could finish speaking, Kujan charged toward him. The moment Jin touched his sword, he could feel the sheer power behind it. This guy had to be at least level 8. Kujan was also clearly surprised to learn that Jin was a magic swordsman. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of swords at Jin. Meanwhile, Mr. Jet continued shouting his name nearby, insisting that he couldn't leave Jin behind. But that wasn't the case at all. After being caught by Jin and told a few lies, he quickly pulled Den and his father away in a panic. But it wasn't that simple. Varys, who had her hands free on the other side, would be the one to take responsibility for hunting down Den. Once again, the unexpected happened. After gathering his energy, Jin gave them a sinister smile. This is a special gift for both of you. A blinding beam of light enveloped the area as those words were spoken. In the next instant, Jin charged forward and struck at Kujan with his sword. However, a level 8 swordsman wasn't so easily defeated. Kujan swiftly countered with a strike of his own, but Jin managed to dodge just in time. Meanwhile, Varys nearby was still recovering, her eyes struggling to adjust after the intense light. She screamed Kujan's name frantically. But how could Varys know that Kujan was also struggling with the wound he had just received? When she realized she could no longer ask for help and had no choice but to act on her own, she began unleashing her wind magic in a panic. She glared at Jin, furious that he had hurt Kujan. This time, you will definitely pay. But right after that, Kujan himself calmed her down. He gently told Varys to relax, explaining that she had used too much mana today, and if she lost control again, it could backfire. On Jin's side, he had already anticipated this. He knew they wouldn't fall for the trap so easily. In response, the Kujan took out some kind of medicine from his pocket. With astonishment in Jin's eyes, he drank the entire bottle of poison. He could sense the terrifying energy within it. As soon as he drank it, his injuries healed instantly. It seemed he was even stronger than before. Now that his target had changed, Jin knew he had to die before Den was captured. As soon as Kujan finished speaking, he appeared behind Jin at a speed so fast that Jin couldn't react in time. It seemed his sword strike would be the final blow, but fortunately, Jin managed to hold on for the time being. But that wasn't all. While the two of them were locked in a sword fight, Varys relentlessly unleashed wind magic attacks on him. Fighting two level 8 opponents was incredibly difficult, even for a magician like Jin. Amid the battle, Kujan sensed something strange. He could tell Jin only had the aura of a 6-star swordsman, yet his strength seemed to match his own. And as he feared, his suspicions were confirmed. Suddenly, a blue flame erupted from Jin's body, aimed directly at the magician, who was running low on mana. Of course, As a mage, she knew exactly what it was. The test phoenix, the flame every mage longs for. In an instant, Varys was defeated, all before Kujan's panicked gaze. Don't make him wait too long. His turn is coming up soon. His surroundings are now completely engulfed in endless darkness. Though he doesn't understand what's happening, the battle has already been decided. With just a single sword, Jin defeated Kujan, the 8-star swordsman. Kujan's only question was, what was that dark power? I've never seen anything like it before. I didn't expect a swordsman who passed the Phoenix test to possess such terrifying power. But didn't he feel anything? Kujan also left his final words before collapsing, clearly referring to the poison he had used. As for Jin, he immediately fell to the ground. At this point, all three of them were seriously injured, with the red-haired girl likely the most badly hurt. Nearby, Jin, still struggling against the poison, was starting to get back on his feet. He knew that staying here wasn't the right choice, and that he needed to leave quickly before the other two recovered. At the same time, Kujan stood up, sword in hand. Could it be that the battle would continue while the two of them were still recovering? I had a feeling it would happen like that. But just as the two were about to make their move, a voice called out from a distance, "Found you, Prince, I've found them." In the distance, a group of soldiers with bows readied themselves to fire at Kujan and Varys. "Knights, move forward with me." The person in front is the third prince of the Delki kingdom, Lyca Delki. Jin glanced at the group and suspected it was probably Jet who had called them. He didn't seem too bad, but before he could finish his thought, the Kujan in front shouted menacingly, "I will definitely come back to find you." As he spoke, he lifted the unconscious Varys in his arms. "Don't think you'll get away with this, you bastard." With that, the two of them quickly vanished from the sight of the countless soldiers. Although many Delki soldiers tried to pursue them, their efforts were futile as they were no match for the pair. Meanwhile, Jin was approached by Third Prince Lyca, who came to inquire about his identity. "Are you on the same side as those guys?" But before he could finish the question, Jin collapsed in his arms. "Healer, hurry up!" the third prince shouted. But Jin was already losing consciousness, even though he knew this was the worst possible time for it to happen. A few hours later, Jin suddenly woke up and found himself in an unfamiliar place. Glancing around, he saw the third prince right beside him. He explained that he brought Jin back to his mansion because he couldn't figure out his identity. Jin asked, "How long was I unconscious?" The other person replied, "You've been out for 3 hours. It's a miracle you're still alive. The poison in your body is so potent it could kill an 8-star swordsman. But if you were a member of the Runkindel clan, things would be different," Lyca explained. After saying that and seeing Jin's expression, Lyca was sure he was the real Jin Runkindel. His face was almost identical to the one she had seen at the ball. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask Jin about what had happened. Lyca was curious about the two others, especially since, despite suffering severe injuries, they had managed to easily escape the knight's encirclement. Although she asked, Lyca also wondered to herself how Jin had been able to injure such a monster. "Although I know he's a genius, not long ago he was just a 5-star. Now, at best, he's a 6-star and there's no way he can defeat an 8-star. It was only then that Jin spoke, but instead of answering the question, he thanked Lyca. On the other hand, Lyca also took this for granted. Saving a Runkindel on Hillister land was an honor, even though he was still only a reserve. Hearing that, Jin wondered if the prince had informed the city hall, but Lyca told him he hadn't. As soon as he arrived, the powerful figures had already begun sending soldiers to destroy Delki. Jin was stunned. If what the third prince said was true, then they might be allies from Tika. Meanwhile, Lycar continued asking Jin for a favor. "When you become the fortune of the Runkindel clan, please send more reinforcements to Delki. Also, he wants to reclaim some of the gold mine shares in Delki that the family owns." After a long silence that made Lyca sweat nervously, Jin spoke again. "It seems you think her life is worth little. She'll send double the reinforcements here and give all the shares in those gold mines to Delki." Seeing Lyca's speechless expression, Jin was certain these words were true. "From now on, there's nothing I won't be able to do in Hillester." At the same time, it made Lyca wonder how that could be possible. Even by chance, he couldn't have possessed that much power unless he was about to become the future head of the Runkindel family. The next day, Murakan, his group, and the wet nurse Gilly arrived at the third Prince Lyca's mansion after several days of travel. Just being gone for a few days and already making people worry to the point of a fever. Why is he fighting a mage and an 8-star swordsman? Yet his response was the same as always. Jin's usual indifferent expression, as if nothing had happened. Sorry, everyone. I promise I won't do it again. But who would believe such promises from him? Outside, Holy Sword Kashmir and Miss Quikuntel were also there. They rushed to Delki as soon as they heard Jin was in danger. And of course, we can't forget the person who contributed the most to this victory, Jet, who, looking disheveled, pointed at Murakan, hoping Jin would bring him justice. I just explained the situation, and he beat me up like this. Jin asked Kashmir about the situation on Marius's side, and he replied that no matter how many times the person was interrogated, they wouldn't say anything. He also mentioned that the person would only speak when Jin was present. About an hour later, Jin arrived at Den's place. Standing in front of the person who had saved his life, Jin didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. He asked about the person who taught Den martial arts, along with Kujin and Varus. After a brief pause and some stuttering, his voice trembling, he finally answered. The first generation of the Runkendel family, the nanny of the eldest daughter, Luna, Taimune Marius. She is our mother. Meanwhile, in another location, Kujin and Varus had also managed to escape and return to report to their mother. Of course, the two were met with nothing but a contemptuous glare from Taimun. Not only did you fail, but you also exposed your identities to a magic swordsman. Do you two have a death wish? After a moment of scolding, Taimun finally ordered Kujin and Varus to get out of her sight. From now on, our relationship is completely over. These words hit the two people kneeling on the ground like a thunderbolt. Yet with Taimuni's firm stance, it was clear she had no intention of changing her decision. You made a big mistake, Varus said, still unable to accept it. She clung to her mother's legs, begging her and promising that it wouldn't happen again. But Taimuni's response was curt. Don't let me see you two again. Kujan, on the other hand, had a completely different attitude from Varus. He simply said goodbye to his mother and quickly left with Varus. After they had just left the house, the wet nurse, Taimune, speculated about what had happened. Perhaps the demon swordsman in question is Jin. She's confident that he'll quickly investigate and find the eldest lady. However, Taimun also believes that Lady Luna won't be able to touch him. The most important thing right now is information about young Master Jin. He has dark power and can use magic, which is definitely something that person doesn't know. It turns out that the two hunting dogs, trained since childhood, weren't completely useless. Meanwhile, when Jin's group asked about Alu, they were told he was dead. However, Jin also mentioned that when he had met him before, the man spoke about someone with the nickname, the one who ordered me to be killed wasn't Taimun, it was that person. Upon hearing this, the shrine shared a story from 15 years ago, the time when Alu left Delki. He explained how Taimuni's mother had struck a deal with someone from the family, and that if the deal were exposed, all the children would be at risk. Jin then inquired further about the details of the deal, but the shrine had no additional information. Based on his own speculation, Jin concluded that the person from the Runkendel family must have held a higher position than Taimuni. With that thought, Jin quickly left, surprising everyone. Who else could it have been but Luna? She was the person closest to Taimun. At the residence of the First Epoch, Luna was talking to Tika about the situation of the ladies in the city, and everything seemed to be going very well. Luna thought to herself, perhaps Jin would be really happy to hear this news. Just as she thought of him, he appeared. As we were talking, someone outside announced that young Master Jin was waiting at the door. It must be something urgent. After all, the youngest son just arrived on such a stormy day. Time passed, and soon only Luna's laughter echoed in the room. I said that the wet nurse Taimun raised orphans to be assassins and was also connected to the person who cursed me. Luna could only laugh, thinking this was just the youngest teasing her. She's on leave right now, so it's better if you come another time. Still, Jin wore the same expression when Luna spoke to him and didn't say anything more. That made Luna really angry, not because of Jin's actions, but because of what he had said. How could she believe that her wet nurse was the one who had killed her beloved little brother? Then Luna started to calm down and think everything through. If this was true, then the people at the orphanage must have been lying. Or Taimun really is involved in all of this for some reason. Luna made a decision as she noticed Jin's surprised expression. We need to get confirmation from the wet nurse. Hours later, back at Taimun's home, she reflected on what had happened. starting with the fate of Kujin and Viris. Since the two of them revealed their identities, they became targets of that person. But that's fine. What matters now is the situation with young Master Jin. How could he learn magic when it's been banned in the Runkandel family for centuries? As she pondered this, footsteps broke her train of thought. The two who had just arrived were eldest Lady Luna and young Master Jin. Luna wasted no time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Does the wet nurse know anything about Varus Marius and Kujin Marius? I expected Taimoon to deny it, but instead she admitted, "Yes, I know them, my lady." After hearing that, Luna asked why Taimuni raised the assassin children and why they attacked Jin. This time, however, Taimoon firmly denied it. Taimoon said that the actions of the other two had nothing to do with him and was extremely confused when he found out about it. That's also why I was waiting for you here, my lady. Of course, Luna couldn't believe the lies. She turned to the wet nurse and asked, "Why did you do that?" The wet nurse, Taimuni, is not the same person I once knew. After everything that's happened, how can you still not tell the truth? In response, Taimune simply explained, "I'm lying to survive. It's a matter of life and death. Maybe the eldest lady doesn't realize how many enemies we have in the family or how many dangers we face every day." Seeing Luna's puzzled expression, Taimoon realized she hadn't fully understood. Actually, the young lady doesn't know about that. Do you know why most servants tend to work for only a year? Even the knights who guarded them, or those who served them, often lasted no more than a month. The reason was that they were all killed shortly afterward by the family's enemies, Luna's brothers and sisters, whom she had always loved. Despite this, she chose not to reveal who was behind the deaths, even though young Lady Luna insisted. "I didn't say anything because I know exactly what kind of person you are. Even if I did, would you really be able to kill your own brother?" "Of course not, my lady. You just give them meaningless punishments. Didn't you give up the chance to compete for the position of family head simply because you didn't want to harm your younger siblings? This is also the moment when your subordinates become prey." Taimoon remembers the first time she experienced what true power feels like 35 years ago. "In that shabby orphanage, I was meant to be nothing more than a loyal servant to the Delkite nobles. But then, my Nam the Runkandel family recognized my talent and took me in as their nanny. They restored my humanity, showing me what it truly means to live, as the first child of the Runkandel family. I am deeply grateful to the eldest young lady for granting me this power. Luna Runkandel, you are a brilliant and kind-hearted genius. The Runkandel children born after Luna will always be her rivals. However, that was never an issue, since the head of the family always said that Miss Luna had more talent than anyone else. Even at a young age, she was able to defeat all her siblings in the elementary class on her own. It was a truly impressive feat, but then she mentioned that she didn't enjoy fighting. Even with her unmatched talent in the family, I can't help but worry about her naivety, but then I gradually realized that I had worried for nothing. Every gesture and action of the young lady revealed none of the fragility she had shown in her youth. Each of her younger siblings was humiliated by her and became trash in Luna's eyes. And so, time passed until she turned 13. The appearance Taimoon had once worried about in his youth was gone. In its place was an overwhelming majesty that commanded the fear of the entire Runkandel clan. Time went on. One rainy day, the young lady suddenly told me she wanted to stop her younger siblings and the other clan members. She said she didn't want to become clan head by killing the others for the sake of the clan. That wasn't a reasonable answer. Instead of taking on the role of head of the family, she aimed to achieve great success in order to help her family without harming her clan. She would become the sword that protected them. Thus, at the age of 19, when Luna, the eldest daughter, finished puberty, it also marked the end of Taimoon's quest for revenge. The sacrifices and suffering I endured over the years were meant to transform the young lady into the head of the family and use her for revenge. However, in the end, she was nothing more than a whale emerging from myth, and I was just a hungry fisherman silently trailing behind. That day, she embraced a new dream, while mine was shattered beyond repair. Soon after, her younger siblings noticed the change in their older sister and began to hunt. The brutal, inhumane acts they carried out were more than even someone like me, who had carried out countless assassinations, could bear. I told myself I couldn't let the young lady find out about this because she might end up blaming herself. My decision was to raise loyal dogs. Just like in my own experience, I would choose a few useful orphans to raise, so I could take revenge myself. But in the end, it all came to nothing. That person has learned that I, Temune Marios, am both the guide and the top assassin of the Moon Temple. He has made an offer to gain my loyalty. He also knew the truth behind that smile. Taimyun, the wet nurse, had always longed for freedom and was constantly searching for a way to achieve it. Then come to us, I will give you the freedom you have always desired. That day, the one who had long awaited the great whale finally heard the sound of salvation. I'm sorry, my lady, but I had hoped you would never learn of this. Regardless of the reasons, the truth is that I secretly trained soldiers and allowed them to point their swords at young Master Jin. Even though I didn't directly issue the order, it was still a crime punishable by death. I had to take responsibility for the mistakes that were made, so I reported everything to the main house beforehand. Hearing Taimun say that, Jin panicked. Could it be that the wet nurse was referring to the family's executioner? She really went above and beyond. At this point, Jin could only ask a few more random questions. It seems like someone is backing you, Taimun Marius. I'm not sure who it is, but there aren't many people who could save you at the family court. Taimune's response was clear. She believed she would be saved. Even if she were executed, she would still see it as an unfortunate outcome. You talk a lot for someone who's about to die. Do you really think he'll bother saving a pawn like you? Jin's next words brought Taimyun back to reality, but she didn't say anything further. Instead, she requested permission to leave, escorted by the clan's army. Indeed, the young master didn't come this far by luck alone. As young Master Jin just mentioned, perhaps that person has abandoned me. But he may not realize that the information I hold could save his life right now. Before she could finish her sentence, the guard next to her whispered that the person had sent a message. Good job. As he spoke, he drew a sword, intent on eliminating the witness. The soldiers around him quickly realized something was wrong. How dare you, a knight whose duty is to escort prisoners, try to kill my nanny? It seems you've forgotten who I am. The young lady's sheer power forced all the guards to kneel. Regarding the guards above, Jin suspected they weren't family knights, but rather those of that person. The execution knight would never dare defy Luna's orders, but for now, threatening them was pointless. They were assassins sent to erase any traces, and even if it meant their own deaths, they'd ensure Taimun went down with them. As Jin processed this, the knights below had already charged forward to kill the young lady's wet nurse. Of course, Jin couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He swiftly cleaved the first guy's arm in half. Right after that, his head was calmly severed from his body, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the others charged toward Taimun, but their advance was halted by Luna's greatsword. Two of them were sliced in half by the sword before they had a chance to react. However, one still appeared right in front of the wet nurse at that moment. Just as he was about to deliver his final blow, no one could have anticipated that Miss Luna would move with such incredible speed. She practically teleported and slammed the guy's head into the ground. Despite being seriously injured, the henchman still attempted to stab Luna in the chest in retaliation. However, it seemed he hadn't planned his move very well. The moment the knife touched her armor, it shattered instantly under her immense strength. Now all four henchmen had either been defeated or subdued. Jin looked at Taimun with cold eyes and simply said, "You were right. Her master has no intention of saving her. Instead, he's plotting to kill her." Meanwhile, Luna is interrogating the last one. "If you want to make it out of this in one piece, you'd better answer my question." But after I asked, all I saw in her eyes was surprise. Behind the mask, the henchman's face was grotesquely contorted, showing no sign of life. "It was poison," Jin explained, revealing that he had taken his own life before she could question him further. He then turned to Taimuni and urged her to tell him everything. Given how things have turned out, you can't just pretend to be deaf and mute. Luna felt the same way. She was deeply disappointed after asking Taimun to investigate the younger siblings who had hurt Jin, only to find out she was the one responsible. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Nanny Taimun could only offer a helpless smile. "I knew this would happen, but I guess I'm just getting too old. I never expected to fall for such an obvious assassination attempt." As he spoke, Taimun recalled the moment from just a few minutes ago. The moment when the first henchman of the twin emperors, along with the words of wet nurse Luna, finally made her realize what was happening to her. She rushed to help Taimune up, but it seemed like it was already too late. She couldn't hold on much longer as the poison spread through her body, her weakened form resting on the trembling hand of the young woman. Taimoon weakly explained that this was the poison he had taught Kujun. Perhaps this was what people commonly called karma. Luna is no longer the typical young lady of the Runkendel family. Now all she cares about is ensuring the survival of the person who has been by her side since birth. When did everything go wrong? It was probably that moment. Taimoon was now tormenting herself for betraying the one person who had trusted her the most. The moment when, in her mind, it was no longer the image of the young lady, but hatred. However, at least in this final moment of my life, I must do this for the young lady. With that thought, Taimoon turned to young lady Luna and young Master Jin to say his last words. Please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. 15 years ago, it was Kedart Hall, the magician who placed the curse on the young master. He's quite well known, so I'm sure you'll be able to find him soon. And one more thing, the person who gave me this poison and ordered me to harm the young master is Joshua Runkendel, the second in command of the Runkendel family. He knows all about the young master's power and the contract. She apologized to Luna and reflected on all the memories they shared. The day the young lady left her position, the moment she proudly claimed to have defeated all her siblings, and the instant they first met. Miss Luna, please forget about this humble servant. These were the last words of wet nurse Taimoon as she lay in Luna's arms. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the second young master, Joshua, he casually stubbed out the cigarette in Taimoon Marius's hand. She's probably already gone by now. At the same time outside, a servant announced that Taimoone's children wished to see the young master. They were Kujun and Varus, the children who had been abandoned by their mother. A few minutes later, Joshua let them in. Without saying much, he immediately brought up the issue of Taimoon cutting off contact earlier. Weren't you abandoned by her, so why did you come here? Sir Joshua, I'll do anything. Varus immediately responded to Joshua's question. I'll do anything if you can change my mother's mind. We can't live without her, so please, I'll do whatever you ask. After a moment of hesitation, Varus let out a soft groan, and Joshua simply stood up and walked toward them. Kujan Varus, unfortunately, I can't fulfill your request. It seems you two haven't heard the latest news. She didn't abandon you because she hated you. She did it to protect you. Because she was killed. Taimoon was murdered by a magic swordsman whose identity even I don't know. She warned me that she was in danger, so I immediately sent knights to protect her. But they were all killed along with Taimoon. After hearing Joshua's words, only one image filled Varus's mind. There was only one person who could wield both magic and swordsmanship. The magic swordsman who had made a pact with the dark god Solaret, no matter who he was or where he came from. I will find him and avenge my mother. Seeing Kujin and Varus's anger, Joshua sympathized with both of them. I understand how you feel, but now is not the time for that. We need to wait for the right moment. Trust me until then, because I too have a debt to settle with him. And so Kujin and Varus were successfully manipulated by Joshua, believing that everything had come from Jin Runkendel. It seems Taimoon has created sacrificial children, willing to give their lives to avenge their mother, who was left bloodless. Additionally, thanks to the youngest son, Taimoon was eliminated early. As he secretly smirked, a guard outside suddenly reported an urgent matter. From their brief conversation, it appeared something had happened outside the mansion. Without hesitation, Joshua turned to Kujin and said, "You two stay here for now until I give further instructions. As for the situation outside, it's a family matter, so there's no need for you to be concerned." Meanwhile, outside the mansion, the second young master and Joshua's subordinates were fighting fiercely to stop Luna's rampage. Even if you're the eldest daughter, you can't do that. But now, the words of these soldiers can no longer reach Luna's ears. Just answer my question. Where is Joshua? Stop talking about family rules. As the Grand Master of the Runkendel family, I'll do whatever it takes. With that, Luna immediately released her aura, sending a powerful surge that knocked all the surrounding soldiers to the ground. Now you better show yourself before I lose my patience. Just then, Joshua's voice echoed from behind her. I didn't expect to see you here, big sister. Looks like something happened that brought you here so suddenly without any warning. You seem to be in a bad mood. How delightful, Joshua, Luna shot back. Are you so scared of me that you're hiding behind the dark nights, talking from a distance? Do you think I came here to kill you? Joshua's expression remained unchanged, a false smile playing on his lips as he advised his older sister not to speak such words. Can you share the hardships you have been through? We're family. We'll listen. Clearly, he was trying to provoke Luna, his older sister. If the great fortune were to favor him now, the entire Runkendel family would fall into his hands, and no one here would be able to stop him from taking control as the family head. I'm sorry to disappoint you, little brother, Luna replied coldly. I didn't come here to kill you. Instead, I came to remind you with the last bit of affection an older sister has for her younger brother. The day the youngest returns will also be the day you can no longer smile like that. When that time comes, you'd better run far away, because if you don't, you might regret not being killed here today. Just like that, Luna left, leaving behind words that Joshua considered empty threats. I can't believe my respected eldest sister would say something like that. Instead of using her natural power, she's resorting to meaningless words. Joshua muttered under his breath after speaking. My eldest sister. I'll leave you alone for now because the Zippel family is still around. But once everything is settled and Runchindel is under my control, that will be the moment you become the first person I eliminate. Back outside, noticing she seemed lost in thought, Jin asked her directly. Luna reassured him that she was fine. She also thanked Jin for being able to control her emotions, thanks to his advice. Just like you said, Joshua kept provoking me while hiding behind the Black Knights. When Jin heard about the Black Knights, he became worried as well. Among the countless knights in the family, only the 10 most elite are permitted to participate. The Black Knights are known to follow only the orders of the family head and his wife, yet now they are siding with Joshua. Although Jin doesn't know how he managed to convince his father, it's clear that the Black Knights have turned against him. Standing in front of his wet nurse's grave, Jin sighed at the sight before him. The poison she was exposed to was so lethal that it even melted her body. I couldn't even give my nanny a proper burial. I can't believe that those close to her are also suffering from this poison. I can understand why she would betray me. Right now, Luna felt like she was the one to blame for everything. But if I had reassured her from the start, none of this would have happened. Jin wouldn't be surprised by that either. Even if Taimyun betrayed her, she would still be considered real family to the eldest sister. And her brother Joshua is now her sworn enemy. Ever since I was little, I've hated seeing brothers fight, Luna said from the front. She's afraid of the tension between family members, especially with her siblings. She's scared they'll repeat the mistakes of the past. That's why I chose to be the sword that protects the clan. Because of me, none of us have to die anymore. But now, how foolish. I've realized that all this time I've been running away because I was afraid to fight. This is the price I have to pay for that cowardice. From now on, there will be no sword to protect the family. If anyone dares to threaten you, I'll cut off their head. If you want, I'll destroy anything that dares to stand in your way. In this moment, my sword is yours. Luna suddenly said, kneeling before her youngest brother. She knew it was all her fault. If Jika had been more proactive, Joshua and Taimyuni wouldn't have ended up like this. From now on, her only goal is to help Jin with all her heart, even if it means turning her back on her other brothers. This is the price for her years of cowardice. Jin immediately knelt and swore an oath to Luna. I will fight by your side and protect you from anyone who tries to harm you. Even if it means killing my own siblings, I will. Do you remember what I told you back then? That no matter what you do or who you become, I will always support you. So the day I return as a fortune teller will be the day I protect you. Because we're family. That's right, this arrogant little brother is my family. Luna thought to herself, I'll do whatever it takes to help you become the master of the house. The next morning, for some reason, Mr. Murakhan was shouting early in the day. Damn it! Did they bring in a magician to cast a curse? That bastard Joshua. Even though 1,000 years have passed, this event is still unmatched since the Tamar era. It turned out that Mr. Murakhan and Gilly had just finished telling the story of Jin's curse. After they finished, Gilly asked, Young master, why did Joshua want to harm you? There are many reasons, but the most important one is that even though he knew I had made a pact with the god of darkness, he still stayed calm. That's right, isn't it? He even broke the rules of the Thunder Tower to hurt you. Yet he didn't do anything at home. In response, Jin said he would soon find out the reason. If we're right, he must be targeting my contract, especially given what happened to Anya and the possibility of stealing Zippel's contract. However, Joshua wasn't particularly close to Zippel. Could there be another way to steal the contract? While he was pondering this, Kashmir entered to report, "Young master, I've located the person you asked for." He handed the notice to Jin. He's a fairly well-known mage and is currently retired in the Mantando state on the eastern side of the continent. Since entering the Advanced Magic Academy in Zippel, he had been using the alias Armun. It was rumored that he was currently researching a form of magic. After hearing everything, Jin turned to the other three and said solemnly, "I have an important request. For the next 3 months, don't come looking for me." Meanwhile, on the eastern continent, a mysterious figure walked into a tavern. "Excuse me, are you Armin?" "Who are you, Ao?" In response to Old Man Armin's question, the other person introduced himself as Hugh, an aspiring mage on his way to enroll at the Mentador Magic Academy. "I heard there was a sage here, so I came specifically to meet you." "What are you staring at, you worms?" Armin slammed the table and shouted. "Get out, all of you. Leave before I turn you to ashes. Now, tell me, who are you?" "Don't lie to me. That body belongs to someone who spent their whole life training with weapons. An aspiring mage? It looks like you've underestimated me. Reveal your identity or I'll make sure that body can never use magic again." "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hugh Hister, the last surviving member of the Hister clan. I've sworn that no one is allowed to touch it without my permission," he said, pulling out a book. Without missing a beat, Hugh began flipping through the pages, leaving Armin stunned. To the best of his knowledge, this magic book truly belongs to the Hister family. He spent his entire life searching for clues about it, so there's no way he could be mistaken. "Hey, have you decided where you're staying tonight? If not, come with me. I'll take care of you." A few hours later, the two of them were in Armand's research room. The room was heavily guarded. "So, will you tell me now? How did you, a man named Heister, survive all this time?" Hugh then told the entire story, explaining that he had been raised as an orphan by a mercenary called Grey Owl. "Although I've been holding a sword since I was young, I have no talent for it. On the other hand, I can grasp any magic instantly, as if I've known it all along." That was after learning about the family's history in the patriarch's final will. As soon as he heard this, old Armin realized it was the magical records of the Histers, the ones who had manipulated history. Something that could even threaten the Zippel family. Hugh continued, speaking up. He plans to enter the Magic Academy and conceal his identity. Hasn't Zippel left behind a single Hister or any other troublemakers in the past 300 years? The bounty for a Hister is at least 10 million gold coins. Choose. Either you live like this for the rest of your life, or you become my disciple and go down in history. My real name is Keydart Hall, but I'm known as the Rebel Keydart Hall. Before the introduction, Hugh had also jumped up in surprise at the gate, which left him wondering. Long before someone as young as you was born, my name had already spread far and wide. How could he not know? The tale of Sir Keydart becoming a 9-star mage without Zippel's help is legendary. I even heard he fought Zippel and taught him a lesson. All right, no need to exaggerate. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you the magic known as reverse flow. Now make your choice. Will you become my disciple, Heister? He appeared with a magical book, and with it, Armin believed his counter magic would reach new heights. If Jika passed on the completed counterflow magic to his disciple, his legacy would live on forever. And so, Armin began teaching Hugh the art of counterflow magic. Excellent. I think it's time to move on to advanced counterflow. But Hugh, can't you show me that magic book again? Hugh firmly refused his master's request, which only made him more irritated. Do you know that if I wanted to take that book by force, it would be easier than eating porridge? Still, I will always respect your wishes. Well, I guess I better give it to you. It was meant to be the old man scaring the child, but then Armin suddenly apologized and told Hugh to forget about it. Hey, master, how about we try sharing our beliefs? Would you entrust something as precious as your life to an animal? Give me the Book of Rebellion. However, right after saying that, Armin ran off to fetch his book. He also told Hugh to wait, as it was being kept in his castle. The Book of the Countercurrent is available now, so I'll have to go get it myself, understand? The Book of the Countercurrent is the key to what Armin intended to pass on the day he leaves this world. But what does that really mean? If he gets the Hister book, he could surpass the Zippel family and secure his place in history forever. After a long time, Armin finally returned with the Book of Counterflow. As for Hewell, he had already mastered the advanced counterflow power, as if he had known it all along. Truly a genius. Well done. This is what you wanted. Armin immediately passed on his essence to his Dasuo. As for the Heister book, it quickly found its way into his hands. Although it will take time to decode, that's not a problem. Right now, Old Man Armin also wants to take his disciple to practice counterflow on the insects. Can the countercurrent be used on non-human opponents? Hewell wondered. Well, of course not. I'm talking about the insects that live in town. Those guys who are like us but can't use magic. He used them to practice in real life when he was young. If that's the case, I have an idea, Master. Before we start practicing, why not try using the countercurrent on me directly? Wouldn't it be more effective to experience it with your own body? Hearing this, old Armin chuckled with excitement. As expected of my disciple, you make me proud. Now watch closely. This is a counterflow that can steal magic from your opponent and activate the counterflow. I am going to absorb your magic now, so focus. However, just a few seconds later, Armin realized something was wrong. The counterflow magic was ineffective. Don't tell me Hewell's magic has surpassed the 7-star level. No, his power is even greater. It's beyond the 9-star level. With that in mind, Armin was severely injured by the backlash of the counterflow. Master should see this. This is a relic called the Zhuo Guang, and it contains an infinite amount of magic. Thanks to it, I remained safe and unharmed even when my master attacked me. One more thing. Why don't you try to see who I really am? Because of you, I've decided to spend the rest of my life in pain. Do you still remember the child you cursed at Lei Yu Tai 15 years ago? My name is Jin Runkindel, and I've come back from hell to kill him today. That can't be. Even my mercenaries have confirmed your identity. Of course it is, Jin said, kicking the old man's head into the ground. Because it's the story of a real survivor named Heister. Don't regret it. I'll make good use of the anti-revolutionary book you poured your entire life into. Also, that counter magic belongs to Heister, doesn't it? I'll make sure the whole world knows it's his. Then your virtual achievements will be lost too. You'll be forgotten forever in this world, you damn old man. It was your curse that started everything. You should be grateful I let you go in peace. Should we do this first? You won't succeed, Joshua. Just wait, this is where it all begins. It's been 3 months since Jin discovered that Joshua, the second son of the Runkindel family, was the mastermind behind the curse on his body. One morning, like any other at Sword Garden, the wet nurse Gilly and Murakun were waiting for Jin to return, their faces filled with the same weariness. It had been 3 months since the young master left to find the Key Dart Mage, but he still hadn't come back. Seeing Gilly's sorrow, Murakun couldn't help but add to her distress. After becoming my disciple, that kid kept saying he would wait for the right moment to defeat me. But looking back, he was actually pretty clever. But before he could even finish bad-mouthing him, Gilly picked him up like a real cat. She was crying and worried about young Master Jin. He always makes me worry about the smallest things. Does Lord Murakun have any idea how much I worry about the young master? Of course not. You're not Jin, how would you know? That's what I thought. Murakun also mentioned earlier that even after Rainbow Tide's investigation, Kedart still trusted Jin so much. I guess that brat really knows how to fool him. But neither of them knew that the guy they were talking about was right behind them. It kind of sounds like I made old man Kedart fall in love with me, doesn't it? Jin suddenly spoke, making both Gilly and Murakun look at him in surprise. Young master. Brat. The two calls came one after the other, leaving the black cat Murakun out of the conversation. You've returned safely. I'm so glad, Jin said. After talking to Gilly, he turned to Murakun, who was lying on the ground with a book in his hand, and introduced, "This is what I got from old man Kedart. Please help me translate this." That same night, a meal was held as usual in the Sword Garden for the Runkindel brothers. However, the atmosphere seemed quieter than usual. Sitting at the center was none other than Joshua Runkindel, the second son and heir to the family. Next to him was a stack of documents containing the latest news. Jin Gray, the prime suspect, killed Kedart Hall. There was no explanation for why he did it. It could have been due to the counter-current magic, but unfortunately, the core of that magic is said to be hidden in the eternal treasury of the Holy Kingdom of Valkilla. The silence was suddenly broken when Haytona spoke up. I'm certain it's the youngest son's fortunate identity. Daytona quickly told his twin brother to shut up, but he kept talking anyway. Although the name Jin Gray is fairly common, I'm sure it's Jin. Right after that, a powerful blow from Mew made the two Tona brothers jump. You two are really stupid. You've never even met a 9-star mage and you're already talking nonsense. How can that youngest kid possibly defeat a 9-star mage? Everyone, shut up. You're interrupting the meal. Mary witnessed the commotion and also scolded her younger siblings. A soft round of applause echoed. Sitting in the center, Joshua called out to his younger brothers, "That's enough. It's been a long time since we've had a proper meal together, so please don't get upset." He also thinks our youngest son might have been involved in Kedart Hall's death. Joshua's words took everyone by surprise. Of course, our youngest son couldn't have done it on his own. But if that kid named Yona helps the youngest brother, it might be possible. It was a soft-spoken remark, yet it struck like a bolt of lightning to everyone involved. One of the brothers slammed his hand on the table and immediately spoke up to challenge the argument. "Enough, big brother. Is he really so dismissive of Jin just because she's a young fortune teller? And he even dragged Yona into this? I'm fed up with these schemes." Nearby, Mary also asked if he was willing to take responsibility for what he said about Yona helping the youngest. Seeing his younger brother's anger, Joshua quickly smiled and said, "This is just my guess. A 9-star mage has died, but the cause of death hasn't been revealed. You know, that's something very difficult for anyone to pull off, unless it was caused by someone unknown." The Nameless Society is known as the world's top assassin organization, and it's been some time since Yona joined under her father's orders. He believed that his youngest son was seeking attention, so he made a deal with the Nameless Society. And of course, Yona, who felt abandoned by her family, stepped in to help Jin win over the youngest. But Mary wasn't convinced at all. Hasn't he been hoping for something bad to happen to Yona for a long time? There was no reason for her to suddenly get involved with the youngest brother, yet Mayu agreed with Joshua's opinion. If Luna really helped the youngest brother, that would explain the missions he undertook as a cadet. Also, I'm really curious about what that bitch Yona thinks of this family, but it's better to focus on your own life first. Before she could finish, Mary punched her younger brother for talking nonsense, much to the surprise of her other brothers. Miyu might have even lost her life if it weren't for Defa's intervention. Don't take it too far, Mary. The more you react like this, the more things will go exactly how Joshua wants, Defa warned. Mary had no choice but to back off. The 7th fortune can't possibly challenge the 2nd. But everyone should remember one thing clearly. If we hurt Luna, Father will never stand by and watch. Joshua, sometimes you need to speak more openly. If you're afraid of Yona, then just defeat her and make her your subordinate. Stop using provocative words like that. That's not the Run Candel way. Joshua's face remained expressionless. If you say so, then you'd better draw your sword, Dyphus. If it had been Mary, she would have fallen into the trap, but Dyphus was different. He ignored the provocation and walked away. Why should I do that? A dinner with the Dyphus family was truly unbearable. Right now, the Tona brothers must be thinking only one thing. Little brother, we miss you so much. Meanwhile, in another location, a 9-star mage was found murdered, with the name Jin Gray left at the scene. The two people talking were Dante and Veridine. Suddenly, Veridine spoke up. "Can you spare a moment?" "Not right now, but tomorrow or later works too. Let's go see Jin together." Just like that, Veridine came up with a seemingly good plan for Dante. "Then we'll start tomorrow." Inside the mansion, someone is briefing the commander about Dante Heron and Veridine Zippel talking in the banquet hall. It had been rumored that the relationship between the Heron and Zippel families was strained. But now it's confirmed that the Zippel family was involved in Kedart's death, and Veridine provided Dante with crucial information. The Zippel family needs to focus more on their allies and sever ties with those who don't share their views. Kedart is a prime example. After hearing everything, the judge instructed his subordinates to release only the appropriate news to the press. He felt that the Zippels were acting recklessly, unlike their usual behavior. It was as if someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Thinking, he laughed loudly. Although he didn't know who that person was, he knew it wouldn't be easy to keep up. "Don't go, Jinnim." Back at the Rainbow Tide headquarters, Julia was sobbing, realizing that Jinnim was about to leave. Nanny Gilly was also in tears, her heart heavy as she expressed her sorrow that the young master hadn't had a moment's rest. "You just got back, and now you have to leave again." "But young master, why must you go to the village of the unknown organization, Samil? Why come to such a dangerous place? In response to the question, Jin simply said he needed to pick up a few things and that there was someone he wanted to meet. Clearly, Jilly suspected something too. It must be Miss Yona. At Samil, the headquarters of the Nameless Society, Yona heard news about the youngest brother who was recently acknowledged by their father and left the clan to train. His accomplishments are impressive. I wonder if he'll come to Samil. I'd really like to spend time with him. It's pretty clear that Jin's future looks grim. On Jin's side, Kashmir also said, once the young master leaves, I won't be here anymore. Although Kashmir mentioned leaving something in Bement, Jin knew that his father had called him for a specific reason. Well, since he didn't want to say, who could force him? Just then, Murakan kicked the door open and stormed in. Hey kid, I've got what you needed. It was clear there was more than just the book. According to Murakan a few hours ago, this thing could have been printed directly onto Jin's back. About half an hour later, the tattoo was finished. With it, Jin can now use Keydart's counterflow magic. It felt like I had just received an incredible weapon in an instant. Murakan, standing next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, as I was handing it to you, I saw a lot of powerful magic. Even if an entire guild of 7-star mages attacked, you could easily defeat them with a single move. With those words, Jin quickly put on his clothes and tried to unleash the dark energy. As expected, it's incredibly strong, everyone, but something's off. In the distance, Enya walked in and gasped when she saw what was before her. Jin quickly stopped her, knowing that if she got any closer, she'd get caught up in it. Are you okay, Miss Enya? Well, I'm fine, but your face looks really serious. I'm fine, really. Please, go ahead and do it again. I was left speechless. Fortunately, in the next moment, Silver Dragon Quicantel delivered the final blow. She arrived just in time, and Miss Quicantel also apologized for the incident. It seems she was interrupting your training. She also mentioned hearing rumors that the young master was planning to go to Samil. Quicantel said that Samil is actually a training ground for assassins within the Anonymous Order. Travelers can't freely visit because there's a risk they could be targeted for assassination. You can handle the hits from the cadets for now, but the longer you stay, the stronger your opponents will get. Eventually, the deadliest killers will target you. I can't guarantee that either you or your sister will survive when you face the true assassins of the Nameless. So take this. As Quicantel spoke, he held out a bag in front of Jin. Jin seemed to recognize it as he took it in his hand. Quicantel then told him, this is a treasure from the Nameless Society. If you ever get ambushed by them and can't handle it, just show them this and you'll be safe. Jin was extremely grateful and didn't know how to properly repay Nganlong, but Quicantel simply shook his head and let it go. As long as you perform well, my contractor will be more at ease. Also, when you return, help Enya with her training. On September 4th, 1796, the carriage carrying Jin arrived at the southern gate of Assassin City, Samil. Halt! No entry without the Nameless Order's token! The gatekeeper called out as he saw Jin approach in his mysterious attire. He presented the anonymous command token that had been prepared in advance, but still couldn't enter it. Here's the token, but what's your purpose here? In response, Jin simply said he came to gain experience and knowledge. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough experience. When you leave, you'll get your token back, Jin thought, still wondering why travelers were required to follow the rules of the Nameless Society. While we were talking, the bus conductor behind us disappeared without anyone noticing. Who would have thought he was an assassin with the mission to kill Jin? The surprise must have been his. Jin effortlessly dodged the sword strike, met with a look of disbelief, and landed a blow that sent him stumbling back. It seems like you have murderous intentions toward me. Throughout the entire journey here, you've made your intentions clear. You have no talent as an assassin. After taking care of the busboy, he turned his attention back to the gatekeeper and asked, are you planning to attack me too? The gatekeeper replied, of course not. We specialize in assassination, not martial arts. I never engage in direct combat. Jin's first lesson at Samil flew by, and the city gates swung open. Ahead of him stood the symbol of the Nameless Society. Their signature color is ivory white, as they're confident they won't leave any bloodstains, even when wearing pure white clothes. It's a peaceful scene, completely at odds with their terrifying reputation. Yet Jin knows this place is incredibly dangerous, with countless people surrounding him. Still, he feels no killing intent from them. In a quiet, pristine city like this, anyone could be an assassin. The cadets are constantly honing their skills to survive in that anonymous skyscraper over there. They will all become rivals, constantly killing each other to rise to the next level. A few hours later, and the Lost Manch Inn, the innkeeper stood in front of them. After asking a few general questions, he got straight to the point. Are you planning to fight the cadets at Samil? A place where assassination was permitted. Jin didn't hesitate to confirm it. He also thought he wouldn't agree to let him stay, believing he wouldn't be able to live here. But as they say, man proposes, man prevails. He simply let him inside and didn't even charge him rent, because soon enough he would pay with his life. Your room's upstairs. Don't worry, I won't attack you while I'm in the room. Inside, Jin carefully surveyed the area, checking for traps. Now was the right time to make a plan, but before he could finish his thoughts, a chill ran through his body. His hands instinctively gripped the sword as he looked in that direction. Strangely, there was nothing there. What had that clapping sound been? I can't feel a thing. Jin had no idea that someone was watching him from above, casually observing. Ah, looks like I've been spotted. It was none other than Yona Runkindel, Jin's older sister. Back when Jin was still roaming the streets of Samil, Yona had spotted a child who resembled her younger brother, so she decided to follow him. When she got closer, her excitement skyrocketed because it was truly her little brother. As for Jin, he was still bewildered by the noise he had just heard. There was definitely clapping on the roof, but nothing was visible. Why am I so sensitive that I'm hallucinating? The older sister continued to gaze at Jin with a playful expression. Yona could tell that her younger sister was very alert. This is the Samil Nameless Guild, after all, where death can strike at any moment. With that thought, Yona quickly walked over to where Jin was sitting. He also felt something, so he quickly turned around but saw nothing. Oh my God, did this kid just sense my presence? It seems his mind's eye has already been partially opened. He's reached this level at such a young age. That's something to be proud of. As the older sister, she should be teaching him the right way. That said, I think the older sister wanted her younger brother to entertain her. 4 days later, the innkeeper suddenly took the initiative to find Jin and told him to leave. He also admitted that he had given up on trying to assassinate him. I admit defeat. When I saw you using the nameless command token, I thought you were a descendant of some prestigious family, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. I can't sense any weaknesses in you. I admit I'm not on your level. You're quite an unusual person, and this is the first time I've seen you here. That's a bit too much praise. Honestly, Jin isn't as great as he thinks he is. Having been on guard against that presence for the past 4 days, he had not let any openings slip by. Subjectively slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The fact that I couldn't assassinate the traveler here is a big setback. I have another promotion test coming up, and I've decided to bait him up, so I wanted you to go instead. Of course, having learned from this, I'll offer some advice. When dealing with assassins, treat them like magicians or scammers. Always stay on guard. The moment you leave this house, these are the kinds of people you'll have to face. Good luck. Jin quickly said thanks and then walked out of the room. Is something strange going on outside? Quick! Is this a trap? Who said all these numbers? The thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and the shopkeeper's words from just moments ago came rushing back to him. When dealing with assassins, you have to treat them like mages or con artists. That's right, those traps were just bait, and Jin was about to take the poison darts from the assassin above. Luckily, thanks to his protagonist aura, he sensed the danger and managed to dodge them. Damn it, the assassin realized his plan had failed, muttered 2 words, and then quickly ran off. You think you can escape? Jin shouted, chasing after him with the intent to make him pay. By the time he realized his mistake, it was already too late. The previous escape was just a trap to lure him into an ambush. One of them controlled the wires, raising all the traps beneath the floor. Although Jin was surprised by this, he had no choice but to fight. He drew his sword and began blocking the incoming traps. However, after a while of resistance, another surprise came. Somehow, while avoiding the traps, they managed to gain control of the sword in his hand. All right, let's get to work. The sword was useless. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 remaining assassins lunged forward, aiming to strike in a single move. But they didn't realize that they were the ones who had fallen into the trap. Jin casually waved his hand, sending both of them flying, their teeth and lips knocked together. Oh my God, what the hell? That was probably what the last person controlling the traps wanted to say. A dark figure suddenly appeared before him just after those thoughts. Wait, I give up. I give up. A loud crash tore a huge hole in the inn's roof in just a few seconds. The competition between the young swordsman and the three trainee assassins of the Nameless Society came to an end. Take this. Jin casually tossed a bag of money he had just stolen toward the innkeeper. I'm not the kind of person who likes to owe anyone. The innkeeper, though he held Jin in high regard, was still taken aback by what had just unfolded. I didn't expect him to handle those high-ranking cadets like that. It's ridiculous that someone like me, just a few days ago, had the illusion of success. Ignoring those words, Jin turned and began to walk away. This time, I'm really leaving. But just like in the script, he couldn't leave that easily. Another arrow shot out only to be shattered by Jin's sword. After the trap, now it's a bow? I don't know who's behind this, but it's getting really boring. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of arrows suddenly rained down, startling Jin. He quickly stomped his feet and leaped onto the inn's roof, narrowly avoiding the attack. He couldn't stop wondering who was targeting him, but there was no escaping it now. Instead of hiding, it's better to go to a higher vantage point to look for the enemy. There's no need to search far. A group of assassins has found all kinds of weapons, just like last time. With a swish and a few basic sword strikes, this group is no different from the ones before. Once the surprise attack ended, more arrows continued to fly. More arrows continued. Constantly fighting the cadets and dodging traps is exhausting. Damn, how many of them are there? At the same time, at the highest point, while the younger brother was fleeing for his life, Yona sat watching and laughed, completely out of place. As expected of my little brother, this brat is adapting to the situation faster than I thought. It was worth spending 4 days testing my skills, so make sure to work hard, little brother. But looking back, if you were weaker than me and had died during training, it would have been a waste. Oh well, dying during training is pretty common. Just try to survive, little brother. Hours passed and the chase finally ended. The ground was littered with the remains and bodies of the assassins. Clearly, only one person was still standing. Jin run Kendall. He felt a strange sensation. The cadet assassins had been well coordinated, meaning they must have been following someone's orders. He vowed to himself that whoever that bastard was, he would hunt him down and beat him senseless. As he pondered this, a white piece of paper suddenly appeared above his head. Things seemed to be going better than I expected. It turns out that the one who can mobilize the entire group of assassins from the Nameless Society is Yona-san. This is even better. I finally have a reason to ask for what I want after putting up with all this frustration. Maybe some antidote wine? There are so many poisons in the world that even the Junard family's gifted bodies are powerless against them. The antidote wine is a magical elixir passed down only by the most skilled assassins of the Nameless Society. Those who drink it are nearly immune to all poisons. Of course, the youngest of the Nameless top assassins, Yona, has it too. She was born with a natural resistance to poison, so there was no need for her to drink it and fall for Annie's trick. Annie is on Joshua's side, of course, so we need to take her out before she becomes an enemy asset. Eliminating anything useful and weakening the enemy down the line is crucial, but that's something for later. First, I have to deal with Yona's pranks. 2 days of playing and testing with Yona begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a chain sword shot out and seized Jin's sword blade, controlled by a nearby assassin cadet. Of course, this is no challenge for a swordsman. Jin grabbed the chain and swung it forcefully, forcing the assassin to reveal himself. Now he knows what's going to happen to him, huh? A powerful blow shattered the nearby house, knocking the assassin out cold. I thought this guy was in enough trouble already, but Jin wasn't done. He kept flying forward, delivering a kick that sent the assassin crashing through several walls, his body finally coming to a stop embedded in one of them. Along with the assassin's miserable groans, Jin suddenly realized something. He turned his gaze toward the door and said, "Hey, stop hiding, come out. You two don't look like the young cadets of the Nameless. You must be outsiders like me, right? I'm a little excited after 2 days of playing tag, so it's probably best to show up while I can still speak clearly." Just then, 2 clownish faces popped out from behind the door. Who else is here, besides Dante and Veradine? Ugh, isn't it annoying to look at those 2 dumb faces? What are you two doing here? The 2 sides kept arguing and cursing at each other, with no clear winner. Especially that guy Veridine, who complained that he had to drain all his secret funds to get the anonymous token because of Jin. Jin only cared about why these two leopards were here. Why ask? It's such a hassle. We miss those nights fighting alongside you on the battlefield. What else? And on top of that, you two ran out of money buying the anonymous token. Anyway, Jin now has to take care of these two leopards. Well, as expected, a chivalrous person like Jin has no trouble with that. What did they have to do to deserve that money? Dante quickly grasped the situation when he saw the assassins rushing in. That was it. Just as he drew his sword, a massive hole was blown through the roof of the building. What do you think, rich guy? Is this enough? The chaotic scene had clearly caught the attention of the mastermind monster. What's with these brats? Watching the game is getting more interesting. After witnessing what Dante had just done below, behind Yona, a voice spoke up. Oh, so it's Mr. Owl. This man is known by the nickname Owl, the 85th Nameless King. Listen, Yona, even though we're friends, we can't just ignore another disturbance. Do you have any idea how many cadets' homes were destroyed? Before he could finish, Yona jumped up and snapped at the boys below. That's not important right now, Mr. Owl. I was having a good time with my little brother, but some jerk showed up out of nowhere and ruined it. Damn it! Who dares to disturb Yona? As soon as she finished speaking, Owl glared in the direction Yona had pointed. According to what she had said, the person in front was Yona's younger brother, and the people behind him were the troublemakers. As expected of a professional assassin, Al immediately identified the two kids as the heirs of the Zippel and Hiron families at first glance. If we take them out, the assassin guild will be destroyed. However, Yona didn't share that view. While Al was still mulling it over, she quickly leapt down and declared that she would handle it herself. Hey, wait, if you go, they'll die. Well, that's what I was thinking too. Those bastards dared to interrupt the game between me and my youngest brother. Oh no, darling, it looks like the match is getting tense for Viradin and Dante. Why's that? This is the first time my youngest brother has come here to find me. And yet those guys are causing trouble. Let him go, so I can handle them all. Jika, if you're so eager to kill them, then let's make it a game where their lives are at stake. Starting tonight and continuing until dawn, it will happen 3 times in total. Send out a real assassin, not a cadet. If they die, you win. If they live, you lose. As he spoke, Al released Yona's collar. But if that's true, wouldn't the youngest's chances of dying go up as well? If possible, I don't want the youngest to die at all. It was fun playing with him over the past 2 days. Guess there's no other choice, right? I have to watch those 3 play together and just stay out of the way. Clearly, Al's provocation worked perfectly, pushing Yona to join the game he had set up. But no matter what happens, Mr. Owl can't interfere. I'll be the one to choose the assassin. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. But before that, do you know how many houses were destroyed yesterday? 37 in total. It's because you sent the cadet out to play with his brother. Don't forget to write a report. Of course not. The way Yona slammed the door was enough to show just how much of a jerk she was. Once Yona left, Al let out a sigh of relief. At least it stopped Yona from doing it herself. If those 3 brats die here, this nameless organization will be finished along with those 3 families. It's too late now. I might as well act quickly. The next morning at a shabby inn in Samil, Veradine and Dante immediately fell asleep as soon as they heard there would be no attack that morning. Meanwhile, Jin sat nearby, observing the 2 cubs. First was Dante. His body was still as weak as before, but his swordsmanship had become much sharper. After mastering the Hiron family's secret technique, he must have leveled up. But what's more important is this bastard Veradine. I really don't understand what he's thinking. The genius bastard who was almost untouchable in his past life, he looks so cowardly now. He suddenly approached me out of the blue and asked to buy food. After shaking his head in frustration, Jin quickly remembered something and began to think of a way to use the situation to his advantage and protect them from Yona. She'll definitely send stronger assassins soon. While he was scratching his head, a strange foot suddenly appeared in front of him. It was only then that Jin panicked and realized someone was standing right in front of him. I didn't notice any movement when he got closer. Could he be the best assassin of the Nameless? He then calmed down and began to think. From what Jin knows, aside from Yonasan, There's no reason for the other assassins of the Nameless to come and test me. He then introduced himself as the youngest son of the Runkendel family. Greetings, 85th king of the Nameless clan. You don't seem scared at all. Courage will take you far. Sir Chiron is old, yet he has someone as precious as you. Isn't it a bit much for him not to correct his posture after recognizing me? In response, Jin admitted that he was afraid of being killed, so he tried to act brave. Additionally, the Runkendel family never bowed to death. He says it so boldly, but in reality, Jin is racking his brain trying to figure out why that guy showed up. Could the king's arrival be related to something involving Yonasan? Jin seemed to grasp something and spoke up, but the next moment, a sudden numbness in his scalp made him realize he was on the brink of death. In Samel, even Lord Chiron has to watch his words. So what makes a brat like you think you can mention Yona? He reached out and grabbed Jin by the neck. What an arrogant little fool. You caused this mess, and now you're acting high and mighty just because you have Yona's backing? Jin, of course, had no idea why mentioning Yona had triggered such a strong reaction. But why? Even if I tear you to pieces right now, it won't calm my anger. However, for Lord Chiron's sake, I'll spare you this time, brat. After hearing this, Jin finally understood the old owl's actions. It's clear he mentioned his father on purpose to find a reason to spare my life. But in the end, keeping my life is what matters most. Jin quickly knelt and apologized, expressing his willingness to accept any punishment. Starting tonight, real assassins wearing white masks will be after you. Before Jin could finish, Mr. Owl interrupted, saying, I don't care what happens to you, but those two sleeping brats can't die. Listen closely and do exactly as I say. Jin, confused, wondered, why send real assassins instead of cadets? Is this my punishment? This is a game, Al explained, emphasizing that everything was under Yona's control. The goal of this game is the lives of those two. After listening for a while, Jin's mind grew more and more confused. He couldn't understand why Mr. Owl was trying to interfere with Yona's game. In that case, he had no choice but to resort to the incredibly troublesome method of working with me. Don't tell me that even the Nameless King himself couldn't stop Yona-san. What kind of role does she play in the Nameless Society? The sun was already high in the sky, and as Al had instructed, the three of them needed to stick together and find the heart of the castle. At least if I do that, I can stay alive for another day. Furthermore, when morning comes 2 days from now, we must do everything we can to get Veridin and Dante to leave this castle. So you want me to stay here alone? If I do, will my life be in danger? Without answering the question, the owl responded, do you want a reward? Give me the poisoned wine. Of course not. Al frowned when he heard Jin's request and explained that even if Lord Chiron himself were present, it would still be impossible. The two continued their conversation for a while before Lord Owl finally left. Their agreement was his secret, with the condition that the Zippel and Hiran families be spared. After all, I have one last piece of advice for you. If we wanted, we could kill anyone in this world. But do you know why we don't use our power recklessly? That's because the more powerful a weapon is, the more dangerous it becomes in the wrong hands, Jin replied. And if you're careless with it, it'll only cause more trouble for you. If you already understand that, why bring up Yona? Even as he asked, Owl couldn't help but wonder, does this kid not know about my connection with Yona? If that's the case, he must have just asked a question earlier and I got angry and threatened him. After tickling himself, Owl coughed a few times, praised the kid's answer, and then ran off. I'll see you in 3 days. As for Jin, if everything goes according to plan, he should be able to send these 2 leopards home in the next 2 days. But honestly, I don't have any reason to listen to you, Mr. Yayo, Mr. Owl said. And just like that, the 3 leopards' day of wandering began. Listen carefully, both of you. Starting today, we'll be facing real assassins, not just cadets. So we need to stay focused. Dante and Veridin exchanged confused looks. Why the rush? It's barely dark, and there's no one around. Of course, only Jin understood how dangerous the situation truly was. When I was fighting the cadets, I could feel their presence as soon as the sun set, and daggers would be thrown at me as soon as it got dark. But now, I can't feel anything. To be precise, Jin wasn't completely unable to sense anything. He couldn't detect their presence, but he could tell something was coming. It felt like the other side was watching his every move. It's clear that there is a huge difference between a cadet and a real assassin. Meanwhile, on top of a nearby castle, Yona was excited, knowing that her youngest brother had done just as expected. In contrast to her cheerful expression, Al was deeply worried. Yona, I didn't expect her to send a high-level assassin after him so soon. Is she really going to kill her own brother? Seeing Yona's innocent expression, Al continued, explaining that because Jin was so sensitive, he started running away. But once they began attacking, he wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself before he died. Of course, the two kids behind him had also passed away. That won't happen. The youngest mind's eye is already half open. If she didn't say anything, Yona's words would always send Owl into a panic. She never expected that the youngest son of the Runkendell family would have his mind's eye opened at such a young age. Yona went on to say that it seemed like Jin was acting purely on instinct. But that's not really the case. I'm sure she sensed something, even if it was just a little. The training over the past few days had also opened her mind, so her strength wasn't what it used to be. Oh my, I'm so proud. Seeing Yona's expression change completely, Owl's father was left speechless. I've never seen her react like this before. As for that guy down there, Jin Runkendell, maybe I should set some expectations for him too. At that moment, Jin suddenly felt something beneath him. He quickly raised his hand to stop her and shouted, "Two leopards behind, stop!" A cloud of smoke was rising from the ground in front of the three of them. Realizing something was wrong behind the smoke, Jin immediately turned around and pulled Dante and Veridin away before they had a chance to process what was happening. It was clear the real assassins of the Nameless had arrived. The moment the barrage of needles stopped, the first of them revealed itself. Jin was also surprised by his own sudden movement. He didn't expect a kid to have such quick reflexes. Jin raised his sword hilt just in time to block the assassin's knife strike. Can he sense my presence? Before he could think any further, Veridin, who was behind him, immediately cast an ice spell, freezing the assassin in place. Veridin, you did well. The two men were still celebrating when Jin shouted at them to be quiet. We don't have time to waste. Sure enough, the ice cracked open instantly with the assassin's movement. The power of sixth-tier magic was insufficient to stop a true assassin. In his hand, countless silver needles flew toward the three of them once again. Jin struggled to both run and defend at the same time. He also urged us to move quickly, as the ambushing assassins would soon be here if we didn't. We don't have time to fight them all. Let's head to our target location. While Dante and Jin were struggling, Veridin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heh, I didn't expect the Nameless Society to be weaker than the rumors say. You guys claim to be assassins, yet you still couldn't catch me. If you meet me, I'll throw this guy back to show you what it's like to be overwhelmed. Back to Jin. After a while of chasing, he began to wonder why they kept their distance and didn't follow right behind us. Don't say that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin's worst fear came true. An ambusher had correctly predicted the escape route the three of them intended to take. Although they didn't take the full force of his fatal blow, the three of them were still caught in the assassin's trap. Looks like this is going to be a tough fight. Hey, Veridin, Jin said, turning quickly to shout at him. Veridin explained that she hadn't expected things to turn out like this either. Come on, man, stop talking nonsense and get ready. Use your strongest magic. Haha, maybe it's time for me to get serious. In that case, give me another 10 minutes. A beam of light appeared in the dark night of Samil. I need to focus to prepare for this magic. Annihilate all fires, become one. The assassin standing below couldn't help but stare in awe. What a terrifying spell. With the memories from his previous life, Jin immediately recognized it. He hadn't expected to actually learn it. The former head of the Zippel family, who was granted the title of Magic Queen 200 years ago, is the one who used this magic. Leon Zippel only used it once in his lifetime. I thought it would be a great show from Veridin, but life isn't always what it seems. Jin! A sharp cry for help from Veridin signaled trouble. At this rate, the assassin will kill him before he can cast his magic. Of course, Jin won't let that happen. But that's strange. There's only one of them. So where are the others? Where else but Dante Hydron's place? The Hydron family's secret technique. The Emperor's Sword. Dragon Sword technique. With a single strike, dozens of assassins closed in on Dante. He was heavily injured, but took advantage of the moment when the other guy was distracted by the scene on the other side. Jin quickly struck and knocked him down. Then he didn't forget to glance back at the sword technique once more. This is something he's never seen before. Dante must have used mana to create it, a secret technique that can be used not only for defense, but also for counterattacks. He must have been training hard since the last time we met, and of course, we can't forget about the other person. Not only Dante, but Veridin has also grown much stronger. At his age, being able to control such a large amount of mana is extraordinary. Could he use the legendary secret technique passed down through the Zippel family? Of course not, my friends. With a face as red as could be, Veridin loudly declared, "Sorry, Jin, and everyone. Looks like I messed up." Jin's expression said it all. Is this really the genius mage from his past life? Even the assassins were impressed by Veridin's clowning skills. His teammates were incredible at defending, but he could only produce flames like a newborn, so everything fell apart. What are you still standing there for? Run! Plan A failed, Dante left first while Jin held off the assassins. And to make matters worse, nothing would have happened if Grandpa Veridin hadn't forgotten to leave a few reassuring words. "Sorry, Jin, it's been a while since I used it, so there must have been a mistake." Heh. Yeah, well, just shut up already. With just a few words, blood sprayed everywhere. Who could clean it up? Behind them, a man who appeared to be the commander shouted, "Everyone, stop those two brats! We can't let them escape, even if it costs us our lives. If we do, we know the consequences." I heard that Yona will be personally training us again. Time flew by, and an hour later, Yona asked a question with the most flattering expression on her face. "Mr. Owl, I have a question. Did you help them? That's odd. If you didn't help, how would they know to run to safety?" This place is the heart of Samil City, home to the special characters and families of the nameless assassins. After returning to Jin's group following a long and exhausting chase, everyone felt a sense of relief. It seems like the assassins have stopped attacking us. It's understood that in the safe zone, unless there's an enemy invasion or an emergency, no matter what happens, everyone must adhere to the tradition of not using weapons. Hey, Jin, how did he find out about this? Was it some kind of test for him? I guess you could say that. Meanwhile, Al was still rejecting Yona's argument. More importantly, she'd already signed the vandalism report anyway. "Oh, you're such a blatant liar." Yona smiled faintly and spoke slowly, sending a chill down Al's spine. "You're the one who broke your promise first, so now it's my turn." The 85th Owl King of the Unknown. To him, Yona is more precious than a daughter. She possesses unmatched talent, one that no other assassin can rival. Many have given her various nicknames, like the one born to be an assassin, or the god of murder incarnate. At least, that's what a few of those who've witnessed the darkness within her have said. She carries a blade forged in chaos. As I said, I'll handle this myself. You broke your promise, so don't interfere. Owl knew he was at his breaking point. He could no longer stop her, and could only hope that Jinron Kandel would help the next heads of Hyron and Zippel survive. It was already dusk. The time had come for the two brats who had accompanied my youngest brother to die. "Will you come with me?" At those words, Owl remained silent. He knew Jin was smart enough to follow his plan. He must have understood how serious the situation was. Although I feel a bit guilty about making him face Yona, there's no other option. I hope Yona goes easy on me. She really seems to care about her little brother, and this whole thing could have been avoided if he had just listened to me. Right after that, a big question mark appeared above Owl's head as he stared at the spot where the three brats were hiding. "Why are they still sleeping?" he chuckled. "It's so convenient to have them all gathered in one place like this." Yona's cackling laughter beside her sent Owl into a panic. Those bastards had the nerve to ruin my plans. How dare they chat and laugh with him when I haven't even spoken to him yet? As soon as the word "kill" was mentioned, Yona suddenly saw Jin doing something below that left her utterly stunned. "Mr. Owl, why do you keep meddling in my business? Stop acting like you don't know what's going on." As she said this, Yona pointed down below where Jin was doing something odd. The light shining on the window frame, and that thing the youngest brother is holding in his hand, it's none other than the silver dragon's claw. In contrast to the loud argument happening nearby, Jin was sweating heavily. Why haven't they reacted yet? Did the plan go wrong? A wish granted. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Jin caught a faint sound. Behind him were none other than the main character Yona and Mr. Owl. The sensation was eerie as he could barely sense their presence. "Long time no see, Yona-san," Jin greeted him quickly, feeling honored to meet the 85th Nameless King for the first time. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to mention that he had been instructed by Lord Owl the night before. Glancing at the two sleeping leopards, Lord Owl spoke up as well. Since it's better they don't know too much, I'll ask you directly. Where did you get the silver dragon's claws? Sir, I obtained them from a silver dragon I met during my travels. She gave it to me as a gift, Owl continued. It looks like Jin already knows how to use it, since he held it up like that just now. It's said that if you show this to an unknown assassin, the owner will survive no matter the situation. So in short, if you give it to us, you can save your life. However, before revealing his claws, Jin wanted Mr. Owl to explain something that had been on his mind. Why are the people chasing me actual assassins and not cadets? Is it because Miss Yona doesn't trust me, since I'm a Runkendel? Of course, upon hearing that, Yona immediately wanted to explain, but Mr. Owl stopped her. Let me explain, it will be easier to understand. Though he said that, inside, he was cursing Jin for being so rude. He had already told Yona that he was the one who helped him. Thinking for a moment, Owl explained simply, it's because Yona and I made a bet. I bet your friend could survive, while Yona wouldn't. Thanks to you, I've won the bet. From now on, no more nameless assassins will follow or harm you. Not me, not Yona. We'll honor this promise for the next 10 years, and as long as your clan doesn't plan to attack us, this decision stands. Jin's surprised expression faded quickly when he heard about the 10-year period. Either way, this was good news, as a major variable had been eliminated. I don't have to worry about being assassinated by the nameless organization while fighting alongside my brothers and sisters, Mr. Owl continued. There will be a reward for Jin when he finds the silver dragon's claw. We'll talk about the reward later. For now, you two must have a lot to discuss. Since you arrived at Samil, this is the first time you two have met. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Owl vanished like a gust of wind, leaving the two sisters standing there awkwardly at a loss for words. Hello, my little brother. Yona looked as timid as she had appeared fierce moments ago. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men in black, clearly assassins, were discussing the temporary Kivan of the Runkendel family. They were shocked to see him growing close to the next heads of the Heron and Zippel families. Perhaps even Sir Joshua couldn't have predicted this. Besides, there must be some connection between Yona and the temporary Kivan. Since everything has been uncovered, new clues will likely emerge soon. The number of assassins targeting him is increasing. Although I'm not sure why, it must be some form of intense training. Most importantly, since the master warned that Chi-Yun must not temporarily die, everyone needs to stay alert. Back at the sisters' place, everything seemed to have settled down. Yona shyly explained, I did it because I wanted you to become stronger. Nothing more. So that's why she sent out dozens of assassins? It was hard to overlook. Yona quickly turned around and changed the subject. Come to think of it, who were those two boys? Dante Hiron and Verendin Zippel, Jin replied. A Runkendel, but closely connected to the Zippel and Heron families. My youngest sister is truly one of a kind. Jin wondered if she had told the family about this, but Yona immediately replied, why would I? If I say anything, I'll either get hurt or worse, lose my life. But isn't that what you want? If not, you wouldn't have sent a dozen assassins. Now, I'll ask again, why did you do that? Yona replied, I just wanted to have some fun with you. So you just see me as a toy? Jin's question came out like an accusation, causing Yona to scream in protest at his shocked expression. What's with her reaction? Why is she crying? Aren't assassins supposed to control their emotions? He wondered. After a moment, he asked Yona directly why she was acting that way, especially when she was supposedly the best assassin. Yona responded that she had never been taught how to control her emotions at Vodan. When we first arrived, our mother said you were so skilled at killing that you didn't need to learn anything else. Jin was taken aback. Wait, so does that mean you've killed someone before coming here? Yona paused for a moment. Yeah, I was probably around 8 or 9. There was a cousin in the arena who kept bothering me, so I killed him. Not long after that, the nanny who was supposed to be teaching me disappeared. Even though I was at home and on stage with my siblings, I was forbidden to eat or live like a cadet. I thought it was a punishment from my father, but it turned out not to be. As Yona shared the story, Jin seemed to realize that her father had pushed everyone away from her, likely to protect the younger children from losing their lives. While Yona was lost in thought, she suddenly laughed and said, Hey, how lucky. Now I get to talk to you. I don't care where I'm sent. I just feel a little sad that I won't be able to see my brothers and sisters again." With these words, Jin's suspicion was confirmed. Yona-san was far from ordinary. She felt no remorse for taking someone's life, yet she wasn't completely devoid of emotion either. Perhaps, at that time, it was the only way for her father to protect his other young children. But was it truly right to abandon them like this? As for Yona, when she saw Jin's anger, she grew visibly panicked. "Are you upset with me for what I did?" "Ah, no. Have you ever thought about how unfair this is? You've been treated like a weapon ever since you were little." In response, Yona looked completely confused by her brother's words. "Is that a bad thing? If it is, then I get it. So you haven't killed any rabbit people yet. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying not to hurt anyone when you fight. But what can I do? I was just born this way." "You said you were born this way? Did you make a pact with the gods or something?" Jin asked. Yona quickly denied it, but didn't offer any further explanation. "It's none of your business anyway. And you have your own secrets, right?" she added. It was fine that she didn't elaborate, but the way Yona said it made Jin feel guilty. "Could she know about my hidden weapon?" Yona, standing in front, continued explaining her feelings. "She said there's something inside me that's afraid of you. Ever since the first time I saw you, something within me has been crying out. It said, 'Kill your friend.' I was confused, but I could tell I liked you so much that it overrode my instincts. In short, I hoped you'd feel the same way about me." Jin calmly responded, "There's no such connection between us sisters." Seeing how difficult it was, Yona came up with a new idea. She offered the antidote to all poisons as a gift. "As long as you're willing to get closer to me, it will be yours. After all the other brothers and sisters came here for the same reason, so you probably won't be an exception." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin flatly refused, causing Yona's heart to shatter. Even if she gave him the antidote, his answer wouldn't change. "The moonlight in Samil is really bright, don't you think? Let's go for a walk. I feel like conversations like this. We can build that sisterly bond," Jin said, extending his hand toward her. This must be the first time someone close to him is willing to do this to Yona. As for Jin, he also needs to sort out his feelings. How should he treat this pitiful, blameworthy sister? Minutes later, outside the room, beneath the ruins of the city, the Run Kendall sisters walked, having endured several nights of rioting. The assassins were generally under curfew, as ordered by the Nameless King. Yona pointed in a certain direction and said it was probably a place Jin liked. "Guests aren't allowed here, but friends are." The two of them quickly reached the bottom and only had to climb up. Ahead of them, a different land stretched out, filled with glowing flowers. "Are these blue roses?" Jin asked, immediately recognizing them, and Yona confirmed it was true. Although they are typically considered weeds, they look beautiful as they soak up the moonlight. "Did you know that I really like them? No matter how much they're trampled, if you water them regularly, they'll survive. And even if they die, other flowers will soon bloom in their place." As she spoke, Yona picked a handful of flowers and handed them to her younger brother. "This is my gift to you." Jin, on the other hand, suddenly remembered something. This isn't the first time he's received blue roses in this life. Sometimes they're left on the windowsill in the morning, and maybe Jin himself has forgotten that in his past life, someone would occasionally place them in his room. Two flowers on the same stem. Now he understands. Could it be that she has some connection to me from a past life? With that thought, Jin quickly accepted Yona's flower branch. "But sister, how have you been? The conversations we can't have with anyone else. Please share them with me." It was clear that the crafty Jin was slowly leading his naive sister down a dangerous path. One by one, Yona's secrets were exposed. From the time she had planned to kill the Nameless King at 14 after being scolded and forced to write a self-criticism, to the moment she actually tried to assassinate him, and then made two more attempts, both of which failed. Just hearing that made Jin shiver. Killing the Nameless King just for making him write a self-criticism paper seemed a bit extreme. Then Yona asked about the claw Jin had received. "Who was the silver dragon who gave you this claw? Were you too close?" I just got the answer. Also, Yona is determined to kill the silver dragon. She plans to kill it and take all the claws to use. "I know it's a joke, but it sounds so dangerous, Grandma." Jin laughed, shaking his head after listening to her nonsense for a while. "I think you'd be better suited to owning a flower shop than being an assassin. If you open one in my area, I'll probably stop by often." Of course, you can't kill your clients. Now I have to go see the nameless king. Yona quickly replied, if you go, I'll kill you right here. I thought I'd have to serve my sister all night, but luckily Yona remembered she had a mission. Well then, goodbye. I'll leave first, so take your time, she said, before jumping off the cliff to carry out her mission, leaving Jin looking puzzled. About half an hour later at the nameless king's place, it looks like you've finished talking to Yona, huh? I've been waiting for you. Before we start, I'm curious. Why didn't you follow my in-game preparations? Still, the two future family heads didn't die, and I even got the silver dragon's claws. Jin also quickly apologized for being a bit rude. However, it's not because I want to get closer to you. I believe we both want the same thing. At least 5 years. I can delay Yona-san's return to the clan. During that time, I'll come up with an excuse. Obviously, the idea that a mere stroke of luck could cause that made Mr. Owl skeptical, until Jin reassured him of his commitment. The reason he gave was that Yona was well-suited to be a flower shop owner. After all, someone as emotional as she is wouldn't be cut out to be an assassin. She's simply more talented at killing than the others. So instead of being exploited by the clan, when she returns, I want her to be surrounded by people who truly understand her. I want her to be happy. Jin's heartfelt words earned a quick nod from Mr. Owl, and his request was granted just this once. Jin wanted to ask for the Nameless King's help as Jin Gray, not as Jin Runkendel. He then added that he would leave Samil with Dante and Veridin right away, so he wouldn't cause any more trouble for you. That sounds good. Just get out of my sight quickly. A week later, Kashmir and Khan finally arrived at the Black Sea after a long journey. Kashmir, however, was still the most worried. From what he knew, the Black Sea was chaotic, but the area around them was surprisingly calm and clean. Who else could be here, he wondered. You two are major players on this continent, including the Owl King, the head of the Chiron family, and the Lord of the Ice Palace. It looks like the next chapter is going to be pretty rough for Kashmir. At this rate, he's done for. But what Talaris is worried about is that all those old men are here, including Kashmir and the Nameless King. It would be awkward to bring up the children's marriage now. Ice Palace Lord and Sword Demon? If we mention Yona and Jin now, it's complicated. As for Kashmir, well, that's no different. Sir Talaris must have come to discuss the proposal. But who is that person? He was utterly confused, especially when everyone seemed to be both trying to attack him and save his life. At that moment, the protagonist spoke up. Sit down, Kashmir. I apologize for bringing you here and treating you so poorly. Seeing Kashmir's curiosity about the strange man, Chiron added, that is the Nameless King. Nameless King? It must be Lord Owl of Nameless. If that's the case, something must have happened to young Master Jin. But then again, Jin-san has only been at Samil for a short time, so it's unlikely. What exactly happened during this brief period? As Kashmir's sensitive head jolted, Owl spoke up at the same time. Looks like you already have an appointment. Chiron didn't respond, but turned to Kashmir. Wait a moment. I invited you here for a drink, but it seems we'll have to wait for these old friends to leave. They also mentioned Jin's arrival in Samil. His reason? He came to train, preparing for a potential assassination and poisoning. Hearing that, Mrs. Talaris shot a glare and thought, why does my son-in-law keep going to dangerous places? If he keeps this up and dies, what will happen to my daughter? On the other hand, Al explained why he had come. I actually came to see you because it's something related to young Master Jin, but it seems this is a matter that shouldn't be discussed in front of the Sword Demon and the Ice Palace Master. Still, Chiron insisted, you can speak freely. The Ice Palace Master is one of the few people I consider a close friend. Of course, Sword Demon is just as tight-lipped, so there won't be any issues. With that, the hour-long conversation ended, and the head of the Chiron family chuckled. The Silver Dragon's claws? So did you follow the youngest's request? Al asked, referring to Jin's request for him to erase all records of his presence in Samil. Specifically, Jin didn't want anyone, except for the Emirates residents, cadets, and assassins, to remember Jin Gray or Jin Runkendel. A fierce battle broke out. The clan's army clashed fiercely. Before long, Jin found himself staring at a massive basin of poison. It's clear without any doubt that Father Murakin wanted Jin to drink all of this to test the effects of the 10,000 poison wine. There's nothing unusual about it. Just think of it as a congratulatory gesture for waking up healthy. With those loving words, Jin drank the entire jar of poison. So how do you feel? Murakan asked, his face full of excitement. Jin replied that his stomach only felt a little warm. What was that just now? I didn't ask before, but now that I have, I'm confused. It's a poison called Zet that I bought from the black market. If the 7 stars take even a single sip, they will die instantly. Quick and Tell is no stranger to the Black Dragon's foolish antics. However, this confirms that the antidote to all poisons has been absorbed completely. If everything has gone according to plan, it's time for you to keep your promise, right? What Quick-Tell mentioned was the promise to help Enya practice. Silver Dragon can only assist Enya in theory, so he wants Jin to help him with the practice. There will come a day when Enya will have to face her opponent, but right now, she has too little combat experience. Jin asked, is it really necessary for Enya to do that? Hey Jin Junkindel, everyone here is your ally. That means in the future, when you face your brothers and sisters, we'll be fighting right beside you. Even so, do you still think Anya doesn't need to fight? Jin understood the implication. It sounded like Quick-Tell was scolding him, but he also wanted Enya to hear. Don't worry, I've already chosen our next destination. Jin said he would improve his counterflow magic by fighting other mages, so he could bring Enya along. Enya only caught half of what he said and immediately ran over with bright eyes. Isn't going alone with young Master Jin like going on a date? Meanwhile, I heard something interesting happened at the Sword Garden in Samil. If you have something to say it, Joshua, I'll ask you again. Because of you, Yona had to postpone her return to the clan. Do you have any response to that? I was only acting for the good of the family. Before he could finish his sentence, Joshua was struck with a heavy blow by the family head, Kiran. What the hell are you doing? Stand up straight, Joshua! Even after his father slapped him, Joshua maintained his upright posture. Hey, this is the tree. The series of slaps from the head of the family, Chiron, kept coming, and he still couldn't understand what was happening. At this point, Joshua's face had turned into a swollen mess. Even the wet nurse Gilly and the nameless king, who were just standing there watching, felt sorry for him. Take off your black armor. You're no longer worthy of wearing it. Following Chiron's earlier words, Joshua did exactly as instructed. He slowly removed his shirt and took off the heavy black armor. For someone who was the second in command of the family and the heir to its leadership, I really don't want to dwell on how he was defeated by the youngest, who only had a stroke of luck on his side. However, there was one thing he kept mentioning over and over. Tell him what it is? As soon as the question was asked, Joshua's mouth hesitated and he stammered the 2 words, Yona. Father said, never touch Yona. Of course, the answer was spot on, and the reward was yet another fistful of love. Joshua could no longer maintain his arrogant stance. He fell to his knees, agony coursing through his body. The nameless King Owl, standing beside him, saw it clearly. Although it seemed like Chiron was lecturing his son, Owl believed that the meeting wasn't meant for Joshua, but rather as a reminder to him. If anything happens to Yona again, even if it's the next head of Runkendel, it will end in disaster. I know you have no intention of opposing me, which is why this armor has remained untouched since your mother gave it to you 17 years ago. What a coward. Now listen closely to what I have to say. The day I return from the Black Sea and summon you, I will strip you of your title as Kaivan in this family. Now get out of my sight. Joshua was quickly escorted out of the meeting room by the knights. Naturally, such an important event didn't go unnoticed by the other children. Mary stood nearby, laughing at her brother's miserable state, her loud, mocking laughter clearly showing her contempt for him as Joshua fumed with rage. Back in the meeting room, the family head, Chiron, called for Gilly and asked about his youngest son's recent performance. Is he still doing well? Gilly replied that the young master had just left Samil a few days ago. He had drunk the poisoned wine and was currently resting. With that, Chiron turned to Gilly and said, give this to Jin, and make sure you tell him everything that happened today. That's the only reason I called you back, and the reason you're here. Gilly bowed as well, vowing to tell the young master everything. For Runcandel's sake, and for the young master's as well. The scene shifted back to Keegan. At that moment, Gilly told Jin everything as he wondered. The nameless king was there too? More importantly, my father personally punished Joshua. Gilly quickly demonstrated the master's knockout. Although the beating was a bit harsh, it was very satisfying, young master. Also, this was his reward. Lord Joshua had been stripped of it and temporarily disciplined. 30 years ago, this black armor was crafted by a legendary blacksmith named Pico Minch. It became a symbol of war when Uncle Zet used it to secure his fifth consecutive victory against the Zippel clan. Reflecting on this, Jin suspected it was some kind of test from his father. Father must want me to be different from Joshua. After his 17 years of glory, he probably wants me to return with armor battered by battle as a form of temporary blessing. Moreover, the meeting had clearly been a warning to Lord Al. His father wanted to remind him never to use Yonasan as a bargaining chip. If it were the next head of the family, I'd be kicked to death. But if it's someone unknown, they'll definitely be eliminated. Of course, I'm also on that warning list, Jin added. Gilly only now understood the deeper meaning behind the clan leader's words and was shocked. But what Jin wondered most was why his father had gone to such lengths. Could this be his way of compensating for his most pitiful child? As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered something Yona had said before. Everyone has their own secrets, right? And so do you. It meant that Yona still had many secrets she was keeping hidden. Ahead, Gilly asked where Jin planned to go next. I heard you've made a decision about this. Yes, I've decided to go to a land connected to magic. I have a plan to suppress the rebels of the Dark Magic Society. This group of mages was founded about 200 years ago. Although their numbers were never large, they have persisted until today. Don't worry too much, Anya will be coming with me, and I plan to develop counter magic this time. A few days later, in the southern lands of the Bament Empire. Ho ho, this place brings back old memories. I never thought I would return to Bament. What should I do next, young master? The person speaking was none other than Lady Anya, disguised as an old man. But before she could finish, Jin dragged her into a nearby alley. Excuse me, young master. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Have you forgotten why we came here in the first place? Jin asked. Ah, of course I remember, he replied. If that's the case, please don't use my real name, okay? I'm sure you understand, Miss Anya. Just by saying a few words, her face lit up as if she were about to get married and have children. How could the young master say such sweet things? Miss Anya? The Dark Mage Society was once a powerful organization at its peak, 200 years ago. As the name suggests, they are worshippers of magic from the Dark Realms. During the Golden Age, 200 years ago, the Dark Mage Guild held immense power across the entire continent, plunging everything into a state of terror. The one who ended this era of madness was Ragul Zippel, the first and only woman of the Zippel clan to wield the legendary All-Fire Annihilation body. She was the one who killed the leader of the powerful Dark Mage Guild at that time. In her previous life, Ragul Zippel was once advised by Solderem that Jin should follow her path. Of course, once he gets stronger and can pass her test. Back to reality, Jin and Anya were still wandering around somewhere in Bement. Young master, it's understood that the remnants of the Dark Mage Guild are all villains. From what I've heard, they're kidnapping children. That's also why most people here have sad expressions, Jin said bluntly. The main cause likely comes from the nobles. To Anya's surprise, someone who had lived in the capital, like Miss Anya, should have known that there were few countries with better public order than Bement. Although they can quickly deal with criminals, they often turn a blind eye to organized crime. Both victims and offenders will become pawns for the nobles to gain recognition. The reason I believe the Dark Mage Guild still exists is to allow the Academy's mages to act. Anya wondered, if what the young master said is true, doesn't that mean it's the Academy's mages who are coming here? That's right, but those old men are usually lazy, so it probably took them a while to get here. The carriages carrying the magicians arrived at the same time. They were from the Magic Academy. The nobles have arrived. In no time, to the excited cheers of countless citizens, the magicians from the Magic Academy lined up on the street. It was the magicians. The capital had finally sent them. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Jin had other thoughts. Of course, these people arrived sooner than he expected, and he needed to avoid them as much as possible. Everyone at the academy had a repulsive thirst for power, so it wouldn't be good if an outsider got involved. Things would quickly become very unpleasant. Jin quickly whispered to Anya that everyone there was going to die. It was impossible to wipe out the Dark Mage Guild. Later that night, Anya was admiring the lavish meal Jin had just ordered. Young master, is it really okay for us to order such expensive dishes? She asked. Jin smiled and replied, of course, while I'm not as wealthy as some of my friends, I have other ways. Miss Anya, you could open an account at one of the banks in Tikkun. Then I'll give you some pocket money. But what did the young master say earlier about all the students at the Magic Academy dying? Jin explained that he was just speculating and that they were too young and weak to take down the Dark Magic Society. Anya sees things differently. All of those students are highly trained and have reached the 4-star level, so the weaker students like them aren't a problem. That's why this happened. The criminals in the Dark Mage Guild are experienced and operate from the shadows. Meanwhile, although the students are well trained, they lack real combat experience. According to the information gathered by Rainbow Tide, the Dark Mage Guild has around 50 members, most of whom are at the 4-star level. The Academy only sent 30 students. Even with high-level mages on each side, the Dark Mage Guild still holds a significant advantage. As he spoke, a loud voice suddenly came from the table behind him. "I'm really angry." The students were laughing among themselves this morning about the Lord of the Land's gesture. The way he rubbed his hands together, begged, and touched his face made him look almost like a pig. The old men said, "The food here is delicious, right, boss?" Jin listened in for a while and then decided to leave. It wouldn't be wise to attract their attention anyway. However, at his command, Anya stayed perfectly still. Of course, she was remembering the time she was bullied back at the academy. These three were the ringleaders. Hey, Anya, don't tell me it's them." Anya stumbled slightly, but nodded in agreement. "That's right. They were the ones who bullied me back at the academy. Now we have even more reason not to catch them." Jin stood up and walked toward the three students, ignoring their questions. "Who are you, and why are you staring at us and smiling? You two don't look like servants. Hey, answer me. Don't tell me you're also part of the Dark Mage Association." "Why do you want to get to know me?" Jin asked, as the three students who overheard couldn't help but laugh aloud. "How dare you, commoner? Fine, I admit I was rude. I'll ask you more politely now. What organization are you with? Why are you moving so slowly?" the boss said, pointing his magic staff at Jin. "You better answer correctly, or I'll drag you both out of here and question you." The innkeeper noticed a fight was about to break out and rushed over in a panic. "Please calm down, sir. They told me they were tourists. Instead of fighting here, could you take it outside?" The shopkeeper was immediately punched in the stomach and collapsed to the ground. "How dare you interrupt me? I think this southern land lacks proper manners when it comes to receiving nobles." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin's fist slammed into the student's jaw. "Hey, you bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing?" The two underlings, seeing their leader getting hit, quickly banged on the table and chairs, shouting loudly, "Don't run away, you bastard!" But then the two of them hesitated as Jin gently closed the door. The fate of all three was sealed. "Beeman's Special Unit, 1st Company, 3rd Platoon. All of you students, pay attention." Enya was not only shocked by these words, but the two students in front of her also seemed to think they had misheard. "What nonsense are you talking about? Special Unit? Are you seriously trying to impersonate them? You must be out of your mind." Jin didn't say much but raised 2 fingers and did something. With a few subtle gestures, the two students quickly realized something was off. A blue flame swiftly engulfed their bodies, causing such excruciating pain that they could hardly breathe. Jin glared at the scum and scoffed. "It's just a little magic and you're already overreacting like this? You worthless bastards dared to bully Enya earlier." As he spoke, he glanced at the timid Enya. "All right, everyone, stand up quickly. If you keep overreacting like this, I'll drag you all to the interrogation room." Jin thought that not only had the three of them disturbed innocent civilians, but they had also sabotaged the special department's work. "What do you think will happen if this news reaches the family or the academy?" The blue-haired man, who had just been threatened, cried and begged for a chance to make things right. "If you agree, I'll do anything. Just don't tell our family about this." With his kind heart, Jin didn't make things difficult for him, and instead said he would assign him a mission. "You might not know this, but we were sent to oversee the destruction of the Dark Magic Guild. Since something went wrong, he has no choice but to ask for your help to complete the mission. In short, he will pretend to be your follower and observe the situation from your side. Now tell me, do you agree?" Of course, the three students quickly agreed. "Let's focus on staying alive first, and then we'll figure out what happens next." After that, Jin turned and left, shouting, "You all pack up and head back to base." He glanced at Enya and shouted, causing her to jump in surprise. Jin leaned in close to Enya's ear and asked, "What did you think of my performance? Now go on. It's your turn, Miss Ania. Although she felt a little embarrassed, what could Enya do? It wasn't every day she got the chance for revenge like this. So afterward, she acted like a true villain, taunting the three students until they were nearly scared out of their minds. What the hell are you guys doing? Hurry up and get it done. Do you have any idea how busy we are? Hurry up and apologize to the owner, then clean everything up. Enya also acted as a considerate agent by fully compensating even though the money wasn't hers. 5 days later, on October 22nd, 1796, the group from the Magic Academy had already begun their campaign. A lecturer stood in front and announced, "The comprehensive purge operation will begin now. All cadets of the Academy must clearly understand and follow every order given by the mage leading each team." Below, some students whispered to each other, "The opponent even has a 7-star mage. With this kind of power, I wonder if our side will be okay." Some people believe that dark magicians are just a thing of the past. If anything happens, Sir Orton will act right away. Of course, Jin and Enya, posing as part of his entourage, were also in the group. He found the students to be surprisingly optimistic. Nearly 50 enemies are hiding in the forest and they're still taking their time. This situation doesn't look good at all. Although no traces have been found yet, the dark mages must be feeling very confident. As usual, they've also sent out scouts to assess the enemy's strength. As he was lost in thought, a loud scream suddenly echoed from ahead. "We've been ambushed!" A monster charged into the center of the mage formation. The lead mage quickly reassured everyone. "Don't panic." He ordered the first team, "Attack with magic, quickly," while the second team set up a magical barrier. The Academy's magical army quickly defeated the charging monster, leaving it sprawled on the ground with its mouth agape. On the other side, the students were laughing as if they just won a great battle. The commander wondered, did the dark magicians really tame these brats? "Then they're too weak," the commander said, noticing Jin's surprised expression. "Inform everyone that we'll be resting here for a while." He immediately stepped forward and told the blue-haired man, "Tell him to advise the commander to move quickly. This place is highly vulnerable to ambushes." There was some resistance at first, but when the blue-haired man heard about the interrogation room, he had no choice but to comply. "Sir Orton, we shouldn't do that." But the other guy wasn't going to listen to the students. "If you're worried, just put up a barrier and take a break." Jin now had a vague understanding of the dark magician's intentions. If he was right, those weaklings only wanted to lower their opponent's guard, yet he had chosen such a large, empty place to rest. Hearing this, Blue-haired wondered, is Mr. Orton suspicious? Even a 7-star mage would have difficulty covering everything, she thought. It's fine to be curious, but don't be too polite to your retainers," the underling added. "He said he saw Sir Orton eating meat this morning. He's always been a vegetarian." Standing in front of a tunnel, 2 mages led the team in a discussion. "This is their main base. We need to set up a protective barrier before entering. Captain Arch, stay here with teams 4 and 5, then join the others and follow us. With the plan in place, Orton's teams 1 and 2 will lead the charge into the enemy base." Meanwhile, the students were still laughing and joking with each other. "I heard the dark mages have about 50 people, and they're planning to turn this place into a fortress or something. No matter what they are, Orton will handle them in no time." As he spoke, retribution struck. A massive explosion ripped open the ground in front of the cave, right before the students' eyes. A moment later, a high-level thug charged out from behind the wall. "We're ambushed!" "Mr. Orton, what should we do next?" another student rushed over to ask. But little did they know, the surprise was only just beginning. "What are you guys going to do? Just shut up and obediently become our test subjects?" "Fuck! Are you serious, or is this some kind of joke?" Before the students had time to react, the fake Orton flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and ordered the assassins to charge forward and capture them all. Enya shouted, "Young master, we need to go!" Just as the fake Orton was gloating over his performance, a sudden flash of blue light appeared, catching him completely off guard. A massive magical sphere has been created. What is this? There's no way it can't be like that. While the fake mage was still stunned in surprise, Jin told Enya to be ready for things to change. "Stick with me. Things are about to get a little tricky." On the other side, the mage recognized the magic before him. "Don't tell me this is Kiddard Hall's counter magic." Jin calmly placed his hand on the sword, continuing to channel the magic. Then with a loud boom, he swung the sword, and all the monsters were defeated. Ah, it looks like there are still some here who can hold out. I assume you two are around 8 years old, Jin said, as the two mages in front of him coughed up blood, one of them collapsing immediately afterward. The remaining bald man was so furious that it looked like his eyes might pop out of his head. He looked at Jin and asked, "Are you a disciple of Kiddard Hall? How can you use reverse magic?" Jin didn't answer. Instead, he sarcastically remarked that the man seemed quite experienced in recognizing it. "It seems like you're pretty excited after that successful ambush," the bald man shouted, adding that he would quickly destroy Jin. "I can tell you're just a 7-star mage. My name is Yeonju. You'd better listen carefully, because that's the last thing you'll ever hear in this life." Jin wasn't particularly concerned. He had heard that Godru's brother was highly skilled with earth magic. "Did you create this artificial cave? It's incredible." Yeonju, flattered, laughed even harder. "If you've realized it, then let me inform you solemnly that there are 9 more powerful mages above me. This means that if you're lucky enough to escape, the Dark Magic Society will hunt you for the rest of your life. However, since I'm a generous person, I'll make you an offer. Join the Dark Magic Society. If you work under me, I'll make sure you advance quickly." While Yeonju was still absorbed in her lecture, Jin had already begun to take action. With a snap of his fingers, the reverberation ball grew even more powerful, followed by the bald man's screams. Enya didn't feel any sympathy for him, and although he was a fairly skilled mage, his loud mouth made him no less annoying. "I didn't expect you to amplify the counterflow magic by adding other energy sources. This is dark magic. Don't tell me you're a disciple of Kiddard Hall and a contractor of Saldarest as well." Jin punched the bald man, knocking him unconscious. To him, this guy is just an 8-star mage. When one thing isn't finished, another one comes up. Monsters continued to emerge from nowhere in large groups behind him. However, before Jin could take action, they were all gathered in one spot. "Are you okay, young Master Jin?" The one who had just acted was none other than Miss Enya. "Actually, I didn't mean to take down those monsters just now," Enya explained, trembling from the shock of the sudden attack by the brats, which had caused her to act out of fear. However, because of this, Jin trusted her more. Enya performed better than I expected. It seems this is the first time Enya has encountered these things, but she handled it really well and didn't panic at all. But if you think that's the end of it, you're sorely mistaken. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, as if it were about to collapse. In front of Enya and Jin stood a monster. He was utterly shocked by what was happening. Did something chaotic happen? "Now tell me, human, was this all your doing?" Jin wasn't too concerned about the guy, but Enya looked like she was about to cry. It was true that stepping away from Quicontel's embrace had been like facing a storm. The wolf continued, saying he had sensed something about Jin. "Even though you seemed to be a mage, your eyes gave it away." Jin decided that if the wolf knew his name, he would tell him the truth. "You're a member of the White Wolf clan, right?" Upon hearing this, the wolf dropped his hammer and burst into laughter. He howled, praising the person standing before him. "You're nothing like the ones I just killed outside the cave, and I really like that. My name is Goltex Hardald, and now that you've heard it, you're compelled to fight me. However, before we begin, I'll give you a chance to survive. Join Kinzello." "Did you just say Kinzello? Isn't this cave the headquarters of the Dark Magic Guild?" Hearing that, Jin asked again, and the other person explained that the Dark Magic Guild was Kinzello. To be more precise, they're just a branch, since Kinzello only accepts knights. This means that Kinzello's mages will be brought in here. Jin suddenly recalled the White Wolf clansman he had faced as a cadet, who was also from Kinzello. Could there be a connection between Kinzello and the White Wolf clan? "In short, what I'm saying is that you can join the Dark Mage Guild under Kinzello," the wolf continued. "And since you killed Yeonju, the final executive position will be yours." "As you said, it seems like Kinzello is seriously lacking in personnel," Jin replied. "To give up the command position so easily?" "Well, if you're planning to overthrow the world, there will always be a shortage of personnel, right?" At that, Jin let out a strange laugh. "The position you said you'd give me? It's a pity that I'm not used to working with those weaker than me." Of course, Goltex Hardald understood what the words meant. The deal had failed, and a life-or-death battle was inevitable. "All right, our conversation is over. Now is the time for your fate to be sealed, mage. With hammer in hand, Goltex struck Jin's mana shield with powerful blows. Meanwhile, Lady Enya didn't just stand there and take the blow. She used her fire magic to strike the werewolf, but it seemed to have no effect. He effortlessly caught and dispelled the magic. Fire magic wasn't used by Enya, nor was wind magic. The next moment, she aimed her stick at Goltex again, and it seemed to have successfully infuriated him. With an angry glare, he cursed, "That weak human girl is playing childish tricks. To me, your skills are as poor as your camouflage. I'm not interested in you right now. I'll deal with you later, so don't get in my way." With that, he turned back to Jin. "Come out from behind that shield and prove yourself, human." But before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Jin was already holding a sword, and blood was spilling from Goltex's body at the same time. "Is that a sword?" he asked, stunned. He had expected his opponent to be a mage. "The thing in his hand must be a scepter." "Haha, got it. So it's a magic sword. Things are getting more interesting now. I won't kill you, of course. Instead, I'll take you to the leader. Don't let your guard down, you wolf. It's been a long time since I fought someone from the White Wolf clan, and I'm excited for this." With that, the two of them charged at each other, their weapons clashing in a deafening roar that echoed through the cave. After a few moves, neither player had the upper hand. However, the balance was quickly disrupted when Goltex's mouth fell open in surprise. Before him, the other person had already drawn the sword from its sheath. The real fight for survival had just begun. "So you still have a few tricks up your sleeve? I could only sense the 7 stars from you, but the strength and fighting spirit within them far surpassed that. If I'm not mistaken, among the humans who have reached this level, you must be the one with the blood of the Runkendel clan. At the very least, you should reveal your name. Runkendel, stake your name and family on this battle." After Goltex's question, Jin no longer had any reason to hide his identity. "I am Jin Runkendel, the youngest son of the Runkendel clan." With that declaration, the werewolf swung his hammer once more. "Goltex Hardeld of the White Wolf clan, I wager the honor of my entire clan to face you. You will be reborn as nourishment for Javier's soul." For those who don't know, Javier was the former patriarch who was defeated by Runkendel 1,000 years ago. "Now take this, you will fight with the honor of the clan." The sound ceased when the hammer in Goltex's hand came down. As for Jin, he began with the aura of a protagonist, swinging his sword 1,000 times, cutting through everything just as he had the first time. This was the final strike. Fresh blood splattered, signaling the inevitable outcome. As expected, Goltex was the loser. He clutched his aching hand as Jin made an offer. "I want to trade that life for information from Kinzello. You must not know the rules of the White Wolf clan. Traitors have no honor." Jin wasn't concerned with such things. "So the rules are more important than your lives?" What he just said only angered Goltex more, because the White Wolf tribe has no cowards. "Why insult the warrior who fought you, Jin Runkendel?" In response to the question, Jin said little more and picked up his sword. "All right, from now on, if I encounter the White Wolf clan, I'll make sure to behave properly. I hope you can understand my behavior this time. I'll remember you, Goltex." Understanding the situation, Goltex immediately broke into a cheerful smile. "I'll be sure to remember you when I return to Javier, Jin Runkendel." A slash of the sword, fueled by the power of darkness, cleaved the werewolf's body in two. After taking down the tough opponent, Jin paused, suddenly remembering, and turned to ask Enya, "Are you scared?" I thought that horrible scene would make her dizzy, but surprisingly it had the opposite effect. "That was amazing, young master. I have great respect for you." Clearly, this was the look of a devoted fan admiring their idol. Jin recalled the battle. While he wasn't sure how much stronger the people of the White Wolf tribe were, the Goltex he had just faced was definitely more powerful than the one he encountered as a cadet. Additionally, the fight hadn't been too difficult. Jin placed the scabbard in Enya's hand and asked her how she was feeling. "This must be the first time you've seen so many people die." "That's right. I actually felt a bit dizzy, but I think it helped me realize a lot of things. It showed me what kind of person my companion is and what I need to do to avoid being a burden to my teammates." As Jin was comforting Enya, a shaky cough came from nearby. "Sir, please save me." It was none other than the blue-haired guy Jin had threatened earlier. "I promise I'll never hurt anyone again." Before Jin could say anything, the person next to him spoke up first. Enya shrugged off her jacket and fixed her gaze on the blue-haired guy's face. Pascal Chip, do you remember me? Of course he remembered her clearly. She was Enya. Although he was still confused about why, Enya reassured him that she had no intention of killing him. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago, wouldn't I? Remember this, Pascal. The ones who saved you were Jin Grey and I, Enya, the future great mage, the one who made a pact with the god of time. After an unknown amount of time, the fake black mage awoke from his coma when buckets of cold water were splashed on his face. Where am I? Who am I? He asked, looking around in panic, feeling that something was off. Now that I think about it, he must have tricked the students into leaving the cave. Looking back, his eyes were filled with fear. That's right. What I saw back then was definitely countercurrent magic. With that thought, he asked, "Are you a student of Kiddart Hall?" "I think there's been a misunderstanding," she replied. "Kiddart Hall and we are on the same side." "So what was the reason for ambushing us?" "Ambush?" Alicia sneered and stood up, much to the imposter's dismay. "A coward who hides in small countries, getting off on his killing spree. I don't think you should be saying that right now, Maddo Baker." The moment he finished speaking, Maddo's expression shifted abruptly from fear to a savage grin. "I don't know how you figured out my true identity, but it looks like you made a big mistake. If you so much as lay a finger on me, the association will make sure you pay for it. Go ahead, I dare you." Before he could finish his sentence, Alicia's massive hand grabbed him, ready to send him to meet his ancestors. "I think you've said enough." As she spoke, the knife in her hand shot forward and pierced Maddo's eye. Greenbean was terrified. "I thought I was going to lose my eye, but just before it went through, Alicia stopped. You should understand by now. Just answer my question while enduring the pain. It will kill you slowly and steadily." Back in the meeting room, after hours of intimate conversation with Maddo, the breaking news finally arrived. It was known that the Dark Magic Society's hideout was in Otarium. "Isn't that the capital of Valkella?" Murakhan asked in surprise. Alicia confirmed, "It is. To be precise, it was the capital 500 years ago." "While you were sleeping, Murakhan," Quicontel explained, 500 years ago, the Holy Kingdom of Valkella changed its capital once, following an attack by the demon race. At that time, the demons launched an attack on Valkella, aiming to seize the Holy Book of Demons, which had been kept there since the founding of the Holy Kingdom. In response, the two most powerful families on the continent, Runkendel and Zippel, sent their knights and sages to aid Valkella. This event came to be known as the Protection of the Holy Kingdom. It was the only documented instance of cooperation between these two powerful families. Naturally, the battle ended in a victory for the Holy Kingdom. The demons were defeated, but the area was left in ruins. Mountains were shattered, explosions tore through the sky, and the ground was devastated. That's why Valkella had to move its capital. Otarium is now an unprotected land and a haven for demons. Jin suddenly remembered that the legacy of Yunripo, which he had been searching for, was also there. The magic book that contained the Myriad World Fire was currently in Otarium, and that was truly bad news. But why had they chosen that place? After a moment of thought, Jin asked everyone directly, "When did the Dark Magic Association select that location?" He found out that it had been about 50 years ago. They are no longer remnants. According to reliable sources, they have 3 9-star mages. The first is Farrell Henshaw, a senior member of Beeman Academy. The second is Susan Lalicia, the leader of the Lalicia organization. The last is Chukon Talderer, the Grand Mage of On. Kashmir couldn't believe they had so many 9-star mages when she heard about it. It was insane. Jin wasn't like Kashmir. He was more concerned about how disastrous it would be if they rebelled. First the Dark Magicians, then Kinzello. Things would only get worse. He also understood why Jin and the Zippel clan just stood by and watched when Kinzello rebelled in his previous life. "There are too many obstacles if I suddenly join this war." Alicia continued to explain her theory. "Although it's hard to believe, I'm pretty sure Kinzello has some sort of transformation magic. They turned Martyr Baker into Odin Malson. That's Bubare Gaston." Jin immediately thought of this name as soon as he heard it, and Kashmir also suspected that this person was connected to Bishkal. "The person he asked me to investigate earlier was young Master Jin." Murakhan looked puzzled. "What you're talking about is transformation, not camouflage." "He doesn't transform himself, but he can help others do it. Quicontel is the same. This is the first time she's heard of humans being able to transform. This has always been considered a dragon's privilege. I don't think Martyr Baker knows the details, Alicia explained. He said, when he passed out and woke up, his body had changed. Jin also mentioned the two imposters he encountered when he was a cadet. They said we were tracking the Zipper family, and they had disguised themselves as escorts. In short, I think we need to meet Bubare Gaston, Jin said, standing up and confirming the statement. I'll also call someone when I go to meet him, so there's no need to worry. Also, Sir Kashmir, could you help me look into the relationship between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzello? A week later, at the Hyron family estate, the head of the family was listening to a report on the recent purge of the Black Magic Society. Something went wrong in the South during the operation, the report began. As a result, about 20 students lost their lives, including 2 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage. Dante Heron furrowed his brow. Does that mean the plan failed? The answer he received was no. According to a surviving student, 2 individuals named Jin Gray and Austin Gray were responsible for defeating the Black Magic Society. He said that the older brother, Jin Gray, uses magic, while the younger brother, Austin Gray, is a swordsman. So is that why you came here? At the question from the head of the Hyron family, Russ quickly opened a chest and explained, what's inside is the weapon of a White Wolf clansman. This cut was definitely made by a skilled swordsman. When I look at it, the only person that comes to mind is young master Dante Heron. Upon hearing this, Dante laughed heartily at Rust's confusion. Dante quickly explained that while his nephew was highly talented and skilled, he hadn't yet reached this level. He could never make such a perfect cut. If we're not mistaken, the person who made that must have the skill of an 8-star swordsman. Dante quickly added, confirming that he hadn't reached that level yet. Sorry, but it looks like you came all this way for nothing. Ruth did not ask anything more and excused himself. Jin, has he already reached that level? Looks like I need to have a word with Veredin. Outside, Ruth continued to think about Austin Gray. Based on the surviving student's description, he had a hoarse voice and a small frame. His age ranges from 10 to his early 20s, and with his exceptional swordsmanship, capable of slicing through a White Wolf tribe's hammer at such a young age, the only person who fits this description is Dante Heron. He is concealing his true abilities. With that decisive statement, Ruth promptly instructed her subordinates to monitor the young master of the Heron household whenever he goes out, while I casually remarked, he's the type to overthink things. On October 30th, 1796, at a teleportation gate in the Horn Empire just minutes before the train was about to depart, Jin stood outside waiting for his turn. A strange girl with red hair approached him and asked if she could sit next to him. Jin wasn't paying much attention. He was focused on the plan to meet Bubare Gaston. I heard he's attending a seminar somewhere in the Kingdom of Carano soon, so it's a great opportunity. Until now, he's never had a reason to, but perhaps Jin doesn't realize that the person across from him is staring intently, likely plotting something. A few days later, Jin found himself standing in front of Bubare Gaston's workshop. He had also learned that the boy had purposely arrived late, having stopped by other workshops to avoid raising Kinzello's suspicions. According to the other workshop owners, Kinzello was considered the most talented of the sculpting prodigies. He wasn't just a talented shapeshifter mage. His sculpting skills were extraordinary too. As soon as Jin walked in, his eyes were instantly drawn to the statue of Bubare's muscular six-pack. It made him wonder if he should just destroy the place right then and there. But setting that thought aside for the moment, Jin started banging on the door. Probably fueled by the anger from earlier, he might have gone a little overboard, prompting Bubare to answer with a bitter tone. Which bastard dared to mess with our place? However, his attitude quickly shifted when he saw his guest. It was Jin Runkindel, and he gasped in surprise, exclaiming, Jin is greeting the other person politely too. Bubare, after a few seconds of being stunned, suddenly snapped out of it and asked, how did you get here? Jin replied that he had come as a guest. We don't deal with people like you. In response to Bubare's hostile attitude, Jin replied calmly, didn't I save you once? Is this how you treat someone who helped you? Because if my brothers and sisters had heard the nonsense you're spouting at the party, they'd have killed you on the spot. Seeing that he could no longer win the argument, Bubare shifted from verbal sparring to physical confrontation and charged at Jin. However, he likely forgot that his opponent was a member of the Runkindel family. Jin landed a punch squarely in the fat guy's face, knocking him backwards. It's better to stay in line while he's still being civil. Hearing the commotion, Bishkal called out from inside, "What's going on out there?" The response came right away. Jin ignored the overweight man lying unconscious on the floor and walked in confidently. The two locked eyes, both momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Bishkal asked, "What brings young Master Jin here? Isn't he supposed to be on reserve duty right now?" Before Jin could answer, Bubari crawled in, sniffling. "Please have Lord Bishkal handle that bastard. He's humiliated me too many times at the party, and now he has the nerve to show up here and cause trouble." Bubari has no idea how much Bishkal hates that disgusting pig. He's just hoping it gets reincarnated as soon as possible. That's what's really eating at him. But on the outside, Bishkal's the second best charmer around, because there's no one else who comes close to being number one. Sorry, Bubari, even I have no idea what just happened. But Master Jin's absence wasn't without reason. Nearby, Jin seized the opportunity to apologize in an attempt to gain favor, explaining that he had come to have Bubari sculpt a statue of his father, but it now seemed unlikely that would happen. But strangely, Bickel spoke up because he didn't expect an apology. For that reason alone, Bubari was completely different from the young Master Jin I knew. He must have come here for some other reason, along with that person's interrogation. Jin could only curse silently to himself. He had to admit that he originally came here with a different, less honorable intention. That's right, the person he wanted to meet wasn't Bubari, but Bishkal. Me? Don't tell me he's planning to fight me pretending it's just a reserve match. The response was not only spot on, but exactly what Jin had been thinking, and he quickly admitted it, though a little embarrassed. But given my current status, I can't visit the Ibriano family without an invitation, so I came to see Bubari, who's staying with them right now. Before I could finish, Bishkel interrupted me, bluntly saying, "I'm here to relax, and there won't be any fighting." "You're quite rude yourself, young Master Jin." As the words left his mouth, a sword strike simultaneously slashed across Jin's face. "If you can't even react to an attack like this, how could you possibly stand against me?" Bishkel shook his head in disappointment and turned to walk inside. "Well, it's true that Jin didn't react to that strike, but it was on purpose. I almost counterattacked." Then Jin left, and taking the opportunity, Bubari started ranting wildly. He even had the nerve to bring up the Runkindel family to insult me. "Jin Runkindel, do you really think that just because you carry the Runkindel name, you can have everything? If you keep acting this arrogant, you will be eliminated before you even get the chance to become the next sword master." Bishkel shouted. "Jin, stop!" Jin's sword was pressed against the fat man Bubari's neck. "Bishkel, I'll admit that I'm rude and arrogant, but those who dare insult the name Runkindel are a different story. Will you just stand there and watch the name Abriano be humiliated in front of you? If that's the case, then I have no choice." He stopped, "You, young Master Jin." Before taking any action, Bishkel even gave a warning with this gesture. He could very well die, but Jin remains completely honorable, insisting that even if he does, he'll protect the name of the Runkandel family. Damn, he's not kidding. Seeing Jin so determined like this. Bishkel only regrets not being able to shut that fat bastard's mouth. "Now I'm going to count to 3. While I do, you will kneel and apologize," Jin said, the tip of his sword edging closer to Bubari's thick neck. "Kneel, Bubari." Seeing the person who could save him also pleading, the fat man had no choice but to act, despite his reluctance. He dropped to his knees, apologizing over and over, his body trembling uncontrollably, while Jin continued to threaten him without mercy. "If it hadn't been for Lord Bishko, you'd be dead after that apology. That's what you would have gotten for insulting the Runkindel name," he said, then turned to Bishko. "I apologize for my loss. Of course, if he wants, he can fight with me until he's satisfied. Please leave, young Master Jin. His actions weren't wrong." With that, Jin lost interest and left immediately. "Why the hell did that bastard come here?" Bubari kept cursing, until he turned around and saw Bishko seething with rage. "You'd better shut up and get inside. We still have a lot to discuss." A few minutes later, Bishkel and Bubari discussed the latest news. The leader had just announced that they would break their alliance with the Zippel family. Therefore, the items we receive from Zippel will be halved, but we'll also get some of the product returned to us. We'll give it to them. As soon as Bubari heard this, he immediately mentioned the compass. We need to get the compass back. With it, We can locate the relics and use them as materials. Of course, Bishkel confidently claimed he would retrieve them quickly. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed something and rushed to throw open the window behind him. It's strange that there hasn't been a soul around here lately. What's going on, Lord Bishkel? Nothing, Bishkel replied, quietly thinking that he must have imagined it. Beyond the edge of the forest, where Jin was still on his way back, sword strikes sliced through the thick layers of leaves, targeting the position of the person moving below. However, Jin didn't seem at all surprised by the other person's appearance. He effortlessly deflected the attack, despite her shocked expression. Even though the forest was empty, there was no need to make such a scene. It seems like everything went smoothly with what you asked me to do. Did you love Yona? Of course I had to do it, since you asked. It was really tough pretending not to know you, you know? While speaking, Yona was peeling off the disguise, her face radiating with joy. A few days earlier in Samil, King Al had delivered a letter to Yona, and it was from none other than Jin. Receiving the letter from her younger brother, Yona couldn't hide her happiness, not just because he had reached out to her, but for another reason entirely. It's also because of what's inside. Will I be able to go out for a few days? As per Jin's request, of course, Yona, the one entrusted with it, must handle it personally. Even so, don't speak about it like that. The King Owl was concerned. The little beak kept swinging the knife around recklessly, and if this continues, Lord Kiran will end up killing Jin. Make sure the kid doesn't get caught. As for the plan, it's the meeting with Bubare Gaston. Jin needs information about himself and the people around him, and no one is better suited for the task than Yona. After all, she was the one who overheard the conversation between Bickel and Bubare earlier. Yona had also informed Jin about the alliance. Kinzello and Zippel have been cancelled, a crucial piece of information that even the Runkendell family has failed to uncover. With this knowledge, Jin now knows exactly what their next move will be. At that moment, Yona suddenly thought of the chubby guy named Bubare. She thought, we must be the same type of person. Those two sisters probably want to deal with that fat guy already. Jin, surprised, asked, what does she mean by that? But not getting a clear answer, she couldn't explain it to him just yet, especially not to the youngest. Isn't it true that everyone has their own secrets? Yona hadn't finished speaking when Jin suddenly unleashed the power of darkness ahead. Is this what you're implying? Yona thought that when Jin's secret was revealed, she would happily share hers, but she didn't. Deep within Yona, the urge for bloodshed echoed, compelling her to kill the person in front of her. Jin also sensed her reaction to the dark energy, her murderous intent nearly suffocating. Fortunately, Yona was able to control it afterward. She also told Jin not to use it in front of her again. By the way, why did you tell me about it? I thought you weren't supposed to reveal any secrets. Until she officially becomes an athlete, she's not someone you can trust or rely on. Jin didn't deny it. She simply said, I meant to hide it. Until I received the blue roses from you. They were my source of comfort during tough times. And aren't blue roses a symbol of trust? That was when I decided I would no longer keep any secrets from you. After hearing Jin's explanation, Yona felt embarrassed and anxious, especially since just a few minutes ago, she had almost acted against her. Jin, on the other hand, seemed barely concerned. He believes he'll definitely become stronger, to the point where you won't be able to do anything to him, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Well, that's good then, so let's hang out together again. Oh, but just to be clear, I'm saying that just to say it, Jin is actually pretty scared too. Clearly, Father had warned me to stay away from Yona, to go out, and not to take advantage of her. Meanwhile, at the Black Sea, Khan was reporting to the head of the household about recent developments regarding the relics. He inquired about the youngest. Has Yona been asked to do anything lately? Sir, no. According to the report from the escorting knights, since the clan leader's warning, I don't think the young master dares to do so. He doesn't know fear, Chiron thought. He believed the youngest son was more complicated than Khan had described, even though both Kumeo and Luna had received threats from her. As Khan stood behind him, he pulled out another letter. This is a letter from Kashmir, sir. According to the contents, the youngest son has defeated Goldtex, a member of the White Wolf clan. However, Chiron is unfamiliar with the name and asked Khan if he knew who he was. Yes, sir. I once fought their leader, Goldtex of the White Wolf clan. He's a very strong opponent, so I remember him well. The battle lasted for 5 hours. I believe the Goltecs are the elite warriors of the tribe, which makes young Master Jin's victory even more significant. In the letter, Kashmir also mentions the moment when young Master Jin fought and split Goltex's hammer in two. The master shouted one word, "Cut." I thought it was part of his fighting style, but only Chiron knew things were far more complicated. It perfectly aligned with what was described in the chronicles, the swordsmanship spells and the dark energy. Thousands of years have passed since that technique was last used. It was once employed by the first head of the Runkandel family, Lord Tamar. With that in mind, she really wonders if the youngest can surpass my level. I'm eager to see if it's possible. I don't know about anything else, but Jin would probably be shocked to hear those words. And Tikhon, the capital of Kashmir, was equally stunned when he found out. Kinzello and Zippel have dissolved their alliance, but why? Was it because of the demon stone that Andrew and Zippel were once destroyed by? Jin thinks that's the reason too. He also revealed that the creator of that thing is none other than Bubare Gaston. Using the body of a god, the remnants of an ancient civilization, and his exceptional sculpting skills, he brought to life dangerous entities and creations that are undoubtedly the essence of Kinzello. While everyone was talking loudly, Murakan sat in a corner, thinking, could the corpse of the god be referring to Numero's blood and tears? Hey kid, there's something we haven't told you yet. Do you remember when I helped your classmates in the Doji of Kurano during the cadet mission? At that time, a tomb guardian, looking like it was from 2,000 years ago, showed up again, and I took it down quietly. However, we still don't understand why it appeared there. I suppose it must have been created by Bubare Gaston. After hearing everyone out, Quicontel suspected that Bubare might be connected to the sculptor god. The sculptor god? I've never heard of that name before. Of course you haven't, because that god has disappeared from history. Continuing Murakan's explanation, Quicontel revealed that Well was the deity who played a key role in the creation of the Origin Stone. After the Origin Stone's destruction, Well reconsidered his divine role to become a normal human and to protect the place where the gods who had died once resided. Well created the stone people, known as the Tomb Giants. Murakan also mentioned that it was the dragons who destroyed all of these stone people. Are you saying that Bubare Gaston made a pact with a dead god? That might actually be the case because aside from, well, there's no other reasonable explanation for this. That's not all, Jin suddenly said. In addition to what I mentioned, Bubare has also created something else that can identify fake contracts. What do you mean? Until the user of the contract personally uses their power, no one can know about it. Alicia was taken aback. She realized that must be the reason they found them. Julia, that's right, they call it a compass. Of course, the compass isn't perfect, which is why they rely on Latri, the guardian of time. When they catch the false pact makers, they let them use the demon stones. In short, that's why we need to get the compass at all costs. Jin said that in the next 6 months, the Zippel family will return the compass to Kinzello, and that will be our chance to obtain it at any cost. After informing everyone of the timing, Jin confirmed that Zippel will return the compass to Kinzello. He quickly turned to Alicia and advised her to take Julia and Enya to the Ice Palace. Of course, before the Zippel family returns the compass, they'll want to gather as many contract holders as possible. We need to get those people to a truly safe place. Kashmir also agreed with Jin's assessment. Here in Tikhon, this place isn't strong enough to withstand the power of Zippel. That's right, we need to send the fake contracts ahead, Quicontel said. In the meantime, Jin mentioned he would contact the guild leader about the protection. They will also meet in the Kingdom of Balado in May next year, after which they'll travel to the land of pirates to strike a deal. Where's the next place he's headed, young Master Jin? Kashmir asked. Murakan replied immediately, not waiting for Jin to answer. There's a place this kid needs to go, and another one that's even safer than the ice field, a place that could be considered the safest. A few hours before the meeting, Murakan had told Jin, go to the underworld. I had planned for you to go there eventually, but now might be the perfect time, as Jin stared at him in surprise. Gilly also asked Murakan, are the people from the underground world you mentioned the ones who defeated the monsters? I heard they disappeared 6 months ago. How can I get to a place that's already gone? Jin wondered, does that place even still exist? In response to Murakan, I gently said that I wasn't sure of the exact location, but it was somewhere deep within the Mitra Desert, the land of monsters, a place that only those bound by a 1,000-year pact could enter. Not even the gods can enter. Simply put, he is the one who made the ancient pact with Solderem, the dark god, and the people of the underworld are bound by that covenant. It is the land reserved for the sword mages of the Runkendel family who aspire to become true sword masters. He must go there to the southern border region near the kingdom of Jin, the land of monsters, where Jin once completed his first mission as a cadet. To reach the Mitra Desert, he must cross this mountain. Of course, if you cross it directly, many problems will arise. Just like last time, there has to be another way. Creatures known for their gentle nature could be a potential solution, especially when it comes to avoiding predators. That's right, the ones Jin is talking about are the Aqualis tribe. Thinking back to when he was still a cadet, the Aqualis greeted his group with a bunch of fish in their hands. To them, these humans were truly pitiable. "Oh, are you hungry again?" One of the Aqualis noticed Jin and spoke up. But this time it was different. Jin wasn't here to beg for food. He had brought a pile of treasure and a giant fish with him. "I wanted to thank you for your help last time." Although the situation didn't turn out exactly as Jin had imagined, the outcome was still good. The group hurried to grab the fish, completely ignoring the bag of treasure in Jin's hand. There's no quicker way to win someone's heart than through their stomach. Afterward, he immediately asked for directions to a safe route to the Mitra Desert. That caught Aqualis off guard. "Do you even know where that is, kid?" "I've heard of it, but I still need to go." Aqualis's expression shifted instantly. "If you go there, you're definitely going to die. But frankly, I couldn't care less." The two quickly reached an agreement and set off on their journey. Before long, just as Aqualis had mentioned, the cave ahead of them had grown larger. Aqualis pointed at the waterfall and said, "Take some water. After we pass through here, we'll reach the desert." Jin immediately followed his friend's advice and pressed on deeper. Two people walked through an area filled with small caves and tunnels, glowing with golden light. "Is this the golden tongue species?" Jin asked his friend, Aqualis, glancing at the creatures inside. As the mouse was on its way, a large, tough rat suddenly appeared and blocked its path. "What are you two doing here?" it demanded. What followed was a heated argument between the two small creatures, and to put it simply, it was a conflict between the two species. "No one is allowed in here. So why did Aqualis bring a human in?" I asked. Aqualis, with an indifferent expression, held up a gold coin and reassured me, "Come on, trust me, my friend, there won't be any problems. He's on his way to Mitra, and if he lets us through, this will be his." Of course, my friend, I trust him. He should have said this sooner. As soon as we escaped, our mouse guided them to the final path, which seemed to lead out of the stone cave. Ahead of the mouse, I kept describing what lay beyond the door, where countless treasures from the spirits awaited. There's also the Yucca Yucca market there. Aqualis calls Jin, but you don't really need to pay attention to that mouse rambling. I'll give you some guidance, but to be honest, it's not that important. He just needs to remember that dogs are trustworthy. Aqualis spun around 180 degrees, leaving Jin behind. Jin, feeling grateful, wanted to know his name. "I'm Darkflame," Aqualis said, and despite his cute appearance, his name sounded pretty badass. Jin quickly introduced himself, but before he could say anything, Darkflame interrupted. "I know," he said. "You don't need to tell me. I know you're Jin Runkendel." He was the leader back then, and you all wore the clan's outfit. Pretty surprising. But you wouldn't tell anyone about this, right? Just look at Darkflame's seriously impressive face. Only then did Jin feel at ease. "With all the honor of the Runkendel family, I will repay your kindness," Jin said one day. "As for that bastard, he can leave whenever he wants." And with that, he continued on his journey. When they passed through the gate, the mouse introduced Jin to the places he was about to visit. "To reach Mitra, I'll introduce you to a guide who is perfectly suited," according to Aqualis. Jin barely acknowledged the man's words, tossing him a coin before walking away. "Thanks for opening the gate, but I don't need any of that." It's true, money makes everyone happy. As he entered the Duca Duca market, Jin made a beeline for the person he was looking for. "I need a reliable guide who can take me straight to the Mitra Desert." "Can he do that?" Jin asked, his eyes locked on the beastman across from him. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but by then, Jin and the dog-headed beastman successfully made their way into the desert. Jin was deeply grateful for the help and thanked him for getting him there so quickly and safely. After saying their goodbyes, Jin continued on his journey. There is still a long way to go before reaching the underground world, where the masters of the dark sword are passed down, If you die here, no one will ever be able to find him. The Mitra Desert is located in the central region, a land inhabited by monsters. Legends say that deep within this hidden underground world, there are vast treasures of gold, silver, resources, and even unknown civilizations. It is also a place that explorers have always dreamed of stepping foot in, though even the native animals cannot find this underground world. Crossing the Mitra Desert is nothing short of suicide. It's the most remote place in the land where no help can be found, and no one has ever survived the attempt. Yet here we are, with the master of the dark sword, the one who wields the dark sword, the leader of the Myungwang clan. 5,000 years ago, they created a myth by keeping peace among the monsters during their golden age. But then they disappeared overnight, Jin asked, surprised. That's right, they were arrogant. They didn't believe in the power of the gods, which is why they made the mistake of challenging such powerful beings. Murakhan then asked, have you seen the power of the devil fruit? In reality, it's just a source of power, a mere simulation compared to the actual stone. The power of the original stone was forged by gathering the strength of the gods, making it so powerful that it destroyed entire legends. Within a day, and under Jin's astonished gaze, Murakhan continued explaining that, as he understood it, not all the gods had abandoned them. One of the gods had shown compassion. Is that Lord Saldared? Yes, it is, my dear daughter-in-law. You're truly unbelievably clever. Murakhan nuzzled into Gilly and replied, then shot a sharp glare at Jin. It was Lord Saldared who saved a small branch of the Myungwang family and later made a pact with them. While the exact terms of the agreement remain unknown, the boy was unable to learn dark swordsmanship from anyone else. Of course, Tamar was also trained in swordsmanship by them. Tamar Runkendel, despite being the clan leader of the Runkendel family, has nearly disappeared from historical records. Aside from a few that are fortunate enough to still exist today, the reason for this lies with the Zippel sorcerer family. They are the ones who masterminded the erasure of all records of Tamar, the founder of Runkendel and the greatest hero of all. Although Tamar's body wasn't placed in the Sword Garden, if you visit the Myungwang clan's land, you'll hear the story of the first clan master. That's exactly what Murakhan told Jin. A day had passed since Jin first set foot in the desert, and the second day quickly followed. The scorching heat by day and the biting cold by night made him feel the intense power of the Mitra Desert coursing through his body. Even with Runkendel's body, it's not easy. Compared to fighting a high-level opponent, this is much harder. One needs an unyielding amount of courage to cross the Mitra Desert, where only you and nature exist. He is battling himself. A month has passed since the first day he set foot in the desert, December 1st, 1796. It's been a while since he ran out of water and food. Jin can now clearly sense what people often refer to as death. It's drawing closer. Even the footprints in the sand disappear, making return impossible. All he can do is endure, and with each moment, the despair grows stronger. But just when it seemed like everything was over, they appeared. They had finally found you. The two figures spoke, their voices full of surprise in Jin's eyes. Did you know? We had no idea how we'd ever see you again. Time at home has been so boring. Of course, the two speaking are Daytona and Haytona. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it, little one? And just like that, they both rushed toward Jin. Show me how much your skills have improved. The two swords clashed as Jin struggled to block his opponent's heavy strikes. It was too difficult for him to defend against them. Could this just be an illusion? In that moment, the second brother's sword suddenly swung toward him with incredible speed. Luckily, Jin managed to dodge just in time by tilting his head. I can clearly tell that if I don't dodge, my head will definitely be sliced off. Haha, we waited until you were completely worn out. Hearing that tone, Jin realized that these weren't just ordinary illusions. These could even be real people. Do you really want to do this? Jin shouted, then quickly ran off, leaving the twins stunned. Naturally, they immediately chased after him. We've been wanting to do this for a long time, kid, Haytona said, the tip of her sword quickly closing in on Jin. They're too fast now. Jin is really struggling to keep up with their speed, but he still manages to block the point of the sword. Here I am, kid. Daytona suddenly appeared right behind him, only to be blocked again. Jin knocked Haytona's sword aside and spun around to strike. He could see how perfectly in sync the twins were. They cover each other's gaps with every move. But to me, that's all they have. His sword sliced across Daytona's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. But to me, they didn't make any strong moves. Haytona's sword was quickly subdued by Jin. Did they have that kind of strength back then? It's driving me crazy. We had to kneel before them, even though they were incredibly weak. I honestly wished I could kill these brothers first. With that thought, Jin threw a powerful punch, sending sand flying in all directions. After the sand settled, only the twins remained unconscious on the ground. Jin slowly approached, and to their horror, one of the twins, the youngest, immediately spoke up, his face twisted with a pleading expression. "I'm really sorry. Please let us go this time." As for Jin, is he hesitating? When the twins rushed over, they asked, "When you heard that Father called for the youngest, are you okay? I heard Father has forgiven you now, right?" Perhaps he hopes his relationship with them will be different from his past life, but he knows he must cut ties. We have to do this to move forward because Jin raised his sword, releasing a surge of dark power. Under the twins' frantic gaze, they thought, what the hell is he doing? How could he say that to his own brother? He's a bloodthirsty bastard. All those words just went right over his head. My sword has been swung down because I am Jin Runkendel. After the strike, Jin spoke to his two older brothers, who had always been by his side. Why were they still here? A day had passed, but the bodies of the two brothers still lay there. Could it be that I was wrong? Could they not be the ones? As this thought crossed his mind, Jin had already dug two graves for them, placing a sword on each one. As is often the case with the Runkendel family, a familiar voice, low and steady, spoke up as Jin's silhouette gradually faded. That's right, killing your own flesh and blood is a deeply painful thing. Your siblings will suffer as you do now if you don't act. Furthermore, you made a wise choice in selecting this child, Lord Solderist. The moment the sound fades, we realize that what we believed to be truths were actually just illusions. They disappear in an instant, like a snap of the fingers. That night was just like any other. Jin rested on a rock by the roadside, but the battle in the sight of his two brothers seemed to have drained him completely. The desert scorpions were as relentless as ever, continuing to sting any living thing they came across. Of course, in Jin's eyes, these guys were nothing more than a source of protein, and he kept devouring each cow that came his way. Thanks to the wine that can resist all poisons, eating them would normally be very dangerous. Speaking of which, I just remembered, how was Yona? And what about the rest of my siblings? At that moment, images of his two older brothers suddenly came to Jin's mind. Daytona and Haytona have always been by his side, even though they don't share many good memories together. This is truly the worst thing in the world. The next morning, the sun's rays fell across Jin's face. The water bottle ran out after several days of use. With Runkandel's body and conserving as much as possible, it barely held up. By now, all Jin could see was the yellow expanse of the desert. There's nothing here. Jin wondered how much time had passed, but he had no idea. He truly had no idea. He just kept walking, pushing forward. But what more could be done? He couldn't even remember why he was here. Then when his body gave out, he collapsed to his knees, completely helpless. Could it be that I came here just to kill my own brothers from the beginning? Is it really all over? Just when it seemed like I was about to give up, a figure appeared. He walked over to Jin and handed him a bottle of water. However, contrary to what people usually expect, Jin didn't take it. Instead, he quickly grabbed his wrist and pressed the knife to his own neck. "Who are you?" Jin asked, his pale lips barely moving. "The first time we met, you greeted me with a knife too. You haven't changed at all." The voice was so familiar that it snapped him back to reality. Ahead of him, the person had removed their cloak. "Of course, your skills back then were nowhere near what they are now, right? You're talking about none other than Valeria Hister, Jin's master, who taught him magic in his past life. Hello, my beloved disciple. Valeria Hister is the sole heir of the Hister magical family. A 7-star mage, she was Jin's master in his previous life. She may also be the first or possibly the only one. Tell Jin that the most foolish child of the Runkendel family has talent. She is the reason he continues to live, his savior and also a reliable companion. The first time I met my master was when I was aimlessly wandering after being exiled by my family. That was all that happened in my past life, but in this one, it's clear I've never met her. So why are those words, those countless questions surfacing now? But Jin was soon pulled back to reality. As he looked around, he wondered how he had ended up in this place. Could it be an illusion? He quickly closed his eyes, repeating to himself, "This isn't real." Looking back, my master's appearance is exactly the same as it was the last time I saw her in my past life. She's 2 years younger than me, so this doesn't make any sense. It's impossible. Jin paused for a moment, then softly said, I think the master is the second illusion I've seen. Valeria Hister didn't deny it. In fact, she nodded and replied, maybe that's true. Now drink it. Valeria held the water pouch out in front of Jin. No, master. If you want this, you'll have to fight me for it. Before he could respond, she tossed the pouch to the other side. That's true, but are you really planning to fight me like this? One hit from me would be enough to end it. Why does it have to be you and not someone else? Is there truly no other option? You know better than anyone, right? You've become stronger since your rebirth. Your willpower is even greater than mine. So go ahead, drink up. You should be ready to fight me. After those words, Jin stopped refusing. He opened the water bottle, thinking to himself, you're my only disciple. I hope you won't disappoint me. If she really is the master, would she say that? Jin's question was quickly answered. If it is truly her, she'd love you even more than this. Maybe even kiss you on the forehead. Jin took a sip of water and sighed. It's like hearing my own voice, which means I'm really not comfortable. If that's the case, stop asking and just defeat her, then move on. You can use anything from swords and magic to dark energy. Actually, I don't need a sword. Jin drove his blade into the ground right before Valeria's astonished eyes. You've gotten more arrogant since the last time we met, but you'll regret it. You'll regret it even more if you use a sword to defeat him, because he's the one who taught you all your magic, and he'll keep teaching you. He replied just before the disciple cast his spell. Valeria immediately called upon her lightning magic, saying, I really admire your courage, but it's best to be prepared. Mentally. Of course, Jin knew just how devastating this attack could be. The moment countless lightning bolts struck, he quickly moved away from his position. But was it really that simple? Behind him, a thunder spear swiftly formed through Valeria's magic, relentlessly pursuing Jin. Is that the star mark? Jin thought to himself. If it is, she's really trying to kill me. With that, he quickly summoned a dark magic barrier. He had fought the master hundreds of times before, but had never won. Still, she had never truly wanted to kill him. This time, though, things were different. You dodged that strike pretty well. Ahead, Valeria had summoned 5 thunder spears. Jin knows that each of those spears carries the power of a 7-star sorcerer, but with the current mana, Master won't be able to keep going much longer. From the look in your eyes, it seems you've finally decided to fight seriously, haven't you? You're analyzing how much mana we have left, right? Valeria asked, as if she could read Jin's mind. This is your last chance. If you refuse to pick up your sword now, you'll really die. Whether we live or die, we'll only know after this battle is over, Master. As he spoke, Jin cast a spell that Valeria immediately recognized as a reversal spell. It looks like you've found a new master. You said I was your only master, but this is all you've accomplished? Jin had no explanation to offer. No matter what he said, it would be pointless because the magic he was using truly belonged to someone else. Master must be saying those things on purpose to get to me, right? Jin thought, his gaze drifting back to his hand. That's right. She's the type who will stop at nothing once she decides to kill someone. With the explosive countercurrent technique, I probably can't even absorb mana from a lightning spear anymore, despite outwardly assuring my master that I won't disappoint them. He calculates that the only way forward is through a reverse flow, and he needs to buy time by any means necessary. She is eagerly anticipating it. The moment the sound fades, a series of lightning strikes lunge toward Jin. He needs 3 minutes to complete the reverse process, but it's very difficult. Still, she is his master, and Jin knows when her next strike will come. Just as Jin predicted, Valeria's second move was carried out simultaneously. It's surprising, though, that the magic circle could extend this far. How did the fire chains manage to succeed? After all, it's Jin's position, but this is really strange. She can't possibly have enough mana to cast such a large magic circle and maintain all 5 spears at the same time. Suddenly, he had a thought and shouted as if he'd figured something out. That's probably true. Of the 5 spears, only one truly holds power. A green flame quickly engulfed the body, leaving Valeria in stunned silence. Wow, it's Tessing! Her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Jin had just summoned the phoenix. At this rate, how much longer can it take any more hits? As the master had said, he knew that with the remaining mana, there wasn't much time left. But just one more minute, as Tessa's blue flame continued to hold off Valeria's magic. With her master's power clearly drained, it couldn't last much longer. The chains of fire swiftly wrapped around the body, sending the phoenix back into the world of flames. But that was more than enough. "Thank you, Tessing," Jin said as the counterspell magic in his hand shot into the sky. A whirlwind of magic swirls above Valeria's head as she stands. Though slightly injured from the blow, she appears unfazed, likely aware of the mana backlash. It only happens to those who struggle to control the magic within their bodies. "So what are you really hiding, disciple?" "Nothing, Master," Jin quickly responded. "I've lost. There's nothing more I can do." "Isn't it obvious that you're still using a massive amount of mana? It's impossible to keep casting this much magic without suffering backlash." "What you're saying is absolutely true, and almost no one could do that, but it's probably best if you don't come here. I'm sure you still have some tricks up your sleeve." Even so, Jin kept moving forward slowly. "Do you know I've never lied to you about anything?" Valeria shouted, "Stop right there!" and firmly warned that if he took another step, she would strike with full force. "Master, I just want to see you one last time," he insisted, unwavering, as he continued to move forward, ignoring her plea. Of course, what Valeria said earlier wasn't just empty talk. Each fire dragon was conjured by magic, relentlessly attacking Jin, but he managed to dodge them for now. Perhaps no one was aware of the celestial retrograde orb above. In fact, it's merely a tool to find the true spear. At the moment the 5 fire dragons, representing 5 spears, charged in, Jin was unexpectedly jolted awake. Now, in his eyes, he clearly knew his goal: the position of the spear and where Valeria's magic was focused. In his hand was a short dagger infused with dark power, holding all his remaining strength. It was quickly aimed by Jin directly at Valeria, under her surprised gaze. "The reason I said I wouldn't use Bradaman at all is because of this final attack. I've learned how to deceive my opponent, make them let their guard down, no matter the cost. This is how I want to show my respect to that person, my master." After that final strike, all that remains is the desert sand before me. Lying on the sand with her final breaths, Valeria wondered, "Is this why you never used a sword? From the very beginning, you had already planned how to defeat me." Jin didn't deny it, "Because I understand you so well. You've surprised me. You've grown much stronger, and it fills me with pride, my beloved disciple." With those final words, Valeria Hester's body swiftly dissolved into the sand. At that moment, only Jin remained. He recalled the instant when power returned to his body. He could feel it, yet he knew it was all just an illusion. "In my past life, my master and magic were all I had. I couldn't even wield a sword back then, as I was the failed son of the Runkendel family." Of course, in that final move, he gave it everything he had. He was completely serious because Jin knew that if he didn't succeed, he would never be able to defeat his master. That's why the pain was overwhelming his body. "I killed my master with my own hands, the teacher, and the only friend I ever had." The night quickly descended over the Mitra desert, but today felt different from any other day. Could this just be another illusion, like all the others before? As Jin continued to question himself, suddenly a blinding light erupted ahead, causing even Runkendel to falter. Jin immediately did everything he could to shield his eyes. "Is that my father?" The thought flashed briefly before vanishing just as quickly. He could sense that it wasn't his father, but if that was the case, then who was it? The overwhelming pressure made him feel the presence of death, right there just in front of the mysterious man. It seems he's only using a small fraction of his power. Streams of energy began to swirl around Jin's body, making him realize one thing at that very moment: as long as he wants, that guy is definitely going to die. He's way too strong, that's all he can focus on right now. His body can't handle the pressure anymore, and blood is spilling out in waves. "It feels like I'm just a tiny creature standing before a god. Is he expecting me to kneel before him?" Jin glanced at the person and thought, "But of course I won't do that, especially not after coming all this way. From the very beginning, he never needed to come here. You're just like him until he reaches that point." As Jin's steps press on without pause, the sound ahead echoes, making his body tremble and blood spill from his mouth. "All we need to do is move forward and take him down. That's the goal I came here for, and the reason I'm here now." The person in front of him barely curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. "Mr. Tamar, did you just smile?" Did you just smile? Another voice coming from inside the mirror asked in disbelief. I definitely saw you smile. She stepped forward and reached out, trying to touch the other person's seemingly intangible form. The person we know now is Tamar Runkendell, the first-generation head of the Runkendell family. It's hard to believe. I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. You know how much I've longed to see it again. After speaking, she kept staring at the human's name below. But why? Why did she smile when she saw that kid's name? Meanwhile, her legs kept moving, but her mouth still muttered, I'll take him down. I'll definitely take him down. I think I understand now. Honestly, I also believe that kid is worth watching. His resolve is truly strong. He was able to kill his own brothers with his bare hands. Even when he struck down the only master who had raised him in his past life, he showed no hesitation in his actions. That kid's pretty good. She turned to Tamar and warned him not to try it again. But as her words trailed off, the tip of his sword drove deep into the ground, unleashing a terrifying surge of dark power. A power that someone like Jin, with his temporary strength, could never hope to withstand. He was swiftly knocked back, away from Tamar. Tamar, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill him? The other person kept asking, but there was no response until a few minutes later, when Tamar finally spoke. What he said first shocked everyone. The test is over. At the sound, she quickly turned her head toward the direction Tamar was looking. Behind the shield of leaves, the first thing she saw was a set of footsteps, and then, slowly emerging from the veil of shadow, Jin Runkendell's entire figure came into view. He's really similar to someone, huh? The child made you laugh. I'll keep watching to see how far he can go. That person just left. Tamar continued using his dark powers. And of course, this time its power is much greater than before, with thousands of swords made of darkness, all hovering above Tamar's head, pointed directly by his finger. The swords kept flying toward him, their target, of course, the other person. Jin endured the blows, countless swords piercing his body, but it wasn't enough. He still managed to shout, declaring that he would never give up. We will keep moving forward to bring you down, even if it means I have to betray my brothers and masters. No matter who stands in my way, I will do it, because that is my resolve. The Bradama sword was swiftly aimed at the enemy and swung, unleashing a massive explosion in the darkness. Take this. No matter how many times I swing my sword, it will always be the same. Because I am Jin Runkendell, anything that dares stand in my way will be destroyed. Tamar smiled faintly at the sight. The powerful sword strike in the rush of darkness headed straight for where he stood. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. Just before his sword could strike, the other person had vanished. Jin gritted his teeth, his face a clear expression of anger. I've come to defeat you. He then looked up at the sky, shouting each word with intense fury. You're wrong. The voice that replied quickly snapped Jin back to his senses. Think about it again. What was the real reason you came all the way here? And what about me? Why did I come? That's right, I came to meet Myungwang and to claim the true power of the dark sword. But what was that sound just now? Could this be another illusion? Jin gazed into the distance, his mind filled with unanswered questions. He also remembered Murakan's final words before departing, that when the third illusion ends, at that moment stretch the dark energy as much as possible. Only then will he be able to meet Myungwang. I completely forgot about that. There are actually 3 illusions. It seems I lost my clarity while crossing the desert. As the third illusion faded, he focused on both thinking and gathering dark energy within his body. What he needed to do now was release all the energy outward. They would have the chance to meet Myungwang eventually, but nothing ever happened. Could it all be just a myth? Could it be that even Murakan doesn't know for sure? That's what he thought, but Jin quickly dismissed the idea. He knew that a dragon who had lived for thousands of years, especially one as closely tied to the darkness as Murakan, couldn't be wrong. Could it be that the voice we heard earlier was just an illusion? Jin said, quickly standing up. No way, I'm sure it was real, along with the Bradaman sword. Jin continued to channel the power of darkness. A swift, pitch-black sword strike sliced through the air above his head. In that instant, a figure materialized before Jin's astonished eyes, trailing the dark energy. Oh, just as expected. As a contract bearer of Saldare, you've passed the test. He gave a thumbs up, clearly pleased with the kid in front of him. Jin, on the other hand, could hardly believe it. The guy telling this joke is the one I've been looking for, he said, still cautious around the man. Though he wasn't entirely sure about Soldered, the man in front of him noticed Jin's uneasy expression and quickly offered an explanation. We're not entirely sure, but we know that after battling through illusions and exceeding all expectations, you're truly something created by Soldered. In short, you're amazing. Are you messing with me? The smug look on the guy's face only made Jin angrier. He started swinging his sword wildly, but none of his strikes landed. I like you now. You're really different from the people I remember. He continued speaking, revealing that his name was Tantel and that he had been waiting here for 1,000 years for this moment. Welcome to the endless plain, child of Saldaray, he said. Along with the sounds, waves of dark energy surrounded the two of them, and a new scene unfolded, bathed in the yellow hue of the desert. In front of them stood a city called La Prarosa. According to Tantel's introduction, could this be the land of Myungwang, as Murakhan had mentioned? While Jin was still in shock, Tantel added, La Prarosa is known to humanity as the city of black light. Here, take it. It's a gift for making it this far. The moment I put that water bottle down, Jin immediately threw up everything right outside. What the hell did he make me drink? This is alcohol. Haha, how does it feel now? His mind is clear, right? This is a special drink made using our unique method of purifying diamonds. Simply put, it'll help him regain his willpower and strength. As that person mentioned, Jin's body has returned to normal. Now back to the main issue. We need to meet my siblings first. He needs to recharge. After that, Tan took Jin into the city. This place was built around 5,000 years ago, yet it remains surprisingly well preserved. Now it's becoming clear why explorers can no longer locate it. Furthermore, all the buildings here are incredibly luxurious and opulent, with every door decorated in intricate designs. With that in mind, he turned to Tantel and pointed to the stone on Jin's chest. By the way, what is that thing? It looks exactly like the stones that decorate the doors. Tantel didn't hesitate to speak, pointing out that this wasn't just an ordinary decoration like Jin's. Come to think of it, it's actually like our heart, just like the door. If the owner of the house is still alive, the stone on the door will glow. With those words, Jin quickly began looking around. He realized that so far he hadn't encountered a single person in the city, and none of the stones on the doors were glowing. How many people are still living here? Before answering the question, Tantel paused for a moment and said that if you include the god of war and the 12 kings of fighting, there would probably be 77 people. Jin was clearly surprised by this, especially given how few people were still alive, including those Tantel had just mentioned. Tantel explained, they all depend on and are devoted to the Solderay for survival. They are my siblings, and they will help you gain the power of the dark sword. They're all waiting for the day you arrive, he said as he walked. The two of you have finally reached your destination, the War Temple, where the Sword of Darkness will be passed to him, just as the name suggests. This is the Hall of the God of War. As Tantel was explaining it, Jin couldn't help but feel awestruck by the immense pressure inside. The energy in the air was reminiscent of standing before Lord Tamar. Before we go inside, there's something I need to tell you. Be careful with what you say around my brothers and sisters. Unlike Solderay, they won't be as quick to look out for you. The temple door swung open, pulling them inside. Oh, he's here! In front of them stood a group of towering figures, their faces filled with excitement as they blocked the path. He's pretty cute, isn't he? Hey kid, how old are you now? Do you like rice with fish? Good thing there's still some left. Tantel stepped in to save the situation. Jin would have drowned in that barrage of questions. Guys, I told you not to be so rude. Just as they finished speaking, another person knocked Tantel off the Earth server, saying, step aside, let me talk to him. It must be him, right? Our student has finally arrived. It's been 1,000 years since Tamar left. She effortlessly lifted Jin onto her shoulder like a baby, laughing as she said, he can't go meet the god of war with such a filthy body. So who's the lucky one to give him a bath? A sentence that any guy would probably get tired of hearing. In contrast to Jin's frustrated expression below, everyone else is eagerly ready to claim their share. If everyone wants to join, let's play a game. Let's see who can last the longest in rock, paper, scissors. Finally, there will be a chance to bathe our beloved second student. After the overly enthusiastic welcome from the Myungwangs, Jin can finally relax and take a shower. Looking back, it was truly embarrassing. See, Manhwa, Can anyone really know how to bathe properly? That's hard to believe, but I'll trust you this time. In the end, who knows what era their view of humanity is stuck in? Clearly, the people here see humanity as little more than unevolved chimpanzees. That's true. Now that I think about it, they said it's been 1,000 years since Lord Tamar's time. People back then probably didn't know much about proper bathing, so I can't really blame them. Jin kept staring at the sky, his heart filled with a deep hatred for life. He remembered the first people who had greeted him in the palace hall, the ones called royalty. Were they truly as powerful and grand as they seemed, their bodies blessed by the gods? Now I see why they're called a warrior race. After just a few hours in the water, Jin quickly slipped back into the traditional attire of the Myungwang. Tantel also mentioned that, "From now on you won't need your old clothes, so we burn them." Does that mean I'll meet the god of war? And will they transfer the power of the dark sword to me? Of course, we'll head to the temple right away. His fellow gladiators from earlier are waiting for him there. He can't bring any weapons inside, so we'll hang on to them for him. Just a few minutes later, the two of them appeared inside the temple. In that moment, Jin noticed that the heart on Tantal's chest was glowing more brightly. Earlier, when he was with the rest of the royal family, it doesn't shine very brightly. Could this be the influence of the god of war? Inside the temple, they walked for a while before reaching the main door of the room. Tantel advised, once he walks in, just answer the questions. Nothing more. You need to understand the brothers of the war god. One wrong word and they'll send him packing. In short, he has to be careful with both his words and actions. After this motherly advice from Tantel, the main door finally opened, and the people standing on either side were the battle kings he had met before. As for the person in the center, there was no need to say much about that. This is the source of the energy I felt when I was standing outside the war god's temple. He glanced around and saw that 12 King of Fightings were present, including the 7th King of Fighting Belize, the 8th King of Fighting Garmin, and the 9th King of Fighting Baba. 3rd King of Fighting Palam, 2nd King of Fighting Lamora, 1st King of Fighting Bantirock, 10th King of Fighting Kaio, 11th King of Fighting Nada, 12th King of Fighting Tato. On this side, 5th King of Fighting Dalfir, 6th King of Fighting Boras, 4th King of Fighting Linfa. Finally, in the center of the battlefield, he appeared slightly smaller than the other royals, but his presence completely overshadowed the 12 dukes beneath him. Indeed, this is the presence of an heir. The power of the dark sword, Jin thought to himself, as waves of dark energy suddenly surged within him. Above, the war god appeared visibly surprised. Strange, even though the person's appearance is completely different from Tamar's, their energy is exactly the same. It must be, their energy is similar to Tamar's. A few of the gladiators below also noticed the resemblance to the war god. But I wonder if he could become an even greater warrior than Tamar. Haha, it's tough to find a warrior who can live up to Tamar. Maybe we shouldn't expect too much. In the end, after 1,000 years, he's the only one who succeeded, which means he's a worthy vessel. Of course, Jin clearly heard all their gossip. He was pretty sure the Battle King was defending him and felt quite grateful for it. What's more important, though, is that it feels like they all see me as nothing more than Tamar's shadow now. I get it, but I have no intention of letting myself be treated as a substitute. Doesn't anyone realize we're focusing too much on my ancestors? Jin said loudly, even though Tantel had given clear instructions earlier. My name isn't the heir, it's Jin Runkindel. Of course, I know these words probably won't sit well with the warlords. The rude little brat, one of them said, repeating, unless spoken to by the brothers of the war god, you're not allowed to speak. Enough, the voice called from above, waving a hand and instantly silencing the Battle King. That's right, you are Jin Runkindel. We've spent too much time talking about the past, forgetting that there's a new heir here. My name is Ban. We don't use honorifics like humans do, so just call me Ban. However, you can only become our sibling once the entire royal family acknowledges you. All right, Jin nodded quickly, knowing that just by looking at their faces, it was clear they would never acknowledge him. What mattered more was that those who had already revealed their attitudes would be easy to deal with. The problem here is these royal fighters. I can't read their emotions at all. It's the same with the war god. Above, the war god announced that the inheritance ceremony will begin tomorrow. At that moment, he was not allowed to use his own sword. Instead, the war god threw a sword to Jin, who looked quite surprised. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is the sword of the war god. But wait, Isn't it a bit too ordinary for a weapon of a war god? As he spoke, the reality hit him hard. The moment his hand touched the sword, Jin realized something was seriously wrong. Is the sword absorbing my poisoned weapon? Jin asked casually. It's called the soul-stealing sword. You've probably never experienced the sensation of a poisoned weapon being pulled out of your body, have you? It's definitely a strange feeling. But inside, it's truly unbearable. The more this sword tries to resist, the more it absorbs the deadly poison. Perhaps you're unaware, but your ancestors managed to overcome the seizure of the chi, and the sword was incredibly fast. You can do it too, right? Just like when you proudly said your name. I'll show you the results soon. I'm pretty sure it's the same arrogance as before. It has become a thorn in the side of the kings of war and the war gods. And eventually everyone departed after the war god's command. The only ones who stayed behind were the seventh king, Belize, and the eighth king, Garmund. Dear warrior, I believe it's still too soon for the second heir to face the sword of air, Belize explained. 1,000 years ago, after mastering the fundamentals of the Aura sword, Tamar was the one who managed to overcome the sword of air. By that time, he was already over 20 years old. The two rival kings, ranked 7th and 8th, kept arguing endlessly. In short, Tamar died 1,000 years ago, so comparisons aren't possible. You should understand that time has stopped in this land, but the outside world is different. We are the heirs entrusted with the duty of passing down the Aura sword. It is also our responsibility to determine whether the Runkendel bloodline has grown stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Following our conversation with the war god and the battle kings, Jin had a truly beautiful evening, and you could see it on his face. Simply put, it was all thanks to the spirit-stealing sword the war god had given him. It had been draining his energy all night, leaving him unable to sleep at all. At that moment, Prince Garmund appeared out of nowhere and introduced himself. I'm Garmund, and I'll be the one to train him first. Hearing this, Jin suddenly remembered. It looks like he's the person we met when we first got here. That's right. So it seems he showered on his own, didn't he? I guess a lot of time must have passed outside, which is why he's so clean now. But right now, looking at his face, he doesn't look well at all. However, before we begin the training, there's one thing we need to confirm. We still can't acknowledge you. With that, Garmund drove his sword into the ground. If he can swing this sword 10,000 times, will every single swing be the same? Prove it to me. If you can't even do that, then don't even think about learning anything from me. Along with the contempt on Jin's face earlier, he began picking up the greatsword and swinging it. First 2,000 times, then 3,000, 5,000, 5,500, and 7,000. Time passed, yet Jin's swing showed no sign of slowing down. Even Tantel was surprised by his physique. The nearby warriors were curious as well, and before long, more and more Myungwang gathered around the training ground. They were stunned by the person below. He had already swung his sword 8,000 times, and it seemed impossible for him to keep going like this. At this rate, wouldn't he set a new record? By then, it was already Jin's 9,000th swing. The person who broke the curse was a poor swordsman in his past life, and he has been reborn in this one. He remembers Luna's words from back then. See everything with your inner eye, especially when it comes to those who wield a sword. Achieving inner vision is the most important goal, so you must keep your eyes closed during this exercise. This is part of the teachings from Sister Luna and the Pure Stone training with Uncle Z, the trial that every direct descendant of the Runkendel family must undergo. A training session ensures that every sword strike is identical to the first, a tradition passed down since the time of the family's founder, Lord Tamar Runkendel. As of now, the 10,000th strike has been delivered. If you think you could challenge me with just that, you're dead wrong. The battle for the throne, with Garmund on the other side, stands in stark contrast to Jin's fiery spirit and relentless momentum. Garmund was sweating, caught off guard by how quickly Jin made his move. Although I knew they were from the Runkendel family, I still didn't know much about them. The person handled it flawlessly. I never imagined this situation would actually happen. Cheers immediately rang out across the training ground. He finished it so quickly, truly deserving of being the heir after 1,000 years. After a brief silence, Jin finally spoke up, asking, "Why aren't you saying anything, Garmund?" That's impressive. The person across from Garmund spoke up, proudly remarking on how every swing of the sword was identical. They hadn't expected him to finish so quickly. Let's just go with this. I don't need to hear any more empty praise. If that's the case, what does he expect me to say? Garmin asked again, as he had from the very beginning. Admit that I was worthy of learning swordsmanship from him first. Those words were met with a dozen piercing gazes. Garmin cleared his throat a few times before saying, "All right, I acknowledge you. You're ready to receive the aura, the sword of the great Garmin, the king of battles." It turned out the person was completely starstruck. "Oh, wow, Lord Garmin is so cool." The louder the crowd cheered, the redder his face became, like a tomato. All right, everyone, stop gathering and get back to work. It's time for us to start real training," he said, clearly enjoying himself. But Father Garmin sure knows how to put on an act. No sooner had he spoken than his hand shot out for his massive sword. "All right, time to get serious with the training." Jin, watching this, was confused. "Wait, is this going to be a one-on-one fight?" "Ha! You're overestimating yourself, kid. A true duel only happens when both sides are on the same level. So how big is the gap between us?" In response to Jin's question, Garmin simply flashed a wide, toothy grin. "Are you asking about the distance? You can't even move my sword." At the same time, Jin's sword thrust forward, but Garmin easily blocked it with his large sword. "Garmin, what the hell are you doing?" From behind the sword, eyes slowly emerged beneath the bald head, filled with hostility. Didn't he just say I couldn't move his sword? Well, I wanted to test that, and now I've made him move it. That's when the old man yelled at the kid, giving him an earful. "That's what I meant, but it's not quite like that. What I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard you strike my sword, you won't be able to make it move." "So that's what he meant?" Jin said, as if it were just a casual remark. This guy's really sneaky. He knows what he's doing and is just trying to mess with the old man. If that's the case, then let's get down to business. Aim for my sword and attack with everything you've got. Over there, Jin is also fully ready for this challenge. The very next moment, he swung down with all his might, the slash decisive and forceful. But the sound that followed was odd, and with a look of surprise, Jin realized it was more complicated than he had expected. "It feels like hitting a wall. It's probably not just the force of his hand, didn't I tell you?" Garmin raised his sword high and boldly declared, "You won't make my sword move, not even an inch." "All right, I'll give it another shot," his opponent replied, more than willing to indulge his stubbornness. "Try as many times as you want until you give up." In this second swing of the sword, Jin knew he couldn't complete it with just aura. Of course, this skill wasn't intended for real combat. No enemy would simply stand still, waiting for their opponent to gather their strength. The strike, laced with deadly force and poison, was delivered with relentless determination. The arena below was consumed by a thick cloud of dust from the impact, and the ground lay shattered and torn. Had everything gone according to Jin's plan? But less than a second later, his body was thrown back with enough force to reverse the impact. Jin slid across the ground, his mind spinning. What the hell just happened? Is the power gap between them really this huge? What exactly are their tribes? He's ranked 8th in the King of Fighting, after all. After Garmin's mocking words, Jin finally faced his first real challenge. And of course, it was harder than he expected. Nevertheless, on the other hand, Garmin hadn't expected the child to exceed his expectations. The pain from the impact was so intense, it felt as if his arm was being torn apart. He hadn't experienced anything like this in 1,000 years. He had rated the boy's strength at its 7 stars. It must be an 8th star now, likely due to the unique power of the Runkandel clan and the achievement of overcoming the mighty Mitra Desert. However, as the Battle King, he can't praise him just yet. After a moment of thought, Garmin looked directly at Jin and said, "Hey, Jin Runkandel, I'll give you a week. Make sure your strike is strong enough to make my great sword tremble." Jin was taken aback by his words. "What you're saying is that you won't just show us how to do it, right?" As the 3 illusions have already stated, the key focus of this training session is the belief that nothing is impossible in this world and transforming that belief into spiritual energy. How long did it take our ancestors to succeed? Garmin thought the kid might learn something, but the next question caught him off guard. A moment later, a satisfied smile appeared. The answer is 2 days. It took Tamar 2 days to overcome this challenge. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and during that time, aside from eating and sleeping, Jin has been training non-stop. Of course, the result is fully deserved given the effort put in. His sword shattered easily when it clashed with Garmin's great sword, but it still managed to leave a scar. He took an extra day compared to Tamar, Had he focused a little more, he would have succeeded yesterday. Clearly disappointed, Jin stared at the piece of the sword in his hand and said, but he didn't know. Garmin thought it would take him at least a week, maybe even a month. Of course, it's still slower compared to Tamar, but if Tamar were actually wielding the fire sword and taking part in the training, would he be able to finish it in 3 days like that kid? Even so, this remarkable achievement doesn't necessarily have to be shared with him. Having said that, Garmin recalled the words of the god of war. Our mission is to determine if Runkendel is stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Now the answer was clear. They've become stronger than they were 1,000 years ago, and there's almost nothing left to teach them. After a moment of contemplation, Garmin drove his greatsword into the ground and let out a loud laugh. At last, the second heir, Jin Runkendel. You've truly impressed me. Do you mean you've acknowledged me now? Before he could answer, Garmin didn't deny it this time. Instead, he proudly patted his chest and said, that's right. I believe even those who used to keep their distance will soon warm up. Because they couldn't help but sense the pure, powerful soul of a warrior, Jin reluctantly nodded in a formal gesture before the opponent's smug face. It was unclear what he meant, whether he was saying, do as you wish, and I thank you before I take my leave. He spoke as he reached out to grab the broken sword fragment, quickly popping it into his mouth. A surge of battle energy radiated from Jin's bloodless, jagged face. It was beyond belief. He chewed the sword shard as if it were a tasty snack. Haha, this flavor really suits me. And with that, the two of them parted ways. Later that night, before the second training session the next day, he finally found a moment to escape Jin's drills and gaze at the night sky over this land. How can it exist in this dimension? One meant only for the chosen swordsman of Runkendel and me. Does it really deserve to be here after thousands of years? Lost in thought, I suddenly heard Tantel's voice behind me. Is he blaming himself after the first training session? It seems tough. I heard he trained day and night for 3 straight days because of it. Tantel then handed over what looked like a badge and said, Jin, eat this. However, after the poisoning incident last time, Jin wasn't naive enough to trust him. The previous drinking session hadn't been that long ago either. I'm quite concerned about this. Last time he only had alcohol, but this time it's actually a traditional cake called kato, Tantel explained as he demonstrated. This helps restore vitality and is highly effective at relieving pain. With that, there was no reason to refuse. Jin quickly took a bite of the cake and showed a brief look of surprise at how effective it was. It's not only great for recovery, but it's also really delicious. We should definitely bring this kato cake back with us. By the way, how's the ranking for the Kings of Fighting? Does a lower number mean they're stronger? Before answering that question, Tantel explained that it was incorrect. The numbers of the Kings of Fighting simply represent their order. Once they become Kings of Fighting, the principle is that there are no ranks except for the God of War. Naturally, using honorifics with the Kings of Fighting is a way of showing respect. Even though we are the same, in a system that's completely equal, it's only because we've never held a sword or faced each other, he said, as Tantel unexpectedly transformed into a dark shadow before Jin's stunned gaze. The person standing in front of him wasn't Tantel, but Boris, one of the Kings of Fighting. For those who've forgotten, Boris is the 5th king of fighting. Jin suddenly remembered something after seeing this person. He's the one I saw at the entrance with Paltu and Garmin. That's right, your memory's impressive. After responding, Boris leaned in closer to Jin, looking surprised. Hey Jin, why'd you lose a tooth? The opponent's move was so fast that Jin couldn't react in time. After pushing their hand away, Jin finally had a chance to explain that the tooth had broken off. In the final test to reach this point, when he used all his strength to break Tamar's illusion and it disappeared immediately afterward, he was so frustrated that he ground his teeth. Haha, that's funny. I've heard the Runkendel family's teeth are harder than most magical beasts, but it looks like he might need a new one. With that, Boris casually pulled a tooth from his mouth, all while blood continued to pour from it. Hey, check this out. This is the tooth that our royal lineage takes great pride in. With it, you can chew through stone, bite steel, or even diamonds. I'm pretty sure you're strong enough to do all of that. What's next? We'll file down this tooth and fit it into the spot where his tooth is missing. Just for one night while enjoying the peaceful view of Jin, his focus drifting with Boris's presence. The next morning, Jin resumed training with Garmin. Now he finally has time to pay attention. and the floor here looks so hard, it's almost indescribable. So how hard could it really be? As he spoke, Jin quickly drew his sword and slashed across it, but of course not a single scratch was left. This is clearly no ordinary stone. If I'm not mistaken, it could be as hard as the ancient iron used to forge Bradaman and dark armor. From another angle, there are also several sword marks on it. With a stone like that, it's hard to imagine the kind of intense training required to leave marks like these. His gaze then shifted to a specific spot, zeroing in on the trace, the mark of that sword strike. It's so long that it covers the entire field. Practicing like that, it must definitely be. The thought was interrupted as Garmund appeared. Ha ha. Are you noticing those marks on the training ground? Jean didn't need to ask. Garmund pointed at the massive sword mark and said, "That's what your ancestors left behind. Of course, if you master the first technique of the spirit sword, you could do the same. But with a sword spirit that size, I'm not so sure." "Do you mean we won't be able to do it?" "That's right," Jin replied, his expression showing annoyance. Garmund taunted, "If that's the case, then I'll surpass you this time. What's the first sword technique of the spirit sword?" "All right, let's begin right away." The first skill of the spirit sword is called Soul Cleaver. It's the technique that both initiates and concludes the spirit sword. Rather than explaining it, it might be faster for you to just watch. Just remember, don't be too shocked. However, before that, what did you see? Garmin asked, holding his sword and staring at Jin. Huh? See what? Uncertain whether the kid was being careless or deliberate, Garmin chose to explain that he too used spiritual energy. Look, my spiritual energy is pretty dense, isn't it? By spiritual energy, I mean the power of darkness, you know? Hearing that, Jin looks clearly frustrated. Garmin, didn't you say you'd teach me the first sword technique of the spirit sword? If someone teaching the spirit sword can't control spiritual energy, how are they supposed to teach it? Anyway, just show me the soul slash already. Teased beyond the point of escape, Garmin had no choice but to comply. Then I'll show you true soul slaying. This is the first form of the spirit sword. Along with Jin's surprised expression, Garmin's great sword, now fully engulfed in a dense layer of spiritual energy, slammed into the hard stone floor of the training ground, and everything seemed to freeze. The one who truly understood the power of this was none other than Jin. He is witnessing the true power of the corrupted god, Soul Cleaver. The training ground seems to be falling apart right before Jin's eyes. This is the Soul Cleaver he mentioned, and it brings to mind Luna's strike under the red moon. While its strength may not be as high, it's much faster and appears to consume less energy. With the ability to use Soul Slash continuously, warriors below level 7 don't stand a chance. With those thoughts in mind, Jin made a vow to himself that he would do whatever it took to master this technique. After seeing the first move of the Spirit Sword, he was truly impressed. It was fast, grand, and powerful. Those flattering words clearly showed just how much Jin valued this technique. But Garmin said that what they just saw was actually only about 50% of its full power, explaining that it's just a fraction of what Timar left behind. Before those words, he had genuinely wondered if leaving behind a practice sword was the extent of soul slashing. If one only mastered soul slashing, then yes, that would be the limit. However, upon reaching the peak of sword spirit, it was no longer just swordsmanship. It became more of a form of power. Garmin continued explaining why the first move is called Soul Cleaver, meaning it is unavoidable and unblockable. In short, no matter how overwhelming the opponent's strength is. As long as his will is weaker than yours, you can take his life at any time. After hearing this, Jin raised his hand to his chin and said, I feel like I already know this. The feeling when spiritual energy and the sword merge into one? If the sword I'm using weren't a spirit sword, I think I could achieve something similar. Garmin, though surprised by these words, didn't immediately try to deny them. He wants Jin to explain that feeling in more detail. The first time was when I fought Muron Zippel. He used the Beast King's Orgul's soul-binding curse to open the gate to hell, and something like a curse appeared in my mind. It says, no matter how many times I swing the sword, the outcome will always be the same as the first time, putting all my will into the strike and bringing it down. The second time was when I fought Goltep Hapalev, a member of the White Wolf clan. Even when I struck at the illusion of Tamar during the final challenge in the Mitra Desert, I could feel the union of spiritual energy and the sword, along with the conviction behind the strike. After hearing his explanation, Garmin's face went completely blank. Yes, that's exactly how it feels. As expected, since Runkandel often faces brutal battles, it seems like you all easily reach the first stage of swordsmanship. But turning the belief into a chant, huh? After a brief pause, Garmin decided to give it another shot. This time, he just needed to focus on the thought that he would strike. As soon as he spoke, he quickly unleashed a dark aura that surrounded his massive sword. In the next moment, the ground of the training field exploded once more, just like it had a few minutes earlier, as a single slash cut through the field and all the way to the stands above them. Jin and Garmin stood motionless as if they were rooted to the spot. The calm was quickly shattered by their astonished words. This power is even greater than before. Now we finally understand. Garmin laughed heartily, feeling triumphant as he finally grasped the true power of Soul Slash. But then, as he thought about it, something didn't quite sit right. Wasn't it you who were supposed to teach me, he wondered? Maybe it's just a feeling after all. Everyone should be cautious around this slippery guy. He just said one thing, and now he's pretending to understand. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, old Garmin had to change course. Actually, he's more accustomed to using the king's sword, so he rarely uses the spirit sword. To him, channeling spiritual energy through the spirit sword feels inefficient. Anyway, to cut a long story short, he should focus on overcoming the withdrawal from the spirit sword first. Just do that, kid, and you'll succeed easily. It's only the first move of the spirit sword, but that feeling of being tricked is creeping in, Jin said, his expression frustrated as he focused on the King of Swords that Lord Garmin had just mentioned. I truly feel like I'm at a disadvantage. No, it's because you're not one of us yet. However, the sword of the king can only be wielded by the light of our hearts. Who said I was going to use it? I just want to see it out of curiosity. Despite this, the real reason Jin wanted to see the sword of the King of Ming was something entirely different. The night before, he had a brief conversation with Tantel, who advised that, no matter what, Garmin must be persuaded to see the sword of the king at least once. Wouldn't it be easier if he just showed me right away, Tantel? Don't make this harder for me. If the brothers find out, I'll be in big trouble. Only the kings of fighting can get away with something like this. Back in the present, Jin continues to threaten Garmin over what just happened. To put it simply, if you don't show me the sword of the king, I'll spread the rumor that you're not fit to be my master. Also, you learned the first form of the spirit sword from me. Damn, you're daring to threaten the king of fighting, Garmin? Well, if I really am threatening you, what are you going to do about the heir to the Sword of Shadows? Not long after, Garmin, the one with the big head, had no choice but to accept the offer. Just this once. Now we will show you the fundamental principle of the Sword of the King, Garmin said, activating the power of the heart on his chest as he explained. The first thing to do is control the flow of energy within the body. I thought everything would go as planned, but it turns out Jin has already countered it. Boris, I'm not sure if there's some kind of agenda behind this, but he suddenly appears to flaunt his achievements from the entire night. Look, I've adjusted it perfectly for you. I'm sure you'll love it. Jin barely had time to process what was happening before Boris quickly cut him off. All right, let's see. After a few seconds of fumbling, the dental implant was finally a success, at least for Boris. Something has been seriously wrong ever since this tooth was implanted. It's as if it's some kind of magic that transfers memories, with all of Boris's past experiences now appearing in Jin's mind, a spell of inheritance. I heard it from my master in a past life. Erasing memories is still possible, but inheritance? This is an area that current sorcerers cannot touch. According to Valeria, in the ancestral lands of the Heister family, there's a tool created by their ancestors for transferring memories. But none of that matters anymore. The sword of the Ming King is not just a blood sword. It represents the entirety of the martial arts practiced by the Ming King's lineage. After receiving a lot of information, Jin bluntly asked Boris about the magic he had implanted in the tooth, only to find out that it was a secret, though it wasn't exactly magic as he had described. If it's not magic, then what is it? At that moment, Garmin, who was nearby, spoke up to explain, the power that humanity calls magic is indeed just like that. However, in our culture, the concept of a mage doesn't exist like it does in other races. Instead, anyone who can control magic becomes a blacksmith. To be more specific, Boris is one of them. Throughout the history of the Minvung lineage, all the Otu kings have been the greatest blacksmiths. And so it went, one stitched, one wove, while the third could only watch in despair. Their magic was powerful, sure, but their ability to talk nonsense, absolutely world-class. Jin finally understood why this civilization had once challenged even the gods. It had existed thousands of years ago, yet its magic still surpassed that of the present world. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Boros. I promise to put it to good use. He thought that was the end of the conversation. But little did he know, if you've received a gift, you should give something in return. Since he gave you this tooth, you owe me your second victory. Although he had no idea what it was, he promised to do his best, motivated by the enthusiasm of the two old men in front of him. January 20th, 1797, 1 month had passed since Jin began his training. In that time, he had learned how to perform the soul strike under the guidance of Garmin of the File family. Learn how to use your body more effectively from Boris of the O2 clan, from lightening your body to become more agile, to controlling your strength in battle, and even generating energy beyond your limits. The martial arts of the Ming Emperor lineage, taught by Boris and Garmin, are both wild and mystical. During my training, I accomplished many remarkable feats, one of which was the creation of an energy heart, similar to the heart core of the Ming Emperor lineage. Although it was only half complete, and this was the moment to truly test it, Jin wielded the sword of the Sage King for the first time, much to Boris's surprise. While it failed this time, succeeding on the first attempt would have been the real surprise. What's even more surprising is that I managed to form a light core using aura power. Tamar never could have imagined this. It's understandable, since Tamar has never received any memories from Boris. Without the memory from the tooth, he probably wouldn't have tried this. As Jin was thinking, Boris continued, he instructed that Jin must keep this a complete secret. If your brothers haven't noticed and find out you're using the king's sword, it will cause serious trouble. Creating a domain is something anyone who reaches that level should be capable of. The problem is that this field can perform functions similar to the core of the Ming monarchs. The Ming royal bloodline has possessed the light core from aura since birth, allowing them to use aura freely. All dragons of the Ming king lineage are born at least at level 9, according to human standards. At that moment, Garmin approached and inquired about Jin's current condition. The training has already been completed, and the next session with the fourth king of fighting will begin soon. I had originally planned to have Jin wait after the spirit sword test, but based on his behavior, it seems that won't be necessary. Hearing them talk, Jin became curious about the king of fighting. What will I learn from him? From her, you'll learn the second form of the sword spirit. Of course, it's the continuation of the first form I taught you. Boris also mentioned that the fourth king of fighting doesn't speak, not because she can't, but because she's practicing the art of silence. The reason remains unclear, but it's been going on for quite some time now, probably since this place stopped moving. After listening for a while, Jin had a rough idea of the situation, but there was one thing he was curious about. If that's the case, how could he teach me the second technique? Just as the three of them were talking, the main character appeared. She's the one Jin remembered from back then, the one who showed no emotion when he arrived at the temple of the god of war. The two people I used to study with were both pretty easygoing. Garmin was particularly easy to get along with. Although Boris has been very friendly since his arrival, this doesn't mean the king of fighting will be so easy. As soon as he snapped out of his thoughts, he introduced himself as Jin Runkendel and said he was pleased to meet him. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly swept in front of him, and his eyes were drawn to two words that appeared on the training ground. So quickly they seemed almost as fast as Boris. It's hard for the naked eye to keep up with this speed, and the name Linfa is probably hers. Isn't this the language of humanity? Garmin said, sounding surprised. He wondered why his brother had been locking himself in his room all day. Recently, I found out it was to prepare for the second heir. Just as I was about to finish my sentence, a series of events unfolded behind Jin in the blink of an eye, and I have no idea when or why it happened. But clearly, this was completely unexpected for him. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was Garmin, breathing heavily on the ground, his body battered. But then, very quickly, he raised his greatsword and charged at the fourth king of fighting, delivering a sweeping slash fueled by the sword of the king. However, Linfa leapt to avoid it and then moved with astonishing speed. She was about to strike Garmin again without hesitation, ready to hurt her own brother. It seemed like the chaotic battle would go on, but Boris quickly intervened, kicking Linfa's sword away. With one punch, she collapsed to the ground, leaving Jin still in shock from what had just happened. This was the king of fighting battle. Everything had unfolded in the blink of an eye. He could barely keep up with their movements. Nearby, Boris spoke to Linfa, explaining that Garmin didn't mean anything by it and that there was no need for a duel between them. After all, this wasn't the first time the guy had put his foot in his mouth. Seeing that Linfa appeared to have overlooked the matter, Boris was finally able to relax and take Garmin with him. After all, our task was complete, so I left it to her. He also made sure to warn Jin to stay safe and protect his life. Garmin couldn't understand why Linfa felt so embarrassed about being caught learning human writing. It was like getting hit without knowing why. Meanwhile, Jin paused for a moment, deep in thought. This woman, Linfa, seems familiar. Why does she look so much like that? It looks like I should treat this new teacher the same way I treated Sister Yona. Meanwhile, somewhere near the Mitra Desert, the intimidating person Jin just remembered is still busy having fun with a few friendly Aqualis. In the land of the enlightened kings, the training of the heir to the dark sword continues. However, it is only Jin who is undergoing the training. He hasn't even asked the fourth king of fighting about the second technique of the sword spirit. Additionally, it's clear he wasn't taught anything either. The reason is probably the same as when I first met Yona, when Linfa repeated exactly what she'd done before. They were treating me like a new toy to entertain themselves with. Whenever I focus on using my internal energy, she suddenly appears with two sword techniques, then disappears again. Or when I use the first soul-slicing technique, she looked at me with a dissatisfied expression, occasionally swinging her sword at me as if randomly. Each time my body was struck, she smiled with satisfaction, though I couldn't tell if it was because she was pleased with the hit. Rather than being good at taking hits, there's one thing I know for sure. If I hadn't gained some insight, my head would have been chopped off countless times by now. I've never once asked her why she did it. Like Yona, people like that need to satisfy their curiosity on their own before approaching me. In this way, 10 days quickly passed. Below the training ground, Linfa carved a question. Why didn't Jin ask about the two spiritual swords? It's not that I'm not curious, but there was something more important to address first. Can you explain why you have been silent? I heard you haven't spoken in a long time. Even your brother don't know the exact reason for that. But lately, I've noticed you've been reaching out to me more often after seeing what I've done. Could that be considered a form of silence? I believe practicing silence should have a clear purpose and involve a complete break from others so that it becomes something truly meaningful when others observe it. If that's not the case, then what you're doing isn't practicing silence. It's just not talking. Outside, Garmin and Boris overheard these words. It seems little Jin makes a lot of sense. I didn't mention the two sword spirits because I don't want to learn anything from someone who only cares about appearances. The reason I didn't bring them up or show any curiosity is that if you were the true successor of the sword spirits, instead of practicing aimlessly without anyone noticing, wouldn't it be better to focus on teaching, like Garmund and Boris? Outside, the other two were equally surprised when they heard the kid speaking so arrogantly. But I didn't realize this kid had it all figured out. Jin quickly bowed his head, apologizing for his earlier words. If I went too far, I'll excuse myself and get back to training. As expected, Linfa finally spoke for the first time in thousands of years, since time had frozen in this place. It wasn't what he had imagined. With the astonished gazes of the two onlookers outside, Linfa was now determined to truly teach him. We'll show you something amazing. Without saying another word, Linfa immediately executed the second technique of her spirit sword. With every swing, her spiritual energy surged through each strike. Within seconds, Linfa showed Jin everything he would be learning next. After watching his opponent's movements, Jin could tell that it was completely different from Garmin's first technique. It is charged with spiritual energy, and every intersection reflects like a mirror. The slash comes from two directions simultaneously, a feat only a dual-wielding swordsman can accomplish. The greatsword is forged from spiritual energy and the object in Linfa's hand. This is the combination of the two sword techniques, and with Jin's approach, Linfa's entire sequence of moves is now complete. Those watching from the outside, like Boris and Garmin, couldn't help but applaud in admiration. It's surprising to see Linfa's second technique again, this time with the fourth king of fighting. She asked Jin, how does it feel to watch the second sword technique? That's amazing. It's both powerful and beautiful, and it seems like you haven't fully revealed it before. After Jin spoke, Garmin began to wonder if that vow was truly acceptable, especially considering Linfa and the promise to practice the forbidden speech. Linfa said it's nothing and that we shouldn't make a big deal out of it. In that case, let's go inform the others. It's been a while since everyone had a chance to catch up like this. Two people, Boris and Garmin, strapped engines to their legs and zoomed off to summon their brothers, while Linfa told Jin the name of the technique. It's called Gawi, the name of the second technique the sword spirit just used. The name is a perfect fit. It's amazing how the sword blades, made of spiritual energy, crossed each other like a pair of scissors. A technique I've never seen before. Can you replicate it? Linfa quickly asked. Impossible, Jin replied. A technique like that can't be replicated after just one glance. He kept staring at the sword in his hand and sighed. Even this sword had its problems. It was a spirit sword, and its constant absorption of spiritual energy was causing the first move to stall. Hearing this, Linfa revealed the sword's second function in Jin's hand. The spiritual sword not only absorbs spiritual energy, but also helps restore the flow of energy within the body. I'm not sure if you will understand, but to put it simply, it's like a sword sheath. Just like you draw a sword from its sheath, you need to draw the spiritual energy from the sword. In short, if someone used the spiritual energy recklessly before, this sword will help you gain better control. I believe in you. Overcome this spirit sword, and when you wield your own again, you'll be unstoppable. Linfa said urgently and excitedly, making Jin laugh out loud. Fourth king of fighting, you're really talented at explaining things like Garmin. You're perfect for the role of a master. So why did you choose to practice the forbidden speech? Before that, Linfa said, it's not practice, it's a punishment specifically for us. So that means there's a reason for it, which is why you couldn't tell your brothers. You must have had a really tough time for a while. Alone, though I'm not your brother, if you're comfortable, feel free to share your story with me. A few hours later, in the land of the Ming Kings, Jin has essentially figured out why the fourth king of fighting practiced the forbidden speech. He warned against challenging the gods, but no one listened, and now he blames himself for the downfall of the royal family. Since the brothers couldn't be stopped, and it's all in the past now, my punishment ended so easily thanks to you. It's almost unbelievable. Thank you. You seem to have a power that inspires others. At that moment, dozens of other kings of fighting rushed in upon hearing that the fourth king of fighting, Linfa, had finally broken his silence. They asked her questions, while others shouted at her in various ways. As for Jin, someone else was speaking to him as well. Boris mentioned that since Jin had gotten Linfa to speak again, he would take credit for it, as promised. Jin then asked, did you know from the start why the fourth king of fighting had to be silenced? And that it wasn't one of the royal family, but I was the one who spoke to her? Once the mute period ended, Linfa assisted Jin greatly with his training, helping him not only overcome the pull of the spirit sword, but also strengthen the first form of the spirit sword. However, he was also taught how to execute the second technique perfectly. In less than 2 weeks, he had learned the method for that move. Of course, Jin had only learned the technique, not fully mastered it yet. Continued practice was essential to gain proficiency. Finding the spirit sword is only a matter of time. On February 17, 1797, after passing the spirit sword trial, Jin was finally able to reclaim his Brahman. Tantel also mentioned that starting today, after finishing his training with Linfa, he would begin sparring with the other members. This afternoon, everyone will gather to watch the match, and it looks like the King of Fighting has finally found a worthy opponent. When Jin heard this from Tantel, he couldn't hide his excitement. In fact, ever since arriving here, he had been eagerly waiting for this moment. He had been looking forward to a match with the Ming Kings, but Tantel disagreed. He thought it was still too soon for Jin to enter a battle. So you think I'll definitely lose, huh? Do the average warriors of the Ming Kings really compare to the White Wolf clan? Hearing this, Tantel couldn't help but laugh. What White Wolf clan? We far exceed the Red Tiger clan's average, especially since the first king of fighting doesn't like you. Your opponents won't be easy to handle. Hearing Tantel say that, Jin suddenly remembered that most of the members of the Ming dynasty were at least 9 stars, and picking the weakest among them wouldn't be an easy task. Tantel then continued to talk about what had happened earlier. Did you follow my advice about the matter I mentioned, and at least take a look at the sword of the King of Light? Jin replied, of course I did. It's just that the memory I received from Boris But this time, it could be seen directly from the match. If that's the case, then stay in the waiting room until this afternoon. With that, Tantel left. A few hours passed, and the time for the first live combat practice match was drawing near. In the distance, Garmin and Boris were approaching, curious about Jin's preparations. "Oh, you've arrived? Actually, there's nothing to prepare. Once the opponent is chosen, isn't it my job to just fight? He's strong enough now," Garmin muttered thoughtfully. "Jin is truly impressive. He's so strong that it's hard to believe. But remember, he's just a human boy, so don't be discouraged after today." Boris also offered words of comfort in a similar manner. He was concerned because Jin appeared to be the type of person who would be deeply affected by a major failure. After all, people with the potential for success often carry that vulnerability within them. Anyway, he needs to learn how to pick himself up after a failure. Hearing that, Jin visibly tensed. It was clear that everyone was speaking as if they were saying, "I'm definitely going to lose, aren't I?" Even Tantel was saying the same thing. "Actually, we're just worried he'll end up like Tamar." When Boris mentioned him, Jin looked visibly surprised. And Garmond explained, 1,000 years ago, Tamar never lost a battle out there, but here in this land, he kept failing. Jin also asked about Lord Tamar's strength at that time. "How does he compare to me now, after our first match?" "He was probably a little stronger than you, but he couldn't even defeat a regular warrior for a long time, not even after the first match. Tamar even stopped eating for a while and fell into a deep depression." Hearing this, Jin simply smiled lightly, as if they had misunderstood something. "Unlike the Tamar from 1,000 years ago, I've gone through many failures to get to this point, and even more so in my past life." After thinking for a moment, Jin replied flatly, "I won't be like Tamar, so don't worry too much." A few minutes later, the cheers of the princes echoed across the field. The first match in thousands of years is finally here. Naturally, there's no shortage of betting on this event, with everyone focused on how many moves it will take for Jin to be defeated by his own brothers. Most of the numbers don't exceed 10 strikes. Meanwhile, Mingwang, selected for the battle, gradually makes his appearance. Saku, known as the lightning bolt in combat, will be Jin's opponent. "The chosen one, are you ready?" In response, Jin simply wanted his opponent to give it their all. "Attack me as if you're truly trying to kill me." Those words took Saku by surprise. For the first time, someone had the nerve to speak to the kings like that, and Jin quickly drew his sword. The reason he said it was to make the fight more exciting. If it's just a practice match, then there's nothing interesting about it. Those words are enough to make us laugh. I do have to give you credit for your confidence, but it's a bit much. There's almost nothing more annoying than someone who can't be humble. If that's the case, you'll soon realize other things as well. Without saying another word, Jin immediately activated his half-quantum core, leaving Saku and the other enlightened beings watching the battle in stunned silence. This time, he decided to use the king's sword to fight against another king. As Jin charged forward, Saku couldn't help but wonder who taught that kid the king's sword technique. Still, this is impossible. The king's sword isn't something you can just learn and use like that. As Saku mentioned, the king's sword is a technique that only the royal family can wield, even though Jin has managed to master it. But that alone wasn't enough. However, from Boris's memories, he uncovered the most crucial thing needed to wield the king's sword, the attribute required to activate it. Boris's fang was the key. Every day after training, I repeat it and practice obsessively, never giving up. It's the only thing I have and can do. A burst of explosion followed the first collision between Jin and Saku. Under the watchful eyes of the kings of fighting and the war gods, they never imagined that Jin could stir up such a commotion. Could a mere human really wield the sword of the king? Once the dust settled, Saku effortlessly blocked the strike. He shouted, "Hey Boris, is your special fusion skill still active?" After getting a response, he understood, took a deep breath, and activated the photon core in his chest. With the intense aura that Jin could clearly sense from a distance, Saku had unleashed the true power of a king of light, living up to the name Lightning. "O chosen one, you will pay for daring to wield the sword of the king so recklessly." As for Jin, with his mind still half-conscious from earlier, he intended to quickly summon the Phoenix Tess to counter Saku's sword of the king. However, the very next moment, to his surprise, Jin realized he couldn't call Tess from this place. Was it because this was a different dimension created by the god Salderet? In front of Saku, it wasn't as if the superheroes were waiting for Jin to transform. Looks like things aren't going too smoothly, huh? He charged forward, gripping the sword of the king and swung a powerful slash at Jin. Fortunately, Jin managed to react just in time, ducking to narrowly avoid the attack. Still gripping the sword and ignoring the fact that he couldn't summon Tess, Jin swiftly swung his blade at Saku in a rapid series of strikes, aiming to counterattack. However, they couldn't break through the protective layer of the sword of the king around him. Even with just the power surrounding his body activated, Saku easily pushed Jin away. The two continued to separate and charge at each other. With the incredible speed of the Vajra's power, time seemed like nothing more than a fleeting moment, yet countless strikes had already been unleashed upon the opponent. In that brief instant, Jin realized this was more than just sheer speed. Moreover, the sword couldn't even pierce the outer layer of protection, leaving no opening. Then, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If that's the case, I'll try this. He aimed his finger directly at Saku's eye and thrust it forward. This is a weakness that humans can never overcome, yet perhaps Jin has forgotten that the Vajra Kings are not human. They are beings born mad from the very beginning. His finger is broken, but it can still easily touch the opponent's eye. We forgot to mention that our eyes are as hard as diamonds. Bet you didn't know that, huh? Truly the strongest race that ever existed before it went extinct. They had thousands, possibly tens of thousands, of creatures like this, a terror to all living things on the continent. While Jin stood there, sweating and unsure of what to do, up ahead, Saku had lost interest in playing. Now I'll show you what real excitement feels like. Each surge of power radiated from the core on his chest, while Jin stood frozen, unable to do anything as every attempt had failed. Suddenly, Saku appeared before him, ready to throw a punch. Even holding the sword is difficult, isn't it? This technique is called suppression. It creates a pulling force on the sword, making it impossible for the opponent to control it freely. After explaining, he immediately punched Jin in the chest. With great effort, Jin managed to block it with his sword, using the opportunity to quickly distance himself from the spot where Saku had been standing. He knew that if he let him get too close, he wouldn't be able to use his sword effectively, so he had to maintain as much distance as possible. The thought barely crossed his mind when his body instinctively reacted. However, Saku wasn't about to make it easy for Jin to reach his goal. He immediately gave chase with incredible speed, faster, in fact, than Jin. It was fast, but Jin still had to wait for the right moment to make his move and execute the first step of the Spirit Sword technique. One must find a way to move even faster. The moment the right position is locked in, the Brahman blade strikes, delivering the first blow of the Spirit Slayer technique. It looked like it would be a spectacular move. But that's a different matter. Do you really think I'd give you the chance to use the sword technique? The sword can be easily blocked, and Jin's body was also captured by Saku, which led to the finishing blow that ended the fight. A massive punch was thrown straight at him, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. That would normally be the case, but Saku didn't think so. Instead, he grabbed Jin's leg, offering him a little extra affection. If you wish to wield the sword of the king, you must also endure the king's martial arts. With that, Jin's unconscious body was relentlessly struck by a flurry of punches and kicks. This time it seemed the downward kick was the one that truly satisfied them. The head hit the ground hard, followed by a powerful kick to the stomach that sent the opponent flying. I then grabbed their motionless body. As promised, this time I'll sever all your limbs. Next time we fight, I hope you'll be more humble. Our main character was left with nothing but their head and body, unsure of how much time had passed or what happened next. All right, Boris, while healing the Chosen One, transfer my blood to him. Are you sure about this, warrior? A human won't be able to withstand your blood. One small mistake, and he'll die, came the warning, his voice trailing off. Jin slowly began to wake up. In front of him stood none other than Boris, who was speaking with the god of war. As mentioned earlier, Boris was the one who had treated Jin. He had no choice but to follow the orders. The war god believed the Chosen One was no ordinary human, so the blood extraction began immediately. Now, with everything settled, there's only one thing left to do: pray that this Runkendel body can withstand the blood of the war god. He can no longer hear Soldered's voice. Something has happened. If Jin can't endure this bloodline and dies, it will be just as the war god predicted. The death of this child will bring about the downfall of the entire Ming royal family. But if death could come so easily, then our fates, yours included, would end right here. As those words echoed in my mind, another thought suddenly interrupted. This is the wine of 1,000 poisons. If you drink it and push your mental focus to the limit, no assassin will be able to take you down. No one will dare claim they can control someone else's fate because each person determines their own destiny. Right now, he still has a lot left to do. There are many things to protect, and this is the moment when I will take control of my own fate. On March 16th, 1797, after nearly a month of unconsciousness, Jin finally woke up. He knew he had wasted too much time on this. He needed to be back by May, and there wasn't much time left. Still, luckily, there was the miracle of alcohol. Without it, he probably wouldn't have been able to wake up again after the memories of his coma faded. Jin suddenly realized something was off with his body. What was this? And what was with the burst of light energy coming from it? Could this really be the royal heart of the Ming dynasty? But what on earth was going on? Could it be that receiving the blood of a war god would grant someone a royal heart? As these thoughts lingered, the war god's voice suddenly came from behind. You're awake, chosen one. Jin quickly asked about what confused him, saying he didn't know how to respond. Boris then gave me the molars, and now, thanks to your blood, I have a fully righteous heart. He didn't even bother asking for my opinion on this. So, are you trying to reject it? Upon hearing that, Jin realized he didn't even have the right to refuse. But still, he should have told me. I would have had my own say in the matter. I woke up before the blood transfusion, and when the warrior god apologized for it, Jin said he hadn't said it expecting an apology. I was just taken aback by the way my heart felt. Besides, just because I have a pure heart doesn't mean I'll become your brother, right? It's unclear whether the royal family is interested in me, but those who dislike me will definitely react strongly. That must have been the case when the war god nodded. Jin politely asked one last question. Did you think that if I didn't have your help, I would never be acknowledged? So if I say yes, you'll destroy the heart because it wasn't created by your own power. That's correct, but I still believe this heart was created by me, even if it's not exactly what I truly wanted. However, if it didn't meet the standards, you wouldn't have acknowledged it in the first place. The other person rambled on, trying to avoid the main point. The war god calmly replied, if you truly consider it yours, then why would you want to destroy it? If it truly belonged to me, I could destroy it whenever I wanted and recreate it. But this is the result of someone else's kindness, and it doesn't completely belong to me. Simply put, Jin believes that this heart is the result of his own efforts, but it doesn't fully belong to him, as it also carries the blood of the warrior god. That's why he can't destroy it whenever he wishes. He also mentioned that he'll be leaving in May for an important matter, and once it's settled, he'll be able to return. So, can we adjust the training pace? That means we only have 2 months left. All right, in the morning, you'll train with the 7th king of fighting Belize, and in the afternoon, you'll face Saku. The god of war also believes that even without his own blood, Jin will eventually earn the respect of the other brothers. In just 49 days, time flew by. As expected, after acquiring the heart, some members of the Ming royal family became hostile toward Jin. However, since he didn't even want it, their harsh reactions slowly began to ease. During those 49 days, Jin faced Saku 49 times and lost every single match. However, rather than dwelling on his defeats, he pushed himself to train even harder after each loss. The more he fought, the more his perspective on everything shifted. In his first 10 matches with Saku, Jin believed he needed to be as strong as Luna. But by the 20th match, he began to question that belief. Could he really compare to Luna? After fighting Saku 30 times, he was convinced she couldn't be stronger than him. Until their 40th match. Jin was sure he could sever one of Saku's arms, and from that point on, the gap slowly began to close. Jin made rapid progress, finding enjoyment in each battle, even though his limbs were severed each time and he had to rely on Boros for healing. Eventually, the royal family stopped mentioning Tamar's name altogether. Today, Jin is still fighting with Saku, just like in the past few days. And now everyone is starting to hope Saku experiences the bitter taste of defeat with Jin's victory. Why does he look like he just swallowed a fly? Is he really tired of fighting me? Of course not. It's just that I'm feeling a bit of anticipation for this fight. The more I fight, the harder it gets to bring you guys down. Hearing this, Jin showed no sign of softening and immediately drew his sword. Those emotional words won't do me any good. So just fight fair. If you want, I'll go along with it. But this guy's addicted to fighting, and there's no fixing that. At the God's War Place. My lord, it is known that the Chosen One will soon leave La Perosa, and others are gradually accepting him. I believe we should give everyone the opportunity to compete with Jin. Saku has been fighting him for too long. Even a king of fighting agrees with Tantel's words. Perhaps it's time to give the others a chance. Still, we need everyone's approval. The God of War spoke after a brief pause. Members of the royal family, in 2 weeks, the Chosen One will have to leave. So to ensure everyone can compete with him, should we accept him as one of us? Is there anyone who objects? A king of fighting, initially unwilling to accept the current Chosen One, is unexpectedly helped by Garmund, who even teaches him soul slicing. This causes him to reconsider his stance. The other two are also known. Boris even gave him teeth, something that has never happened before, not even to the first pick, Tamar. He also helped Linfa put an end to the forbidden training. Although he was recognized by the God of War, he never displayed any arrogance. His limbs were severed after each battle, yet his courage and perseverance never wavered. Despite constant defeats, he never sank into despair. The royal kings of fighting began to chatter excitedly, but one person remained silent from start to finish. Then, after his stomp, the atmosphere fell quiet once again, and the first king of fighting, Valtirok, spoke. I accept Jin Runkindel as our brother. The hardest person to convince among the kings of fighting has been persuaded, which shows the results are paying off. Next, both the 5th and 8th kings of fighting have also accepted Jin. The gatekeepers of La Perosa, Tantel, and Sakutia quickly accepted Jin Runkindel as their brother, and one by one, each member of the royal family agreed to do the same. And once everything is settled, that's when the chosen person is acknowledged. At that point, everyone agrees. From this moment on, we officially declare that Jin Runkindel is one of our brothers and a member of the Mingwang clan. Since joining the clan, everything has moved quickly. Any brothers who wish to compete must determine the order through rock, paper, scissors. Once the order was established, the battles raged on relentlessly, day after day, from morning to evening. The matches with the great kings continued without pause. Of course, there was a rematch with Saku. The last time they fought, Jin was eager to give him a good beating, but as soon as he dodged a punch, Saku shouted that he had lost, basically mocking him. Although it was incredibly painful, there was no other option. After being defeated by all the other kings, defeating Saku no longer held any meaning. So rather than getting angry, Jin chose to stay calm, and that was the end of it. There are only 9 days left until the training ends. He has also decided to face the kings of fighting next and continue his training. Finally, the 64 battles with the Ming warriors came to an end. That night, the nearest Ming warriors gathered at Jin's place. Hey, my brother, pour us a drink to clear our heads. Wait a minute, isn't this the crystal wine you made me drink on the first day? Once you drink it, you will immediately end up at the haunted house. Despite Jin's doubts, Tantel insisted that this time would be different, so he had no choice but to take the glass of alcohol. On the outside, it looked just like all the others. When it hit my mouth, everything was exactly as Tantel had described. A subtle sweetness, but still rich and full-bodied. This is a different kind of liquor, isn't it? Hearing that, Boris said, it's the same crystal wine as before, but many people have gained enlightenment, so they now perceive the flavor differently. Less than a second later, Saku suddenly rushed over, eager for a glass. Just a few days ago, he was chopping people into pieces. Now they're acting all friendly, pouring drinks for each other, and drinking nonstop. After the showdown with Saku, Jin was invited by the other kings of fighting, from Garmund to Boris, and even Linfa. The wine he was offered now had to be served in a basin, since regular glasses and cups could no longer hold it. Every time the lid was lifted, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers, as if they'd never had a drink before. Meanwhile, Mrs. Linfa was knocked unconscious instantly when the basin of wine hit her on the head. By midnight, when everyone was feeling a bit tipsy, Jin finally had the chance to step outside and enjoy the night in La Perosa. After drinking so much crystal wine, he was feeling exhausted. I just stepped out onto the balcony when suddenly a king of fighting appeared in front of Jin. This is Belize, the 4th king of fighting. She's the one who's been teaching you spirit sword techniques, Jin said as he approached. I haven't seen you all evening. What are you doing out here? Oh, you look really happy. I'm just admiring the sky. Belize says that even though this place was created by Soldere, It feels just like where I used to live. Have you ever wondered what the world beyond is like? Since I arrived here, no one has asked about it, Belize said in response to the question. That's because everyone knows that, since time stopped for us, we all understand we can never return to that world. Although that should have made people even more curious, what's the point of desiring something impossible? Still, a brother once said that the outside world has evolved over millennia and maybe, at some point, they'll develop some kind of magic or technology that could take us out. Hearing that, Jin looked visibly surprised. Unfortunately, as far as he knows, there's still no way to do that. It's easy to understand, since even the Fire Realm, where the immortal phoenixes reside, cannot be accessed from the mortal world, except when mages summon phoenixes. As for magic related to other realms, it is strictly prohibited by the Magic Association. Such magic is classified as dark magic and is unlikely to be developed. So in the end, the Min brothers can't get out on their own? Didn't Tantel manage to leave to pick me up? It's only when a successor appears in the desert, so I have a request. If it's not too much trouble, could you help us find a way back to the outside world? Of course, when I leave here, I'll make sure to find a way to get everyone out. The next morning, Jin resumed his daily training. Looking back, the mission to reclaim the compass was drawing nearer. I have to succeed this time, no matter what. Yona getting the information about the treasure from Burba's workshop is a rare occurrence, so it has to succeed. While I was lost in thought, someone approached from behind. It was the king's war god. Jin noticed she was also planning to find him to discuss something important. It's about what you said, that you have to return in May, right? That's right. I need to go back to carry out a mission with my team, but I'm not sure if I'm strong enough for it yet. Funny, do you know who the warriors were that fought against you? I know, but I've never beaten any of them. Also, if I get injured during the mission, it's not that big of a deal, but I'm really worried about my teammates. Some of them are even weaker than I am. So you still don't fully understand yourself, do you? You are the only one who can save us, and your uncertainty is the uncertainty of the entire royal bloodline. With that, the war god presented a sword. I have come to give you this. The Thunderseal sword. Sigmund is my sword, and Boris has reforged it for you to wield. From now on, use it to train alongside me. But right now, I haven't finished my training with the kings of fighting, he said. I don't have much time left, do I? The god of war interrupted, replying, I'll speak with the kings of fighting who are training you. In the time that remains, focus on developing with the aim of lightening the burden you're carrying. We will help you understand who you are. All you need to do is draw your sword. When he thought he was no longer going to die, Jin glanced at the Sigmund sword in his hand and questioned himself. From the very beginning, he didn't fully understand what the war god had said, but now it's different. Standing in front of her, he can truly grasp that the power radiating from her is enough to kill him 1,000 times over just by being in her presence. Fully aware that drawing my sword in that moment would almost certainly lead to my death, I had considered every possible strategy and skill I could use, but none of them seemed feasible. I can't find any weaknesses in my opponent, nor any way to escape death. What if I draw my sword? No, that's not it. Every possible outcome leads to the same result. If I draw my sword, I'll die instantly. So how can I find a way to open this door? On the 5th day since then, I wondered if this was the moment to test Sigmund's blade for the first time, having died 90,000 times over the past 5 days. At the moment, I can only see one possible way, a chance where drawing my sword might not lead to instant death. However, all of his efforts are effortlessly thwarted by the war god. She effortlessly blocked the strike with just one finger, without breaking a sweat. That was a solid attack. He was capable of it, but why did he hesitate? This time I drew my sword because I thought I wouldn't die, Jin explained quickly, clearly frustrated that it still hadn't gone as planned. Don't be discouraged. There aren't many who can actually land a hit on me. Even before time here comes to a standstill, even if you had the ability to strike me once 5 days ago, you had the skill but were unaware of it. This is why trust is shaken and dies 1,000 times. In vain. After hearing the war god's words, Jin sighed, as if he had realized that self-belief was the key to this training. I came to the same understanding when I stood before Lord Tamar's illusion. In the Mitra Desert, though you don't know when, you've forgotten about it. That's right. Suffering can make people lose touch with who they really are. So if you still can't understand yourself, until the very end, unable to pull out Sigmund, I decided to take it back. Just like that, the remaining 4 days of training flew by. Over the past 4 days, Jin has learned a special technique from the war god, a skill only the war gods, masters of the red chainsword, can acquire. So now I can finally relax and meet up with my friends, right? That's right. I'm looking forward to our next meeting as well. The other brothers are waiting for you in the arena's waiting area. You can go there to say goodbye to them before you head out. Jin quickly bowed his head and thanked the god of war for all the help during this time. But her actions stopped him. Look up, because among us siblings, kindness isn't something to be counted, and we will wait. Always remember the achievements you've made here, and have an exciting journey, my brother. On May 17th, 1797, after bidding farewell to all the kings of fighting and his warriors, Jin left La Perosa following months of training there. Another interesting point is that you can bring everything you need from the inside to the outside. Perhaps only the bodhisattvas are confined to this dimension. Of course, I also brought along Boris's tooth and the cloak he made. After stocking up on water and essentials, I set off to return to the starting point, beginning with the crossing of the Mitra Desert. Everything felt like a dream, and I wasn't sure if it was all just an illusion, until it weighed on my chest. 4 days after leaving La Perosa, under the scorching desert sun, I no longer felt the exhaustion I once did. Perhaps it was the training and the process of becoming a prince. But by this point, I had come very close to the point where I would part ways with the guide. It had been over a week in the desert, since May 25th, 1797. Finally, I spotted a few Awakens nearby. "Oh, it's humanity, the one who entered the desert. He's back," Jin said, approaching and recognizing the Aqualis. "That's my acquaintance. Is that Blackfire? What a coincidence. Which wind brought him here?" After talking for a while, I found out these guys were betting on whether Jin would survive the desert or not. See, now he's starting to act all yuka again. "Glad you're not dead." The Blackfire then turned to Jin and asked about the challenges, the pain, and the suffering. "You've been through all of that, right?" "I think so. It's an experience I won't forget." After hearing about the Aqualis's destination, Jin also wanted to join them, since we might be heading to the same place. "No, you can't go to Yuka right now. A few days ago, they went to the Red Tiger clan, and they're very dangerous. It's better for him to return to Yuka and go through the toll gate." But after hearing that the journey would take 4 days, Jin felt it was too long. He had some urgent tasks to take care of. "Therefore, going with you might still be the most feasible option, but they are extremely dangerous. They'll kill you. Don't worry, humanity, Blackfire. I'll be as careful as possible, so you don't need to worry." A few hours later, the group quickly reached the road guarded by the Red Tiger clan. To put it briefly, they are setting up a toll checkpoint on the way back to Yuka. Lua then decided to go ahead since he had already paid the toll, while Jin promised to follow right after. Even so, the expression on this kid's face is pretty clear. The Red Tiger clan has a brutal reputation, especially when it comes to humans. "Oh, the gift from the Aqualis people is nice. You can leave now." And yet, one of them actually had the audacity to strike Blackfire hard. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "If you've taken their money, you should let them go, right? Why are you still beating them? He's a man." They turned to look at Jin, who was slowly emerging from the forest with a slightly surprised expression. "Where do you think you're going? Come here and hand over everything you've got. It'd be best if you take off all your clothes so we can send you off without any issues. Unfortunately, this is the path we're taking. Now hand over everything you've stolen from the beast clans, while I'm still being polite." As soon as Jin made his threats, the two Red Tiger clan members instantly sensed that something was wrong. "What the hell is that on him? What kind of aura is this?" A sense of danger instantly washed over him, but he pushed it aside and charged forward. If he couldn't kill this human here, it would be a huge risk. But before his body even reached the spot, a member of the Red Tiger clan immediately sensed something was wrong with just a glance. He could barely breathe as he drew closer to the other man. The other man was equally shocked when he saw his companion lying flat on the ground. Though he knew the guy had a dangerous aura, no one could have anticipated it being this terrifying. So he didn't hesitate for a second. He kept bowing over and over, pleading desperately, "My lord, please spare my life. If he's not gone by the time I count to 3, you'll face the consequences." As he spoke, Jin began to count. 1, 2. By the time I counted to 2, The shadows of the two Red Tiger clan members had almost vanished. They were certainly impressive, but they could run just as fast. After dealing with them, Jin turned to speak with Blackfire. He gave his friend Aqualus the fish he loved most. This is what all of you worked so hard to obtain. After receiving the gift, the Black Flame murmured something about inviting Jin to the Aqualus tribe for a feast. Another day to rest, human. Jin quickly declined the invitation even though he truly wanted to accept it. However, he still had urgent matters to take care of. He then gestured toward the pile of valuables left behind by the Red Tiger clan, asking Blackfire and the other Aqualis to return them to their rightful owner. Then let's eat, the entire group of Aqualis shouted, all ready with their gear to handle the fish. Perfect, I was getting a bit hungry myself, someone replied about an hour later. Jin and the Aqualis joined the party, and he casually asked Blackfire about something in Yuka Yuka. I wonder if they have any dye there. I needed to disguise myself for the next place. Is that so? In that case, use the Snow Tribe's face paint. It's even better than dye. After asking about what they needed and finishing their meal, the group set off on their journey. A few hours later, they quickly found themselves back at the place they had departed from just a few months ago. The one who welcomed us was none other than the rat from the Kim Tuyet clan. Oh, has he returned already? By the way, I heard he's in need of a disguise. Is that true? Well then, let me start by introducing a few types of dyes, the mouse said, quickly pulling out a product display board as it spoke. Although the price might seem a bit high to you, our dyeing technique is completely different from that of other cultures. He continued to introduce, one after another, things like plant extracts, a variety of colors and scents, or the absence of them. After all, this is the top-tier product, and once you try it, you won't be able to resist. Okay, enough bragging. The nearby Black Fire, almost puffing out smoke, said, My friend is the one who took down the Red Tiger clan. Look, we got everything back that the Red Tiger clan stole from these beastmen. Hey, Blackfire, why hasn't he said anything to me? I've been wasting my breath for nothing. Do you know how this makes me look like some greedy rat? Just a moment ago, I nearly became the greedy merchant taking advantage of my benefactor. I barely managed to keep from passing out and then turned to thank Jin sincerely. I'm sure the merchants in Yuka Yuka will be thrilled to hear this. Of course, it will be completely free of charge, so feel free to take your time. We will disguise you flawlessly using the Snow Crystal Tribe's special camouflage technique. On the afternoon of the last day of May, 1797, on the southern island of the Beledo Duchy, nothing has changed. A young man with striking blonde hair walks through the port area. Of course, it's Jin in disguise. This place is known for its drug-addicted mercenaries and homeless people. They are mostly those who have lost everything after entering the arena, unlike this place. The northern part of the island is completely different, a hidden haven for young nobility. Wealth, hidden gambles, and the destination the compass will lead to tomorrow. Now, I wonder if everyone has made it to the island safely. Just as that thought crossed my mind, a group of people appeared in the distance, slowly walking toward me, their faces lit with constant smiles. I bet he must have lost his mind when he came out of the arena, right? And then the man suddenly appeared next to him, looking surprised. He shoved something into Jin's hand while continuing to beg, Please, just one coin, anything. What the hell, is that really Z? As soon as their hands touched, Jin recognized his old friend, but still didn't hesitate to toss him a few coins, even though they had been bitter rivals in his past life. Clearly, recruiting him was the right decision. This situation is perfect for blending in. The letter that Z just handed to Jin contains the long-awaited signal to meet Bill. It's what he needs to say when he gets to the Bird's Nest Inn. While paying attention to the nailed board under the bed in room 203 at the hostel, Jin soon received a message from the manager informing him that the Bird's Nest hostel was fully booked. It had been a while since he had seen Bill, and hearing this made his attitude shift slightly. He then took out a key and said, Go to room 203. Once inside, Jin quickly found the spot mentioned in the letter. It really is well hidden, he remarked. In the box, there was another letter, seemingly about everyone's current situation as they prepared for the upcoming action. Sir, it's a pleasure to see you again after such a long time. The other teammates have already arrived and settled into various inns on the island. Kinzello and Zippel still haven't discovered anything, but some other information has been confirmed. As of now, on the Kinzello side, there is a powerful sorcerer named Chukuntel from Anzu. In addition to 5 other 8-star level wizards, The group includes 3 warriors, the team leader of the White Wolf Clan's assault unit, and several assassins, archers, and other specialists. As for Zippel, there is no detailed information available yet. They'll likely only reveal themselves on the day the plan is executed, but it's highly probable that Zippel's assassins are already hiding here. The plan is still set for 10 p.m. on June 1st. The location is a casino inside a large mansion on the northern part of the island. Please bring the pre-booked ticket in the wooden box that accompanies this letter. Once the mission is complete, escape to the designated spot. The location of your teammate's hideout is noted on the back of the letter. In addition, with the support of Lord Casimir and Murakane, Lady Ceres from the Ice Castle will also be involved in the plan, bringing her expertise in reconnaissance and assassination. She will be a valuable assistant to you. As for me, I'll return to Tekin once I've delivered the letter. I'll also be sure to pass on your regards to Miss Julie. After reading the letter, Jin paused to think. Although he only knew of Kinzello, surely Zippel's side will have an equally matched force, and tomorrow night will be the battlefield of the stars. On the night of June 1st, 1797, in the northern part of the island, belonging to the Principality of Balado. Oh my, what should I do? I've won again, my lord. Are you all right? We've only just started, and it looks like you've already lost around 1,000 gold coins. June 1st, 1797, a grand mansion in the north of the island. Oh, look over there. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome young man. Inside the mansion, eyes began to follow the blond young man who had just arrived. Who is he? How can I speak to him? Whispers could be heard every time he passed. Then a voice, clearer than all the others, rang out. I felt as if I'd never seen it before, but the casino seemed brighter as soon as it appeared. The speaker was Ceres, disguised as Zelia. He was carrying a cat with a nasty expression. If it weren't for Murakane, Jin probably wouldn't have recognized it as a TV series. It's a pleasure to meet you, miss, Jin replied, still in awe. Although not as impressive as Babare's, the Ice Castle had a remarkable ability to camouflage itself. Since it was their first time there, Zelia suggested, why don't we start with some simple games? Then she introduced roulette, a very popular game at the place. Excuse me, I think I'll try it after I've taken a spin. Jin also realized that everyone involved in the plan was on the roulette wheel. He's quite clever. In that case, let me show you the other games before we begin, Zelia said, guiding Jin through each game area. You're probably familiar with the dice. Now look at the table on the left. This meant that, from his perspective, Zippel and Kinzello's people were at the table on the left. Well, if you're thinking of me after everything you've been through here, then you can come to the table. Just remember, night is coming, so don't stay too long. According to the information I received from Z the other day, Kinzello had been lying in wait, disguised, infiltrating the northern part of the island. However, it wasn't the time to focus on them. Instead, it seemed the Zippel family was heavily invested in this operation. A family known for its pride was willing to pose as gambling addicts for the mission. So the question is, are all these people here in disguise? With that thought, a member of the White Wolf clan glared at Jin. Hey, human, it's not wise to challenge a member of the White Wolf clan. Come here, White Wolf shouted. While Jin wondered if he had sensed the energy of Hades radiating from his body. However, he had concealed it well upon arriving. Oh, as someone from the White Wolf clan, I never thought I'd see a White Wolf here. This feels like a dream. Can I really speak with Lord White Wolf? Jin pretended to have no idea, while continuing to pet the wolf as if it were his first time. Get your filthy hands off me, White Wolf roared, his anger rising as he wondered if his senses were failing him. He had clearly sensed the danger this idiot was bringing just moments before. I'm so sorry. But why did you call me? With that look and his skillful acting, Jin had managed to deceive White Wolf. He finally left, but Jin knew he had to remain vigilant. This mission required the death of every beastman serving Kinzello. Did he win again? Cheerful laughter echoed endlessly at the roulette as Zelia glanced to the side in surprise. Young master, you're finally here. How was your visit to the mansion? Come to think of it, I'm the only one who's mentioned me. Tell me, what's your name? While they were talking, the black cat, Murakane, quietly spat out what looked like a piece of paper when no one was looking. 10 p.m., second floor of the casino. The target item will be redeemed at the central poker table. Your cat is adorable, Jin said, finishing the note and petting Murakane a couple of times. He almost ran out of breath as he quickly swallowed the paper. My name is Barmel, ma'am. You may sit here now, young Master Barmel. We can play all night with these people, Zelia said, gesturing to the group around the table. Of course, they were all in disguise thanks to the technology of the ice castle. The middle-aged man in the red cape was the sacred sword Kashmir. The secretary beside him, an expert in mathematics, was none other than Inia in disguise. Finally, the guard behind them was Lady Alicia. Now please place your bets. Let the game begin. Oh my God, what a pity. I won again, young master. Are you all right, young master? You must have lost about 1,000 gold coins. Those around him also seemed concerned for the young master, known for his love of women. To outsiders, of course, Barmel was nothing more than a deluded and reckless heir. You must understand that my pride won't allow me to leave right now. So let's go to another table. What I meant was that we'd start a new game. Fine, choose a game and we'll begin right away. Let's play poker. If that's the game, you won't stand a chance against me. Ma'am, the two quickly decided on the next game, while the spectators around them eagerly awaited Barmel's revenge. However, the poker table was on the second floor, so it would take them a while to get there. The other three would stay on the first floor to continue preparing the plan. It's 10 to 10, and it seems the young master is destined to lose again. It's foolish of him to challenge the renowned Lady Zelia here. Around him, the murmurs of those witnessing the tragedy of Barmel grew louder and louder. Seeing Barmel's trembling face, Zelia remained completely calm. The young master just had a bit of bad luck. That's why I made so much money. Don't worry, tomorrow will be better. Don't let today's setback discourage you. As they spoke, their eyes remained fixed on Kinzello and Zippel. The time for the transaction had arrived, 10 p.m. when the compass was about to change hands. There would be no better opportunity than this to recover it. The members of Kinzello and Zippel kept whispering to each other in an unknown language. When the other arm reached into the black bag, Jin knew it was time to act. This was the moment the compass would reappear. The plan to retrieve it had already begun. 10 minutes earlier, the members of Kinzello had entered the second-floor trading stall, their ears ringing from the noise of the crowd. They even went to the casino, where Jin, disguised as Barmel, was losing so badly he couldn't even lift his head. Are you here already? It must have been difficult for you to travel here, said Karl Zippel, speaking on behalf of the Zippel family. Conversely, the other person was far from pleased with the scene before them. Everything was far too noisy for a secret transaction. Chukon Tolderer was Kinzello's representative and the ruler of the Anzu region in the northern continent. Aren't it all casinos like this? Karl said, hoping Mr. Chukon would stop worrying and sit down so he could get to the point. I guess I'm just getting old and everything bothers me. But aren't these the thieves you infiltrated? What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with us. We're just players. If we needed to get the item back, there wouldn't be any need for all this fuss. Just don't pay and everything will be fine. After hearing the explanation, these Zippels were just showing off in Chaukon's eyes. As far as I know, even you should be careful putting on this show, shouldn't you? If we officially return it, won't it arouse suspicion in the Runkendel family? And if we don't return it, Kinzello and I will leak the information to Runkendel and Bement. Upon hearing those words, Karl let out a cold snort, indicating that Lord Chukon's words were true. After all, your side broke the terms of the alliance first and didn't even apologize. It's difficult to know what your father is planning. If you have the chance, perhaps you should ask him yourself, Karl added defiantly. But I doubt you have the guts to stand up to my father. After a few minutes of discussion, Chukon finally got to the point. It's time. Now, take out the object quickly. As soon as the compass appeared, Jin reacted instantly. Even the two representatives from Zippel and Kinzello were completely taken aback. A sudden flash of light appeared, enveloping his entire field of vision. That's right. As soon as I see the compass, I'll use ancient light magic. Upon hearing Jin's plan, Murakhan immediately objected. Isn't that light magic just a flash? It's useless in combat. However, Kashmir had a different perspective. Since his opponent was a mage, he assumed the goal was to block his vision. Young Master Jin, according to our plan, 9th-level mages will undoubtedly appear on the trading scene. They will all be protected by defensive magic that even 8th-level mages or warriors will have difficulty penetrating. Therefore, if we attempt a frontal assault to break through their defenses, it will be nearly impossible. We risk being counterattacked before we can even obtain the compass. Carl's only option is to retrieve the compass and escape within 10 seconds of the flare exploding, while everyone else remains blinded and unable to see anything. Back in the present, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8. While the magicians Zippel and Kinzello had not yet managed to open their eyes to the magic that was rapidly approaching them at full speed, the compass suddenly appeared before their eyes. Carl, do you really dare? Chukon thought it was a trick by the Zippels to avoid giving him back the compass. The moment his hand touched the compass, a protective barrier seemed to activate. Time ceased to exist, and the 10 seconds of the glowing orb had elapsed. After that, all that remained was a massive explosion and the dust from the casino's second floor. Ceres and Murakhan didn't know if Jin's plan had worked. They rushed to the site of the explosion but found nothing. What on earth had happened? The next instant, amidst the dust of the explosion, something shiny was flung out. It was none other than the mission's target compass. Success. Ceres held the compass in her hand and slowly looked down at the Kashmir group waiting below. She threw something like a smoke bomb to the first floor, and at that same instant, jumped herself. Terror! Terror! The screams of the gambling addicts echoed ceaselessly from the first and second floors. Amid the chaos, the compass in Ceres' hand quickly shifted to Enya. There's an ambush! Block the entrance quickly, seal it, and eliminate all suspects. As the soldiers guarding the gate shouted, the series began. Although it hadn't been planned, it was enough to throw everything into chaos. As he spoke, he used ice magic to immobilize the guards. Seeing this, Kashmir and Alicia quickly coordinated their attack on the remaining group, preventing them from escaping or closing the door. Meanwhile, they shouted their battle cry, for Zippel. Upon reaching the upper floor, the smoke from the explosion still lingered. Damn it, the object was gone. Retrieving it was the top priority. Chukon kept yelling at the guards, never forgetting to curse the Zippels for daring to do such a thing. Jin sheathed the Brothaman and drew another sword. He knew they wouldn't be long in regaining their sight, so he had to finish everything before that happened. Lord Chukon, this isn't our fault. Carl pointed toward the scene. Look over there, there's thunder. Chukon turned around and, as Carl had said, saw the White Wolf tribe advancing to protect their leader. Chukon, are you all right? But then he realized something wasn't right. That familiar aura. It was the idiot, the same one he had scolded and chased away just a few minutes ago. In his hand, he held a thunder sword, Sigmund of the Underworld War God clan. It was time for it all to end. Jin drew Sigmund and initiated the Underworld Sword's first form, unleashed the force of heavenly thunder. With the power of the Underworld Sword, he summoned a wave of thunder that lashed through the casino's main hall, effortlessly destroying the castle. Wake up, you idiots! The White Wolf shouted from across the room, urging his comrades to stop hiding. There was only one opponent. Give your name, human. My instinct tells me I must have an honorable duel with you. The room fell silent. Jin's foot shifted slightly, the tip of his shoe pressing gently. Yet that small movement exerted such intense pressure that it was almost unbearable. That's right, he murmured. My instinct tells me the same. Aren't you telling us to run? At those words, the expressions of the White Wolves slowly began to change. Of course, they all instinctively understood what the other side was feeling. It was a feeling the White Wolf clan had rarely, if ever, experienced. An unfamiliar fear. The kind of fear those who had always lived as predators could never fully comprehend. This was the fear of death. In a panic, he began to execute the judgment of the Underworld Sword. A wave of lightning-charged power shot toward the White Wolf tribe, and they knew at once that the hammers in their hands would not be enough to stop it. Daroka Mito, get out of the way! One of them lunged, trying to intercept his partner's attack. But for some reason, the sword cuts barely grazed his body, as if they were mocking him. When he suddenly realized something was wrong, a look of horror crossed his face. His two companions had vanished, leaving only two plumes of black smoke on the ground. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be true. White Wolf stood there, sweat dripping down his face, unable to believe what he was seeing. After a few seconds lost in thought, Chukon suddenly realized that this was not the time to act this way. His master was in danger. He was heading towards Chukon's position at a speed that not even a mage could match. If he continued like this, he would be in danger. I must fulfill my duty as a White Wolf warrior. Unexpectedly, several members of the White Wolf clan charged at Jin, each wielding a giant hammer. Jin quickly realized someone was right behind him. With a series of swift sword strikes, as fast as slashing sugarcane, he unleashed the Dark King's sword technique to knock the White Wolf attackers down. The force of the blows made it difficult for them to stay on their feet. But what was this? He looked at the nearly destroyed hammer in his hand, wondering what kind of monster he was facing. As for Chukon, after almost a minute of blindness, his sight finally returned. However, the scene before him was anything but reassuring. Sigmund, wielding the sword of wind and thunder, had only one goal: to destroy every target in his path. That Mr. Chukon is dangerous. White Wolf took flight, but quickly regained his balance and charged forward, intending to block him. Of course, he'd rather give his life than let anything happen to his master. Chukon instantly conjured a magical defensive barrier. White Wolf, shouting with his hammer in hand, attacked the assassin with all his might. But as the saying goes, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. His hammer shattered against the lightning surrounding the assassin, leaving him defenseless. "Watch out, Mr. Chukon." Those were White Wolf's last words before joining his two brothers, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. Ignoring it, the great mage Chukon stared wide-eyed at what he saw. My defensive magic broke? Did it reach level 9? Then he activated a spell with his eyes and successfully blocked the sword's tip. If she wielded an ice attribute, she would be Talaris, the ice bow. But if she had a master sword or a heart sword, she would be the Black Knight of Runkandel or Luna. However, the power she used was lightning. As far as she knew, no other family on this continent possessed it. Perhaps the Hister clan was an exception, but they had long been extinct. Could this be the final version of the demon the Vehmence had been experimenting on? In any case, it was incomprehensible. As he pondered this, he immediately turned to the person in front of him and asked, "Why are you doing this? Tell me who you are and where you come from." "Do you really want to know about me?" Chukon told her, "It's been a long time since I felt so uncomfortable. The fact that someone knows everything about me, but I know nothing about them. You're a magic swordsman, aren't you? Whether he's a demon swordsman or not is irrelevant now. What matters is that everyone here today must die." The other man's arrogant words only further frustrated old Chukon. "Even if you don't know why the information was leaked, you'd better quickly return what you took. At least that way, you'll die soon." As soon as the voice faded, applause erupted. "I admire your courage to advance without fear. Ancient light magic, lightning, and a magical swordsman. You've even defeated a captain-level White Wolf warrior and a level 7 or higher fighter. Impressive for someone your age. What are you doing, Carl?" While Zippel rambled, Chukon watched him, confused. "Well, in that case, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Carl, master of the 4th tower of the greatest magical family in the 6 halls. To be honest, if you want what you want, I guarantee I can offer you more. Become Zippel." As soon as he heard his colleague's intentions on the other end, Chukon's face turned red and blue with anger. "Bastard!" Of course, the idea of the Zippels recruiting the assassin who had just tried to kill him didn't sit well with Chukon. Come on, please don't shout so much. Didn't the compass fall into his hands? Although it's reasonable to silence him by killing him, why don't you take a look first? Honestly, I don't think I'm the one who can handle him. Perhaps it would be more beneficial for us to reconcile and bring him to our side. On the other hand, Chukon still can't say a word. If Lord Chukon is still feeling uneasy, why not try recruiting him to join Kinzello's side? While the two wizards spoke confidently, as if their plan were certain to succeed, the story's protagonist also made a ridiculous remark. Zippel, a place known for its pride, was offering to recruit her instead of simply using her power. Does that mean there aren't any Kozek light airships around here? As soon as Carl heard those words, he was stunned. He never expected the other person to even know about Kozek. He studied the helmet closely. That's right. He was the one who had killed Muron and destroyed half of Kozek, according to the testimony of Medor Elner in the White Light Mages of Kolon. The same person, the same appearance. Chukon shouted as he drew his staff and began to chant. "Why did you come to Kolon then? I need to know how much you really know." At that moment, countless fragments of ice conjured by magic filled the great hall. "I'm sorry, but I don't have to tell you." Then he looked at Chukon and urged him to make the right decision. "The compass has disappeared. and your comrades, including White Wolf, are all dead. If you're not an idiot, you should understand where I'm going with this. What the hell are you trying to do, you bastard? Carl yelled, unleashing a barrage of ice shards. The sword of the King of Hell unleashed its lightning power, and in an instant, a rain of lightning descended from the sky, effortlessly shattering the enormous chunks of ice in midair. Who would have thought that the master of a magic tower could be so weak? Or did my attack surprise you? In an instant, one of Carl's arms was severed, and his cane shattered on the ground. Anyway, don't worry too much. If you activate the rune, you know you'll be in trouble too, right? Chukon? That's exactly what that guy said. If the rune is activated, reinforcements will arrive from the magic tower. But by then, both Runkandel and Bement will know everything. He may have read my mind, but he's still a novice. The staff is a last resort. Without it, he can still cast spells. As the Tower Master, you seem to have underestimated him. There's no need to question the soundness of Chukon's reasoning, Carl said, standing up immediately. I'll make you pay for daring to belittle me, forcing you to fight in eternal flames until your body is reduced to ashes. But the two great mages were probably unaware of a crucial detail. When it came to fire manipulation, no one on this continent could surpass the person before them. With obvious fear in their eyes, they suddenly recognized something that every magician knew. The ruler of blue fire and the true master of the fire element, Tess, the blue phoenix. Trembling uncontrollably, Chukin could hardly believe his eyes. A person with strange lightning sword powers, sharp intelligence, and now wielding the blue phoenix Tess. What kind of monster was this? What the hell are you? Carl shouted in a panic, calling for Chukon to help him. Are you just going to stand there and watch? But before he could finish speaking, a bolt of fire pierced his other shoulder, causing him to collapse. That bastard, Chukon. Why, of course, the one who had just attacked was none other than him. It's only natural. Our alliance ended the moment the compass disappeared. And weren't you planning to act behind my back? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Seeing this, Jin slowly approached and kicked the wizard Zipple hard. The cooperation was seamless. As expected from the leader of the Northern Plains, he was very perceptive. It's a win-win situation, Chukon said, bending down to pick up Carl's unconscious body. What an experienced man, Jin continued to flatter himself. Then thought, what if your captain prefers capturing Carl Zipple to retrieving the compass? Even the captain, whose existence he was aware of, was no ordinary person. Now, the mission to retrieve the compass had completely failed. 8 8th-level mages and 3 White Wolf men were dead. As he had said, they at least needed to capture an image of the captain. On second thought, the rest of Berbera's cargo was already on board. In short, compared to the Zipples, who had lost everything, they were still doing quite well. Furthermore, after hearing the report, the captain will surely find a way to lure him. I've gathered enough information to find him later. With that thought, Chukun lifted Carl's body and left, making sure to arrange another meeting. After the 2 high-level mages departed, a black cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Brat, I saw everything. How strong you've become. I'm so moved I could cry. I guarantee that if Little Strawberry sees you, she'll cry too. Jin wasn't particularly interested in celebrating the old cat's return. He was more focused on the compass. Don't worry, one of your crazy fans took good care of him and got him off the island safe and sound. And what about Sirius, Mr. Kashmir, and Alicia? Didn't they promise to reunite when all this is over? At that moment, Murakin scratched his head and said, the situation is a bit complicated. In reality, the 3 of them were splitting up to distract 3 different forces. As he spoke, Murakan pointed to the window and looked outside. From his strategic position, the first force was none other than Ronkandel. Next came Bement's special forces, along with the warships of Balado's vassals. With so many forces approaching, it's hard to see a way out. Captain, something huge is happening. A member of the Cosmos Pirates crew urgently informed their captain. Sir, the warships of the vassal Balado are advancing towards the island. Despite the grim news, the old Cosmos remained perfectly serene. Ha! The time has finally come to put our plan into practice. At the same time, all the ships carrying the nobles have sailed from the coast. Meanwhile, the fleets of the Runkandel, Belado, and Bement families are steadily approaching, their numbers steadily increasing. He has already left safely, so no one else will be allowed to leave this place. We have received reports that illegal forces are gathering on the island. Before Bellato's vassal's warship arrives, find evidence of who is behind it. The one who just gave the order is a commander in the Runkendel family army. Is that the Knight Runkendel? Inside, Jin and Murakami continued assessing the situation. With how quickly they acted, the news must have already leaked. They were probably waiting here, taking advantage of the chaos in the casino to intervene. Luckily, Enya had obtained the compass earlier and managed to escape unharmed. Meanwhile, below the castle, dozens of pirates are shouting and preparing to attack. There are only 3 Runkendels. We must defend the ship with our lives. I wonder if those guys can defeat Runkendel's guard knights. Murakami and Jin were watching the play when the series group arrived at the meeting point outside. It seems he's safe. Given the situation, it's clear our initial escape route has been blocked, Jin said, getting straight to the point. But it's not all bad. We can still reach the other port before the warships arrive and surround the island. With that, the 5 quickly grasped the plan and got to work. However, things outside weren't as straightforward as they expected. The port was filled with explosions, indicating that ships were being deliberately destroyed to prevent anyone from escaping. At this rate, we won't arrive on time. Even the fastest will take at least 30 minutes. In response to Alicia's words, Murakami decided to show off. In that case, our only option is for you to fly us out of here. We agreed that would be our last resort. Revealing your true form could attract enemy forces, but what other choice do we have? Murakami was about to transform when suddenly a voice stopped him. Don't transform yourself. Wait, look at the sky. The entire island is now covered by the Bament Army's Great Lotus World. What the hell is this Great Lotus World? Kashmir explained that it was a type of magical barrier created by the mages of the Bement Guard specifically to combat dragons and flying magical beasts. When the barrier detected a flying creature, it released thousands of beams of red light. Even if you, Murakami, can endure it, the rest of us cannot. In short, escape by air is now impossible. When we reached a standstill, I suddenly saw some familiar faces. They were the pirates who had become agitated while protecting the island earlier. Where is the ship and why are they here? This is suspicious. Everyone, follow me, Jin said without hesitation, signaling the others to join him as he followed the pirates. A few minutes later, after traversing the city's alleyways, the pirates vanished. It looks like they've gotten themselves into this mess. We should take a look. It's surprising to find such a large tunnel here, Jin thought. Although he didn't know the pirates' exact purpose, they must have had something planned down here. At the central crossroads where the tunnels converge, countless pirates had already gathered. How many are there? A voice from behind made them all stop. Typical pirates, huh? They're meeting up to plot something. They're following us, one shouted, while another prepared to send the intruders to hell. Silence fell. The noise vanished instantly as soon as the captain spoke. This voice sounds so familiar, she murmured as she walked toward Jin. Are you the captain? That's how it is. That voice, it's definitely you, Jin Gray, you bastard. Of course, Jin isn't foolish enough to accept that title. I have no idea who this Jin Gray he's talking about is. Don't even try to deny it. Do you think I could forget that voice? Because of you, I'm in debt now, you know that? The crew grew suspicious when they heard the captain mention Jin Gray's name. Isn't that the kid who won last year? The one whose name put our captain in debt. For those who don't remember, this Veridin Zippel guy won a bet of 100,000 gold coins. Every time that devil wins, he shows up here to collect his winnings without losing a single coin. Jin listened to the story and laughed. That's exactly how Veridin operates. There's no need to hide it anymore. Cosmos, you must be aware of the situation outside, right? Bellato's vassal fleet surrounds and destroys every ship it encounters. How do you plan to escape? Shut up! Do you really think I'll help you? Cosmo shouted, his face contorted with rage. He immediately ordered his subordinates, attack the crowd, kill them all, and then we'll escape from here. But he looks old. Does that mean his answer is wrong? Jin's casual punch taught the old captain a lesson in courtesy. Even the younger ones flinched at the sight. There was no need for such a harsh reaction. The captain didn't say we were leaving for nothing. Deal. Cosmos, if you help us escape from here, I will not only pay off all my debts, but I will also reward you. Of course, I understand that someone as experienced as you wouldn't be fooled by such a promise. You could have easily killed us after escaping the island, instead of honoring that troublesome agreement. But that won't happen. I give you my word, backed by my honor and my family. If you don't know me, my name is Jin Runkendel. The Runkendel family always keeps their word once given. Runkendel? So it's not Paul Mick, but you, young Master Jin? To his surprise, he didn't hesitate to clarify. Paul Mick is young Master Dante Hiron. And you really think it was just a coincidence that Dante Hiron and I crossed paths in your arena? Ah, now that I think about it, it makes sense. I've always wondered why the people of Zippel were helping Jen Runkendel. If it was to protect Dante Hiron, that would explain everything. After thinking for a moment, Captain Cosmos, sporting a black eye, decided to make a deal with Jin's group. Now follow me. Let me introduce you to our secret weapon, our heart and soul, the ship of order number 7. We will use it to escape from here. While old Cosmos continued laughing merrily, a million questions raced through Jin's mind. There really is the train, but how do we get out? Those people outside can't move. Just hop on and you'll see, kid, Cosmos said, not bothering to explain further, and urged Jin's group to board quickly. Minutes later, piles of pirate cargo were stacked on the deck. As they worked, Kashmir, still in disguise, couldn't shake his unease. Can young Master Jin really trust these pirates? He wondered. He glanced at the enormous ship in front of him and realized the water was so shallow it couldn't lift. Besides, this was the city's basement. How could such a large ship possibly float? Unlike Kashmir, Jin has a lot of faith in the old Cosmos. He must have a plan we haven't thought of yet. They need to escape from here, just like we do. Soon after all the preparations were complete, the ship was ready to embark on its grand voyage. Old Cosmos wore a constant smile, eagerly preparing to surprise Jin and the others. Now let's take off. At Cosmos's signal, a crew member immediately lit the torch he was carrying and ignited a nearby wire. Clearly, it was the fuse for the explosives carefully placed among the layers of rock surrounding the cave. A loud explosion was heard, followed by the stunned disbelief of Jin's group, a scene they had never imagined. So this was the pirates' plan. Just behind the boat, there were currents of water. Was seawater flowing out of there? Hold on tight, kid. While Jin remained astonished, the ancient Cosmos was already moving. The torrent of seawater was what lifted the boat. It was heading directly for the cave's exit, and the escape was finally underway. Hey, is this really safe? In contrast to their pale faces, the pirates were clearly excited. Finally, my baby can show what he's made of. The ship continued drifting with the current, sinking slowly until it finally reached the cave entrance. That light was, without a doubt, the sunlight of a new era, the age of pirates. It was a feeling only a 7th-level ship could evoke. Go number 7! Hundreds of people shouted as the craft appeared overhead, leaving the crowd below in awe. Damn, is that flying ship real? Old Cosmos, on the other hand, felt as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. The joy of being the star was truly incredible. Carl, do you see this right? My plan is to be the best in the world. But something's wrong, my God. Jin suddenly realized that flying like this could be a disaster. Don't you see Bayment's army's magic barrier? Don't worry, this isn't flying, so it won't be affected by the Empire's magic. Just as Cosmos had said, the ship, although floating in the air, overcame the magic layer and continued on its course. Shortly afterwards, it fell once the acceleration stopped. Hurry, the pirates are escaping! Bayment's army was momentarily stunned by the scene, but they quickly sprang into action. They couldn't stand there any longer and immediately turned the ship around to give chase. Cosmos doesn't care if we're being chased or not. Ha ha ha. Out here at sea, not even the Empire's fleet can catch us. Brothers, let's set sail. You get it, right? There's a reason they call her the Pirate Queen. To my dear brothers in the Navy, this fireworks display is my farewell. On June 18, 1797, in the autonomous region of the Free City of Tekin, 2 little girls wept inconsolably after being separated for so long from the boy they longed for. They are none other than Gilly and Enya. Young master, you are fortunate to have returned safe and sound. After greeting her, Jin turned to Enya and asked about the compass he had brought earlier, but she still couldn't answer. Jin's expression remained neutral, but in her eyes, he seemed handsome and charming. After a brief moment of astonishment, she finally managed to speak. Yes, I'm taking good care of it. Come in and I'll show it to you. A few minutes later, Someone from the mansion took out the compass and mentioned that, while waiting for the young master's return, they had been trying to figure out how to use it. Essentially, it was no different from other relics. One simply had to channel magic to activate it. Following the instructions, Jin transferred his magical power to the compass, and a map of the continent appeared above the room. Could the red dots on the map represent all the contract holders? It seems so, Mr. Kashmir. From what we know, most of them are concentrated in Zippel and Bement. Murakhan observed this and, pointing with his beak, wondered, how strange. Why isn't there a red dot in Tikkun? Clearly, there are 3 people who signed the contract here. That's right, I checked and discovered that, for some unknown reason, all the fake contracts in Tikkun are hidden. In particular, young Master Jin wasn't detected, not even before he returned to Tikkun. Well, that's obvious. Little Jin made a pact with the god of darkness. Mr. Murakhan said this with a knowing smile, causing little Enya's eyes to sparkle even more. Young Master Jin is a cunning master. He couldn't even detect the compass. Jin said nothing, but neither Enya nor Yuria were discovered. Q Cantel wondered if Tikkun harbored some special secret. At that moment, Jin suddenly remembered something. Could the mirror that had previously stored mana be the source of the magical power? If so, it made sense. That mirror possessed the sealing powers of the magic gods Lam and Saldaret. As for Enya, she had her own reasons for being so obsessed with him. This time, thanks to the young master's favor, Tikkun was safe once again. A mysterious figure wearing a black magic hat appeared on the pirate island under the control of Balado's vassal kingdom and wiped out all the pirates. According to eyewitnesses, this person's name is Barmel, a young man with golden hair and an imposing face. He possesses the power of lightning and is rumored to be the new contractor of the storm god Phao. If true, this would mark the first appearance of the storm god's supposed false contractor in 288 years, a rising star who could shake the foundations of the 6 palaces. His movements are being closely watched. Meanwhile, someone was looking at the newspaper with an expression of utter disdain. Wait a minute. Jin glanced at the compass map and realized something. The compass also seemed to indicate a contractor in Hufester. Although not entirely accurate, it was pointing somewhere in Hufester. In the Runkendel family's main mansion, in the Sword Garden, a hat of black magic and the power of lightning. What do you think of this? The second young master Joshua turned to Voris and Kuzan. I think it's possible the contractor we're looking for is Saldaret, or, as the article suggests, Feitel's contractor. That would mean this kid is a fraud. At that moment, the sound of a table being hit from the front startled them both. Enough, Yulian. Can you defeat the 3 captains of a White Wolf clan in an instant? No. Immediately after Joshua's question, Yulian responded quickly, his face drenched in sweat. I think it's time to strengthen your power. Although Yulian didn't fully understand what that meant, it was clear that he was terrified of whatever it was. At the same time, by the Black Sea, where the head of the Chiron family practiced in seclusion, a great commotion arose upon hearing the news about Barmel. Have you heard anything about him? Chiron asked Khan, turning to him after reading the letter. Lord, that name came up during the clan meeting. It is said that he killed 3 White Wolf captains on an island in the vassal state of Balado. It is believed that he was the one who signed a contract with Feitel, the god of thunder. Haha, if you knew that was our youngest son, you'd be surprised. As Chiron spoke, Khan's face showed surprise. I can't believe that even he didn't think that the Barmel causing all this commotion was the young master. Chiron's expression turned serious. Keep this a secret and make sure the knights don't draw too much attention to themselves. She looked at the letter in her hand, wondering why Kashmir hadn't mentioned why Jin wasn't coming to the island. Is he now the younger man's instead of mine? Chiron continued reading and suddenly burst out laughing at Khan's confused expression. You won't be able to stop laughing when you get to this part. Dear Mr. Chiron, last night the young Master Jin said while drinking, now that I can compete with my father, this is truly an extraordinary miracle. Of course, Khan was not pleased to read those words. The demon sword must be insane to dare to write something like that. Even if the young master had said it, Chiron interrupted him before he could finish. Have you heard of the Underworld King clan? Isn't the Underworld King clan the mysterious race of monsters that was defeated by the gods 5,000 years ago? That's right, Chiron continued, explaining that the younger boy had apparently encountered Hades during a trial in Soldaret. He also mentioned a god of war, noting that his power was comparable to his own. Since he had fought him one-on-one, Jin believed he could control him in the same way. Perhaps the young master lacks experience with the sword, which is why he said that, Khan mused. Should the master invite him to the Black Sea? There's no need, because I'm also curious to know if the boy keeps his word. Send a letter quickly to the Anti-Mountains. On July 21st, 1797, in the free city of Tikkun, inside Kashmir's castle, there is an old woman who says she wants to support us. I think you should meet her in person, as she seems quite unusual. Before Kashmir's sweaty face, Z continued describing how he had brought a large sailing ship full of gold. A few minutes later, Q Cantel immediately sensed that something was wrong. The feeling was unsettling, identical to what they had experienced in the Anti-Mountains. Seeing Jin's astonished expression, Q Cantel explained that it was an event that had occurred some 40 years ago, when the dragons near the Anti-Mountains were massacred by a single individual, leaving them too terrified to ever approach the area again. Did that really happen? Murakhan asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Vanessa Olsen was a nightmare for dragons in her time. The scent of blood still lingers in her mansion, once feared as the terror of the Anti-Mountains. Please come in, ma'am. I'm Kashmir, leader of the Rainbow Tide. Kashmir and Alicia, along with Z, stepped forward to welcome Lady Vanessa upon learning of her arrival. Excuse me for showing up unannounced. I'm Vanessa Olsen, and I must say your wife is truly beautiful. She glanced at Alicia and then said something that made her uncomfortable. It's exactly this aura. Even after so much time, it's unmistakable. The terror of the Anti-Mountains. It turns out it's still alive. Unlike Q Cantel's concerns, the dragon had never experienced life, as Murakhan was clearly excited. She brought a ship of gold here, not to mention the money to send the red one to the afterlife. Probably not. If it were, it would have attacked a long time ago instead of coming here. It has never killed anyone, not even at its peak, Cantel explained. I'm really looking forward to a duel. I didn't expect that, besides Terma, there were humans capable of defeating dragons. Murakhan, I think you should forget those memories of your glory days. With your current strength, even if you die and come back to life, you won't be able to compete with Vanessa. Even Jin believes that. Has anyone ever heard Q Cantel talk nonsense? Then Jin suddenly thought, perhaps this is the person my father sent to test my strength. Could Sir Kashmir have told him about the one-punch fight on the pirate ship? Just as she finished thinking, Z came in from outside. Please invite Jin into the garden for a chat. Vanessa Olsen, our guest, is looking for you. Allow me to introduce you to the litra cake, topped with figs, green grapes, and walnuts. I've heard there's been a queue to buy it lately. I hope you'll enjoy it, ma'am. Thanks to a generous donation, she was able to enjoy this very special cake. Because of this, Kashmir and Lady Vanessa maintained a good relationship. After the greetings, Ms. Vanessa finally got down to business. By the way, Mr. Kashmir, would you mind if Jin and I spoke privately? If so, please make yourself comfortable. She didn't hesitate to reveal that it was Chiron himself who had sent her a letter asking to meet. So in reality, he had sent it. Even though she concealed her power, she could still sense her incredible aura. But why had she never heard of someone like her? This world is vast, which is why people like him exist. Swordsmen, mages, and even those who possess spiritual energy. Spiritual energy here is the power granted to those who have signed a contract with Soldaret. It seems my father trusts you a lot. Has he told you everything? Haha, Lord Chiron trusts me enough to put his life in my hands. So the rumors were true. The dragons called her the terror of the Anti-Mountains. In fact, she remembered being called the Black Knight much more vividly than that trivial nickname. Black Knights. When someone becomes a Black Knight of the Runkendel family, they erase their former identity and dedicate themselves entirely to serving the family. Runkendel honors their sacrifice as such a noble act that their names are engraved on the family altar. In the history of the Runkendel family, the previous Black Knight was the strongest of all. Those who conquered the Black Sea alongside the Black Knight in Chiron were the most powerful on the continent, and Vanessa was one of them. Jin quickly bowed to Lady Vanessa as soon as she revealed her identity. The Runkendel family's reserve fortune will be handed over. It seems you already know how to behave. Now take up your weapons and follow me. I saw a beautiful island on the way here, and I plan to punish you there. That same afternoon on a remote island in the heart of Tikkun, is my punishment then a duel with you? That's the plan. But I wonder, did you think about what your crime was in coming here? I don't know, Jin replied quickly, and Vanessa wasn't surprised. I like that frankness, but it looks like I'll have to keep an eye on you because of Ahasuerus. Did you really think you could land a hit on Lord Chiron? After the movie, Kashmir told Dad about it. Vanessa had already drawn her sword. The way to prove your innocence is simple. Show me your strength and take responsibility for your arrogant words. She was testing her abilities. Don't tell me the condition is that I have to defeat you. At the other party's naive question, Lady Vanessa laughed heartily. I don't think that's possible. If your sword had touched me or my clothes, Jin would have already unleashed the power of the Underworld King to attack. However, Vanessa easily blocked the Underworld King's sword with a single blow, sending Jin back to the surface. Undeterred, he continued, gaining momentum as he charged forward to attack again. The tip of his sword was now mere inches from his opponent's neck, but his opponent remained completely calm. Then you can put away your sword. Was that the sword of the King of Hell you just used? He's very curious about your dark energy and magic. Jin continued attacking with all his might, and as expected, every blow was blocked. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he hadn't expected to deflect the Hell King's sword so effortlessly. The Underworld Sword is a lightning-based sword technique, a unique power exclusive to the pure-blood Runkindel bloodline. It also incorporates a form of visual ignition magic. By then, Jin had already begun channeling spiritual energy into his attacks. Faced with his relentless onslaught, Vanessa responded with a slight smile. He sure knows how to fight. Very well, what will you teach me now? Jin continued to challenge Vanessa with his relentless attacks on her delicate movements. I had never seen anything like what I held in my hand. Light magic. At that moment, Lady Vanessa's body felt as if it were submerged in a deep sea of darkness. Her senses almost paralyzed after coming into contact with Jin's light magic. Wielding the Qing Ming Wang sword, Jin attacked again. With that strength, he could defeat any swordsman his age, even those with more experience. Now he finally understood why Lord Chiron favored the young master so much. As he thought this, Vanessa turned to dodge the sword, her eyes closed, and landed a painful punch on Jin. Lord Chiron's most cherished son, she murmured. After being hit, Jin's body went flying and his whole body trembled from the impact. You said you're only 17, right? It's hard to believe someone your age could be so talented. You're as talented now as Miss Luna was at your age. But Jin doesn't care about anything except whether Luna hit his father when she was 17. And the answer is no, he didn't. But he did a year later when he turned 18. So this test is to compare me to Luna-san. After hearing this, Jin thought, if I can't demonstrate my skills to Vanessa, I'll have to prepare myself to lose an arm or something. But isn't it normal to lose limbs in combat? Prove it to him. Jin stood up again and unleashed the power of the Hell Sword. Vanessa simply smiled. If that's your trump card, you'd better use it wisely. Take your time to admire it. This is the fourth form of the God of War technique, the Sword of Erosion. It still has much more to show you. Immediately afterward, the entire island was enveloped in lightning emanating from Jin's sword. Vanessa was stunned. Transferring lightning to the ground? That seems more like magic than swordsmanship. After her initial surprise, she looked disappointed. I thought I would witness the swordsmanship of those who once ruled the continent, but it turns out it's just a trick like the ones magicians use. What a letdown. At the same time those words were spoken, thunder and lightning began to lash the island. Although I'm not sure what he's planning, it seems interesting. After using the fourth form of the Hell King's sword, Jin summoned Tess. Of course, compared to the feats of the War Brothers, this attack was nothing. However, he still needed to make it clear to her that even as a dark knight, she would inevitably leave an opening when attempting to dodge. Jin unleashed the power of Tess's blue flame towards Vanessa, just as the lightning bolts of Hades began to rain down. She would definitely reveal her weakness. But it seems your plan failed. Did you really think I could stop him? Each of his words paralyzed Jin's perception. Of course, this action was completely outside of his plan. To be honest, your lightning strikes me. As Vanessa spoke, the sword in her hand moved. Do you really plan to block all these attacks? Countless slashes flew from his sword to intercept the blows. Not even the Blue Phoenix could get close. Its flames shot out only to be effortlessly deflected by the opponent's sword energy. However, Vanessa, who had always relied on her swordsmanship, hadn't expected the boy to be so skilled. Amidst the blue flames, Jin's figure suddenly appeared, taking her by surprise. This time he wielded a sword imbued with dark spiritual energy, a true swordsman who knew how to control his mind. Vanessa silently reproached herself. If I had known, I would have brought a better sword. After all, the sword in Jin's hand was something even a dark knight like herself would recognize. Vanessa simultaneously unleashed a series of sword energies, creating a sphere that countered the spiritual energy attack. As expected, the sword she was wielding shattered upon impact and vanished as the two streams of power dissipated. Nearby, Jin was panting heavily, exhausted from the effort. Facing an opponent like the Black Knight had been within his expectations. Very well, Vanessa said, pointing to the wound on her face. Your father wanted me to punish someone as arrogant as you, but with this result, I have no choice but to reward you. A few hours later, we each had a barrel and competed to see who could drink the most. You're really good with this poisoned wine. Suddenly, Vanessa remembered something and asked, I heard you drank the poisoned wine? Madam, you are too kind. Compared to you, I am still far behind. The two continued as usual, exchanging compliments, neither wanting to back down. Then Jin asked Vanessa, Can I ask you something? How did you meet my father? It's a long story, but he'll tell it to you. He was an orphan and lived with his younger brother. One day, a pack of fire dragons attacked their village, trampling the people and brutally murdering his brother. After that, seeking revenge, he traveled through the Anti-Mountains, home of the fire dragons. He slaughtered every dragon he encountered, but the one responsible for his brother's death remained elusive. His sole purpose was clear. If a dragon comes, he will kill it. If a person comes, he will kill them. Perhaps he had already lost his mind by then. He killed more than 100 dragons, but the fire dragon never appeared. 15 years passed in this way. Shortly after, Lord Chiron confronted her with overwhelming power. He was the first to defeat her in 15 years in the Anti-Mountains. Afterward, he took her to the lair of the fire dragon, where she discovered she belonged to the lineage of Kadun, the guardian dragon of the Zippel family. Of course, Kadun was there as well, protecting his lineage. At that moment, Lord Chiron restrained Kadun, allowing him to focus entirely on fighting the fire dragon. Shortly after, Kadun was gravely wounded by Lord Chiron's sword and forced to retreat. He then defeated the fire dragon single-handedly. In the following years, he became a Black Knight of the Runkandel family and accompanied Lord Chiron in conquering every corner of the continent. After hearing the whole story, Jin sympathized with Vanessa, knowing that he too had lost his life due to his own weakness. But saying it's a reward for him and being so verbose isn't ideal. Vanessa pulled out a map and explained, This is something Lord Chiron gave me. He said that if any of his descendants were worthy, I should pass it on to him. No one stopped him after hearing those words. He took the map, and after looking at it, Vanessa said it was a map of the Black Sea. The Black Sea? I've heard it's a place where monsters swarm like floodwaters, and no country can even map it. Not even Zippel could have imagined it. But you see, Runkandel did it. This is also a secret mission between Chiron and me. From now on, you'll use this map to complete the new family head trial. While listening to the other party's explanation, Jin studied the map. If that's the case, there must be something in the area marked above, he thought. That's right. If we destroy the monster there, it's said to be a creature raised by the witch Helaram. A few days later, in a cave in the Anti-Mountains, Vanessa stood before a small house on the outskirts of the cave. Looking toward the door, a feeling of unease washed over her. After a brief pause, she decided to open the door and enter. Sure enough, someone was already there. You're getting pretty good at scaring people. First you send a surprise letter, and now you show up unannounced in person. In front of her, Chiron sat calmly drinking tea as if he were in his own home. He looked up and asked, How is my youngest son? Haha, it seems you're old enough to be impatient. It's obvious you've been talking for a while, judging by the bruise on your face. Well, I gave it in the map. Vanessa's words surprised Chiron more than he expected. He never thought she would actually give it to him. Didn't you expect this to happen? Anyway, if you gave the map to your youngest son, it means you've completely lost faith in Luna. He and all the Black Knights placed their entire faith in her. If she had cared a little more, she would never have relinquished her position as head of the family. We could have then relinquished all authority to her and focused on our work. In response, Vanessa said she was just making sure Jin didn't repeat Luna's mistake. Joshua seemed to be keeping a close eye on Jin as he prepared everything. However, Chiron thought differently. If Jin needed protection, he wouldn't bother. If you can't control your own family, don't expect to be able to fight your enemies. You say that, but what if it turns out to be the second moon? Isn't that why you gave him the map of the Black Sea? Meanwhile, on the Black Sea, it seemed they had arrived. Jin and Murakhan had already reached the Black Sea, following the map's directions. On May 15th, 1797, while observing the sky above the Black Sea, Jin suddenly spotted a pillar in the distance and assumed it must be the one marked on the map. Unfortunately, he was wrong. It was the nest of the ferocious, monstrous flying bird, the kokkia. These creatures were incredibly ferocious. Upon seeing him, Jin was stunned, surprised that he hadn't seen him for so long. "Hey, Murakhan, it seems he's regained quite a bit of power, huh?" "I'm not ashamed to admit it, but it's still not enough. With how fast you're growing, kid, my recovery is still too slow. I need to find a way to get my strength back faster." As he spoke, Murakhan landed on the ground and told Jin that they could only fly that far. Then he looked at the poisonous cloud in front of him, which was so corrosive that it could even melt dragon scales. But just now, the birds flew through the poisonous clouds and emerged unharmed. That's right, the monsters of the Black Sea have poison running through their veins, so it's safer to assume they're all toxic. Then they both crossed the Black Sea. "Your father is quite impressive, going to the trouble of coming all the way here to draw a map. You should know that even dragons like us are wary of this place." "That's true." Jin looked at the map, where the instructions were vague, wondering what he was doing in such a dangerous place. But then he realized he felt strange. He was there to destroy the monster raised by Helaram. Ugh, it's really bad luck to get involved with that woman. Upon hearing Maraka say that, Jin asked, "What does he know about Helaram?" "Of course he does. For 1,000 years, she's been famous for being the beloved of all evil gods and demons. So the books say that all the disasters in history were caused by Helaram. Is that true?" Apparently, according to Murakhan, that's the case. Though she appears human, Heliaram is actually a half-demon with a lifespan equal to that of a demon. She is a curse in herself. When Helaram awakens, even the gods hesitate to choose a successor. When the demon king defied all curses to be with her, you should know that she admired him deeply. Even though we are both immune to curses, it's best not to get involved with her. As the two people below continued their endless conversation, something nearby was watching them. A pack of black wolves had gathered. The echo of their arguments still lingered in the air. "It was the first time I saw him fear revenge," Murakhan said. "But what worries me is that my father and the Dark Knights knew where he was, but they didn't kill him. They only marked him on the map." At that moment, the wolf pack launched a savage attack. However, they failed to realize they were facing the wrong opponent. With just a few swift sword strikes, the wolf pack was annihilated, leaving only a pile of rocks stained with their venomous blood. Did you hear what he said? He just mentioned that the blood of the Black Sea monster is highly poisonous, and that its level exceeded expectations. As they ventured deeper, Jin confirmed that this was indeed the spot marked on the map. "Murakhan, stay here. This challenge is mine alone," he said, and quickly stepped into the path, covered in poisonous thorns. A few minutes later, after navigating the thorns outside, the interior scene contrasted sharply with the Black Sea he knew. Jin's gaze fell on a clump of plants in front of him. Why is that thorny vine so big? But what truly caught his attention was what lay atop it. His eyes slowly traveled upward, revealing a mound of white cotton on top. Jin was certain it was the monster Helaram had been raising, the very one he was meant to defeat. The cat stared at Jin, its eyes wide as if seeing a human for the first time. "So this is the monster I have to defeat? It looks more like a pet than a monster, doesn't it? It's quite cute." With that thought, Jin waved to the enormous creature before him, but received only a wary glance. In the blink of an eye, it leaped into the treetop, likely trying to escape. It reminded him of a cat's behavior when it encounters a stranger. But how could such a massive creature be afraid of him? What kind of cowardly monster was this? A series of confused thoughts raced through his mind, but Jin quickly decided to pursue it. He ran in the direction the cat had just fled, but after searching for a while, he found no trace, which surprised him. Its speed was much greater than it had seemed. When he stopped, Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. In front of him, countless bushes, now curled into balls, were hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. He was almost certain the monster was behind it all. Faced with a hail of bullets hurtling toward him, Jin swiftly drew the sword at his waist and sliced one in half, but it was only one. He seemed to have forgotten that many more remained. To make matters worse, the monster leaped and kicked one of the bullets, accelerating it so much that Jin couldn't react. The impact sent him flying, wounded, while the feline bolted away at the sight of the attack. This is a disastrous start. She's not running away. Instead, she's making the most of her territory. But she can't give up now. At first, she worried about how she could possibly defeat such an adorable monster. Turns out she was worried about nothing. Without hesitation, he unleashed fire magic, intending to burn the entire forest. Jade Windfire. If we cannot pursue it, we will force it to manifest. The feline monster's territory began to sink into a sea of fire under its ferocious gaze. Or perhaps it was just the nature of cats. It always looked like that. We better get out of here before I burn this whole forest down, Jin shouted, standing there indifferently with a defiant smile. A few minutes later, as expected, when the area was completely engulfed in flames, the monster appeared. The enormous cotton ball in front of him made Jin's heart race with excitement. It seems the time has come for you and me to have a real duel. I don't know if it was because Jin's lightning sword was too intimidating or because his expression was so sinister, but the cat suddenly seemed to shrink back. However, after taking the beating, Jin wasn't naive enough to fall into the trap again. Don't play the victim with me. Seeing that his plan had failed, the stuffed cat decided to use his ultimate attack. He arched his body seductively, as if preparing for his opponent to bite off his entire paw. Just as the cunning cat had planned, the body movements were merely a distraction, while the eyes were the true focus. The moment their gazes met, Jin's body lost control and memories flooded back, even memories of his past life, when he was nobody. When the spirit is under control and the body can no longer move, true freedom arrives with the final blow. Meow meow, the monster attacked Jin with its fist, and the next instant, blood splattered. You know what I hate most? These half-baked mind magic tricks are useless. It was clear the blood wasn't Jin's, but the monster's. It had stabbed him just as he was about to attack. However, with everything that's happening, is his body regenerating? I've heard that some high-level demons have this ability, but this time, I'll let it show. Jin decided to use the power of the Hell King's sword to launch a preemptive attack. Let's see how you regenerate when I finish everything off in one blow. The stuffed cat also seemed to sense the impending danger. Its fur stood on end, but its enormous body remained motionless, sitting there. Could it be that it truly didn't want to avoid it? As expected, each lightning bolt struck like a hammer, causing the cat to writhe in pain. After a moment, the large cotton ball twisted from the shock. However, the human showed no mercy. Jin, below, unleashed the power of the first spirit sword, delivering a powerful slash. One of his blades struck the cat directly, cleaving its massive body in two. You can rest now. However, Jin didn't realize that what he was seeing was merely a product of his own thoughts. The truth, however, was something entirely different. Before his disbelieving eyes, his shattered body was slowly reassembling itself. It was absurd. No matter how powerful the regenerative ability was, it seemed impossible to restore a mangled body. Was this really happening? What was my father thinking when he told me to defeat something that couldn't die? Then Jin suddenly remembered that, as far as he knew, not even creatures like the Black Sea Kings possessed such regenerative abilities. Even a time dragon like Q-Cantel, despite being able to regenerate through time, had its limits. So perhaps this isn't a power or an ability after all. You're not being reborn, you're cursed. The witch Heluram, your teacher, cursed you with immortality. That's why you can't die, is it? As Jin spoke, the monster's body had completely regenerated. It had probably been there for a long time and no longer felt like fighting. Then Jin asked, "What is your next destination? This forest of yours has been burned down." "Who told you to burn it? Now you're asking? If it were up to me, I'd say something, but stuffed cats don't talk." The cat's face looked pitiful, but it couldn't curse Jin. "I'm sorry, but she actually came here to take the test her father assigned her." Descendants of the Runkandel family cannot disobey the orders of the head of the family. As soon as Jin uttered the word Runkandel, the plushie's ears twitched sharply. It began to meow, as if it wanted to tell him something. "Sorry, but I don't speak cat." Jin said with a slightly awkward expression on his face. Then the stuffed cat suddenly turned around and started walking, as if it wanted Jin to follow. It slowly made its way deeper into the forest. Is this your house? Jin asked, after following the stuffed cat for a while, as he entered a large magical cave. What caught his attention was a striking object in the center of the room. A bottle of wine? This is the king's wine. In that case, this must be the reward my father prepared for this test. With these thoughts in mind, Jin quickly grabbed the wine bottle and opened it. Beside him, the stuffed cat seemed just as excited about the reward. Are you interested in this too? Jin asked, explaining that it was a special wine made by the descendants of the elves. As he drank it, the message the bottle's owner intended to convey resonated in his mind, like a song. Does that mean my father left me some kind of message? Jin wondered, then took a sip, savoring the flavor. Your fate is sealed, said the voice of the head of the Kiron family, echoing as the wine coursed through his veins. All that remained was to await the arrival of Luna Runkendel, Kiron's daughter. That would be the moment of their encounter. With the messages that had just appeared, Jin realized that this challenge was originally meant for Luna. He was the only child left eligible after Luna gave up. Do you want to try it too? Seeing the drooling face of the stuffed cat, Jin didn't hesitate to offer it up for it to lick a couple of times. And just like Jin a few seconds earlier, a message appeared in the plush cat's mind. It read, "Follow the Runkendel bloodline that has come down to you, and your loneliness will end forever." Outside the forest, Murakhan was still asleep. The black cat's corpse lay on a tree branch. Hey, Murakhan, a voice called, waking him. What he saw next shocked him. What's wrong? I thought you'd take longer, but the monster turned out to be Suri. So this boy's name is Suri. And how does he know Suri? In response to Jin's naive question, Murakhan explained, this is something anyone from the older generation would know. Helaram's blood jade cat, Suri, is very famous. It's not a monster, but a blood jade spirit beast. The Beast King gave it to Huram because he didn't know how to ride a horse. Judging by how Suri is acting now, it seems she's been alone for a long time. But why is it called a blood jade cat? Jin asked, puzzled. Looking at its fur, he saw no connection to blood jade. Haven't you ever seen its bloody jade, boy? Murakhan replied. I thought it had already recognized you as its new master, which is why it followed you so obediently. When Murakhan finished speaking, Suri gently lowered Jin and turned to face him, spitting something onto the ground. From his mouth fell a bright red stone which, according to Murakhan, was blood jade. Simply channel your magic into this gem, Murakhan continued, and from now on, you will be the owner of the bloody jade cat. As soon as Murakhan finished speaking, Jin immediately mimicked him, channeling his magic into the gem. Meanwhile, Suri slowly transformed into red magic, rising toward the blood gem in Jin's hand. That's it. Now that you have the blood gem, you can summon Suri whenever you want. Try pouring your magic into the gem again. As Murakhan said, when Jin poured his magic into it, Suri's image emerged, floating with the gem's magic. Am I imagining things? Why does it look so much smaller in there than before? The blood jade cat changes size depending on its owner. Without an owner, it's as big as a house. But once it establishes a bond through a regular contract, it shrinks, signifying that it has accepted you as its owner. You look so much cuter now that you're little, Jin exclaimed, making sure to name his new friend. From now on, your name will be Suri Runkendel. At the same time on Island 32 of the Qinghai Archipelago, a territory ruled by the Runkendel family, a place constantly shrouded in storms and thunder. At that moment, someone was watching the lightning rod with intense excitement and anticipation. Each lightning strike was met with the heart-wrenching screams of the supposed contractor of the god of thunder. Everything was unfolding exactly as Joshua had planned. While Joshua was still buzzing with excitement about his plans in the Black Sea Archipelago, a few days later at Kashmir's mansion, Jin and Murakhan returned and shared the results of their trip. Jin quickly pulled out the cotton cat's blood gem, channeling its magic. The room filled with expressions of astonishment, including those of Gilly and Enya. Not even Cantel had imagined that this would be what Jin would bring back from his journey. Huram's little blood jade cat. Naturally, almost all the dragons of antiquity knew this spirit animal. The other two girls' expressions were incredible. There was something incredibly sweet about them. Oh, how cute. Jean noticed that the other person liked it and explained, at first I thought it was a monster that needed to be defeated, but according to Murakami, it's a spirit beast, so you can play with it freely. That's right. About 2,000 billion years ago, it was a famous spirit beast, Quan Antel suddenly recalled. It wasn't very common back then, but if it was related to the demon race, it was still possible to find one. Didn't you know Murakami also had a blood jade cat? Then Jin turned to Murakami and asked again, did he really raise a blood jade cat? How does he know so much about his contract? And why didn't he say anything? Besides, what's the point? He's already lived for 100 years and crossed the Rainbow Bridge a long time ago. Now we know that Murakami's current black cat form originated from that blood jade. Who would have imagined that this proud dragon could be so emotional? Dragons are human too. Romance aside, what worries Cantel most is the blood cat in Jin's possession. He believed they had become extinct after the fall of the demon race. In fact, Suri was cursed to become an immortal creature, so he couldn't die, even if he wanted to. He's probably the only blood jade cat still alive. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Witches are known for casting evil curses, and perhaps one of the disasters Helaram caused was imposing the curse of immortality on Suri. Upon hearing this, Jin was visibly surprised and asked, what do you mean? He might not have known, but creating an immortal curse requires at least 1,000,000 people as catalysts. That number would shock anyone who heard it, not just Jin. But most importantly, the curse is still active. That means Helaram is still alive somewhere. If that's true, why did she leave Suri in the Black Sea for so long, even after breaking the contract? After Murakami finished speaking, Jin told him that Suri was the reward his father had discovered and prepared especially for Luna. But in the end, it was you who passed the test, and Suri you brought back. Doesn't that mean you have been recognized as the family's successor? Who knows, Jin continued, suggesting that nothing was certain. My father has always loved Luna, but as soon as she abdicated, he became completely indifferent, as if nothing had happened. That means she could be abandoned like that at any moment. The voice had echoed in Jin's head for decades. Jin Run Kendall, from this moment forward, I officially banish you from the clan. At that moment, he understood clearly. In this clan, only strength holds absolute power. Jin was lost in his thoughts when a soft voice behind Gilly brought him back to reality. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it seems that the head of the family never truly despised Miss Luna's gentle nature. This girl was cursed with immortality, wasn't she? Perhaps, according to the original plan, Miss Luna was supposed to face trial. But if that's the case, how are you supposed to handle this brat? The head of the family must want the successor to be someone who can take care of this child in the gentlest way possible, just as the young master is doing now. Yes, that's possible. A moment later, inside the strategy briefing room, Kashmir informed Jin that the compass had recently detected unusual activity. The readings show that there is a contractor who has been making repeated trips to the Qinghai Islands, which are under the control of the Hufester Federation and his family. Following the search by the 7th Color Team, we located the person's exact location. They are on island number 32. Our investigation revealed that this island belongs directly to the family of a Runkendel guard. Most surprisingly, the guard is a close confidant of the second young master, Joshua, which effectively makes him the true owner of the island. So as you said, Joshua is hiding a contractor on this island? Perhaps he should go and check it out himself. A few days later, in the Qinghai Islands of the Hufester Federation, what's wrong with this weather? It's driving me crazy. To Murakami's dismay, a subordinate remarked that the sea around Qinghai was always like this. Storms, strong currents, and even lightning strikes that often cause fires. Furthermore, Joshua must have a reason for hiding a fake contract in a place like this. However, that wasn't his immediate concern. Hey, are you okay? Why would a dragon get so dizzy? How am I supposed to know? It's probably a side effect of getting your powers back. So what's your plan after you meet with the contractor? It probably depends on their attitude. As they spoke, the other person noticed that their destination had suddenly appeared before them. It was the 32nd island in the Qinghai archipelago, but given the current weather, continuing would be dangerous. Murakami, his face completely pale, shouted quickly, Jin, get the cotton ball out. It's the only way we can get past here. Huh? So Suri can swim too? I never would have guessed. Ha ha, of course he can. He can cross the water like it's nothing. Without hesitation, Jin swiftly transferred his magic power to the blood gem and summoned Suri. What? We have new supplies. We better use them while they're fresh. Murakhan saw the cotton ball appear and immediately lay down. Who can hold out longer, he muttered. We'd better abandon ship quickly, or this dragon will collapse before we're finished. Jin climbed aboard Suri, and the three of them quickly plunged into the rushing ocean. In stark contrast to the old man's inert expression, Suri was so cheerful that she sang as she swam. Wow, even though it's the ocean, it moves very fast. She told me she never lied to anyone, right? In just a few breaths, the trio sped toward Island 32. So the contractor was here, Jin said, transferring his magical energy to bring Suri to the gem. Even though I know you're immortal, it's best not to get involved in the battle. At that moment, Murakan suddenly felt one of Jin's two swords tremble violently and said, That's strange. Jin grasped the sword and examined it. As he unsheathed it, he could clearly see strange patterns appearing on its surface. Wait, I think I've seen this size before. Is it vital? Although it looks a little different. Although Jin held the hilt of his sword, the tip of Sigmund's sword instinctively pointed toward a specific area, as if reacting on its own. This meant there was something related to the power of lightning in that direction, and the point it was indicating was where the concentration of lightning was most intense. The next instant, they both darted toward where the sword was pointing. It happened so fast that Jin's eyes widened in surprise as he looked up. Murakhan, equally astonished, asked, So this is the god's tomb? To Jin's curiosity, he explained that what lay before them was the tomb of the thunder god, Gram. And of course, what moved Sigmund was none other. Sigmund is called the Sword of Thunder because it contains the aura of the thunder god, Gram. However, do not consider it a gift from Gram. It is a sword that sealed your power after you killed him, Jin exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected the god of war's previous words, nor to encounter the grandeur of the underworld clan there. But the most crucial question was why Joshua had tried to conceal a forged contract on this island. While Jin was still pondering this, an arrow suddenly shot through the air from a great distance, heading straight for them. Far behind the mountain, a bolt of lightning hurtled toward them at incredible speed. Of course, Murakhan and Jin sensed it instantly. They both turned immediately and effortlessly dispersed the lightning. Each wielded a mixture of lightning energy, poison sword energy, and wind magic. As they processed the situation, a familiar voice suddenly boomed from the front. I didn't expect to see you here. You have no idea how long we've been waiting for this moment. Now it was clear. The voices belonged to none other than those Jin had been remembering. Taman Marius's hunting dogs. After the wet nurse's death, Joshua must have taken them under his command. But the most important figure isn't them, but the one in the distance. It's the contractor. Judging by the way he wields lightning, it's clear he's the brother of the thunder god Gram. He's none other than the contractor of the storm god Fidel. As soon as the two Jin discovered the contractor's presence, they immediately ordered Zelian to focus on the human first. As for the guardian dragon, they decided to deal with it later, while the second one continued charging forward, only to be blocked once again by Murakhan. Where are you aiming, kid? Did you really dare to attack Soderet's contractor first? I didn't expect him to be past his prime, and now some brat has the nerve to act so arrogantly. Every word Murakhan spoke made it clear how furious he was that a child would attack the contractor he was protecting. Brat, hurry up and take out those guys while I deal with this one, Murakhan ordered, gathering his strength. Meanwhile, a third arrow shot from Zelian's lightning bow. Does a forged contract dare to defy the dragon's guard? Murakhan transformed into a black mist and flashed past, dodging the arrow as he hurtled toward his target at breakneck speed. The outcome was inevitable. The instant his fist struck Zelian's face, the man lay unconscious on the ground. You dare to play with me, a mere shrimp? Murakhan stood before the frail body of the fake contractor, unable to resist mocking him. What he didn't know was that something was about to happen. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side showed no signs of abating. Enemy of my mother, today I will tear you to pieces to ease her soul, Kuzan shouted, relentlessly swinging his sword at Jin, leaving him somewhat stunned. So Joshua told you I killed Taimun, and you actually believed him? Although Kuzan believed his opponent was lying to distract him, Jin continued explaining. Those who killed her were assassins disguised as knights of Runkendel, and the same poison that was on your swords was on theirs. Listen carefully, Kuzan. Joshua Runkindel is my second brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kuzan's eyes widened in innocent surprise. Wait, you're Jin Runkindel? But the other didn't hesitate. Seizing the opportunity while Kuzan was off guard, Vorse lunged forward, using the force of the wind in his hand to strike. Shut your mouth, Kuzan. Don't listen to him. He's just talking nonsense to save himself. You may not know this, but Joshua ordered Taimon to curse me. He killed her to silence her, fearing the truth would come out. He said one thing, but his actions told a different story. Jin kept talking, but it was his hands that did the work, punching Vorse in the stomach. What's more, he knew I was a magic swordsman and a contractor of the dark god Saldaret. If I hadn't had anything to hide, I would have told you the truth about myself. Why else would I hide it from you? Of course, if you don't want to believe it, I don't need to explain any further. You just want to believe I'm a murderer so you don't have to face the guilt of not protecting your mother. You simply don't have the courage to face the real enemy. How convenient. Every word, every phrase seemed to strike at Varys's raw nerve. Shut up! Shut up! He gathered all his strength and prepared to act. At the moment of the explosion, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, knocking her unconscious in front of the astonished onlookers. It was Fidal's lightning, but weren't they supposed to be allies? While Jin was still processing this, Murakhan, sweating profusely, spoke up. Our boy has a little problem. I didn't expect him to turn into Fidal after just one beating. As he gazed at Zelian's body floating in the air, he wondered about the kind of incarnation Murakhan had just mentioned. Hadn't he seen something like this before? The words reminded him of the time the god descended into the saint's body. Now Fidal was descending into his contractor's body. Fidal, you cursed brother! How dare you approach my tomb? A wave of Graham's lingering thoughts echoed within the grave, causing the Sigmund sword in Jin's hand to tremble violently. What had transpired between the gods was unclear, but the sword crackled with fury. He knew perfectly well that if this continued, everyone would be in danger, so he quickly turned to the others and urged them to make a choice. Kuzan, Marius, choose. Do you want to die here for nothing, or do you want to escape? If you truly seek revenge, you must first survive. After everything that had happened, and with the true enemy still unknown, it was no surprise that Kuzan immediately grabbed the unconscious Vorse and fled. The situation for those who remain doesn't look good. Kid, do you plan on losing control like that guy? Murakhan asked quickly, noticing the power he constantly radiated. No, it's Graham's anger towards Fidal. Is there any way to stop it? I will do everything I can to get rid of him. Since it's not a complete descent, disjoin him. There's still time to act. However, it needs more time to recover its spiritual energy, so you'll have to hold on until then. As soon as he finished speaking, Murakhan began gathering spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Jin would deal with Faitel. The spatial gate was about to open when a pillar of light appeared in the sky, followed by countless flashes of lightning, and then Faitel materialized in human form. Ha! I can feel the stupid power of the older brother, Faitel said, looking at Jin. Is that you? It's clear that what he feels is the power of the Sigmund sword. Jin, on the other hand, was aware that although his current form was incomplete, he was still a Gakid. The mere fact of being there made it hard for him to breathe, but compared to his father or the god of war, this guy was nothing. With his current strength, he still had more than enough power to face him. The moment he moved his foot, Fidal raised his lightning arrow. Where do you think you're going? The arrow shot toward Jin, but he managed to dodge it just in time. However, the next attack proved much harder to avoid. A series of pre-charged abilities were unleashed as soon as Fidal drew his bow. Lightning bolts struck the ground in rapid succession, making them nearly impossible to evade. Despite his agile movements, the darkness barely kept him out of reach. After a brief moment, one of the beams finally struck him. At that instant, Fidal unleashed another devastating beam directly at his center. You're just a bug. I don't know how you got that sword, but don't think that just because you have a fraction of my brother's power, you can act arrogant in front of me. And like in fairy tales, villains who talk too much always get what's coming to them. Through the smoke, something caught the lieutenant's eye. A faint glow, the sword in the heart. Then he realized she's a member of the royal family. He obtained this sword directly from the one who killed your brother. You've surely heard of him, the god of war of the underworld clan. Each word that came out of the human's mouth below made Fidal's eyes widen in surprise. It couldn't be. What he was saying had to be a lie, right? Jin didn't care about the god's reaction. He jumped up after the explanation. If you know her, then you understand the power of this, right? Don't stay here alone. Jin raised his sword and launched a powerful blow towards Fao, because I still prefer to fight on the ground. Sigmund's attack a moment ago nearly shook the entire island. The nearby shore, where Kuzan was leaving with Varys, also offered a clear view of everything happening on the island. A true monster. Could it be the same one we found in Delki? And if everything he said is true, what should Varys and I do now? After the battle continued on the island following the last attack, he felt the Thunder God's evil power gradually weakening. Is there any chance I don't need Morrikan? Can I still defeat him? Of course not. I have risen from the ashes. Fayetel's thunder still echoes, even if Graham's power eclipses it. How dare you insult me? Are you proud just because your attack had some effect? He shouted, unleashing a massive burst of energy that shook the surrounding area. Insect, you will pay the price for your arrogance. But the words barely escaped his lips before he had to swallow them. Before him stood something any god would recognize. Tess, Blue Phoenix. Fidel couldn't help but wonder why Tess had appeared there. A weak and despicable goddess, get out of my sight. Tess Blue Phoenix exhaled her signature blue flame, hurling it at Fidel's body. It's safe to say that being mentally insulted and physically assaulted simultaneously was something even a god would struggle to endure. It's over. Lord Tess's true form in the fire world is an entity capable of annihilating gods with a single breath. Even a mere invocation is more than enough. No matter how arrogant a Gi, they say they will tremble in fear. Once he takes physical form, the one who wields that power is merely human. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the familiar, arrogant voice echoed again, startling him. I admit it. You're quite an interesting insect. Unfortunately for you, as an evil gun, even if I'm torn to pieces, I'm still immortal. Why talk so much? How could a mortal like you possibly comprehend this kind of power? It surpasses all expectations. Who would have thought someone like Suri could exist? Haha, what's wrong? Disappointed? On the other hand, Fidel, after regenerating his body, began to use his original lightning power. Come on, let's keep fighting against an immortal god. A colossal sword, forged from countless lightning bolts, slowly formed in the sky. Its target, without a doubt, was the humble mortal below. No matter how many times it struck him, it had no effect. But if he managed to land a blow on me, it would be a devastating defeat with grave consequences. What immortality? Fidel must have been so obsessed with Graham's power that he completely ignored everyone else. Right now, his entire body was shrouded in darkness. Your brother is rotting in his grave, and you forgot him? What immortality do I have? Morrikan, having gathered enough spiritual energy, regained his formidable form. Boy, incarnation of Faitel, let me have some fun with you. Jin quickly sensed that the surrounding area radiated the guardian dragon's spiritual energy. Do you remember when Jin was 7 years old? Morrikan once told him that releasing spiritual energy is essentially the source of dark power. All the darkness in this world comes from Saldare's power. So in a way, Saldare is the master of all darkness. And you, as Saldare's contractor, are the only one who can wield that immense power. Simply put, this is what releasing spiritual energy means. Back in the present, looking at Morrikan, Jin couldn't help but exclaim, I can't even imagine how terrifying he must have been in his prime. As he said, this amount of power was only a fraction of what it had been before. Hey, incarnation of Faitel, I'll play with you for a while. Before he could finish, Faitel below swung a palm strike straight at Morrikan's face. You're just a creature of Saldareb, and you dare to threaten me? But the next instant, he realized his mistake. What? Why can't I hit him? He unleashed a barrage of lightning at Morrikan, but the enormous black dragon didn't lose a single scale. Morrikan stomped his foot right in front of Fidel, forcing him to struggle to maintain his balance. Just because you can't access a little divine power, you panic. You've lost all dignity as a god. I almost forgot to mention this. You just said that even if you were torn to pieces, you'd still be immortal, right? So you've never been affected by spiritual energy? Let me show you what it feels like. Feeling the pressure of imminent danger, Fidel kept shouting, "Don't come any closer!" But it was all in vain. The two clean cuts created by the spiritual energy pierced his mortal body, tearing his limbs apart. Coughing, Fidel winced at the blow, but his expression remained unbroken. "No matter how many times you hit me, all I need is to be reborn." With that, he harnessed the power of the evil god to restore his body. However, the next instant, he realized what was happening, a look of shock in his eyes. Fidel's body split in two once more. To make matters worse, Murakan's spiritual energy continued to lash out at him, and his body writhed in excruciating pain. "Stop! Stop!" Fidel's shout echoed across the island as his decaying body writhed beside him. Wow, he was as tough as nails. Despite everything, he managed to stand after so long. Murakan couldn't help but admire his unwavering will. What? Getting hit by a spiritual energy blast doesn't feel bad, does it? But not knowing what just hit you can be confusing, right? Fidel lay on the ground, his voice trembling. "I swear by the storm that if you forgive me this time, I'll definitely." Wasn't he just arrogant? And now he's begging a divine being to spare his life? He should at least maintain his godly dignity. As he spoke, a series of spiritual rays pierced Fidel's body, accompanied by a desperate cry. "Is Murakan dead?" Jin asked urgently, seeing only darkness before him. But Murakan quickly denied it. He will not die. However, he will have to endure endless, repetitive pain until he loses his sanity, at which point the incarnation will disappear. Fifi's soul will be expelled, and the brat will revert to being a normal contractor. In an instant, the clouds and storms surrounding the island began to dissipate, and the dark spirit's energy vanished. At the center of the throne, the storm god's contractor lay unconscious, showing no signs of life. "It's been a long time since we've had a serious battle," Murakan told Jin. "His avatar has completely disappeared, so he won't wake up for another week. But at least he's still alive and kicking." After capturing the boy, Jin's only concern was Kuzan and Varys. He wondered if they would manage to escape the island in time and survive. Turning around, Murakan lay on the ground, his back aching. "I'm fine, kid," he said. "I just used too much force and my body couldn't take it." "Are you sure you're okay, man? I'm exhausted, and that little one's driving me crazy with his teasing." "Damn it, I told you I was fine. I'll rest here while you quickly grab the cotton." He saw the stuffed cat emerge and immediately hugged old Murakan, not letting him rest. It was a pitiful sight, but it didn't matter. Jin left the cat and the dragon behind and went to find Kuzan and Varys. A few minutes later, he walked to the shore calling their names, but there was no response. He began to wonder if they had already left the island. Then his eyes caught something. There was a boat below the cliff, but one so small definitely didn't belong to either of them. The strange events didn't end there. At the same time, Suri's growl echoed behind them, her fur bristling as if to protect the exhausted Murakan, who lay unconscious nearby. "Isn't that Joshua Runkindel, Zellion, and the younger dragon guard who just appeared? Could the younger one be here too?" He rubbed his chin, as if speaking to Suri. "Actually, he's not interested in killing insignificant creatures. So where is your master now?" The moment they uttered those words, Jin appeared between them like a gust of wind. "What are you doing here?" he asked immediately. On the other end, the other person had the same question. "I'm the one who should be asking that, kid. What's a substitute fortune teller like you doing here?" Garmin appeared behind Joshua at breakneck speed, catching him by surprise. "I'll take that as you having nothing more to say, despair, enemy of my brother." With a shout, Garmin swung the massive Hades' greatsword, cleaving through the rocks and soil beneath him. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that Joshua had blocked his last blow. Though it had clearly been a struggle, the Runkandel brothers were coughing and choking, their mouths full of blood. Meanwhile, Garmoon laughed loudly from above. "Ha ha! I guess we can have some fun now." His sword pressed down harder, making Joshua struggle and tremble even more. He quickly shoved the greatsword aside with his own and leapt back. "Damn it, a ghost has the nerve to insult me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You'll regret coming here." He stomped his foot and charged at his opponent. Like a whirlwind, he zipped past where Garmin stood and delivered a fiery slash in that instant. Joshua successfully countered with his speed. We had hoped the Runkindel clan would become more desirable after meeting Jin. Garmin suddenly said, under the opponent's astonished gaze. But you're pathetic. For the Runkendel bloodline, you're not worthy to wield a sword. Garmin's disappointment was clear as Joshua's sword shattered upon impact. Without giving the opponent a chance to think, the great sword swung down again, cutting through the weak resistance. Everything was still unclear, not fully understood, just like last time. The ground as the blow came down, but in the end, with the strength of a Runkendel, he managed to react in time. Staring at his massive opponent, he thought, "A pitiful undead like you dares." However, the harsh look in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of surprise. Everything in front of him was shrouded in dust, but his family's natural intuition allowed him to sense everything. Joshua knew what was coming. Sure enough, from the smoke, Garmin charged forward, his fists clenched and gleaming, his laughter echoing relentlessly. Ha ha! It was a smile that sent chills down the spines of all who were prey. His fist swung down, shattering the surroundings and sending dust flying. The final prey absorbed the full force of the punch. Its body reduced to ragged remains. Blood poured from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, on the brink of losing consciousness. Garmin stood motionless, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a swift, determined motion, he swung his sword horizontally, ready to finish off his opponent. But then Joshua suddenly regained consciousness and, with incredible speed, leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the Demon King's sword. Unable to defeat his opponent with a simple sword strike, Garmin decided to use one of his secret techniques, the King Sword style. Joshua stood ready on the opposite side, prepared to counter. This time, however, it was different. His hand, though gripping a real sword, trembled as if he were on the brink of death. "Sword style of domination," Joshua yelled, charging forward relentlessly. Joshua's sword collided weakly with Garmin's greatsword, and with a single motion, Garmin sent him spinning through the air. The greatsword slammed flat onto the ground. Garmin lunged, and Joshua reacted just in time. He raised his sword to block, and it looked like it worked. But it wasn't the sword. Garmin's massive fist collided with Joshua's face, sending him hurtling miles away. The ground cracked with every impact as Joshua's body slammed into it. Meanwhile, Garmin's sword still crackled with lightning at the tip, a clear sign that the battle was far from over. "The battle is over, Jin." With his limited combat experience, Jin believed it was finished, but he might need to rethink that. As I stared at the pile of rocks, a strange energy began to pulse through the air. It felt as though something was being reborn from the ashes. And then, a wild laughter echoed. A strange red energy erupted around him, blasting away anything it touched. From the surge, Jin realized his brother had played his trump card. Now, he decided to use his ultimate technique, but it was too late. Garmin maintained a cold expression. "Impressive, indeed a tremendous amount of aura, but it would be a waste to have it on you." Looking at the last body surrounded by aura, Garmin continued, "Unfortunately, it only impresses humans." Despite his words, the aura gradually grew stronger. Jin, his eyes wide with surprise, suddenly realized something. A massive stream of aura was being released, swirling upward like a tornado into the sky. Without saying much, Jin turned to Garmin and urged them both to run as fast as they could. That's Runkendel's only self-taught technique. Not only will this island be destroyed, but the surrounding areas will also be wiped out. This is a summoned entity, a typical ghost cloaked in spiritual energy without a physical form. Garmin explains that the memories we have here will fade. "So tell me everything when we meet again. I'll be fine in La Ferosa, so don't worry. Go quickly and stay on the path I show you." Garmin finished speaking and urged Jin to leave, taking the Jade Cat blood with him. His body on the verge of collapsing, he said, "Jin, my younger brother, if you can, please survive. This is Runkendel's final act." The aura reached its peak, and Joshua's body became the epicenter of the explosion. A wave of explosive energy spread out, sweeping across the island. Not only that, the sea and the nearby islands showed no signs of life. By this point, Jin had already run far ahead, turned around, and saw Garmin still standing there. The moment the energy stream made contact, Garmin harnessed the power of the dark spirit to respond. "I will wait for you at La Ferosa, my brother." Garmin's voice echoed and then fell silent. As the image of the aura explosion spread across the sea, Jin remained standing. It wasn't until the next morning that everything finally came to an end. Jin and the stuffed cat gazed at the island, but it was no longer there. Jin thought to himself as he gazed at the waves, It's clear that Joshua died from that blow. Maybe it's just because I never imagined he would die so senselessly. I still can't believe it. The newspaper reported that on November 7th, 797, during the knighthood ceremony in the heart of the kingdom, a familiar name emerged. Joshua. Yes, Joshua, he was still alive. At the same time, in a mysterious castle on a rainy night, a man sat in a chair in the middle of the room, his appearance unusual. The man's hand gripped the chair tightly, tearing it apart in a display of his intense anger. Just then, a voice echoed in the air, and dark spiritual energy enveloped his body. The voice directed at the man who was about to become the head of the Runkendell family. The one who had become the master of Runkendell was trembling like this in the basement. It couldn't be otherwise. Another person suddenly appeared as the dark spirit energy dissipated. Are you here to pick on me? The man sitting in the middle of the room was none other than one of the two young masters of the sword family. Joshua Runkendell, of course, the other person replied quickly. You're wasting the clone body I created for you, and now you're trembling from the consequences. How can I not laugh at you? It was ridiculous. There was no other way to defeat the Hades that Jin Runkendell had summoned. In the end, he explained everything to her, but all he got in return was a stupid, twisted smile. The Underworld clan consists of souls trapped in this world, though they are dead. From the start, they never truly belonged here. In the end, all you did was waste the clones I created. After saying that, she looked disappointed, turned around and left. Honestly, I don't understand why the prophecy was directed at someone like you. If it had been your eldest or youngest sister, things would have been much easier. Or if it had been your father, you would have been the one targeted by the original prophecy, not defying fate and achieving the Genesis essence. If only he had met me sooner. If that had really happened, I wouldn't be stuck helping a fool like you. But there is one thing you did quite well. She continued. It was the discovery that your youngest brother could summon the Netherworld clan. In Surrey, you found that child's location. It's frustrating that he's taken over Surrey, but it's all right. It will all come back to you, child of prophecy. I'll create a new clone for you. Joshua responded, his face showing clear discomfort, and asked, how much do you need this time? The other person laughed and replied, I still have plenty of the ingredients you gave me last time. By the way, have you figured out who she is? Drop a comment below. Now back to Jin. He's returned to Tekin. Jin angrily said to Kashmir, she's certain Joshua died 4 days ago. The newspaper article isn't wrong. The knighting ceremony really took place in the Zeroni kingdom. There's no way any fake images could have been published in the national newspaper, Kashmir explained. Could it have been Bubari's shapeshifter? Suri suggested. But this thought was quickly dismissed by everyone. The ultimate technique he used was real, and its power was strong enough to destroy the islands of the Qinghai archipelago, something only a member of the Runkendell family could unleash. What if Joshua's attendance at the ceremony is fake? Quicontel asked, sounding more convinced. However, Jin needed to confirm by checking the fake contract before the boy woke up. Maybe I can find out some information. Just then, Murakin walked in, looking frustrated. This is so annoying, he said. I overslept and missed everything. What a pathetic excuse for a dragon guard, Quicontel said. What if Jin can't revive the Mingwang clan? You might have been the strongest dragon 1,000 years ago, but look at you now. You're not a dragon anymore. Just a sick old man. Face the reality. Murakan had heard it so many times that he was no longer affected by it. He waved his hand and said, I know. So how did the meeting with Misha go? Maybe she knows how to restore your power. Murakan was silent for a long time, awkwardly scratching his head before falling quiet again. Then he suddenly stood up and left, clearly annoyed. I'll never call her sister, Murakan said, slamming the door as he walked out. With only a few people left inside, Jin asked, is their relationship not good? Misha must have tormented Murakan a lot when they were younger, Quicontel added. When Murakan grew stronger, the first thing he did was take revenge on his sister. But don't worry, Misha is also a black dragon. She can kill a dragon guardian. Why would we need to protect Salderate's contractor? Besides, it should be fine if I go with you. We're already close. That night, shocking news reached Kashmir's castle. Murakan had disappeared. It seems that fool Murakan went off on his own, someone said. At the same time, Gilly rushed in from outside, holding a letter in her hand. This is what Murakan left in the room. The letter was quickly delivered to Jin. It read, My dear strawberry cake, I've decided to embark on a short but difficult journey. I wish I could talk to you about it, but it's a decision I have to make on my own. I just hope you won't struggle without me. I remember the day I woke up from that boring sleep and saw you with that brat. When I get back safely, I hope we can travel together just like we promised. Just the two of us, of course. Actually, there was no promise of travel. This guy was just caught up in a misguided fantasy of love. As for Quick-and-Tell, it seems she was also quite concerned about her ex-lover in this situation. At the same time, in a distant village, a mysterious man walked alone in the dark along an empty road as everything around him was consumed by darkness. He quickly walked to the house where the door was tightly closed. He pressed his ear against it and listened. Slowly, he raised his hand, turned the small wooden handle, and stepped inside. When he looked around, the house was dark. The mysterious man spoke. "Where is the product?" His gaze was fixed on the person sitting at the table in the center of the room. "I want to pay first before receiving the goods," he added. The money was as promised. A bag of silver was tossed down immediately after. The other person also made a request saying, "This is a lethal poison. No one can detect it." "Oh, where did you find something so incredible?" the man asked, his eyes wide with surprise. But the trader didn't respond with any interest, coldly replying, "Buy it and leave." The trader's tone and expression made the man shiver. He didn't say another word and left immediately. As the other person departed, the man in the black cloak opened the door. In the inner room, another person was groaning. On the bed, Barris wore a pained expression, as if she couldn't hold on much longer. Her body was covered in cracks. "Please, just hold on a little longer." Apparently, the man in the black cloak was Kuzan. He was afraid Barris would leave. "Please, she's the only family I have left." Meanwhile, Kuzan and Barris were struggling to survive somewhere. A new piece of news reached young Master Jin in Taken City. "We've located Kuzan Marius." Inside his room, Jin received news that Kuzan was in a distant city in the Delki Kingdom. A letter had been sent. Following Sucheron's inauguration, a report had been issued stating that mercenaries from the Delki Kingdom were distributing deadly poison at dangerously low prices. When the Seven Colors members arrived and identified the poison, they found it to be a highly toxic substance that was not registered for sale anywhere. As soon as Jin received the information, he knew without a doubt that the person he was looking for was Marius. Kashmir said, "The Delki Kingdom has also been confirmed as Marius's hometown, which means we need to head there quickly to capture him." A few days later, in the city where Kuzan and Barris had been hiding, Jin's group stood in front of a dilapidated house. According to the information received, this was the place where the mercenaries bought the poison and had a conversation. Afterward, the three of them quickly opened the wooden door, and the person inside appeared to have been waiting for them for a long time. Kuzan Marius, he had been waiting for Jin to arrive. Kuzan spoke up, surprising Jin. "You knew I'd come?" Jin asked, looking puzzled as he saw Kuzan in such a shabby place. "It seems you expected me to approach you first." "And you're right." Kuzan didn't deny it. He got straight to the point. "Please help me." Kuzan then led the three of them into the inner room where they saw Barris struggling. Jin quickly realized why Kuzan had deliberately exposed his location. "You probably can't save her," Kuzan said. Given her current condition, it was clear that this was the final stage of mana reflux. Her body had been damaged beyond repair. Jin said, "He can't even promise he'll be able to recover." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kuzan knelt down, his voice trembling. "Please save her. Barris is the only family I have left. I'll do anything you ask and repent for my sins for the rest of my life. Please, just save her." However, Jin, with a cold expression, told him to get up quickly. "You can only be accepted if you prove your worth. Even then, I can't guarantee anything just because you're begging." Seeing Barris in such a miserable state, he sighed and muttered, "No one can save her, except perhaps a saint of Vankala's caliber. But first, she needs a healer to provide immediate first aid. Only a handful of healers can treat the damage caused by this mana reflux, and there's no guarantee we can get her to see them without Joshua finding out." Each word struck Kuzan like a thunderbolt. "We'll take Barris to Tikhon first, then hire a healer to treat her. We will make a deal with the saints of Vankala. Time is of the essence, so we must leave at once." Following Jin's orders, Alicia quickly grabbed a scarf and wrapped it around Barris. She worked with urgency, her voice full of concern as she muttered, "I wonder how much longer Barris can hold on." It was a race against time. Then the three of them left, leaving the last one behind, full of worry. We'll do our best to get her there, but if it comes down to a fight with Joshua's henchmen, we might have to leave Barris behind. Do you understand? With that, Jin's group rushed off like arrows. On the way back, he glanced at her body and thought, her condition is too critical. If we don't hurry, her organs will start to fail and she'll die. After a while, they reached the city center. Ahead of them was a teleportation gate, but it was crowded with people, making it unclear whether it was safe to enter. Jin glanced back and realized something. We're definitely being followed. Someone's tailing us. He kept his eyes on the hallway ahead, then added, it's not just that person. There are still others. At the moment, at least 3 of them are in disguise, keeping a close watch on their every move. Kuzan, now is the time to show your skills. Can you eliminate all of them? Kuzan nodded immediately. It's possible. Of course, you must do it without leaving any trace. Jin turned and walked away with Alicia and Kashmir. As they left, Kashmir wondered, could Kuzan really assassinate someone in the middle of the street, in broad daylight, without anyone noticing? Only the highest level assassins of the Nameless could pull something like that off. At the same time, in a nearby alley, the person following the group panicked when he realized he had lost track of one of the 4, but it didn't take long for him to sense something was wrong. When he turned around, he found himself lying on the ground. He realized it was the neurotoxin from a western desert spider, which would instantly petrify the body and cause cardiac arrest. A perfect poison to fake death, a heart attack. Kuzan silently thanked his luck that it had no effect on martial artists of the 6th star level and above. Dealing with scum is highly effective. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Jin's group are slowly making their way into the central area. Kuzan, still under the watchful gaze of the other 2, snapped his fingers and threw a grain of rice straight at the pigeon's head, stunning it. Chaos broke out as the pigeons started flying around wildly. Looks like he's starting, Jin thought to himself. Behind him, one of the 2 trackers was struggling with the pigeons. He tried to shoo them away, but they were in a frenzy, flying around wildly and throwing off his plans. Meanwhile, Kuzan kept snapping his fingers. Another pill was carefully hidden inside the bread in the man's pocket. He quickly walked over, grabbed the bread with one hand and shoved it into the man's mouth, catching him off guard. When the poison touched the man's mouth, his airway would instantly become blocked, and the cause of death would be ruled as suffocation from food. Now only one person remained. Kuzan thought to himself as he opened the jar. He then walked over to the man reading the newspaper, surprising him quite a bit. A hooded figure in a black cloak approached, a sight that boded ill. Then he tossed a vial of water at him, sending him into a violent bout of dizziness. The man staggered for a moment before falling into a nearby lake. He slowly sank and lost consciousness. The cause of death upon investigation was determined to be alcohol poisoning followed by drowning. No trace of suspicion was left behind. Soon after the consecutive attacks, the 3 bodies in the city caused a stir, and people began to take notice. No one paid any attention to the strangers who had arrived earlier. Jin, Kashmir, and Alicia, when they reached the Delki kingdom where Kuzan and Barris were hiding. Jin and Barris had an agreement. Jin would try to help Barris escape his current mana-draining condition by reaching out to the Vankela saints. In exchange, Kuzan would now be obligated to work for Jin. To prove his skill, Kuzan had to demonstrate his ability. True to expectations, he effortlessly eliminated the onlookers in the middle of the square, leaving no trace behind, and successfully proved his capabilities to the young master of the Runkendel family. After escaping surveillance, the group successfully brought Barris back to the Kashmir main mansion in Taken Autonomous City for basic treatment. Her life is no longer in danger, but her body still requires complete rest. While she's past the critical stage, she's not fully out of danger yet. Without further treatment from the saints of Vankela, she will no longer be able to use mana, the healer said. Upon hearing this, Kuzan bowed and sincerely thanked her. Of course, keeping Barris alive would have been nearly impossible without the other party's help, but Jin didn't worry about that. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn. The scene shifted to a dark cellar sometime later, where everyone stood facing the fake contractor of Thunder God Fake Tell. Just then a sound echoed through the room. I apologize for being too forceful earlier, but I never knew when you'd snap. Once again, I'm sorry, I'm the one who signed the contract with Fake Tell. The 2 people who walked in were met with his surprised gaze. Kuzan, don't tell me you betrayed Lord Joshua. The words took him by surprise. He hadn't expected that. Kuzan replied calmly, "It was Joshua who betrayed us. When you became his avatar, you nearly lost your life to him. So forget about that pathetic loyalty. It's not loyalty, it's fear." "Shut up!" He completely dismissed the other person's words. Kuzan pressed on, "If you want to stay alive, you need to cooperate." He added that the only reason they were still alive was because of young Master Jin. "Young Master Jin?" Julian's eyes were filled with doubt, but Jin quickly replied, "That's right. I'm the youngest brother of the trash you serve." "He is also the one who signed a contract with the god Solderette," Julian thought, unable to hide his surprise. Jin continued to draw his sword and said, "You've felt this power before, haven't you?" As the blade left the sheath, a dense surge of spiritual energy spread outward, sending Julian into a deeper panic. This time, for sure, not a single word Kuzan or the other guy said was false. Then two swift sword slashes struck Julian's position, shattering the chains around him. Julian knelt in front of Jin and spoke again. "I demand that you tell the truth from now on, or your life ends here." The conversation went on like that. "So you're saying meeting her in the Qinghai Islands was a complete coincidence? You went there just to strengthen yourself, right?" he asked. "That's right," Julian replied quickly. Jin asked his questions one after the other. "I'm surprised. How did you manage to strengthen Fatel's power using Graham's grave, and why do you want to increase your own power?" "Because I'm the replacement." His answer caught Jin off guard. Sir Joshua had long been ready to take over Solderet's contract if anything were to happen to him. He planned to take my contract instead of Solderet's. He needed to ensure I had the authority to match that contract. That bastard. How did he plan to transfer the contract? But what Jin is really worried about right now is how Joshua self-destructed and died on the Qinghai Islands. So how is he still alive and acting like nothing happened? He must have used some kind of strange trick. Jin didn't hesitate to ask Julian directly, "Do you know anything about this strange situation? If I tell you everything I know, will you keep me safe?" "Sure, as long as the information is valuable." Julian talks about a woman known as the prophetic witch who influenced nearly all of Sir Joshua's decisions. She was the one who told him that Graham's grave was located in the Qinghai Islands. Graham's tomb can amplify the power of the fatal contract. It all started with that witch. She must have self-destructed, and what we saw was a clone she created. A clone? Jin felt a strange sensation upon hearing this. "Do you know how she created it?" "We're not sure either, but we know it requires a lot of people. It seems like she's using death row inmates from the Hoofester Alliance for this purpose." At this point, Jin continued, "You knew Joshua would take your contract, so why didn't you find a way to escape? Was your family held hostage?" "My guardian dragon is being held captive. In fact, I have no family left. More precisely, my entire village was wiped out by Joshua. And look at me now, pathetic, obeying the enemy's orders instead of avenging them. Because of that, even Barris has mocked me. But if I lose my guardian dragon, my life will lose all meaning. Please help me get it back." Faced with those words, Jin didn't hesitate to decline. "Right now, you're just a prisoner, so I can't fulfill this request. But if you become completely loyal to me, I'll give you a chance. One day you'll take it back on your own." With that, Jin and Kuzan left. For now, he will show you what little humanity he has left, and he hopes you won't disappoint him. As soon as Jin met Julian, she immediately informed Kashmir and Quick and Tell. Jin had figured out that she was the one behind the contract theft and the use of humans for cloning. "What's wrong, Quick and Tell? Don't you have any guesses about that person?" Jin wondered, and the other quickly replied, "A demon? If it's a Demon King level entity, it's not impossible. Or maybe she's the witch Hellerum. It's no surprise that everything started with her. Whether it's human cloning or contract transfer, if this actually happened, Jin's concerns go beyond just Joshua. This matter might involve other members of the Run Kandel family." "I think so too. With such a powerful person by Joshua's side, it's possible the key members of the Run Kandel family don't know anything about it. Some people either turn a blind eye while others are active allies who support Joshua. This is something we need to clarify." Quicontel wondered, if it's the latter, what would Terma think if he saw his descendants end up like this? Meanwhile, Jin knew all too well that this was something he shouldn't get involved in, especially before it became an expectation. "I have a feeling this action could lead to an unimaginable backlash." It doesn't seem like the right time to waste the 5 years my father gave me. I need to plan on returning to the clan a bit sooner. Just then, Z burst in from outside, out of breath and shouting, "Sir, there's an urgent matter. News just came in from Santel." A fire dragon and a massive black dragon-like creature were locked in a fierce battle. It was highly likely that the creature was Lord Murakan. Meanwhile, in Santel City, the terrifying conflict raged on. A fire dragon and a black dragon are ravaging the entire city below, and the devastation seems beyond anything humanity could have imagined. As soon as Jin heard the news, he immediately set off with Suri and the others. Meanwhile, Quicontel blamed himself, thinking, "I shouldn't have let Murakan go alone." Quicontel is confident that Murakan is still alive, and as his contractor, I haven't sensed anything unusual. Quicontel nodded. If Murakan were facing Khadun, he probably wouldn't kill that idiot, since there would be no one to tell him who Soldura would choose as his next contractor. Instead, he would drug or tear off his wings and imprison Murakan, using him to track down you, Solduret's contractor. Meanwhile, the stuffed cat Suri had brought appeared, bringing them all together. Before them lay a ruined city, engulfed in flames, with a sky that seemed to block out all light. "It must be the fire of Khadun," one of them said. Quicontel said, "No fire dragon can produce such immense firepower except for him." Kazun wondered, "Even though the fire from the dragon has been burning all day, no reports have come out. It seems the Zippel clan is managing the situation very well." All right, now we're entering the city. Following Jin's instructions, everyone began to disguise themselves and quickly gathered, waiting in front of the city gate. However, they soon realized things weren't as simple as they seemed. This area was part of the Seoul Duchy, yet it was being guarded by paladins from Vankila, not soldiers from the duchy. They must not want to miss any witnesses, so they blocked all the entrances. Did the Holy Kingdom of Vankila block off this area instead of helping to restore the city or save the civilians? "It's strange," he said. "They've never taken sides before, but it's clear that in this situation, Vankila is helping Zippel." At that moment, Quicontel stood up, surprising the others. "First, we'll go in and check on Murakan's condition. That's our top priority," Quicontel said. Although Jin wanted to go in first, Quicontel insisted on going instead, promising to open the door without anyone noticing. She quickly reached the city gate, but the paladins from Vankila stopped her. They said this place is off limits, and if you get any closer, they can't guarantee your safety. Still, she shows no signs of leaving. Quicontel took a defensive stance and charged forward, striking with blistering speed. She kicked one of them through the gate, shattering it. The other, still bewildered by what had just happened, could only ask, "Who are you?" He was kicked and fell to the ground. After taking care of the two guards at the gate, she used her time-manipulating powers to repair the gate that had just been broken. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, just like I promised Jin earlier. After the final snap, the restoration was complete. A door shattered, leaving no trace or sound behind. The Kuzan exclaimed, "So this is the power of the time dragon." The three of them entered the city, and the sight before them was truly terrifying. It could only be described as hell. An announcement echoed through the city. "Citizen Santel, the fire dragon is still battling the monster outside the city. A saint stands in the middle of a fiery cauldron, with thousands of commoners gathered at his feet. But fear not, dear citizens, for the messengers of heaven have arrived. The vile monster that killed our parents and brothers will soon be destroyed by the fire dragon. The people below appear to be under the influence of some force. Let us pray to the gods to bless the fire dragon." "That's the prophecy," Jin said, sparking Kuzan's curiosity. "What prophecy?" Kuzan asked. Jin replied, "Look into their eyes. Although the saints claim it's a holy power, it's actually a form of mind control magic. This magic doesn't work on those with strong wills, but unsuspecting civilians like this can be easily deceived. Miklan, the current holy king, has declared prophecy a heresy and strictly forbidden the holy men from using it. Since they blame Murakan for the massacre caused by Khadun, it seems he hasn't been arrested yet. If Murakan had been restrained, this chaos wouldn't have occurred. The question is, why did they go so far and defy the Holy King's orders? We need to understand why they chose to assist the Zippel family." Meanwhile, the Saint of Vankila kept calling out to everyone. He announced to the crowd, "A group of criminals has just entered the city. If you spot anyone suspicious, please report them to our messenger right away." Upon hearing this, the three of them knew they had to escape as quickly as possible, But their plan had already been anticipated by the author. For some unknown reason, the moment they tried to leave, they were discovered. "Those suspicious people over there, quickly surround them!" With a shout, the crowd charged forward in response to the messenger's orders. Meanwhile, Kuzan swiftly demonstrated his abilities. He grabbed something, hurled it to the ground with force, and everyone froze as smoke filled the air. When it cleared, the skeptics were gone and the false saint was screaming in madness. "They must destroy the evil intruders!" Vankala's horns sounded as the three jinns fled the city center. The heretics dropped their weapons and surrendered. A group of paladins blocked the jinn's escape route. At that moment, Jin drew a sword, and a bright light flashed directly into the faces of the paladins. In his hand was the Wind Thunder sword. The entire group in front was stunned by the countless lightning bolts. However, one person was still hiding at the back, barely conscious from the previous attack. "All right, I'll take care of this last one." Kuzan drew several bottles of poison, ready to strike, but the other person kept pleading, "Please spare my life." "Wait, I'm not like them." Jin pressed his sword against their neck and demanded, "What are you talking about?" As you can see, I have never aimed my sword at anyone who isn't a heretic. And he, affiliated with the Black Dragon, stopped the Fire Dragon from going berserk, right? These words only made Jin more curious. "Do you know where the Black Dragon is?" he asked. The knight didn't respond right away. Instead, he slowly removed his helmet. "I've been waiting here for a long time. Lord Murakun instructed me to protect you. He mentioned that Jin Runkandel would be coming for him and asked me to watch over you when you arrived. At that time, I was a second-class knight in the Dawn Defense Council of the Doctrine. My name was Lani Salome, and I was the last surviving member of the previous Holy Knight Order. She also mentioned that the paladins would be coming because of the noise. So she told the three of them to quickly find a hiding spot behind the building across the street. Less than a minute later, the paladins of Vankella appeared, moving quickly. The knight commander demanded, "What just happened here?" Lani lowered her head and replied, "Sir, they escaped. I saw them turn into the alley ahead and head toward Area 1. She spoke urgently, as if trying to command someone to chase after them right away. But his next question made Lani panic. When her comrades fell one after another, Lani Salome never even bothered to draw her sword. Perhaps it was that fragile faith that led to this outcome. Yet now she dares to call herself a Knight of the Dawn, a protector of the doctrine. As Lani gripped the hilt of her sword, vowing to accept whatever punishment the guild might impose without complaint, she said, "I will not resist." The group fell silent as his stern gaze moved from one person to the next, as though he were weighing his decision. The commander continued, "More importantly, do you really think that person can protect you forever? To us, those people are nothing more than heretics." She shouted, "How can you be sure they're heretics? Aren't they just intruders?" Confronted with the opponent's unwavering stance, the commander could only sigh and remark, "With her words and actions, I can't even tell who the real heretic is anymore." Second-class knight Lani Salome was placed under disciplinary supervision. She immediately stood at attention and surrendered all her weapons and armor. He turned around and called out to the three of them, "Quick, gather in Area 1. After we evacuate the wounded, the rest of you follow me." How lucky she is. She only got a disciplinary action after disobeying orders and causing chaos in front of the general. One person sheathed his sword, speaking sarcastically, while the other, who was tending to the injured knights, also chimed in. "She should leave and apply for a transfer soon. She shouldn't stay here and drag the Dawn Society down any further," Jin said, suddenly recalling Lani. "No wonder she looks familiar. Now I remember, she's the adopted daughter of the Holy King Miklon. I read some old reports about her in my previous life. Although she was the daughter of the Holy King, she led a reckless life, spending her days drowning in alcohol to the point that even the people of the Holy Kingdom criticized her. But this time, a spark of life returned to her eyes. Once the evacuation is complete, retreat immediately. We'll head to Area 1. Taking advantage of the moment when Team 3 started moving, Lani quickly ran to Jin and urged them to act while they still had the chance. "I'll take you to Murakun. Follow me," he said, standing amidst the ruined city, which was engulfed in raging flames below. Lani and Jin finally reached their destination, a basement where, according to Lani, Murakun was. As they made their way down, Lani reassured them that the place was very private and no one would come looking. "Lani, why are you helping us?" In response to Jin's question, Lani said, "Before becoming a Knight of the Dawn Order, I was a citizen of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella, a follower of the benevolent Adula. I must not be blind, nor should I spread lies. We must not disguise evil behind a holy facade, nor allow ourselves to be corrupted by aligning with the powerful, a force of evil that we must confront and eliminate. At that time, Murakhan was trying to prevent it from burning down the entire city. Hearing this, Kikantel asked in surprise, "Is Murakhan injured?" "Not only is he injured, but he's also in danger. I tried to heal him with holy magic, but it didn't work." As they spoke, everyone headed to the room where Murakhan was hiding. Lonnie opened the door, and in the center of the room, Murakhan was surrounded by a layer of holy magic. Before this happened, Murakhan had told me that Jinrung Kandel would come here. Perhaps Murakhan didn't transform into this willingly. Due to his severe injuries, he unknowingly entered a state most conducive to survival, one that only dragons with extraordinary strength could achieve. This fool may have lost his strength, but luckily he still has his defensive skills, Quicontel said, quickly getting to his feet. "First, let's leave this place and find a way to heal Murakhan. If we miss this opportunity, he may not be able to return to his original form." She pointed toward the end of the tunnel. There was a secret path leading out of the city. Everyone followed Murakhan and left. Only then did Jin turn to Lani Salome and say, "If it weren't for your holy power, he would have been in danger." Jinrun Kandel, carrying the honor of both Soldere and his family, vowed to repay this debt at all costs. However, Lani didn't seem to care. She simply said, "I'm acting purely on my faith. Here I will pray for Lord Murakhan's safety." At the same time, in the land belonging to the Zippel family's territory, she said, "I will not forgive Lord Murakhan." "Damn it, who would have thought I'd lose right in front of you?" Fire Dragon Kadun roared in frustration. Below, Keliak simply chuckled. "Kadun, it's been a long time since I've seen you this pathetic." Damn, not only is this pathetic, but I can't even forgive myself. Seeing his dragon guard like this, the head of the Keliak family spoke up to comfort him. "After all, while searching for Mishya, meeting you was an unexpected blessing." For those who don't remember, Mishya is Murakhan's older sister, one of the two remaining black dragons. If we capture Murakhan, we'll be able to summon the person who made a contract with him. Once we capture the one who made a contract with Soldaret, recovering the magic stone will just be a matter of time. At least now, the rumor that the Beament dragons encountered Murakhan doesn't seem like nonsense anymore. We'll find another chance to capture him. Didn't you say Murakhan isn't as strong as he used to be? That's not certain. He might be able to regain his strength. So you're saying he can restore his dragon heart without the demon godstone? In response to that question, Kadun explained, "Although I have never encountered such a case, black dragons are inherently different from normal dragons. So there is a high chance he is wandering somewhere. There's no contractor by my side to restore my strength, but what worries me more right now is the Holy King. He brought the entire Dawn Society here without a word," Keliak said with a weary expression, certain that trouble was imminent. "Every time I see him, I feel exhausted." Then suddenly he had an idea. "Why don't we kill Miklan? He's lived long enough, and if he dies, he'll probably go to heaven. Not hell. It's not such a bad thing." Even Kadun thought this person was crazy for daring to say such words. Back at the Kashmir mansion, Barris woke up after several days in a coma, surrounded by the attentive care of everyone. With no one to supervise her, yet being helped so thoroughly, she wondered, "It seems like everything Kuzan wrote in the letter is true, but it feels so empty." "What are we doing?" Jilly asked, bringing in the food just in time, relieved that she was awake. "I brought some hot soup. I hope she drinks it all. Even though she's awake, her body's still weak, so don't push her too hard." "Thank you. Although my mana hasn't fully recovered yet, my body is fine." Barris also heard from Kuzan that they owe everyone a lot, so they want to show their gratitude by offering help. This surprised Gilly quite a bit. Do I really have to dress like this? I thought helping out would be stressful, but now it feels like I have to be a servant. "Oh, this outfit looks great on you. Now just sit here, and I'll show you how to clean." And so the two girls began their journey to becoming true housewives. The scene before Barris now reminded her of that moment. Looking back, she realized this outfit was so similar to the one her mother wore. "Mom, I miss you so much." Suddenly, streams of black mist rushed in from outside, quickly merging into a ball of energy that hovered in the middle of the room. A strange sound echoed through the air. "My foolish brother," a strange woman appeared before him, to Barris's surprise. He said, "My foolish brother made me come all the way here." In the previous section, The encounter with Paladin Lani Salome, who treated and hid Murakhan, took place. Although Murakhan, the Black Dragon, had suffered a fatal injury, he was essentially fine. Jin and the others decided to rush him back to Taken for treatment. Meanwhile, in a region of the Zippel territory, the leader of the Kalyak clan and his dragon guards, Kadun was referring to the last remaining pair of black dragons in the world. It seemed they needed the Black Dragon's power to carry out something drastic, and they were prepared to destroy anyone who stood in their way, even the Holy King Miklin of the Holy Kingdom of Enkela. Most special of all is the appearance of a new character, the second remaining Black Dragon, Misha, who is the older sister of the Black Dragon Murakhan. The next day, at the residence of the Holy Sword Kashmir in Tikkun, Jin, Quikentel, and Kuzan returned after spending some time searching for Murakhan. Meanwhile, everyone at the residence remained worried about Murakhan's condition. Kuzan stared off with wide eyes. Barris turned toward his remaining family and exclaimed as she finally woke up, "Thank goodness, she's awake. I thought I'd lost her forever." They hugged each other and cried, completely unlike assassins. "So, are you allowed to cry too?" Barris hadn't expected Kuzan to act this way, and she felt relieved that she had recovered. Jin glanced over and said, "I read the letter Kuzan left." This was while Kuzan and Barris were both thanking the young master. "It's all thanks to you, you're right." At that moment, Kuzan looked at Barris's face and noticed something strange. He pointed to her chin and asked, "What's this wound?" In response to that question, Barris explained, "This is just a small bruise caused by a guest. I also meant to inform you about it." Gilly then explained to Jin, "Last night, Murakhan's sister suddenly appeared, which caused Barris to panic a bit. I've brought her to the temporary reception room for now." "The reception room?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kuzan hurried off, leaving the others staring in surprise. It was clear that anyone who touched his Barris would be met with a fierce willingness to lay down his life to defeat them. Was it her? Touching Barris was unforgivable. As a result, the person was punched by the dragon and sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. The other three wanted to chase after him to stop him, but they were too late. Looking at Kuzan, it was clear he was the kind of person who lived without ever knowing his own limits. Misha smiled knowingly and glanced at Jin. "Since the great desert Misha, the one who upholds the 1,000-year contract." After a few minutes, only the old dragon lady remained, sitting quietly and enjoying her cake. "This is really delicious." She was told that it was Latri who did it. Jin also mentioned that Latri was Uria's dragon guard, so this boy must be the one who made a contract with Asmil. Misha, who had been playing with her the whole time, was a little surprised when she realized it. Jin looked at the two people in front of him and thought, "According to Misha, the person you saw in the hall must have been her. She saw everything. That makes me feel embarrassed." He then asked her directly why she had come all the way here. "Ah, that idiot Murakhan is already in her grasp. I cast a tracking spell on it when it was still a baby." Misha also mentioned that it wasn't an ordinary tracking spell, so no matter where it is in the world, we all know what he's up to, but that idiot still hasn't figured it out. "Miss Misha, who would understand if you said that?" Fortunately, thanks to Quikentel, Misha was able to explain things more clearly. In fact, it's more of a power than magic. As she spoke, she immediately demonstrated it, making it easy for everyone to visualize. "That idiot only knows how to fight with darkness and dark energy, but my power goes far beyond that." With that, Misha extended his hand, and streams of dark energy began to flow out, engulfing the entire room. The space was consumed by darkness, and everything became blurry, as if they were drifting in the middle of the galaxy. Misha continued, "By burying my shadow like this, I'll always know where they are, or maybe even be able to do something like this." The black aura behind Jin slowly converged, and from it, a jet-black figure began to materialize. "You look tired. Why not take a rest for a while? Let me handle this for you." The moment Jin stood right behind him, his voice sounded exactly the same, causing him to panic. Jin turned around, wondering if he had heard wrong, but the person standing there was his exact replica, without a single difference. "It's a rare experience, isn't it? To face yourself without needing a mirror," she said. "Yeah, that's true," he replied. "Sometimes just listening to your feelings helps you understand yourself better." After those words, the black mist slowly faded and vanished into the darkness, restoring the room to its original state. "How does it feel to witness something beyond the laws of nature?" Misha asked. And Jin responded quickly. It was unthinkable that a bubble could travel this far. It felt eerie to imagine that there might be another version of me out there doing something somewhere. That was what Misha was thinking. She said to herself, "From now on, I won't let my brat repeat Terma's mistake. Don't chase after this kind of power anymore, Jin, because I'll always be watching over you." While chuckling, Julia suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Misha's sleeve and said, "He's not that kind of person." Her words made Misha snap out of it, and he asked, "Can you read my mind now?" The girl was the one who made a contract with Asmiel's eye, so she saw something. Could she have seen Terma's silhouette in Jin? Could Jin be the reincarnation of Terma? No, that's impossible. That line of thinking was quickly dismissed, as Misha was sure it was impossible. If that was the case, had she seen Soldaret? And why had Soldaret remained silent all this time? If that was the reason he couldn't contact the contractor, it would explain everything. But we can't jump to conclusions like that. At the same time, Kashmir turned to Julia and asked, "You're not that kind of person. What do you mean?" Julia hugged Misha, giggling without offering any explanation. After all, he wasn't really that kind of person. Jin also thought back to the time before. Julia has been calling him Sir ever since we first met. Anyway, it's not so bad to get out and talk to other people every now and then, Misha said. Then she quickly picked up her little brother, Orliu, with Grov. But she wondered if it was really necessary to turn him back to his original form. Or maybe just heal and leave it as it is, since you look pretty good as a cat. Don't you think, my lady? Morrikan definitely wouldn't want that. He earnestly asked, "Misha, please restore Morrikan to his original form." "Actually, I'm just joking. Now prepare an empty room, and even if you hear screaming or other noises, just ignore it and wait outside." Throughout that night, the Kashmir mansion was intermittently filled with agonizing screams. 3 days had passed since Misha brought Morrikan into the room below. Jin was deeply worried, unsure of what was happening inside. 3 days had passed, and the screaming hadn't stopped once. "Is it really as good as she says?" Kikantel asked with a gloomy expression. "Jin, maybe Miss Misha didn't mention it, but she's not just healing Morrikan. She's also trying to restore his former strength. Even if he fails, his life won't be at risk, but he'll lose all his remaining power forever." Jin asked, "What are the chances of success this time?" "Probably around 55%, Kikantel replied. Jin thought that with those odds, it wasn't a bad risk for an adventure. You should still brace yourself for the worst. Days have gone by, and no one knows whether the plan will succeed." Jin glanced toward the room where the screams still echoed, recalling every moment since he first encountered Morrikan, starting with the time he discovered him in the basement. For the first time, a dragon stood right in front of him. Since then, they've never been apart. The dragon is both a guardian and a caretaker, though a bit childish for a creature that's lived for 1,000 years. But it would be awful not to see him, so when the next day came, the window of that room was opened after 4 days. Jin stood below, looking up, unable to hide his joy. In the room, Misha knelt by the window, gazing out, and spoke in a tired, disappointed voice. "I lost." But it was enough to shatter the mental state that Quikentel and Jin had worked so hard to prepare over the past few days. Jin shouted Murakan's name loudly from inside the room. A black shadow streaked past the window and landed gracefully on the ground, exuding an air of coolness. It was Murakan back in his familiar human form. "Ha ha." Before anyone could recover, his vile laughter echoed, accompanied by a spiritual aura that enveloped the area. Under that pressure, everything around him began to crumble. First, the castle walls and the nearby glass doors shattered. Yes, that was the feeling. Despite it all, Murakan still wore a broad smile. "It's been a long time since I've felt my own natural strength. This body feels so real, haha." Then the little brother was kicked by his older sister and fell to the ground several times. "Shut your damn mouth!" 3 sharp slaps followed, each one landing with a sting that left his face red, while he kept pleading, "I can't take it anymore." Misha explained that your weak body couldn't handle it, so I could only restore about 40% of your strength. Stupid. Basically, it was a failure. He laughed and said, "What is success? Did you intentionally recover only 40%? Are you afraid that if you recover everything, I'll be stronger than you? Then I'll give you another beating, you brat, for talking to your sister like that. After everything I did to save your life?" Now everyone can probably guess why his body couldn't handle it anymore. "After being beaten by my sister all day, if you're not injured, you'll be crippled. In short, If you keep acting like this, you're really going to die next time. After the lecture, Jin hesitated, but eventually stepped forward to thank Miss Misha. However, she seemed indifferent and didn't pay much attention. Anyway, everyone had waited patiently, the job was done, and now it was time to head back. Unlike that idiot lying on the ground, I actually had a lot of work to do. Since Miss Misha left so suddenly, Jin felt incredibly guilty. We received her help without ever being able to repay her. It's fine. As a representative of Saldare, it's my duty, she said. Also, my shadow is now attached to you, so we can meet anytime. Oh, and you should come to Atrium soon. Misha suddenly changed the subject under Jin's wary gaze. What is Atrium? She explained. When you go there, you'll find a special grimoire, a relic left behind by Ryan Zippel. Jin remembers it too. It turns out that Miss Misha knows about the final form of Black Heaven's flame as well. However, Otrium is currently the headquarters of the Dark Magic Society. Given my current strength, wouldn't it be too difficult? Jin looked at Misha and asked, is that so? Misha replied, I was going to wait until you became a fortune teller to give it to you, but by then it'll be too late. And this idiot has already regained a lot of his power, so you should be able to handle it. Too late? You mean there's someone else after the grimoire? Yes, Misha said. Arya has been following a mage who has recently been targeting her as well. She's someone with a special destiny, equal to yours. Her name alone left Jin stunned when he first heard it. Arya was one of the many names his master had used in his previous life, and it meant the one with the heart of a gray owl. A name that Valeria cherished as much as her own, and unexpectedly, she had already set her sights on Black Heaven's flame. At that moment, Jin asked her, is that person's destiny as special as mine? If you are the chosen one of darkness, then Arya is the chosen one of history. If you ever meet her, be sure to offer a word of encouragement. Overall, she is your ally, Master. I have dedicated my life to restoring the magic of the Hister clan. Does being chosen by history have anything to do with it? After speaking with Jin, Misha turned to his younger brother. Murakhan, you should realize how lucky you are, so make sure to support Jin properly, all right? You don't need to remind me, I'll still do it. Thank you so much, you monster. Meanwhile, Jilly also brought Miss Misha some small gifts. Before you go, please take this. Is this the strawberry cake that Jilly made? Now I finally see something these two sisters have in common. They both love the strawberry cake Gilly makes. In return, Misha offers Gilly a piece of advice. She leans in close to Gilly's ear and whispers, you're exactly the type of person that idiot likes. So if he does anything shady, you need to take him out immediately. Miss Misha, please stop teasing. Have a safe trip. Okay, Quicontel, see you next time. After saying goodbye, Misha walked through the dark space gate and disappeared. Take care, everyone. Murakhan, who had been lying face down as if just revived, suddenly sprang to his feet and rushed toward Gilly like a flash of lightning, his voice sweet and warm. Little strawberry pie, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm okay now. But Jin interrupted. I'm glad you made it back safely. Murakhan was like that, but he even regained some of his strength, all thanks to that paladin. If she hadn't helped, we probably wouldn't have made it. We were nearly captured by Kadun and taken to Zippel's lab. Lani Salome, the knight, was the adopted daughter of the king of the Holy Kingdom of Vankala. Oh, she's the king's daughter? I owe her a lot, so I definitely need to find a way to meet her again soon. However, after sharing the information, Jin added, Kazimir shared a lot of news while Murakhan was recovering, and the most significant of it was that during a blessing ceremony at the temple, Lani caused a riot while drunk. She allegedly caused the scene right in front of the king. She is now under arrest and awaiting trial. Given the circumstances, it seems her life is in danger. On December 14th, 1797, a large crowd gathered in the land of the Holy Kingdom of Vankeli. Outside, the streets were alive with the Christmas festival, the day Attila first descended to the Holy Kingdom. It was said to be a grand celebration that could last for an entire week. Murakhan nodded in agreement, as it made sense to honor Attila. In the eyes of the people, she was a benevolent goddess of peace. But they probably don't realize that once that woman gets angry, she can destroy everything without a second thought. As he spoke, he glanced at the volcano and sighed. Humans are really good at picking symbols. A series of cries echoed through the air. His Majesty, the Holy King has arrived! Standing tall above them was none other than King Miklin of the Holy Kingdom, who was also Lani Salome's adoptive father. Moroccan looked surprised when he saw him, which made Jin feel a little uncomfortable. When he asked, he learned that they were the holy kings Moroccan had encountered before. Even to humans, they still exuded a majestic aura, not a powerful force, but a divine majesty that made others hesitate to resist. At that moment, above, Miklan also reached for the Holy Grail, while Moroccan continued, "As for that holy king, I'm not sure. I feel like he has aura, but at the same time, it's as if he has nothing at all." However, neither of them thought much of it because once they met Lonnie again, everything would be clear. Meanwhile, at the Atula temple in the eastern part of the capital, two soldiers were talking about how Lonnie was still drunk, and the smell of alcohol hit their noses before they even opened the door. Honestly, if she kept drinking like this, it would make things easier for us guards. She wasn't allowed to attend the Christmas ceremony. Suddenly, a black cat jumped out of nowhere, grabbing both of their attention. "Hey, I've never seen this cat before. Why isn't it running away?" Two guards saw the silly cat and tried to pet it. Moroccan hadn't expected that. He had already accounted for everything. With an irritated expression, he watched as the vial of poison began to empty, while the other two remained clueless about what was happening. Not long after, both of them slipped into an unwilling coma. Jin also appeared at this moment, exclaiming, "The drug Kuzan gave me is really effective, but I'm not a petty person." Since he had drugged both of them, Jin took the initiative to leave a bag of gold as compensation for the punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, they quickly went inside the house. After what felt like an eternity, the two of them finally stumbled upon a room that reeked of alcohol. Ah, that unmistakable smell. Time to wake up, drunkard. At the sound of the call, Lonnie slowly opened her eyes. That familiar sight met my eyes. I hadn't expected her to be such a heavy drinker. Young Master Jin. Even though Lonnie had consumed a lot of alcohol, she was still as sober as a judge. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Why did the young master come here?" When she learned that Jin had come to repay the debt he had promised, Murakun quickly expressed his thanks as well. "Thanks to you, I made it all the way here. But looking at you now, it seems like you're struggling, right? Don't worry though, I, the great black dragon Murakun, will handle everything, so go ahead and pour me a drink." Hearing those words, Lonnie's face instantly filled with tears. She suddenly broke down, leaving the other two confused. Did I say something wrong, or was it because I tried to take her drink that she's crying like that? A moment later, the three of them got down to business. Jin asked, "What exactly happened?" Lonnie said she's being blackmailed, and the person who publicly claims to be the Holy King is actually an imposter created by them. "My real father was actually kidnapped, and I don't even know where he is anymore." When Jin heard that, the first thought that crossed his mind was, could it be that bastard's doing, Bubar Gaston? But that's not right. The alliance between the Zippel family and the Kinzello organization should have ended long ago. Back in the present, from outside the room, everyone could clearly hear the sound of hurried footsteps. Murakhan appeared to be heading in this direction. He turned and told Jin to keep watch. Jin promised to stay silent, no matter what happened. Just then, the wall of the room collapsed from the impact. Before Murakhan's bewildered eyes, two giants stood before him, and no one knew how they had appeared. Jin immediately identified them as biological robots. The scene reminded him of the time Jin broke into the Colin relic. The guards had been transformed into the same biological weapons and met their end in the most agonizing way possible. "Zippel, those sick bastards still haven't stopped? Sorry, but I can't let you live." It was unclear why they had been turned into giant, murderous creatures, but Murakhan decided to act anyway. He unleashed his power, sending spiritual slashes toward his enemies. Of course, those blows were too much for the biological giants. They were quickly torn to pieces. While Murakhan was preparing for his next strike, a biological robot suddenly appeared in the Holy Kingdom. It was truly... As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his palm glowing with spiritual energy as it pierced through the bodies of the two giants, crushing their cores. As the core was destroyed, the life force of the bio-robots quickly drained. Murakhan stood beside them and exclaimed, "I turned into a cat just to avoid hurting anyone." He tossed the remaining core piece to the ground. Jin glared at it with anger, while Lonnie slowly approached, knelt down, and began to pray. "O Atula, my poor brothers, I now return to you seeking peace. May you protect their souls. Please comfort them in this senseless and unjust death." She bowed her head, sobbing. "Not only for the loss of those who had always stood by my side, but also for the holy kingdom that had now fallen. Then make your choice, Lonnie Salome. If you're ready to give it all up, I'll take you to a peaceful place where you can live out the rest of your life. If not, then stand up. Regain your strength and let us help you. Lonnie was taken aback. Are you saying that everyone will fight for me in the Holy Kingdom? But before he could finish speaking, Jin continued, not just because of what happened in Santel, but also as a member of the Runkandel family, I can't allow the Holy Kingdom to fall into Zippel's hands. So let's treat this as a proposal for a trade. After all the words exchanged between the heir of the Runkandel family and the heir of the Holy Kingdom, Lonnie finally made a decision for herself. All right, please forgive the embarrassment I just caused. I accept your deal. Lonnie announced, the quest to reclaim the Holy Kingdom is reaching its climax more than ever. After reaching an agreement with Lonnie, Jin also shared more about the current state of the Holy Nation. She said that Zippel constantly tries to infiltrate the Holy Nation and exert influence by bribing key figures and organizations. For many years, each of them has brought everything under their control, and even the Dawn Council for the Protection of Doctrine, of which I am a member, has been no exception. My father sent me to uncover the true nature of the guards, a task he entrusted to me alone, as he had no one else he could depend on. Hearing that, Jin asked in surprise, so does that mean His Majesty the Holy King was convinced after receiving your report on the incident in Santel? That's right. Zippel kidnapped my father right after I gave the report. They even altered his appearance. His voice and behavior gave rise to an impostor who tried to deceive me, but that impostor could never replicate my father's divine power. More importantly, there's a truth known only to a few of my father's closest confidants. He cannot move the index finger on his left hand. When I exposed the impostor and confronted him, Zippel cut off my father's real finger and sent it directly to my room. Knowing everything, Murakhan and Jin felt nothing but disgust at those people's perverse tastes. Jin even asked, did you keep the finger? It's said that the moment Lonnie inspected it, it burst into flames. That must have been the flame seal, a form of magic that only those bound to Sinu can wield. And so far, only Kaliak is known to possess that power. Zippel or Kadun made the move. Jin pressed further. Besides you, who else knows that the Holy King can no longer move the index finger on his left hand? Lonnie said it was Prime Minister Montiano and Konu. Grand Commander Batura of the Holy Knights also knew. However, when Jin asked who among them was the most trustworthy, Lonnie only shook her head. Montiano and Konu oversee law and administration, respectively. They've been my father's lifelong friends, she said. But when I raised that finger, they only smiled. They stood there laughing as if to say, you're already in our hands. From that moment on, when I realized that everyone with power after my father was actually on Zippel's side, I sank into utter despair. I thought there was no hope left in this place. So what about Batura, the High Commander of the Holy Knights? Murakhan asked, noticing that Lonnie hadn't mentioned him until now. Batura has repeatedly called for my father's overthrow in the past. He seeks to form a strong alliance with Zippel and is known for his extreme views. Is that the only reason you've never visited him? In response to Jin's question, Lonnie replied, even your father can't stand him. My father would grit his teeth in irritation whenever he saw Batura. Even on formal occasions, he couldn't hide it. But what about how the Holy King treated the two chancellors, Montiano and Konu? My father always made sure to reserve a seat for them next to him at banquets and meetings. He would often discuss national affairs with them, or even go for walks together whenever he had the time. After hearing Lonnie's response, Jin fell into deep thought. A moment later, he turned to her and said, take me to see Batura right away. Of course, with everything I just mentioned, Lonnie couldn't begin to understand what the young master was thinking. As for Jin, he explained, if the Holy Kingdom had really been taken over by Zippel, why would your father be foolish enough to keep traitors so close? Before long, the three of them arrived at the Grand Commander's mansion. The Holy Knights recognized her at once and quickly escorted her to the central castle. Beyond its front gate stood the residence of the Grand Commander. Arkanan, unsurprisingly, the most heavily guarded place in the entire fortress. Please surrender all your weapons before entering. Lonnie and Jin exchanged a glance, wordlessly agreeing that, given the circumstances, this was the only way to meet Batura. Everyone knew it was best not to make a scene. After surrendering their weapons, the three of them stepped into the inner quarter. Lonnie said, if Batura were really Zippel's pawn, he'd lock me up and kill my father right away. But don't worry too much about it. With Murakhan here, why should we be afraid of anything? She thinks those so-called holy knights can stop my mighty black dragon? Not a chance. Even if we escape, my father will still. Jin interrupted before he could finish. He said the chance of the Holy King still being alive is almost zero. They've already taken control of the kingdom and replaced him with a perfect imposter, so there's no reason to keep him alive anymore. This really broke Lonnie. Even though she had known it all along, hearing it confirmed was more than she could bear. However, as he mentioned, we need to meet with Mr. Batura and settle everything. The moment they stepped into the room, they were greeted by a hearty laugh. Well, well, look who it is. Lonnie Salome, daughter of the revered king and the notorious troublemaker of the Dawn Guild. Batura then asked, "Tell me, who are the two people with you?" When Lonnie said they were her friends, Batura's gaze sharpened. "Friends, don't make me laugh. They're the ones who killed my men at the Eastern Palace and then ran off with you like the scum they are, isn't that right? Anyway, we've been chasing you and now you've come here on your own. You must have figured out quite a bit while running, haven't you? You do realize that if you keep acting like this, your father's head could fall at any moment, right?" He then turned and ordered one of his men, a subordinate named Kevin, "Go inform Zippel immediately." The knight's order captured Lonnie and threw her two accomplices into the underground dungeon. He's got plenty of questions for those bastards. Murakan had already gathered his energy, prepared for a real fight, but Jin stopped him. Why not deal with them before they have a chance to contact the Zippels? The underlings burst into mocking laughter at his words. Who do you think you're going to kill? A coward who only knows how to run, talking like that. You really don't know your place. Better drop that foolish idea and come with us, or your families will suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Grand Commander Batura kept staring at the sword he had set by the window, while Lonnie tortured herself with the thought that she should never have come here in the first place. Lonnie's tears fell, born of her own helplessness. She had lost the Holy Kingdom because of her weakness, and her father too. Trembling with rage, Lonnie shook, but before her, Jin spoke softly. "Lonnie, lift your head." As soon as her eyes lifted, the heads of the two underlings were no longer on their shoulders. Staring in bewilderment and shock, she said, "I don't know how you know Lonnie, but thank you for saving her, young Master Jin." The person who just swung his sword and killed two holy knights was none other than Grand Commander Batura. He also apologized for placing such a heavy burden on you. You did a great job making it this far. From here on out, you can relax. He looked at Lonnie and said something he never thought he'd be able to say. As for Murakan, his face was completely bewildered, as if thinking, wait, how the hell did he switch sides so quickly? And how did this kid even know that guy was on his team? Batura sheathed his sword, then turned to his niece and spoke gently. As for Lonnie, she hasn't stopped crying this whole time. Lord Batura, I once doubted you. She regrets placing her trust in the wrong person. But Batura didn't care about that. What mattered was that you were safe. Jin stood nearby, feeling lucky that he had guessed right, though he hadn't expected Batura to notice him. Lord Batula, you also mentioned that you once saw him at the banquet hosted by the Sword Garden. He sat quietly in a corner, had a single drink, and then left. So it's only, they say, natural that you didn't pay attention to me. On the other side, Batura continued, explaining that in the past, her father and that man might seem like political rivals, but in reality, it's just an act to maintain the balance of power. So Zippel had no idea about this and came to you first, right? That's right. They're fooling themselves into thinking they've recruited me, and now the Holy Kingdom is divided into two factions. You mean the ones supporting Zippel and those opposing him? However, the answer went beyond Jin's judgment. Batura said, there are two factions, one supporting Zippel, the other Kinzello. As unbelievable as it sounds, Kinzello has an impostor among the rulers of saints. Right now, it's also because of them, he continued. Originally, Zippel and Kinzello had formed an alliance to take control of the Holy Nation, but for some reason their partnership has fallen apart. After that, the Holy Nation split into two factions, the moderate faction led by Zippel and the hardline faction controlled by Kinzello. Only a small group remained truly loyal to the Holy Nation. Jin then asked about the bio-cyborg experiments. As he spoke, he handed the core fragment to Batura and said, when I rescued Lonnie from those soldiers, she had already been turned into a bio-cyborg. The Supreme Commander gripped the fragment tightly, his face darkening with anger. Kinzello had started their experiments about 6 months ago. The innocent civilians and soldiers were all taken to the ancient Atrium Temple, Not by Zippel, but by Kinzello? Batura continued as Jin looked on in astonishment. Normally, more than 100 people have to sacrifice themselves as test subjects every month. It's unbelievable. I had no idea about this, Lonnie said, her voice filled with despair. Batura comforted him, saying, "It's not your fault. It was the failure of your father and me. We're the ones who let the holy nation fall into such decline. Commander Batura, before things got this bad, why didn't you seek help from the Runkendel clan or any other force? However, if the Runkendel clan gets involved in this mess, do you really think the country can survive?" Jin agrees with you on that, Commander. You think Runkendel won't help the Holy Kingdom because if they do, the kingdom will use it as an excuse to start a war. And honestly, what Runkendel needs isn't a neutral Holy Kingdom. The healing power of the saints and the treasures in the eternal vault. Sounds reasonable, right? Oh, and there's one more thing, Batura added. Zippel is aware of Kinzello's biorobot experiments but doesn't seem to interfere. This is because Zippel is calculating, carefully weighing public opinion in preparation for the day they confront Kinzello and seize the Holy Nation. That's how hypocrites always operate, he thought, recalling the biomachines in the Eastern Hall. In reality, they were unlike anything he had ever seen in Zippel's domain. But the question is, why did Kinzello create biorobots? At that moment, Murakin glanced over and asked, "Why do you look so tense?" "I'm trying to figure out a way to defeat both Zippel and Kinzello without sacrificing too much. Do you think that's possible? What's his plan?" When they heard those words, the other three looked at Jin in surprise. Jin continued, "First, my friend and I will head to the ancient Otrium Temple, take out the Kinzello, and rescue the captured civilians." Clearly, there's no stronger proof than the people who were saved from hell. But Batura disagreed. He believed it was important for the people of the Holy Nation to know the truth. "But if it's just the two of us, wouldn't that be too reckless? It seems you've lost touch with reality, young Master Jin. Besides, even if by some miracle you succeed, Kinzello's supporters would just shift their allegiance to Zippel, so the situation wouldn't change much." "This is no joke nor some miracle, as you claim," Sir Batura Jin declared with utter seriousness. "We will use our strength to punish Kinzello and bring down Zippel with our own sense of justice." No sooner had the words left her lips than Lonnie demonstrated her complete trust in the young master. She said to Batura, "Sir Jin and Murakin are not the type to make empty promises. They rushed here as soon as the Holy Nation was in danger." Batura looked at the child before her, unable to control her emotions. At first, all she wished for was the girl's survival, relying on an external force to gather the remaining loyalists. He once believed that was the only way to spark a decisive battle, but now it seems things have taken an unexpected turn. A fleeting bond could change the fate of the Holy Nation. "And this child may very well be Atula's last hope," he said, clenching his fist and staring directly at Jin. "I trust you, young Master Jin. Please guide me on what to do next. I will continue to pretend to be Zippel's pawn until I return to protect Lonnie. When the time comes, I will defend her with my life." Jin left with peace of mind. "I'm indebted to you, young master." After Jin left, Batura quickly took action, saying, "Pretend I gave you a beating." By the time Jin turned around, the blade had already severed one of Batura's arms, and Lonnie watched in horror. She knew she had to do everything she could to heal him, but he stopped her before she could do anything. He explained, "Since they directly colluded with Zippel, this is the only way to explain the death of the Holy Knights." He then sat up and handed his sword to Jin. "Take this sword and retreat quickly. Your sword is still stored in the central chest on the first floor." Without hesitation, Jin followed the man's instructions. "We will return before the Advent festival ends." A few days later, at the ancient temple of Otitrum, the secret headquarters of the Dark Magic Order, the alarm bells rang, signaling a state of emergency. Everything started to get hectic. The guards kept asking each other, "What the hell is going on?" Then people realized that the outer barrier and the illusion charms had been destroyed. Or more precisely, they suddenly disappeared. He stared at the orb for a moment, then his expression shifted as he realized something. An intruder. The guard shouted and rushed toward the window. Before him stood a massive figure. How could that thing be here? Why would the black dragon show up now? At that moment, the air around the palace crackled with spiritual energy. Darkness descended, and a guard shouted, "We're under attack!" The entire magic unit quickly took their positions. Outside, Murakan unleashed his power. With a sweep of his hand, streams of spiritual energy burst forth, surging toward the temple. Black flames consume the shrine, cloaking it in darkness. What is this pitch-black darkness? Magic doesn't work here either. While the people below are in a state of complete panic, Murakhan continues to soar above. Another sweep of the black dragon's wings tore through part of Otatram. Dark miasma poured down, obliterating everything in its path and causing the collapse of the black dragon's temple. Murakhan roared, "Survivors, brace yourselves for what's coming, for I am the death that's drawing near." Continuing from the previous section, Murakhan and Jin have now reached Kinzello's research base. According to the intelligence we received, while Murakhan draws attention above, Jin is hiding below, preparing to find an entrance. Jin looked up in awe and said, "No wonder Murakhan is always bragging about his prime. If this is only 40% of his power, it's beyond anything I could have imagined." But he didn't let that bother him. As Murakhan stirred up chaos, he reminded himself that he needed to use the secret passage Lord Kazmir had mentioned to find the captured villagers. At the same time, the Kinzello group rushed out in a panic when they heard that a dragon was causing havoc. Among them were Susan, the leader of the Lilista clan, and Chukon, the Grand Mage of On. They were stunned to learn that the barrier they had set up was destroyed so easily. Just as they were about to restore it, a massive fist came out of nowhere and slammed into them, leaving them no time to react. When it appeared right before their eyes, panic was clear on both of their faces. Could it be that great mages like us would lose our lives so easily? A deafening explosion followed immediately after. The black dragon's punch slammed into the protective shield created by the mage's mana. But with such overwhelming force, resisting it was no easy task. Chukon was severely injured by the blow. Although she had several sorcerers under her command offering support, Susan knew she had to distract the black dragon quickly while Chukon held the line, and somehow they had to hold out until Lord Du arrived. In another room, a dim, secret chamber, strange sounds echoed endlessly. At its center stood a man with tattoos on his head. Him. It was the one speaking those ancient tongues. The staff rose and struck the ground, unleashing a wave of dark power. A seal quickly formed, engulfing the entire chamber. From that hand seal, countless rays of dark energy shot across the chamber, filled with containers of blue liquid. The smile on his face twisted, as if everything were unfolding exactly as he had planned. The containers, under the spell's influence, began to seethe and slowly turn to deep crimson. As foretold, the contents were none other than biomechanical automatons. Kinzello studied something from humans and then spread it outward, deep beneath the mountain. Jin was now following the secret path, just as Kazmir had instructed. After some searching, he finally found the location where Kinzello had been conducting the experiment, but it seemed he had arrived too late. The secret chamber was empty now. Had I arrived too late? Just then a voice echoed from outside. "Are you an ally of the Black Dragon? Did you come from the Holy Nation?" Without hesitation, Jin spun around at lightning speed, pressing the tip of his sword to the woman's neck. "Who are you?" She raised her hands in surrender and introduced herself as Sela, a saintess of the Dawn Order, entrusted by His Majesty the Holy King to safeguard the doctrine. "I infiltrated the Dark Magic Society 3 years ago and have since lived in secrecy, disguised as a researcher." "By now you must know where the captured villagers are, don't you?" Jin asked. But Sila replied that it was already too late. They were turned into cyborgs and taken away by Lord Du. "How many citizens of the Holy Nation once lived here?" To that, Sila gave no reply. She only lowered her head. After a brief silence, she said, "Probably around 800 people." Outside, the battle raged on, showing no signs of stopping. Under the Black Dragon's relentless assault, Chukon looked close to collapse. He wondered, how the hell is Lord Du still not here? Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed through the air. That Black Dragon actually dared to barge in here? Murakhan realized a new figure had appeared. Grand Magus Chukon and Susan rejoiced at the sight of Lord Du's arrival. "Thank goodness you made it in time. Any later and we wouldn't have lasted." What an unexpected blessing. "I just happen to need new materials. And who should show up but the president of the Dark Magic Association, a perfect specimen delivering himself right into my hands. We still have a chance to test our weapon, and what could be more exciting than that, even if our opponent is a mighty Black Dragon? There's no way Black Dragon can take on this many biomachines. Well then, with his legendary reputation, let's see just how strong he really is." As he spoke, the swarm of biomachines below began to charge in unison. "Get ready, Murakhan. You'll regret ever setting foot here. Sparks erupted from the biomechanical creature's mouth, shooting straight at the black dragon hovering above. Inside the chamber, Jin's conversation with the woman continued. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Did you create bioandroids based on the Demon King's race? How did you manage to do that?" Sela slowly opened the door and revealed that Du had revived and nurtured the bloodline of the Minvuang clan, a lineage that had disappeared thousands of years ago. He had successfully restored and carried it forward. He dared to interfere with the bloodline of the Minvuang clan? Jin shouted angrily as he chased after Sila. While ahead of them, the man declared that those who had been turned into machines were beyond saving. She pointed to the room ahead and said, "There's something I want to show you." Inside, countless people lay still. "These are the ones who were deformed by the failed experiments," she explained. Du ordered all of them to be dealt with, but I secretly hid them away. Without a mana supply device, they wouldn't even survive. Sila looked disappointed. "I tried to restore them to their original state, but I wasn't strong enough. However, if a high-ranking healer from the Holy Nation were here, there would still be hope. Don't worry, that's precisely why I came." The conversation between the two abruptly stopped as a violent tremor shook the ground, likely an aftershock from outside. The biomachines on the surface began spitting up blood. Sela panicked as she realized the mana flow had been cut off, even though the devices were still functioning normally. Why was this happening? It felt as though all the mana in the area was being drained. The battle had already begun. After explaining, he quickly turned away and said, "Take care of the survivors and wait for me to come back. I won't be long." Outside, the first strike from nearly 1,000 biomachines had been carried out. Du stood at the front, laughing loudly, hoping Atula's gaze would fall upon the black dragon. It was truly a breathtaking sight. 800 bio-warriors, born from the lifeblood of the Dark Lord and the Black Dragon, couldn't even put up a fight. Yet when faced with him, the Black Dragon's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Let's begin. I've lost all patience holding back." A roar erupted, filled with immense power that swept across the land. Du sensed something unusual right away. Looking behind him, I saw that the bio-robot's energy cores had all shut down. They had lost their power in the blink of an eye. Just then another figure entered the fray and shouted, "You captured innocent civilians and turned them into monsters. So you're the ones who dare to defile my bloodline? You bastards deserve to be torn apart piece by piece." Chikon stared in shock. That bastard? What's he doing here? Du, startled by his companion's words, asked in surprise, "You're saying that's Baemio?" Ignoring their expressions, he drew the Sigmund sword, slashed at Jin's arm, and a thunderclap rang out across the sky. "Today, you will vanish from this world forever," he said. The expressions of those standing below gradually turned serious, especially Du, who sensed something unusual about the young man, in line with the direction of the Fong Loi sword's raised gun. Lightning bolts struck the ground where they stood, shattering the earth with immense power, and the soldiers were quickly obliterated. The sudden event sent everyone into a panic. He was the only one still staring wide-eyed at the young man before him. This power, he realized, was exactly what he had always sought, the heart of the Dark Sovereign clan. Tears welled up in his eyes from pure joy. The scene before him was breathtaking, and what he had spent his entire life chasing was now right in front of him. Then a thought crossed his mind. "I want it. That has to be mine." His face slowly twisted into a crazed expression, as if he had transformed into a predator fixated on his favorite prey. Seeing Jin, he ordered the biomechanical soldiers to attack and tear out the enemy's heart. Without hesitation, Jin charged forward to meet them. His first opponents were hundreds of giants charging toward him. Countless sparks shot from their mouths, explosions echoing across the land. By now, the ground was completely consumed by a sea of fire. Through the veil of dust, something began to slowly emerge. Jin stood motionless, showing no hint of exhaustion. After enduring that relentless barrage, it was finally his turn to strike back. A sword capable of destroying the heavens and earth swung toward the oncoming army of biomechanical soldiers, cutting them to pieces with ease. Du screamed frantically, "What are you doing? Control him, now!" He realized that this opponent was far more formidable than he'd initially believed. Jin stood tall and said calmly, "Murakhan, take out all the minions down there. Leave the leader." Murakhan replied, "Got it. No problem." Murakhan roared, slashing his claws at the giants. A surge of dark spiritual energy erupted, causing his eyes to widen. Is this the power of darkness? When the entire space was swallowed by darkness, Murakami made his move. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of giant creatures were effortlessly destroyed. Streams of spiritual energy tore through their bodies with ease. Even Grand Magus Chukon and Sorceress Susan barely escaped death. Damn it, what's going on? He panicked as he looked around at the scene where his proud army had been completely wiped out. Surrender, Du. You've lost, the enemy said, his voice laced with challenge. Du replied firmly, I never wanted to use this, but it looks like I have no choice. He then began chanting strange ancient words while gripping the wizard's staff. His mana was gathering, Ishiyame, shimmering. A seal had formed, and just one glance was enough to reveal how dangerous it could be. Jin stayed motionless on the ground, his face showing no sign of worry. Nothing had happened up until that moment, when suddenly the ground beneath him shook violently, as if something was rising from below. Moments later, a massive monster emerged, but luckily, Jin managed to leap out of the way just in time to avoid its jaws. He realized that this thing was about the same size as Murakami in his black dragon form. But why were so many streams of energy radiating from it, and what was this unsettling feeling? Jin landed nearby, staring at the giant creature. The other man grinned smugly and said, What's the matter, kid? Are you awestruck by my masterpiece? He introduced it by saying, This is the pinnacle of all my experiments. It has the body of an elephant, made from the flesh, blood, and skin of a monster. At its core, it embodies the essence of 5 phoenix hearts, crafted to defeat even the most powerful wizards. Kaliak Zippel, this is my masterpiece. Allow me to introduce you to Pollux, an ice golem that has consumed the flame of destruction. Despite the arrogant expression on his opponent's face, Murakami remained unnervingly calm. This is madness. That creature has enough power to wreak havoc, and yet you dare bring a golem with the body of a phoenix in front of the master of the fire realm? The words left him confused, unsure of what the dragon was referring to. Murakami shifted back into his human form and walked toward Jin. He warned him to be careful because Do has lost his mind. From now on, he'll ignore the pact between us and force him to use his power. You're forcing me to use my power, Jin wondered, just as Murakami began to act. Following the flow of mana channeled from Murakami, a summoning seal to the fire realm was opened. Du thought to himself, are they summoning a phoenix? It's pretty big, but still just an ordinary one. If you want to face Pollux, you'll need to be at least as strong as Kaliak's Pollux. But as soon as he said that, his eyes went wide. What the hell? His body trembled, speechless at the sight before him. There wasn't a single mage on the continent who wouldn't recognize it. The pride and lifelong ambition of every magi. Murakami broke into a cold sweat. Surely he wouldn't kill his own contractor, would he? That's correct. What was just summoned from the fire realm is Tess, the Phoenix King. Following the previous part, after Murakami borrowed power from Jin to summon, he looked around with a worried expression. Will he be okay? He asked. Don't worry, Jin replied. We just need to wait. Murakami nodded slightly, then turned to look at her. What will she do next? She can't do anything but wait, she replied coldly. Everything is in our hands. He glanced at her, then turned back to Murakami. Just be patient. Tess dove straight down from the sky, reaching for the blazing blue flames. The moment she saw that horrifying scene, Dewey, his face filled with fear, screamed. He couldn't believe that someone so inexperienced could summon Tess. But all his words were pointless, as the sight of the blue phoenix spreading its wings in the sky completely shattered his perception. Jin's magical power surged as Tess flapped her wings. Blue flames erupted across the sky, and Tess unleashed a stream of fire down onto the ground. Dew's eyes grew frantic as his mouth continued to scream. Pollux quickly swallowed the flames whole. According to its master, the massive, elephant-eared monster kept swallowing flames with its wide-open mouth. Its jaws stretched wide, revealing features made up of all sorts of creatures. Yet Tess's fire only burned even more intensely. The blue flames quickly consumed the entire space. Pollux tried to swallow as much fire as he could, but it still didn't seem like enough. Nearby, Dew, who was casting a defensive spell, thought anxiously, damn it. Hang in there, Pollux, he muttered, sensing his masterpiece was on the brink of collapse. He wouldn't make him wait any longer. This was the final blow. Tess let out a deafening roar. and the blazing green flames flared even brighter, swirling into a whirlwind that sent Jin crashing to the ground, unconscious under Murakan's horrified gaze. Blood poured from Du's mouth in ragged coughs. Impossible. The defense matrix around him is beginning to crack, and the moment it disappears, he'll be engulfed in the Phoenix's eternal flames. Nearby, Pollock's pet suffered the same fate. The flames quickly consumed its body, and it fell to the ground with a deafening crash. Enough! Enough! Murakan shouted. Are you trying to drain Jin's life away just out of anger? Jen, barely conscious from exhaustion, lay in Murakan's arms. Please calm down and stop this, now. Muraka glanced at Tess, his eyes filled with desperation, just before everything fell apart. Now, with it all behind them and that plea still echoing in the air, Tess saw no reason to stay. The Phoenix erupted in flames and soared through the gate back to the Fire Realm. Below the earth, Pollock's massive pile of ashes collapsed and settled next to Du. This time, the Black Council has finally been destroyed. I never thought it would all end in such emptiness, Du said, kneeling on the ground and using the last of his strength to let out a sigh. We're truly sorry, Commander. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and a dazzling light flashed in the sky. Don't give up. Du's eyes shot up to the light filled with hope. It grew brighter with every passing moment, and at the same time he turned to the one lying on the ground and said, as long as you're here, we can start over. By then, Murakan and Jin had woken up and heard the words. Realizing that things might not be as simple as they seemed, Du immediately knelt, honored to meet him, and spoke to the commander. The sentence left the other two people completely stunned. Is that the commander-in-chief of Kenzal? His figure slowly appeared above, bathed in light, both faint and glowing. The hazy figure spoke, and this is how we finally meet the person Zippel and Bement have been searching for. It's a pleasure to meet you, Barmo. We've heard the news that Murakan has awakened, and with him becoming your guardian dragon, it's clear you're one of the Runkendel members from the Continental Clone. Suddenly, such an extraordinary figure has emerged. Murakan shouted, who are you, and how do you know me? Who do you think you are, calling me by name and acting so familiar? Faced with a barrage of questions, the other person replied calmly, how disappointing. You've forgotten me, the one who saved your life, Murakan. I'm the one who stopped you when you lost control before Terma could kill you. Murakan froze in shock and snapped, how dare you speak that name? His face twisted with rage as he added, you're nothing but a demon who's overheard a few rumors. But it's clear, the one who lost control that day wasn't you. It was Terma, wasn't it? Murakan's words were still hanging in the air when the other person cut him off. Is that what you meant? You didn't even recognize me, and yet you have the nerve to blame Terma for the battle that day? Shut your mouth, you bastard. How dare you bring up Terma again, Murakan? He was absolutely furious, his spiritual energy surging through his entire body. We'll kill you right away, along with Kinzello's accomplices. We'll send all of you straight to hell. Jin, standing beside him, realized, Murakan, he's just trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it, though it might already be too late. Are you planning to send me to hell? Even at your best, you wouldn't be able to do that, he said, pointing in that direction. A small ball of light appeared, cracked open, and exploded, releasing a pure white mist that filled the entire sky. Murakan watched it all without blinking. However, for some reason in the world around him, he seems to have become a man who has lost everything. Is this some sort of illusion that could affect us? Who is he? But just after that, the voice echoed again. It asked Murakan, there's something I've been dying to know. Have you really lost your memory, or did you rearrange it for your own benefit? Do you really think the madman that day wasn't you, but Terma? Hearing this, Murakan's face suddenly twisted with displeasure. Something from his memory gradually resurfaced, a vivid red image. He was standing over a corpse. The voice continued, that day, I saw everything. But it's okay, everyone has at least one truth they don't want to face. We understand, because the pain of losing that friend must be real. The words were soft, yet they felt like they were ripping open Murakan's wound. His face was filled with disbelief and fear, his spiritual energy slipping out of control, and his gaze quickly shifting to fury. Murakan's entire body was engulfed in spiritual energy as he screamed in fury, his eyes blazing with rage, on the verge of losing control. In that moment, it felt as if a villain were about to emerge. A sudden powerful punch from Jin landed squarely on Murakan's face. Even the shining moon above seemed to be stunned, unable to utter a word. Jin's punch left Murakan reeling in pain. His face is always like this. Hey, kid, what the hell did you just do? You little brat. Murakami cursed while rubbing his handsome face, but then suddenly realized something. Is he awake now? Damn it! Murakami gritted his teeth, trying to stand as if he were cursing the world. That bastard, like a snake, charmed me in an instant. Sorry, little Jin. What just happened was my shame. The person standing above me stroked his chin, wearing a knowing look. If only I could have controlled my madness back then, maybe Terma wouldn't have had to die. Jin stopped Murakami from advancing, then turned to face his opponent and asked, "You're the leader of Kinzello, and yet you talk so much? If you're really strong enough to defeat the first master of Kinzello, one move would be enough to wipe us out. So why are you wasting your time on something as trivial as healing? Your silence makes it seem like you have no power at all. I should have realized when you had to use magic to provoke us. A true warrior, a leader in every sense, would have defeated us without saying a word. At least, that's how all the strong individuals I've ever known were." "You're absolutely right," he murmured, his lips barely moving. "That's correct." The son of the Runkandel family looked down, and the light shone once more. "We're not in the right condition to fight you right now, so this is where it ends." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to create something that resembled a small black hole. The moment it exploded, shards of space filled the area. A crack streaked across the sky, blocking Jin's view. He realized this time it wasn't an illusion. What is he planning to do here? "I need to take care of a few things first," he continued. "The debris is heading directly toward the area near the central laboratory at the Kinzello base, and the person he's targeting is one of his own subordinates." Another man barely managed to whisper, "Commander-in-Chief!" Shards pierced through the body of the great sorcerer Chukon, blood splattering across the ground as he was nearly brought to his knees. The man looked down from above, gestured with his entire hand and said, "Sorry, Captain, but I don't have time to save you anymore. You're just a braggart, barely better than an ordinary person." Along with those words, the shattered fragments of space surrounded the radiant light where his body had been, and Du found himself enveloped in a strange realm. A massive pillar of light descended, completely pulling Jin and the group out of sight. In that moment, Jin left a message. "See you next time. Hopefully, when we meet again, things will be a bit easier." Jin followed the beam of light, silently wondering what exactly is the leader of Kinzello. He seemed unable to unleash his full power for some reason. But if even Murakami was captivated, he must be incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Murakami couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monster is he? We've never heard of a demon with the ability to bend space like that. Could that person really be a demon? They know both Murakami and Lord Terma, so they must have lived for over 1,000 years. He even knows about the Manhwa clan and is trying to bring them back. As expected, he's likely from the time when they still ruled the world. The fact that he personally saved only Du makes it clear that he's someone extremely important to Kinzello. With that, he moved toward Chukon, who had fainted from blood loss, as the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. He struggled to open his eyes as Jin casually asked, "Still breathing? It must be bitter, getting struck down by your own master's blade." "Do you have any last words?" Chukon stammered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. He held up a piece of paper and said, "Barmel, my spellbook." Jin quickly reached out and took the paper. It was also the moment Chukon took his last breath. He exhaled with a sense of relief, as if released from a great burden, and his gaze slowly drifted downward, fading as it went. Jin held the paper in his hand, his eyes locked on each word. Inside is the resting place of his spellbook. Whether friend or foe, he wanted someone to know about it. No sorcerer would want a lifetime of devotion to disappear without a trace. Afterward, Jin and Murakami returned to the cave where everyone was being treated. Jin told Murakami that he had met a saint there who had been sent on a mission by the Holy King and had been staying there for a long time. He must have known where the legal documents were. Yet as soon as they walked in, everyone dropped to their knees. They cried as they looked at the girl known as the saint, Mutual Scylla. The boy widened his eyes and asked, "What happened here?" One of the villagers answered, "She sacrificed her entire life to save us, only to return to the arms of the god Atula." He picked up a book of some sort and said that before she passed away, she asked me to give it to him. Holding Jin's diary in his hand, he silently vowed, "I will never forget her sacrifice. I swear to expose the truth, so no one else has to suffer the way she did." Mutual Scylla is the holiest saint I have ever known. Meanwhile, in another place, the traveling sorcerer's footsteps came to a stop. She gazed at the castle where thick plumes of smoke were rising. The person with the striking red hair was Jin Runkendel's master in his past life.